Chapter 71 10 million detonating talismans starting from Konoha to be a villain. Open your eyes. Sure enough, the originally chaotic chakra in Karen's body has now become orderly. It seems that Nagato and Konan should not be underestimated. They have trained Karen so well in a short time. It seems that handing Karen over to Nagato and Konan is indeed a good choice. He can fight, but he can't teach. Moreover, the special characteristics of the Uzumaki clan and those powerful sealing techniques are not known to him, but Nagato knows that there are some special powers that he cannot understand with the Samsara eye. Oh, Karen suddenly thought of something, took out a scroll from her pocket, and smiled. This is a small gift from me to Lord Niji. Gift. Seeing the scroll in Karen's hand, Niji was stunned, and then he was a little curious. He hadn't seen him for more than 10 days. What gift did Karen prepare for himself? Seeing Niji take the scroll, Karen excitedly urged, "Open it quickly, Lord Niji." "Okay, let me see what gift you prepared for me." With a smile, Niji opened the scroll in his hand. He wanted to take a good look at what gift Karen prepared for him. Sometimes, what is in the space scroll is so mysterious. When Niji opened the scroll, a ding-dong sounded in his mind, and then a series of system prompts sounded, which almost stunned Niji. The advanced task is completed, and 1000 detonating tags are obtained, and 100 chakra energy points are rewarded. The advanced task is completed, and 10,000 detonating tags are obtained, and 200 chakra energy points are rewarded. Advanced mission completed, 50,000 detonating talismans obtained, 300 chakra energy points awarded. Advanced mission completed, 10 million detonating talismans obtained, 1000 chakra energy points awarded. When a series of voices fell, the stunned Niji finally reacted, shaking his head to disperse the voices still echoing in his mind. 10 million detonating talismans, Niji's jaw almost dropped. Since he came to the Naruto world, Niji has never had 10 million detonating talismans, let alone 10 million detonating talismans. He didn't even have 1000 detonating talismans. The only time he got the most detonating talismans was during the Chunin exam. At this moment, with 10 million detonating talismans in his hand, Niji would have thought he was dreaming if it weren't for the constant system prompts. Approaching Niji, Karen smiled and whispered, "Lord Niji, there are 10 million detonating talismans in here. I remember you said you wanted to practice a powerful ninjutsu, but there are no detonating talismans. So I prepared some for you, but you can't tell anyone else. This is a little secret between us." Karen was talking about the forbidden technique in the sealed book, multiplication detonating talisman. This A-level forbidden technique is the simplest to practice among all forbidden techniques. The only drawback is that it consumes too many detonating talismans. Only the rich can practice this ninjutsu. As we all know, Niji is a poor guy. He doesn't even have detonating talismans for fighting, let alone picking up detonating talismans to practice the forbidden technique, multiplication detonating talisman. He just mentioned it casually in front of Karen, but Karen kept it in mind. As for why Karen has so many detonating talismans, in the entire ninja world, who else can have such a big hand except for the rich woman Konan? I looked down at Karen. This little follower didn't receive the wrong one. A scroll actually gave me such a big surprise. Not to mention 10 million detonating talismans, the reward itself is enough to make Niji excited, a full 2500 chakra energy points. Chakra amount, 8189/9220, Elite Jonin chakra amount, 7000. Suddenly thinking of something, Niji frowned and said, "You gave me so much, what will you do?" "Don't worry about me," Karen said with a grin, "I still have a lot. Sister Konan gave me 100 million detonating talismans so that I can practice Shiki no Shiki. Lord Niji, if that's not enough for you, I'll give you another 10 million. As she said that, Karen reached into her pocket. "No need, enough. Niji quickly raised his hand to stop Karen. Raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat on his forehead, opening his mouth and closing his mouth. 10 million, I can't bear it. The richest woman in Naruto, she is really inhumane. After sending Karen away, Neji weighed the scroll in his hand twice and smiled bitterly. He didn't expect that he would eat gigolos one day. Speaking of which, gigolos taste so good. With these detonating tags, the forbidden technique of multiplying detonating tags can finally be practiced, and the amount of chakra in my body is more than enough to perform this forbidden technique, Neji muttered to himself while putting away the scroll. A-level ninjutsu, or forbidden technique, such a high-level ninjutsu is also the first time for Neji. In order to master this forbidden technique, Neji spent 3 full days. However, on the second day after mastering the mutual detonation talisman, looking at the expressionless Konan in front of him, Neji frowned slightly and said, "Why do I have to carry out this mission alone? Everyone is very busy these days, only you can spare the time, and you have more experience than anyone else in dealing with Danzo," Zionin said lightly. The story started 10 minutes ago. Zionin suddenly came to him and asked him to find out the information about Shimura Danzo and find an opportunity to kill Shimura Danzo. After the Konoha collapse plan happened, Shimura Danzo was tricked by him and had to defect from Konoha. He became an S-class rebel ninja with honor. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, not to mention Danzo, who led the dark side of Konoha. After leaving Konoha, Danzo led the root members to the Land of Grass and established a base in the Land of Grass. According to the information of ZE, Danzo had colluded with the Land of Grass as early as 10 years ago. Under Danzo's continuous infiltration over the years, the top leaders of the Land of Grass have long been Danzo's people. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The latter is more exciting. Chapter 71 10 million detonating tags _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. This is also what Neji is not happy about. Danzo is already very difficult to deal with, and he has the strongest illusion Kota Amatsukami. Danzo also has root, plus the Kyuzagakuer ninja, the other side has the power to destroy the country, and Tendo Pain lets him go alone. Nagato thinks too highly of him. Neji, who was about to refuse, suddenly thought of something, changed his mind, and asked, "When do we leave?" Konan looked at Neji deeply. Neji, who didn't want to go just now, suddenly wanted to go. What was he planning? Tonight at the latest. I'll leave after I pack up. After saying that, Neji turned and entered the room, and the door slammed shut. Konan's face darkened, snorted coldly, and left. The top of the tower. In the dark secret room, Nagato's legs were fixed by a machine, and there were several metal rods supporting his back. Standing next to him were Pain of the Heavenly Path and Pain of the Hungry Ghost Path. Konan flew up from below, folded up his wings made of white paper, and asked before landing, "Why do you do this?" I asked him to do this. Suddenly, a low voice sounded in the dark corner next to him. Konan turned his head sharply and looked in the direction of the voice, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Uchiha Madara. Obito slowly walked out of the shadows, glanced at Konan, and finally his eyes fell on Nagato, and he said in a deep voice, "Unlike the others, Hyuga Neji has a deep secret hidden in him." Secret? Nagato murmured, sneering, "Who doesn't have a secret in Akatsuki? Everyone has a secret, it's nothing. I want to hear something real. Since I have promised to do what you say, then you should tell me." Obito hid a flash of disdain on his masked face, and said, "According to the information obtained by Zetsu, Hyuga Neji was just a talented ninja 3 months ago. But suddenly, he not only mastered the physical skills that could instantly improve physical fitness, but also the powerful ninjutsu that could be released without the need for hand seals. If that's all, it's not worth it for you, right?" Konan frowned slightly. As a member of Akatsuki, Konan has seen people who are more evil than Neji, like Nagato. On the night of Yahiko's death, Nagato's Sharingan changed in some way, and overnight, Nagato mastered the power comparable to God. There is also Uchiha Itachi. Once the Mangekyo Sharingan is opened, he immediately possesses the powerful Amaterasu, and Tsukuyomi Konan can name several such examples. There is no shortage of people who cheat in this world. After stopping to pace, Obito said, according to Zetsu's information, the reason why Shimura Danzo became an S-level rebel ninja is because Hyuga Niji revealed all of Shimura Danzo's secrets. Just imagine that a kid who has been in Konoha since childhood actually knows secrets that even we don't know. This is the biggest secret in itself. After a pause, Obito said, this mission itself is a test. I have arranged for Zetsu to follow secretly, and I will follow to verify whether my inference is correct. As soon as the voice fell, Obito's body twisted and disappeared. If you like to collect starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 72 You sing and I come on stage starting from Konoha to be a villain. The Land of Grass. To go from the Land of Rain to the Land of Grass, you need to pass through a big river flowing from the Land of Fire. This river is also the dividing line between the two countries. The ferry is called a ferry, but in fact, it is a road of about 10 meters built from some wooden boards on the shore, extending into the river. Dong dong! Ninkai stomped his feet, and the wooden boards made a dull sound. He was puzzled and looked down at the wooden road under his feet. It fits tightly. The craftsmanship looks good, as if it was formed by integration. Integration? Ningji repeated, muttering, it can't be such a coincidence. Just then, a small boat appeared on the river, and the boatman was a hunchbacked old man, and the ferry was swaying towards it. Soon, the old man stopped the boat beside the ferry and asked, guest, do you want to take a boat? Yes, how much is it? Ninkai asked. 100 taels, the old man replied. This price is not expensive. Ninkai jumped on the boat, took out a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it to the old man. The old man took the money, put it in his pocket, drove the boat away from the ferry, and slowly sailed to the opposite side. Although the boat looks small, it is quite stable on the river, and the speed is not slow. It soon sailed to the middle of the river. The breeze was blowing, the waves on the river were rolling continuously, and the banks were lush and green. Ninkai stood at the bow, the oncoming breeze was like a small hand caressing his face, the red cloud coat fluttered in the wind, and the bells were beating and ringing. It's about time to do it. Suddenly, Ninkai said lightly, his voice floating with the wind. Hearing what Ninkai said suddenly, the old man was startled, let go of the oar in his hand, stood up, looked at Ninkai who had turned around, and asked in a deep voice. How did you find me? Your transformation technique is really powerful. Even the Byakugan can't see through it. There is no flaw in your body. Even the smell has changed. But please be a little more professional. After a pause, Niji said helplessly, although you have processed the ferry and made it look old, there are so few people on the ferry, and the wooden path seems to be made in one piece. As soon as the voice fell, Niji's figure flashed and appeared behind the old man in an instant. The kunao in his hand gently passed in front of the old man's neck. Immediately, the head flew high, but there was no scene of blood gushing out. There was only white liquid at the broken neck. Seeing the fallen body immediately turned into a ball of white liquid, Niji frowned slightly, White Zetsu? It's Uchiha Obito. When Konan asked him to carry out this mission, Niji felt strange at the time, and guessed that the mission was to investigate Shimura Danzo, and the real purpose was probably to investigate himself. He originally planned to refuse, but Niji suddenly thought that instead of being watched by others, it would be better to take the initiative to solve the trouble of Obito in one fell swoop. So, Niji took this mission later. What Niji didn't expect was that he thought Obito would take action when he entered the Land of Grass, but he didn't expect that Obito was under the surveillance of White Zetsu before he entered the Land of Grass. Although White Zetsu's combat power is very weak, its surveillance is very powerful. Its transformation technique cannot be recognized even by the most familiar people or perceptive ninjas, even his Byakugan is useless. Raising his foot to shatter the boat, Niji stepped on the water and quickly crossed the river to the land of grass. Half an hour later, Niji came to a cliff, which was the meeting place he and Kabuto Yakushi had agreed on. Next to the dark red stone, Niji saw the special mark left on it, looked around, and looked for Kabuto Yakushi. Since there was a mark, it meant that Kabuto Yakushi was here. "I'm here." The voice sounded, and Kabuto Yakushi walked out from behind the stone, tilted his head and looked at Niji and smiled, "I haven't seen you for a while. You are getting more and more famous in the ninja world. You are an S-level rebel ninja, with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Every time I hear it, even I can't help but be moved." Niji turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, only to see Kabuto Yakushi transformed into a Kusagaku urchin wearing glasses to meet him. "It's too bad to take it now. It won't be long before my head will increase again." Kabuto Yakushi shook his head and smiled, took out a scroll and handed it to Niji, and said seriously, "I can't leave for too long, otherwise Orochimaru will find it. This is the improved version I got during this period. Under Orochimaru's experimental research, the improved version is much stronger than the original version recorded on the sealing technique." Taking the scroll, Niji immediately started reading it. He had the original version of the immortal reincarnation in his hand, and he had studied it for a while. So Niji could understand all the information on it. Kabuto Yakushi was being modest. It was more than a lot. Orochimaru's improved version of the impure world reincarnation had fewer restrictions, and at the same time enhanced the control over the soul of the reincarnated person, and even had 2 fewer hand seals. It has to be said that in scientific research, no one in the ninja world can match Orochimaru, perhaps not as good as the forbidden technique maniac Senjo Tobirama. But the forbidden technique improved by Orochimaru is much stronger than the original version in both power and practicality. This scroll will be of great use to me. Putting away the scroll, Niji was in a very good mood and said, "It seems that you have gained a lot from Orochimaru during this period." Kabuto Yakushi didn't seem to have changed, but Niji could see clearly with his Byakugan that in addition to the chakra in his body, Kabuto Yakushi also had other people's chakra. Raising his hand to push up his eyes, Kabuto Yakushi raised the corners of his mouth. "After knowing the answer from you, the fog that shrouded my eyes has been dispersed. I have never been so clear about what I need to do and what my purpose is as now. This world is too chaotic, so there are so many pains all the time, and people like me appear every moment. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it's more exciting later." Chapter 72 You finish singing and I come on stage starting from Konoha as a villain. Like the tree in front of you, you have to cut it first, then cut off the branches and leaves, then peel off the bark and cut the shape, and finally it can become a usable board. Hearing this, Ninkai couldn't help but look deeply at Kabuto Yakushi. He hadn't seen him for a while, and Kabuto Yakushi had such a deep understanding. "So, you are ready? Are you ready?" Niji asked. "If I wasn't ready, I wouldn't be here," said Kabuto Yakushi. "It just so happens that I have something to ask of you," Niji said, taking out a scroll from his pocket and throwing it to Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi took the scroll, looked at Niji strangely, opened it, and saw the contents on it. Kabuto Yakushi's pupils suddenly shrank, a gleam of light flashed across his eyes, and he glanced around calmly. He flipped his hand and released the fire attribute chakra to destroy the scroll. Kabuto Yakushi said in a deep voice, "Although this matter is troublesome, it should be no problem. I'll wait for your news." Kabuto Yakushi nodded, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Seeing Kabuto Yakushi leave, Niji glanced at the dense forest behind him and used the instant body technique to leave the cliff. On a big tree less than 30 meters away from the cliff, Zetsu's upper body was exposed in the air, and his lower body was integrated with the tree. "He has discovered us," said Black Zetsu. "There is no way. The other party has the Byakugan. If the other party is prepared, it is difficult not to alert the surveillance him," said White Zetsu. Tell Obito that we can only monitor him. If we want to find out the secrets of him, he has to do it himself. Zetsu slowly sank into the trees, and the dense forest returned to silence again. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 73 Uchiha Banara is not dead starting from Konoha as a villain. The Land of Grass. In the new base of the route, Danzo was lying on a recliner, with a teapot on the small table next to him, looking very leisurely. Although he betrayed Konoha and became an S-level rebel wanted by the ninja world. But during this period of time, Danzo suddenly realized that this kind of life was suitable for him. Without the restraint of others, no need to act, he could do things according to his own ideas and develop his own strength unscrupulously. Even if he was not in Konoha, he could become the darkest sword of Konoha and sweep away the threats to Konoha in a more effective way. For example, the Land of Grass has been secretly rubbing against Konoha on the border issue, and has also been flirting with other major countries. Danzo has always wanted to solve it, but he has never had the chance. But now, he directly controls the top leaders of the Land of Grass, and the Land of Grass has become Konoha's most reliable ally overnight. Since finding a new goal in life, Danzo seemed to have a second spring, and the whole person became motivated. A Kusanagi suddenly appeared in front of Danzo, half knelt and said respectfully, "Sir, Orochimaru's liaison is here." His left eye opened, a touch of joy flashed across his face. Danzo quickly stood up and followed the Kusanagi to the outside of the base. Kabuto Yakushi, who had been waiting for a long time, was a little impatient. Since Danzo became a rebel ninja, his heirs have become bigger and bigger. At this time, Danzo finally appeared, accompanied by 2 root members, and came to the outside of the base to meet Kabuto Yakushi. "Did you bring what I want?" Danzo walked forward, without any nonsense, and got straight to the point. Kabuto Yakushi took out 2 scrolls from his pocket behind him. "Here are the things you want, one is the information, and the other is the 2 Sharinon you need, where is the money?" Danzo gave a look to the member next to him, who walked forward and took out a scroll. 100 million ryo, I put it all in here, Danzo said lightly. 1 hand for money and 1 hand for goods. His eyes reflected a ray of light, and Kabuto Yakushi said, throwing the 2 scrolls in his hand to the root in front of him. The root almost threw the scroll containing 100 million ryo to Kabuto Yakushi at the same time. Both parties took the scrolls at the same time, and Kabuto Yakushi put the scrolls in his pocket without even looking at them. This is not the first time they have traded with Danzo, and there will be more trading opportunities in the future. 100 million ryo is not a big number. Danzo is a smart man, and he will not sever the good cooperative relationship between the 2 parties because of a mere 100 million ryo. Kabuto Yakushi, who put away the scroll, looked up at Danzo Shimura who was checking the Sharinon, and suddenly said, "I have a message here, I wonder if Lord Danzo is interested." Danzo was stunned for a moment, neither agreeing nor refusing, and asked, "Is this your idea, or is it Orochimaru's idea?" "These are not important," Yakushi Kabuto smiled slightly, "what really matters is the content of the news." Danzo thought for a moment and asked, "What news?" "About Uchiha Madara," Yakushi Kabuto said slowly. "What?" He was shocked. Danzo never thought that the news that Kabuto Yakushi said was actually related to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, this name is rarely mentioned in the ninja world. He is not only a legend but also a fear. Uchiha Itake's contact person is him, so Danzo is not unfamiliar with the name Uchiha Madara. In addition to Uchiha Itake, there was also this man who called himself Uchiha Madara who destroyed the Uchiha clan that day. In addition, in the Ninetales riot, the death of the 4th Hokage also had traces of Uchiha Madara behind it. In the entire ninja world, only Uchiha Madara has the power to control the Ninetales. After the Uchiha clan was exterminated, Danzo has been investigating the news about Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Itake has been lurking in Akatsuki, and his biggest goal is to determine the identity of Uchiha Madara. But this guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara is buried too deep, and in the past few years, he has not been able to catch any handle. Why should I believe you? His mouth corners slightly raised. Kabuto Yakushi then took out a scroll from his pocket and said, 15 years ago, the place where Uchiha Madara's body was buried was struck by lightning, and Uchiha Madara's body was destroyed. But the truth behind this is that Lord Orochimaru stole Uchiha Madara's body to practice the impure world reincarnation. At this point, Kabuto Yakushi stopped, shook the scroll, and smiled. Lord Danzo, if you want to know the following content, you need 35 million taels. This time, Danzo did not hesitate at all and asked the route behind him to go to the base to get the money. Let alone 35 million taels, even if it was 100 million, Danzo would pay this much money. The importance of this news is not something that can be measured by money. Kabuto Yakushi, who got the money, said goodbye, turned around and left, disappearing in the base. Seeing Kabuto Yakushi disappear, Danzo opened the scroll in his hand. When he saw the information recorded on it, Danzo's face changed instantly. He quickly ordered the route members next to him, send a pigeon to pass the message to Konoha. After saying that, Danzo felt that this was not safe, and called back to his subordinates, wait, the pigeon is not safe, use a secret channel to notify the village, let them arrange Kakashi to come and bring the information back. Yes. Half an hour later, Konoha Hokage office. With the help of the wood release ninja Yamato, the destroyed Hokage office was quickly rebuilt, and Tsunade was lucky not to have to work under a tent. Tsunade picked up a large stack of documents with both hands, pressed her plump breasts tightly, and gave it to Shizune. Give these documents to Narashikaku. Shizune took the documents, sighed and walked out the door. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 73 Uchiha-ban is not dead _ starting from Konoha as a villain. Since Tsunade-sama became Hokage-sama, she has become busy as an assistant, dealing with a lot of things every day. Now she suddenly misses the free life of wandering around major casinos with Tsunade-sama and being chased by countless creditors. Bang! The door was pushed open suddenly, and Shizune and Tsunade were both startled. Tsunade frowned slightly, thinking, which bastard is so arrogant, I am the Hokage now. Looking up, I saw that the consultants Mitaman and Anyuta and Koharu walked in anxiously. What's going on? Tsunade asked subconsciously. The two consultants were so anxious. Would something happen again? She had just been the 5th Hokage for a week, and she would not be going down. Mizutaman walked quickly to Tsunade's desk, took out a scroll, and said anxiously, Tsunade, Danzo sent us a very important piece of information. Wait. Tsunade was furious and said in a deep voice, two consultants, have you forgotten that Shimura Danzo is an S-level rebel ninja, and you are still in close contact with Shimura Danzo now? After learning everything that happened from Jiraiya, besides Orochimaru, Tsunade wanted to kill Shimura Danzo the most. So the first thing Tsunade did when she took office was to sign the wanted order for S-level rebel Shimura Danzo. Now Mizutaman and Anyuta and Koharu are in close contact with Shimura Danzo without her knowledge, which means they don't take her, the Hokage, seriously at all. Tsunade, some things are not as simple as you think. Even we can't explain the things between Danzo and Hiruzen clearly, explained Yuta and Koharu, no matter what Danzo does, his attitude towards the village has never changed. It's just that his methods and ideas are a bit radical, just like this time. Anyway, we two old guys will tell you about Danzo later, but now Danzo has sent a message about the survival of the village. What news? Tsunade suppressed her anger. She wanted to hear how these two consultants would explain to her as the Hokage. Mitaman and Anyuta and Koharu looked at each other, and finally Mitaman said. The news that Uchiha Madara is alive. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 74 Obito begins action starting from Konoha as a villain. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, as if petrified. How is it possible? This news was so shocking that Tsunade was shocked beyond measure and did not react for a long time. After a long while, Tsunade, who had reacted, shook her head and said, "Impossible, Uchiha Madara cannot be alive. Grandfather fought with Uchiha Madara and killed Uchiha Madara in the Valley of the End with his own hands." This was confirmed by grandfather himself at that time. Second grandfather also used Uchiha Madara's body for research and was also very sure that Uchiha Madara was dead. As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade knew a lot of things that even the two consultants Mito Kato and did not know. After all, before the third Hokage, Konoha was under the control of the Senju clan. "That's right," Mizudaman Yan nodded and said, "it is precisely because we know this, and Uchiha Madara's body was destroyed by lightning, that we have not been able to determine who the other party is. Is it really Uchiha Madara?" "Wait." Tsunade raised her hand to stop Mizudaman Yan from speaking, and asked coldly, "Did you know from the beginning that Uchiha Madara was still alive?" Her sharp eyes like an eagle stared at the two consultants, and when she saw hesitation on their faces, Tsunade had the answer in her mind. Bang! With both hands slapping the table, Tsunade stood up suddenly and said angrily, "How many things have you hidden from me, the Hokage?" As a Hokage, there are so many things that she doesn't know, and the two consultants don't know them clearly. Tsunade feels that she is the most cowardly one among all the generations of Hokage. "Don't be angry, Tsunade," Yuditen Koharu smiled bitterly and persuaded, "some things are not deliberately hidden from you, except that you just took office as Hokage and didn't have time to tell you these things." Mizudaman Yan continued, "It's more for your own good. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will also continue. As Hokage, you are the leaf that lives in the sun. Some dark things should not be done by you, so let us old guys do it." This is the relationship between Danzo and Hiruzen. Hiruzen is the leaf that bathes in the sun, and Danzo is the root hidden in the dark. He has done many dark things that Hiruzen cannot do. Tsunade lowered her head and gritted her teeth with her hands clenched in fists. Tsunade raised her head suddenly and said angrily, "You old guys, I finally know why the village has become what it is now, bullshit darkness and sunshine. As a ninja, as a Hokage, isn't it just to carry things that ordinary people can't understand, and keep moving towards the goal? Does the Hokage have to bathe in the sun? Which idiot made this rule? This kind of bullshit rule will be broken from today, I want to know everything." Mizudaman Yan and Yuditen Koharu looked at each other and sighed at the same time. "Next, I will tell you all these things, and everything starts from the Uchiha clan." For the next half an hour, Tsunade listened carefully to the two consultants, from shock to anger, and finally numbness. Rubbing her eyebrows, Tsunade felt a pain in her head. For the first time, she regretted being a Hokage. It would be better not to know these things. Tsunade sighed and sighed, "You misunderstood the meaning of the second grandfather from the beginning. The second grandfather's original intention was to integrate and guide the power of the Uchiha clan to make contributions to the village, but I didn't expect this to happen. But there is no way, after all, there is not always someone like the grandfather who can suppress the love of the Uchiha clan's riot. Cut really, what's the point of me telling you old guys this? That is to say, it was the third Hokage's order for Uchiha Itachi to destroy the Uchiha clan, and it was also the third Hokage's order for him to sneak into Akatsuki alone. It's a pity for such a good ninja." Mito Kato and bowed his head and said, "Itachi has indeed endured a lot. It is precisely because of his existence that we have learned a lot of information about Akatsuki some time ago." "Okay, let's not talk about this for now." Tsunade waved her hand, picked up the scroll and read it carefully, "That is to say, Danzo now has information that can determine that Uchiha Madara is still alive. But he is afraid of information leakage, so he wants us to send someone to get it in person." "That's it," Yuditen Koharu replied. Tsunade looked up at Yuditen Koharu, continued to look at the scroll of the Uchiha clan genocide in her hand, and said lightly, "But why should I believe Danzo? He can collude with Orochimaru, that bastard, to kill Sarutobi teacher for the position of Hokage. I have reason to suspect that he is spreading false information, and he actually has other purposes." Mitaman and Yuta and Koharu seemed to have expected Tsunade to say so. They stood up at the same time and said, "We are willing to guarantee Danzo with our lives. If Danzo really does this, we will stop Danzo with our lives." Seeing that the two consultants had said so much, Tsunade knew that she could only try to believe Danzo now. Sighing, Tsunade fell back on the chair and asked, "Then who are you going to let go to get the information back?" Mitaman had obviously prepared the candidate long ago, and immediately said, "Kakashi is the most suitable person for this kind of thing. After all, he has been in the Umbu for many years. Although he hasn't done it for a while, there will be no problem if it is him." Tsunade glanced at the two consultants. "After all this time, you have even chosen the candidate, but it is the same as the one in my mind. Okay, let Kakashi go. It just so happens that he has no mission these 2 days." Tsunade and the others didn't know that the news had been known by Zetsu. In a cave somewhere, Obito heard the news brought by Zetsu and turned around in shock. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 74 Obito begins action starting from Konoha to be a villain. Are you sure? Obito confirmed again. If this news is true, it means that many plans will have to be changed for him. He can't hide in the dark and play the ninja world like before. The most important thing is the Moon Eye plan. If the ninja world knows that Uchiha Madara is not dead, then his Moon Eye plan will be greatly affected. Confirmed, Zetsu said seriously, "I heard it myself. Jimura Danzo has notified Konoha to go to the Land of Grass to get the intelligence scroll, and Konoha will send someone there soon." At this stage, the news that Uchiha Madara is alive cannot be spread, Obito said in a deep voice. The reason why he used the name Uchiha Madara to intimidate Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame, and used Nagato to control the Akatsuki organization. It's because these people don't know the true face of Uchiha Madara, and what they have mastered makes them believe it. But if it spreads throughout the ninja world, if someone tries it, they will immediately find out that he is not the so-called Uchiha Madara. Once Nagato knows that he is not Uchiha Madara, he will never obey his orders, including Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi. He can make the three people obey his orders because he is under the name of Uchiha Madara. This is why he has never dared to publicize the name Uchiha Madara. It's okay to use it in a small range, but it will definitely reveal flaws if it is used in a large range. No matter what, his existence cannot be leaked for the time being. Everything is not ready yet, and Akatsuki has just been established. They are about to start capturing the tailed beasts, and there must be no problems at this critical juncture. Shimura Danzo must die, and Konoha's contact person must also be killed. Obito muttered to himself, put on the orange-yellow vortex mask, and a cold light appeared in his single eye. Chapter 75 Cooperation against Madara starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the grass country. Ninkai looked at Danzo in front of him and the root members behind him with interest. I thought that Danzo had a good life during this period. In addition to several roots who followed him to rebel against Konoha, Danzo also gathered a lot of ninjas from the grass village. Hinata Niji, you dare to show up alone. I don't know whether to say you are brave or arrogant. Danzo's face was full of anger and his eyes were cold. He did not hide his murderous intent towards Nisi at all. It was all because of this brat in front of him that he not only lost his position as Hokage forever, but also became an S-rank rebel ninja, and now he has become a person despised by everyone in the village. His reputation was ruined in one day, and now everyone in the village, from top to bottom, hates him to the bone. Whenever he thought of this, Danzo would think of Nisi's hateful smile, and he wanted to cut Nisi into pieces. Seeing Nisi at this moment, it can be said that the enemy is particularly jealous when meeting. He did not kill Nisi immediately, which is enough to show that Danzo has a firm will. Even if he controls the grass country now, for Danzo, he doesn't look down on 10 grass countries. If possible, he would rather use the entire grass country to exchange everything he had before. With a chuckle, Nisi said, "If you don't plot against me, don't push me to the forefront, and don't send people to kill me on the way back to the village, you won't fall into this situation now. We can only say that we are the same. You made me a rebel ninja, and I made you a rebel ninja, you and I are even." Sharp-tongued. Danzo snorted, murderously saying, "You fell into my trap today, saving me a lot of effort. Want to catch me? You and your men are not enough. I am not here to fight with you today, but to make a deal with you, a deal that is beneficial to both you and me," Niji said, taking out a scroll and throwing it to Danzo. Danzo did not reach out to take it, but a root jonin next to him took it, and after confirming that it was correct, he handed it to Danzo. Seeing this scene, Niji despised Danzo in his heart. This old guy was so careful to take a scroll. The more afraid of death, the faster he will die. After reading the scroll on the scroll, Danzo's face suddenly sank, looked up at Niji, and asked in a deep voice, "How do you prove what you said? I haven't been doing nothing in Akatsuki these days." Niji had known that Danzo would do this, and had already prepared a response in his mind. He continued, "As for whether it is true or not, you won't believe me even if I show you the evidence. You only believe what you see. You are quite self-aware," Danzo sneered. "So I just give you a chance to find the truth with your own eyes." Niji crossed his arms, his feet suspended in the air, and said, "Compared to him, I am simply not worth mentioning. Since you want to know the answer, go by yourself. Anyway, I have given you everything. As for whether to go or not, it is your decision." The he that Niji was talking about was naturally Obito, who pretended to be Uchiha Madara. Because he was worried that the conversation between him and Danzo would be overheard, Niji used he instead. In the scroll that Niji just gave Danzo, he specifically explained it, so Danzo knew who the he Niji was talking about. This guy can actually fly. Danzo saw Niji's feet leave the ground, his pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately waved his hands behind his back, making a stop gesture. Originally, he planned to kill Niji first, and then go find the answer himself, but now it seems that it is not possible. Yes, although Niji is not very old, he is very mature and experienced. If he is not fully prepared, he will never come alone. Danzo frowned and asked in confusion, "Why do you want to cooperate with me? His ability is a bit tricky. I don't have the ability to restrain him, but you do, so I want to cooperate with you," Niji explained lightly. Hearing this, Danzo subconsciously raised his hand and touched right eye. The ability that Niji mentioned should be the Kota Amatsukami of his right eye. How did he know all this? Danzo asked again in his heart. After saying that, Niji used the sky dance technique to soar into the sky, turning into a small black dot and disappearing at the end. At the same time, at the border of the Land of Fire, Kakashi led 2 Umbu Jonin to the border. Kakashi suddenly stopped and turned to the confused Umbu Jonin next to him and said, "I know that in addition to assisting me, you also want to monitor me." The 2 Umbu Jonin didn't speak, and their faces covered by masks couldn't see their expressions, but they didn't speak, which was a default. With the answer he wanted, Kakashi said again, "Before entering the Land of Grass, there is something I must explain. This mission is extremely important, so I hope we can be honest enough about this matter. After entering the Land of Grass, no matter what happens, you must obey my orders." The 2 Umbu looked at each other and nodded, "Okay, Kakashi, Jonin." After dealing with the 2 Umbu, Kakashi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The next thing is the most troublesome. It's Danzo, Akatsuki, and Uchiha Madara. Each of them is not simple. They are at least S-level rebels. As for Uchiha Madara, he is a legendary ninja. This kind of monster may be alive. Just thinking about it makes Kakashi feel a headache. Since the Chunin exam, the tranquility of the ninja world seems to be broken by an invisible force. Everything happened so suddenly and without any signs. Now even the legendary ninja has emerged. How many secrets are hidden in this ninja world? Kakashi doesn't know, but what happened in this month is more exciting than what he has experienced in his life. But it's too exciting. His small body can't bear it. I hope I can come back alive. Kakashi's figure flashed, and the next second, he had crossed the border. Grass country, Mirror Lake. The lake is as its name suggests, the lake surface is as calm as a smooth mirror, clear and bright. This is where Danzo and Kakashi traded intelligence. At this moment, Niji was lying on a stone by the lake board, looking at the cloudless blue sky. Niji, who seemed to be leisurely, was predicting what would happen next in his mind. His goal was to prevent Obito from using the name of Uchiha Spinara to sneak around behind the scenes. He wanted Obito to appear in the foreground, attract everyone's attention, and cause chaos in the ninja world. Solve Obito's problem, and he will have time to do another very important thing for him. During this time, he has arranged for Kabuto Yakushi to help him find a passage to the moon. Unfortunately, the progress is slow. Without time and place, it is too difficult to find a passage to the moon across hundreds of years. But he must do this thing, let the Byakugan evolve into the Samsara Eye. For Niji, it not only means to evolve the Byakugan and gain stronger power, but also to completely solve the caged bird on his forehead. No matter how mysterious the bird in the cage is, it is only chakra. Ninkai does not believe that the power of the Otsutsuki clan cannot solve the bird in the cage. If you like to start from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 76 Bastard Kakashi _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Swoosh. Kakashi's figure flashed and appeared alone at the edge of the Mirror Lake. Are you here? At the same time as Kakashi appeared, Ninkai also sensed Kakashi, sat up suddenly, and looked at Kakashi in the distance. Ninkai showed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. One of the protagonists has arrived, and now he is waiting for the other protagonist to appear. As soon as the voice fell, Ninkai looked to the northwest, and he appeared in red cloud and black clothes. It seems that Kakashi has been followed from the beginning, otherwise Obito would not have appeared so quickly. Kakashi just arrived and Obito appeared right after him. The big show is coming. Niji quickly stepped back. If he missed the big show because of his appearance, he would be a sinner. At this moment, Obito, who came to Mirror Lake, frowned. Why is it Kakashi? For Obito, it doesn't matter who Konoha village sends. He can kill even the teacher and the master's wife without mercy. Except Kakashi. When he saw that it was Kakashi, the strong murderous aura on Obito's body dissipated most of it. At this moment, Zetsu emerged from the ground, looked at Obito and said, "So many years have passed, he is still so important in your heart." "No," Obito retorted, "when Lin died, he also died in my heart. Killing him is just a matter of convenience for me." "Then what are you waiting for?" Zetsu asked, his face full of teasing. Obito lowered his head and glared at Zetsu, scolding, "When is it your turn to take care of me, Zetsu? It's up to you, I just hope you remember that if you let him go today, everything may be in vain," Zetsu said lightly. After that, he dived into the ground again and disappeared. Afei lowered his head, then slowly raised it, his eyes no longer hesitated, a flash of blood-red light flashed, and the three Megadama Sharingan turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi, who was waiting for the contact person, didn't know that the person sent by Danzo had been killed. Suddenly, Kakashi felt the pupil power of his left eye fluctuate. Kakashi raised his hand to cover his left eye, doubtful, and said to himself, "Why did the left eye suddenly move? This is the first time since I got this eye." Just when Kakashi was puzzled, suddenly, the void in front of him twisted, and Obito's figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's body tensed up instantly, and he looked at Obito in front of him wearing an Akatsuki uniform and a mask. Is it time-space ninjutsu? Could this guy be Uchiha's Banara? Sure enough, he was monitored since he entered the land of grass. The other party knew that he wanted to get information from Danzo. The other party's appearance here now means that the people arranged by Danzo are likely to be killed by him. Hey, take Kakashi, you have a pair of extremely insightful eyes. You can have your current reputation thanks to the power of our Uchiha. A rough voice came out of Obito's mouth, and he changed his voice to Madara's voice. The power of the Uchiha clan is indeed strong, and strong power only makes sense in the right hands. Kakashi said as he slowly moved the forehead protector up, revealing the Sharingan that was covered, and the three-wheeled Megatama slowly rotated in the red eyeball. Whether the opponent is Uchiha's Madara or not, he can't be underestimated if he can use the space-time ninjutsu just now, and must be treated with all his strength. Obito's face hidden under the mask showed a trace of disdain, and said, "Power is power, and the right person is just a ridiculous rhetoric. You only have the Sharingan that belongs to our Uchiha clan, and I will take it back. I'm sorry, this eye was entrusted to me by my friend. If you want to get this eye, you must die," Kakashi said in a deep voice. The pupils suddenly contracted, and the murderous aura in Obito's eyes dissipated for the most part in an instant. Niji, who was hiding in the dark, looked anxious. After talking for a long time, you didn't see you take action, and you even praised each other for business. Obito, you can't do this. Kakashi, if he is not stupid, can see that you are not Uchiha Bada. How can Uchiha Bada tell Kakashi so much here with his style of doing things? Obviously, Niji's guess is correct. Kakashi is already convinced that the person in front of the 9th floor is not Uchiha Bada. But who else could it be if it is not Uchiha Bada? Since the Uchiha clan was exterminated by Uchiha Itachi, only Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are left in the Uchiha clan. The ability of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan is not space-time ninjutsu. In addition to Itachi, he and Danzo have Mangekyo Sharingan, but Shimura Danzo's right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan has the ability of Kota Amatsu Kami. Only his Sharingan is space-time ninjutsu, and from the information provided by the 5th Hokage, Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan ability is not space-time ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Kakashi asked, "You are not Uchiha Madara, who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you can't leave here alive." Obito saw that Kakashi had seen through him and he was not Uchiha Madara, so he stopped delaying and rushed towards Kakashi. Swish swish! Kakashi raised his hand and threw 2 kunao at Obito, but Obito's speed did not slow down at all, and he let the kunao pass through his body while approaching Kakashi. He clenched his right fist and blasted out, attacking Kakashi's left eye Sharingan, but Kakashi was faster, holding the kunao and stabbing Obito's chest like lightning. At such a close distance, he could not dodge even at a fast speed, and Obito launched Kamui again, sending his chest into another space to avoid Kakashi's attack, and Kakashi passed through Obito's body under inertia. At the moment Kakashi passed through, Obito made a lightning-fast move and hit Kakashi's head. Chapter 76 Bastard Kakashi starting from Konoha to be a villain. Puff. Kakashi's body turned into a puff of white smoke. Shadow clone. Obito's face suddenly changed. At this moment, Kakashi emerged from the ground and appeared behind Obito, holding a kunao and stabbing Obito's chrysanthemum. Konohagakuer secret body technique secret kunao 1000 years of killing. Bastard Kakashi, this trick again. Obito couldn't help cursing when he noticed the attack from behind. He couldn't help but recall that he had been injured by this move when fighting Kakashi. The pain was like 1000 years of death. He couldn't get out of bed for 3 days and didn't dare to eat. While cursing, Obito's skills were not slow, even faster than any time before. He quickly used Kamui to virtualize his body and disappeared from the spot. He appeared 10 meters away again. "I actually failed." Kakashi's tone was full of regret. Although the 1,000 Years of Death was only an E-level physical technique, it was hard to defend against. Few ninjas would defend against the chrysanthemum. And it was so powerful that once it hit, even the strongest ninja would be in extreme pain. The reason why Kakashi's father, Heitake Sakumo, was called the White Fang of Konoha was because of the terrifying lethality of the 1,000 Years of Death. Standing up and looking at Obito, Kakashi analyzed, "You make your body virtual at the moment of attack, and make it substantial when attacking. No matter how exquisite your ninjutsu looks, it is essentially the time-space ninjutsu of your Mangekyo Sharingan. After confirming this, it is not difficult to understand the secret of your ninjutsu. Your Mangekyo Sharingan should allow the body to transfer between the real space and the alien space, so you can avoid attacks." As expected, it was Heitake Kakashi who discovered the secret so quickly. "But even if you knew, you are no match for me." As soon as the voice fell, Obito rushed towards Kakashi at a very fast speed. Chapter 77 Who Are You Becoming a Villain from Konoha. So fast. Obito's speed increased instantly. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Kakashi. He didn't have time to be shocked. Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands. Zhou Shen. It must be said that Kakashi's seal-forming speed is also very fast. Although it is not as fast as attack is 6 in 1 second, Kakashi can do 5 in 1 second. It is precisely because of this hand seal-forming speed combined with the Sharingan that Kakashi is called the Copy Ninja. Reikari! Kakashi shouted, and lightning appeared in his right hand. The azure lightning flashed like fireworks. Wrapped in lightning, Kakashi's right hand turned into a sharp sword. Lightning burst out with dazzling light, and in an instant, Kakashi stabbed Obito's throat with his right hand, as fast as lightning. Niji, who was hiding in the dark, muttered to himself, "Is this Reikari? I heard that Kakashi used this trick to cut off lightning." In the ninja world, there are very few ninjutsu that can be called S-level. Even the forbidden technique of the multiplication detonation tag is only A-level. S-level ninjutsu is extremely rare. S-level ninjutsu is different from other ninjutsu. Even if you pay more talent and effort, it is not a super ninjutsu that can be learned. Usually, some specific conditions or special abilities are required to master it. Those who can master an S-level ninjutsu are well-known strongmen in the whole ninja world. Not to mention the creation of S-level ninjutsu. Kakashi is recognized by the ninja world as a genius ninja, and it is not a false reputation. Kami. With his pupil power activated, Obito's entire upper body instantly became ethereal, avoiding Kakashi's Reikari. When the two figures crossed, Obito immediately turned around, and his 5 fingers bent like eagle claws to grab Kakashi's head. If he was caught by this move, with Obito's finger strength, it would be enough to easily crush a person's skull. But Kakashi was faster than Obito. Because Kakashi did not turn around, he fell back directly, and his right hand burst out with stronger lightning, striking Obito. Crack! With a crisp sound, half of Obito's mask on his face was cut off, and the place where it was cut off was exactly the right cheek of Obito that was disfigured. Sure enough, Kakashi is strong when facing a strong person, and weak when facing a weak person. Seeing that Obito's mask was actually cut off, Niji, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked and couldn't help but sigh. It's useless to find anyone to deal with Obito. Even if Nagato takes action himself, it's hard to say if he meets Obito. Even if he may not be afraid of Obito, it is impossible to expose Obito's identity in a head-on battle. Obito's Kamui is really difficult to deal with, unless you have the speed of the 4th Hokage. But if it's Kakashi, it will definitely work. Niji once again admired his own wisdom for arranging everything so perfectly. Although Kabuto Yakushi contributed a lot to it, it was also his idea. In the dark, Zetsu did not leave. When he saw Obito's face showing, Black Zetsu couldn't help but curse. Obito, this idiot, can't even deal with a senior ninja in Konoha. How could it be? When Kakashi saw Obito's scarred face, he was stunned and couldn't believe it. At this moment, a familiar face suddenly appeared in his mind, as if it overlapped with the one in front of him. Impossible, impossible! Kakashi shook his head like a rattle, he couldn't believe his eyes. With the Mangekyo Sharingan that possessed the space-time ninjutsu, and the injured right face, especially the familiar eyes, Kakashi could only think of one person who could fit these. Nothing is impossible. Obito's voice was no longer as indifferent as before, and it seemed to be full of stories in his deep voice. It turned out that he could face Kakashi indifferently when he was hiding under the mask, but now half of his face was exposed, and Obito couldn't face Kakashi indifferently when facing his true face. As soon as the voice fell, Obito stepped on his feet and came to Kakashi at a speed that increased dramatically. Thunder! With a plop, Kakashi half knelt on the ground, sweating all over his head, and the lightning wrapped in his right hand quickly dissipated. Reikari has been used for too long, and the chakra is not enough. At this moment, Obito's hand has already pressed on Kakashi's shoulder, and Kamui is activated synchronously, and the space begins to distort. Being able to see each other before death is also the best ending between you and me. The space distorted Kakashi, and under an irresistible force, Kakashi was taken into the Kamui space by Obito. Who are you? In the last second of being sucked into the Kamui space, Kakashi looked up at Obito and asked, with a hint of pleading in his tone. No blue at the critical moment. Niji was extremely helpless. Although he knew that Kakashi had a small amount of chakra, what Niji did not expect was that Kakashi actually lacked blue at this time. Well, Kakashi has done what he should do, and now it's his turn to appear, and Danzo has just arrived. From today on, Uchiha Madara is really a legend. Ninkai's mouth corners slightly raised, he stood up and came out from behind the stone where he was hiding. At the same time, on the other side, not far away, Shimura Danzo also came out from the dark, and he also saw Kakashi fighting with Obito. After seeing Kakashi smash Obito's mask, revealing a scarred face, Shimura Danzo's last trace of the suspicion disappeared. The Uchiha Madara in front of him was a fake. The real Uchiha Shimura Danzo had seen it with his own eyes. Although he had only seen it a few times, he was a man who was extremely domineering and arrogant. Anyone who saw it once would never forget it. When Niji and Danzo appeared, Obito immediately found the two men. When he turned around and saw that it was Niji and Danzo, Obito reacted instantly. He had been calculated from the beginning. When Orochimaru's subordinate Kabuto Yakushi met Danzo, it was the beginning of the whole calculation. The mastermind behind it was either Danzo or Niji. This chapter is not finished yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha Shuhage. Chapter 77 Who are you starting from Konoha as a villain? But there is something Obito can't figure out. This plan requires a premise, that is, the other party can be sure that he will know the conversation between Danzo and Kabuto Yakushi. Where did Ninkai get the certainty? At this moment, Danzo performed the instant body technique and came in front of Obito. You are not Uchiha Madara. Just now it was really a good show. Ninkai appeared on the stone next to him almost at the same time, and smiled. Danzo, I didn't lie to you, let you watch a good show. It was really a good show. Now many things are revealed. Uchiha Madara is still dead. I didn't expect so many people in the ninja world to be played by a little Uchiha kid. Danzo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Danzo is a smart man and a veteran in playing tricks, so when he saw half of Obito's face, he immediately realized that Uchiha-ban was indeed dead, but before his death, Uchiha-ban found an heir and used his name to be active in the ninja world. As for why Uchiha-ban did this, he was dead and still did this, there must be a bigger secret behind it. As long as he caught the Uchiha clan kid in front of him, Danzo had a way to get the secret out of his mouth. Faced with such a situation, Obito was not panicked at all, but looked at Niji calmly. Sure enough, Hyaga Niji, I knew you were not simple. I wanted to use this mission to see you clearly, but I didn't expect that you would not only discover you, but also turn the tables on me. But do you know what it means to do this today? As a member of Akatsuki, you calculated your companions. From today on, you will be hunted down by Akatsuki and major ninja villages at the same time, and there will be no place for you in the ninja world. Niji pursed his lips in disdain, saying, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Although I'm a little famous in the ninja world, I'm still far behind you, the heir of Uchiha-ban. The 5 major ninja villages are more interested in you than me. The heir of Uchiha-ban is a huge treasure trove. As for Pain and Konan, if they knew that the so-called Uchiha-ban was just a guy who borrowed the name, they would be the ones who wanted to kill you the most." Obito was furious, with anger burning in his eyes, but he had to admit that what Niji said was true. Once the events of today were leaked, it would be a devastating blow to him. The Akatsuki who was pushing from behind would immediately turn the gun around and aim it at him. He was able to suppress Nagato and Konan largely because of the name of Uchiha Madara. Without this name, Nagato would not have listened to his orders as a Konoha Chunin, and would have hunted him down. The 5 major ninja villages will also take action. As the successor of Uchiha Madara, everyone knows that he is a huge treasure trove. Whether it is his body or the ninjutsu he knows, it is a treasure for any village. So everyone here will die today. Only the dead will not reveal the secret. Chapter 78 Cracking Kota Amatsukami Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Beside the mirror lake. Obito's eyes were murderous, and he attacked Niji without saying a word. There was no need to say anything to the dead. When Niji saw Obito coming directly towards him, he wondered why Obito attacked him but ignored Danzo next to him. Suddenly thinking of something, Niji looked at Danzo, his pupil power burst out, and he found that Danzo's right eye hidden under the bandage was condensing a lot of chakra. Sure enough, Niji's guess was correct, it was Danzo who was doing it in secret. When he showed up, Danzo had already used Kota Amatsukami on Obito, modifying Obito's will and magnifying Obito's anger towards him. That's why Obito attacked Niji as if he couldn't see Danzo, and didn't care that Danzo was standing by. Seeing Obito coming in front of him, Niji didn't choose to fight, and quickly withdrew. Obito's Kamui was a little abnormal, and none of his skills could break Obito's Kamui. Fighting against Obito was just a waste of chakra and energy. And Danzo was watching him covetously. If he fought with Obito, wouldn't he fall into Danzo's trap? Both of them would be hurt, and Danzo would benefit. After getting rid of Obito's entanglement, Niji used the flying technique to rise from the ground and floated dozens of meters above the ground. High in the sky. Danzo and Obito looked at Niji in the air at the same time, their faces suddenly became ugly. Niji could fly, and their attacks could not reach this height, which means that they could only watch Niji helpless. Flying is also an invincible defense for Hokage. Niji crossed his arms and floated in the air, and said contemptuously, "Danzo, you are really shameless. You secretly used Kota Amatsukami to control me and the descendants of Uchiha Madara. Hyaga Niji, you are an S-level rebel ninja, but you actually said such ridiculous words. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy. This is a world where the weak are preyed on by the strong. The world will only remember your success and choose to forget the unknown scandals behind you." As he spoke, Danzo raised his right hand and began to unlock the seal on his right hand. When the last word was finished, the seal on his right hand was also unlocked, and the yellow metal block fell to the ground. Raising his right hand covered with white Sharingan, Danzo slowly raised his head, a flash of cold light flashed across, and he said in a cold voice, "Today, I will kill you two behind the scenes who disturbed the ninja world here." The moment the voice sounded, Danzo's figure flashed, and he performed the instant body technique to appear behind Obito. His left hand condensed a large amount of wind chakra, and the chakra extended from his fingers and turned into a sharp wind sword, piercing into Obito's back. Puff! The piercing red blood splashed in the air, and the wind sword pierced from the back and emerged from the heart. The wind chakra was extremely sharp. The moment it entered Obito's chest, it turned into countless tiny wind chakra knives, completely crushing Obito's internal organs. In midair, Niji saw this scene and said disdainfully, "Idiot." He really thought that he could kill Obito with Koda Amatsukami. Obito is different from him. This guy is also a cheater. In an instant, he went directly from the 2 Megatama to the Mangekyo Sharinon. The second pillar next door, seeing his parents and the whole family die tragically, angrily opened a Megatama. Obito is extremely talented. After Madara faked his death and went into hiding in the Valley of the End, he has been secretly paying attention to the Uchiha clan and selecting an heir who meets his requirements. Obito stood out from the Uchiha clan and was chosen by Madara. This alone can prove that Obito is extraordinary. Not only the Sharinon, Obito's body is perfectly integrated with Hashirama's cells, and he comprehends the powerful wood release secret technique on his own. The same is true for Yamato next door. He survived from 60 experimental subjects and possessed the wood release secret technique, and his greatest use is indeed to build houses. It is precisely because of the perfect fusion with Hashirama's cells that Obito minimized the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharinon and used the feeling of the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. At the same time, before his death, Madara also taught Obito the Uchiha clan's forbidden techniques and various secret techniques, including yin-yang release ninjutsu. Koda Amatsukami is indeed very powerful, but Niji believes that Obito definitely has a way to crack Koda Amatsukami. Just as Niji expected, Danzo, who killed Obito with his own hands, had no time to get excited. Obito, who fell to the ground like a hardwood, suddenly twisted and disappeared out of thin air. In the moment of disappearance, Obito appeared behind Danzo, and his right hand pierced Danzo's chest in the same way that Danzo killed him. The blood-stained right hand broke out of the chest, pinching a bloody heart, which was still beating. "In my eyes, you are just a pitiful and shameless dead man. Do you really think you can master the power of the Uchiha clan? Even if you use Hashirama's cells, you are not a Uchiha clan, and you will never be able to exert the true power of Koda Amatsukami." A faint voice sounded, and Obito squeezed slightly. Puff! With a light sound, the heart burst like a broken watermelon, and the blood splashed like a blooming blood flower. The void twisted again, and the dead Danzo disappeared like Obito, and appeared out of thin air far away from Obito. Obito frowned and whispered, "Izanagi." He even knew this forbidden technique. It seems that on the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination, Danzo not only obtained the Uchiha clan's Sharinon, but also obtained many secrets of the Uchiha clan. Since Izanagi almost exterminated the Uchiha clan, the clan leader at that time sealed Izanagi up. Over the years, only the clan leader knew this forbidden technique. If Itaki hadn't done it himself that day, it would have been a very troublesome thing to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. As Niji guessed, Obito had a way to crack Koda Amatsukami. After all, Danzo was not from the Uchiha clan, and the Koda Amatsukami he used could only be regarded as a weakened version. When used on Obito, who also had the Mangekyo Sharinon and Hashirama's cells, the power was greatly weakened. Koda Amatsukami did affect Obito, but the impact was limited. Chapter 78 Cracking Koda Amatsukami starting from Konoha to become a villain. At the same time as Obito was killed, the influence of Koda Amatsukami was also lifted, and the forbidden technique Izanagi that had been set in the left eye was triggered. Danzo lost. Although Danzo only used Izanagi once and had 9 more opportunities to use Izanagi, Koda Amatsukami, which Obito feared the most, was gone. In other words, Danzo no longer had any means to deal with Obito, and his means of attack were useless in front of Obito's hollowed-out Kamui. In this case, Danzo would have 9 chances to revive, and even if he had 99 chances, he would be consumed bit by Obito. I thought Danzo would be more powerful, but I didn't expect Danzo to have so few moves. After using Koda Amatsukami, he would be defeated by Obito. God is useless. It seems that I have to rely on him in the end. Niji muttered to himself. During the time when Niji was thinking, Danzo consumed Izanagi twice, and he only had 7 chances to use Izanagi. At this time, Danzo finally realized how difficult Obito's Kamui was. Danzo, who was full of confidence when he appeared, panicked. At this speed, he would be killed. Why haven't Yamanaka Wind and Aber Meitagen come yet? Danzo thought anxiously. Danzo used the transformation technique to follow the ninjas on the mission to leave the base, so White Zetsu didn't find Danzo. But Danzo was an old fox who was familiar with conspiracy and calculation. How could he not have a backup plan when he was alone? Aber Meitagen and Yamanaka Wind had already led a group of ninjas to leave the base a few days ago and ambushed near Mirror Lake. When he took action, Aber Meitagen and Yamanaka Wind would lead people to support him. The plan is good, but it doesn't mean it can be realized. Zetsu also arranged a large number of White Zetsu to lurk nearby, and Danzo's reinforcements are facing the slaughter of the White Zetsu led by Afei. At this moment, Danzo has only one chance to survive. Looking up at Ninkai floating in the air, Danzo shouted in a deep voice. Hyaga Ninkai, if you are still watching the show in the sky, after he is killed, the next person to die will be you. Chapter 79 Kakashi and Obito start from Konoha to be a villain. Between reality and fantasy, Danzo resurrected again. This is the 4th time he has used Izanagi, and 4 of the 10 Sharingan on his arm are closed forever at the same time. Hearing Danzo's words, Niji didn't say anything, nor did he intervene. He just fell from the air, stood on a stone in the distance, and watched the two fight. Danzo wanted him to help, and the two of them joined forces to deal with Obito at the same time. The idea was good, but Niji didn't intend to cooperate with Danzo. From the beginning, Danzo had the idea of solving him and Obito together. Similarly, Niji's so-called cooperation with Danzo was just to lure Danzo here and use Obito's hand to kill Danzo. Now Danzo is facing Obito's attack, and can only wait for Izanagi to run out little by little. This is the situation that Niji wants to see. How can Niji save Danzo? Obito saw Danzo asking Niji for help, and he was secretly alert in his heart, but who knew that Niji had no intention of intervening at all, but watched the show from the side. Although it was unclear why Niji did this, Obito knew that this was a good opportunity to kill Danzo. The attack became more and more intense, like a storm. With the hollowing of the divine power, Obito hit Danzo again and again. Without the information about Obito's Kamui, Danzo was defeated step by step. Even if he had the information about Kamui, he would have no way to face Obito's Kamui with his strength. So far, there are only 2 people who can break Obito's Kamui. One is the 4th generation Hokage Minato Namikaze who relies on the extreme speed of the ninja world, and the other is Kakashi who also has the Kamui Sharingan. Soon, Danzo used Izanagi 9 times under Obito's attack. Only one Sharingan was still open on his arm, which means he still has one chance to use Izanagi. Hoo-hoo! Danzo was panting, his face was pale, and he looked like he had consumed too much chakra. Izanagi consumes a lot of chakra. Even if he transplanted an arm made of Hashirama's cells, the chakra in his body was not enough to support it if he used Izanagi 9 times continuously. Now he only has enough chakra to use Izanagi once. But he has not even touched the corner of Obito's clothes so far. Danzo was filled with grief and indignation. He has fought for his whole life. Over the past few decades, he has fought against hundreds of ninjas, if not thousands, and has encountered many bloodline limits. But he has never felt so frustrated as today. Any attack is useless. He can only passively take the beating. If it weren't for the 10 Izanagi, he would have died at the hands of the opponent. At this moment, Danzo regretted that he should not have come here. He still had so many ambitions that had not been realized, but he was going to die here today. A trace of greed flashed in Obito's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Danzo, you have no way to escape, I will take Shisui's eyes. For the sake of the ninja world and Konoha, I will never let you live." Danzo shouted, and he had already made up his mind. He tore off his clothes, and a black sealing technique appeared on his chest. He knew that he would die today. Since he was going to die, he would drag this guy who inherited Uchiha Madara's dark will with him, which was also considered to be a big harm for Konoha before he died. Unfortunately, Hyuga Niji was too far away to seal him at the same time. Inner 4-symbol seal. A large amount of blood spurted out of Danzo's body, and the inner 4-symbol seal engraved on his body expanded in a spherical shape, with a range of 20 meters in diameter centered on Danzo. Obito recognized the sealing technique used by Danzo at first glance, and quickly used Kamui to hide in the Kamui space. "Hiruzen, it's my turn this time, just as you sacrificed your life to protect Konoha." A black light flashed, and everything in the black sphere was sealed in Danzo's body, and a huge deep pit appeared on the ground. In the last obsession and unwillingness, Danzo died on the spot. Seeing the deep pit in the distance, Niji thought, it's not as good as before. But it must be admitted that Danzo is a hero, who is not afraid of death. At the last moment, he still wanted to take Obito away with his death, although he only took away a pile of soil. Danzo's body lay quietly at the bottom of the deep pit. Obito showed a hint of anger in his eyes. Shisui's eyes were very useful to him. Unexpectedly, at the moment of death, Danzo actually sealed Shisui's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Obito turned his head and looked at Niji. Now there was only this kid left. As long as he was dealt with, everything would be back on track. Feeling Obito's murderous eyes, Niji smiled slightly and said, "If you want to kill me, you may have to solve another problem first." Before Obito could speak, suddenly, Obito felt a strange movement in the Kamui space, and then the space in front of Obito twisted, and Kakashi escaped from the Kamui space. "Is that so?" Kakashi, who returned to the real world, muttered to himself, stood up, and looked at Obito, who still had half of his mask in front of him. With both hands clenched into fists, Kakashi was in a dilemma and asked, "Are you really Obito?" Hearing Kakashi shout out this familiar name, the dusty memory was instantly revealed, echoing in his mind like a movie. Ninja school. It was dusk, and the sky was red as if it was burning. His first meeting with Kakashi was not pleasant, and the two almost fought. Later he met Lin, the kindest and gentlest girl in the world. He fell in love with her at first sight, but it was a pity that Lin seemed to be more interested in Kakashi. Then they graduated from Genin at the same time, and Minato became their instructor. The three of them carried out missions together and became stronger together. Although he quarreled with Kakashi every time, Lin would appear to persuade them. Lin was like a sun, warming his heart and illuminating his world. Chapter 79 Kakashi and Obito starting from Konoha to become a villain. However, Lin died at the hands of his most important partner. The sun disappeared, the world became a hell, and he lived in a hell full of darkness and blood. Every night he would wake up from his sleep, and every night he would have the same dream, dreaming of everything that happened that day. So he wanted to create a world with Lin. Kakashi. The hoarse voice crossed the long river of time, crossed the fetters, and crossed 14 years to sound in Kakashi's ears again. Kakashi was stunned and trembling all over. "Asshole, face me with your real face." The next second, Kakashi reacted and rushed to Obito with a curse, punching the remaining left mask of Obito. Obito did not dodge, and let Kakashi's fist fall on his face. Crack! The mask broke, revealing Obito's true face, a face full of desolate cheeks. Seeing this familiar yet unfamiliar face, Kakashi was shocked. His feet retreated one after another. Obito stabilized his steps, reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then raised his head to look at Kakashi. "I have always wanted to punch you, but I didn't expect you to punch me first." "Why?" Kakashi clenched his fists and shouted, "Since you are alive, why don't you show up and become the so-called successor of Uchiha Madara?" He couldn't believe his eyes. For more than 10 years, he thought that his lifelong friend, Obito, was still alive in this world. This kind of thing cannot be described in words. Kakashi's mood was mixed at the moment, and his mind was in chaos. For Lin, Obito said lightly. Kakashi's voice stopped abruptly, and he was speechless, because he killed Lin with his own hands. P.S. There were some things in the past 2 days, which caused the update to be messy. I apologize to all readers. I will resume the update today. Chapter 80 Instant Movement _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Under Niji's intervention, Kakashi and Obito met 3 years earlier. This team of close friends suddenly met in such a situation after 14 years, and both Kakashi and Obito were caught off guard. For a while, the two had infinite words in their mouths, but they didn't know how to say them. Obito always thought that after 14 years, Kakashi was no longer a thing in his heart. But today, after seeing Kakashi in his true colors, Obito realized that he had only been deceiving himself all these years. I have been watching you secretly all this time, watching you appear in front of the memorial every day to pay tribute to the dead me and Lin. At this point, Obito could no longer control his emotions and said what he had been holding in his heart for many years. Hearing this, Kakashi's face turned warm, and he cursed in his heart, I buy a lot of offerings every day, stand for hours, and cry secretly. After all this time, you guys have seen it all. Obito continued, but what's the use of this? Everything is irreversible, and you, a weak person, can only cry afterwards. Lin died in your hands, Kakashi. I have had countless opportunities to kill you. But I didn't, because I realized that even if I killed you, I couldn't save Lin. It was this false world that caused all this. Kakashi looked up at Obito, and his tone was difficult to calm down, and said, so you became the successor of Uchiha Madara, and used his name to be active in the ninja world, carrying out unknown conspiracies. Conspiracy? Ha ha ha. Obito raised his head and laughed wildly. After laughing, Obito said disdainfully, it's just that you know too little about this world, so you think it's a conspiracy. I'm just doing a great thing to solve the pain of most people and make the world peaceful. Niji heard this from a distance and shook his head. This is another stupid child who was fooled by Black Zetsu. Kakashi, I won't kill you. I will let you see with your own eyes that everything I do is right, but before I start my plan, you should disappear from the ninja world. The expression on his face disappeared, and Obito became cold and ruthless again. Covering his eye that had turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi said solemnly, you are not Obito. When my friend Obito gave me this eye, he told me that he hoped that he could become Kakashi's left eye and help him see the future clearly. Obito said lightly, yes, I am indeed not Obito. Obito was dead the day you killed Rin. The moment the voice fell, Obito made a move and rushed towards Kakashi. Earth escape. Earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly formed seals with both hands, raised his hands and slapped them on the ground, chakra surged to the ground, and a wall of earth rose from the ground, with several dogs carved on the wall. Obito used Kamui to virtualize and went straight through the wall of earth. At this moment, Kakashi shot several kunai with detonating tags at Obito at the same time. It's useless. Obito said lightly, letting the kunai shoot. Kamui. At this moment, Kakashi shouted, his eyes already aimed at the kunai flying towards Obito. The left eye Kamui was activated, the space around the kunai was distorted, and the kunai that was about to hit Obito disappeared instantly and entered the Kamui space. At the same time, Obito, who was using the ability to hollow his body, transferred most of his body to the Kamui space. Kakashi's kunai with a detonating tag accurately hit Obito, and the detonating tag on it exploded after a short delay. Everything happened in the Kamui space, so Kakashi and Niji could not see what happened, but a huge explosion occurred on Obito's body, with flames everywhere, and half of his body was blown up. If an ordinary person was attacked like this, he would have died long ago, but Obito and Hashirama's cells were perfectly fused, and half of his body was Hashirama's cells, so this injury was not fatal to him. However, Obito also lost the strength to fight again, and half knelt on the ground with a plop. Obito looked up at Kakashi and exclaimed, "You realized so quickly that you and I are connected by Kamui, you are worthy of you, Kakashi. It wasn't me who did this, but the eye my good friend Obito gave me." Covering his left eye that was bleeding, Kakashi staggered and approached Obito step by step. Kamui consumed too much for him, and with the chakra he had finally recovered, he could only use Kamui twice. Good opportunity. In the distance, Niji finally took action. This was the moment he was waiting for. The flash particles gathered between his fingers, emitting a dazzling light. Niji raised his finger and suddenly shot a laser in the direction of Obito. The orange-yellow laser flew out, piercing Obito's chest like a sharp arrow, and the light fell on the lake behind him, causing a huge explosion. With a huge roar, a shocking water column tens of meters high was raised. The calm lake surface was turbulent, raising shocking waves and hitting the shore. Instant. While shooting the laser, Niji's figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind Obito in an instant, swinging the ninja sword towards Obito's neck. Obito could survive even if his heart was pierced, but no matter how tenacious his life was, he would die if his head was cut off. Clang! The harsh sound of metal collision rang out. Sparks flew. Niji's sword was blocked in midair. He looked down and saw Kakashi holding a kunai in both hands, blocking Obito with his body. Kamui! Obito seized the opportunity and used his remaining chakra to cast Kamui to escape from here. Damn it! Niji was furious. Such a good opportunity to kill Obito was actually blocked by Kakashi. Bang! Ninkai kicked Kakashi in the stomach, sending him flying several meters away and crashing into a large rock. Chapter 80 Instantaneous movement starting from Konoha to be a villain. This collision caused Kakashi to spit out blood immediately. Looking at Kakashi who had lost his fighting power, Ninkai laughed coldly, "Mr. Kakashi, one day, you will regret what you did today, and regret not letting me kill Uchiha Obito today." "Although I don't know what role you play in the whole thing," Kakashi said weakly while coughing up blood, "but Ninkai, I won't let you kill Obito, I will catch Obito myself and end it all. I hope you can do it." When he said this, a playful smile appeared on Niji's face. After saying this, Niji suddenly disappeared on the spot. Danzo died, Obito escaped with serious injuries. Although it was a pity that he did not kill Obito, his goal was probably achieved. Ding dong, 10% of the main task is completed, reward skill, teleportation, energy value 3000 points. Teleportation, from the Dragon Ball world, as long as you sense the opponent's chakra, you can teleport to the opponent's position instantly, without going through any path or spending any time. Consume 1000 points of chakra/time. Seeing this skill, Niji was ecstatic. This skill is a perfect match with the Byakugan. His Byakugan can detect people, but due to the distance and path obstruction, he can only detect but it is difficult to take action. With this move of teleportation, it is different. As long as he is discovered by his Byakugan, no matter where he hides, he can reach the opponent's side in the first time. Whether it is killing or escaping, it is a perfect skill. The only pity is that according to the skill description, he can only teleport to a place where there are people. An eagle's cry sounded, and Ninkai looked up and saw a white eagle falling from the sky and landing on the branch in front of him. Ninkai stepped forward and took off the letter tied to his leg. He unfolded it and was surprised at first, then delighted. The investigation of more than a month finally had results. Kabuto Yakushi helped him select 3 possible places, and he needed to investigate the specific locations carefully. It won't be long, Samsara I. Chapter 81 Elite Jonin Team starting from Konoha to be a villain. That day. Following Kakashi, the 2 Konoha Umbu who secretly went to the base to obtain information found the seriously injured Kakashi in Mirror Lake. When Kakashi returned to Konoha, the news that Uchiha-ban died but left an air spread throughout the ninja world. For a time, there was constant friction in secret, and the 5 major countries that were preparing for armaments suddenly quieted down. But everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. The current calm does not mean that there will be a rainbow after the rain, but rather a bigger storm is brewing. At the same time, the 5 major countries made a decision to withdraw the elite jonin sent abroad, and formed a team with the elite jonin in the village. One is to find Obito who is hiding, and the other is to catch Obito and get the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques left by Uchiha Madara from Obito. The whole ninja world is about to come, and everyone's attention is attracted by Uchiha Obito, so no one pays attention to Neji anymore. Konoha. Under Tsunade's strongest medical ninjutsu in the world, even if Kakashi only has 1 breath left, Tsunade can save him. Tsunade, who was in the Hokage's office, heard that Kakashi woke up, and immediately rushed to the hospital. Lady Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade appear, Kakashi subconsciously wanted to prop up his body and sit up, but was held down by Tsunade. Your injuries are not healed yet, so don't take these things. I want to know the details. Why did Uchiha Madara become Uchiha Obito? What happened in the middle? During the time when Kakashi was unconscious, Tsunade looked through the village's archives many years ago and finally found the records about Uchiha Obito. A Konoha Chunin who was confirmed and died in the war actually became the successor of Uchiha Madara in a leap, replaced Uchiha Madara's name and lived, secretly active in the dark, like an invisible big hand pushing the situation in the ninja world. Seeing this experience, Tsunade felt like she was dreaming. This was a complete counterattack by a loser. I don't know either, Kakashi shook his head and recalled, in the Battle of Konobe Bridge, Obito was crushed by a boulder to protect me. At that time, Obito was injured and would surely die without a medical ninja. In addition, the pursuers were chasing him, so I could only take Lin away temporarily to protect Lin. The Mangekyo Sharinan in my left eye belongs to Obito. Afterwards, I rushed there immediately, but the terrain there was completely destroyed. I searched for 3 days and 3 nights but couldn't find Obito, so I personally confirmed Obito's death and reported it. Tsunade raised her eyebrows slightly and said thoughtfully, in other words, after you left, Obito was rescued by Uchiha Madara. No matter how coincidental it is, it can't be so coincidental. There is definitely a problem. Kakashi frowned and said, I think so too. It seems that Obito has been targeted by Uchiha Madara since the beginning. Tsunade waved her hand and thought, let's talk about these issues later. The first problem now is to catch Uchiha Obito. As long as he is caught, many things will naturally be known. After that, Tsunade stood up, looked at Kakashi on the bed, and said seriously. Kakashi, I now appoint you as the captain of the hunting ninja team. You will take office immediately after you recover from your injuries. Tsunade-sama, Kakashi's first reaction was to refuse. Since he knew that the other party was Obito, he didn't want to fight with Obito for his life. Before Kakashi finished speaking, Tsunade waved her hand and interrupted, at this stage, only he can save you. You don't know that during the time you were recovering from your injuries, the ninja world knew that Uchiha Obito was the successor of Uchiha Madara. The 5 major ninja villages all set up hunting teams to arrest Obito. There is also the organization Akatsuki hidden in the dark. They are also looking for Uchiha Obito's traces. What we can do now is to find Uchiha Obito and bring him back. Kakashi looked deeply at the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade. He couldn't be sure that Tsunade-sama was it really to save Obito, or for the secrets of Obito. But one thing is certain, if Obito falls into his hands, he can still find a way to keep Obito alive. If he falls into the hands of other forces and ninja villages, Obito will be unable to live or die. Okay, I'll go. Kakashi agreed. That's good, Tsunade nodded and said, I have notified the elite jonin in the village, you can choose 4 of them to form a 5-person team. After knowing that other villages have started to act, Tsunade is also anxious. She always feels that things are not simple. Since Uchiha Madara left an heir before his death, it means that Uchiha Madara's ambition has not disappeared. But according to his grandfather's description of Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Madara is an ambitious person, but also an egoist. If he really died, his ambition would not exist. His ambition is still there, which means that Uchiha Madara is not dead, or Uchiha Madara is dead, but he has some means to revive. Now the only one who can answer these questions is Uchiha Obito. I need Might Guy, Hyaga Aoba, Shirogane Hayama, and Aberame Shiwei, Kakashi said 4 names in succession. Tsunade looked at Kakashi in surprise and said with a smile, so you've already thought about it, but you're really good at picking people. You've picked all the elite jonins of Konoha. Hyaga Aoba, the strongest man of the Hyaga family, second only to the patriarch Hyaga Hayashi. Might Guy, the ninja who is best at steel fists in Konoha. Shirogane Hayama, the elite jonin who is best at swordsmanship in Konoha. Shiwei Aberame, the patriarch of the Aberame clan. Plus you, the copy ninja, hey take Kakashi. Since its establishment, Konoha has never sent 5 elite jonins to hunt down a Chunin. Kakashi looked at Tsunade seriously and explained, it is because I have fought with Obito that I know his strength. His Mangekyo Sharingan is very tricky and can make his body virtual at any time. In addition, he also has wood release, as well as the ninjutsu and forbidden techniques taught by Uchiha Madara. Ninjutsu is useless against Obito, so the insect control secret technique of the Aberame clan is needed to continuously attack. As for illusion, Obito has a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan. In the world today, the only person who can use illusion against Obito is Uchiha Itachi. Speaking of Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi thought of Tsukuyomi, a feeling he still doesn't want to recall. After a pause, Kakashi continued, so the best way to deal with Obito is physical skills, close combat, and only the reaction of physical skills masters can keep up with Obito. The only one who has fought with Obito is Kakashi, and Kakashi has the most experience in this regard. Okay, I've approved everything. 3 of the 4 are on missions. I'll arrange for someone to take over their tasks as soon as possible. You'll set off in 3 days. After saying that, Tsunade immediately stood up and left with Shizune. She came and left in a hurry. She was going to arrange to replace the 4 people as soon as possible. Kakashi lay back on the bed, looking up at the white ceiling, and couldn't help but think of the past with Obito and Lin. Obito. On the other side, Niji got the information provided by Kabuto Yakushi and found Orochimaru's hiding place according to the map. Heaven and Earth Bridge. Niji's purpose of coming here is to kill Orochimaru. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 82, I'm going to kill you, Orochimaru starting to be a villain from Konoha. Heaven and Earth Bridge. On the wide bridge, Niji, wearing a red cloud windbreaker, walked slowly, waiting for the signal from Kabuto Yakushi. This is one of Orochimaru's most important bases. At this moment, Orochimaru is in the deepest laboratory, and Kabuto Yakushi is preparing a potion for Orochimaru to eliminate his body's resistance. This body is still not good, it is not so compatible with my soul, Orochimaru said solemnly while sitting on a chair next to him. There was a fierce light in his eyes, all because of the old man of the 3rd generation, who had to seal his hands before he died. With his hands sealed, all ninjutsu that required seals could not be used, which was even more painful for Orochimaru than killing him. If it weren't for the fact that the reincarnation of the corpse did not require seals, he would have died long ago. Kabuto Yakushi prepared the potion, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and turned around and said calmly, after all, it is a temporary body, not as good as a carefully selected one, but Sasuke is here. Sasuke. Orochimaru smiled and said to himself, what an intoxicating body. It's a pity that we have to wait for 3 years. This may not be bad news. It is not the best choice to seize it in a hurry. Sasuke's body will be in the best condition after 3 years. Kabuto Yakushi said calmly, squatting in front of Orochimaru, and applying the black plaster in the medicine jar to Orochimaru's hands with a wooden chip. So in the next 3 years, I will personally train him to maximize the power of the Uchiha clan before I seize his body. Orochimaru's eyes were full of yearning, and his long tongue subconsciously licked his lips, as if he had seen the scene of seizing Sasuke's body and gaining the fascinating power of the Sharingan. While Orochimaru was fantasizing, Kabuto Yakushi had already applied the ointment familiarly and wrapped his hands with bandages. After doing this, Kabuto Yakushi got up and returned to the table to pick up the open medicine jar on it. Orochimaru raised his head slightly and looked at Kabuto Yakushi, and said lightly, "Are you in such a hurry? Why don't you stay with me for a while?" Kabuto Yakushi was stunned, sweat oozed from his forehead. He felt the murderous aura, although it was very subtle, but he could be sure that it was murderous aura. Whoosh! Kabuto Yakushi turned around suddenly, and 4 kunao suddenly appeared in his hands and shot in the direction of Orochimaru. The kunao was as fast as lightning and hit Orochimaru accurately. The detonating talisman tied behind him made a rumble and exploded with a loud bang. Fire shone everywhere, and heat and cold gushed out. In the small space, the power of the detonating talisman was maximized. Kabuto, who was close at hand, was also blown away by the shock wave of the explosion, smashed the wall behind him, and flew out of the passage. Kabuto climbed up with difficulty, and the chakra in his hands surged and condensed into a sharp blade visible to the naked eye. He stared at the dusty room in front of him vigilantly. After following Orochimaru for so many years, he knew clearly that it was impossible to solve Orochimaru with just that move. Whoosh! The sound of wind sounded. I saw a dark long snake rushing out of the smoke, as fast as the wind, and in an instant it killed in front of Kabuto and bit Kabuto's neck. Puff! With a slight sound, the bitten Kabuto turned into white smoke, and a dark red stone fell to the ground. It turned out that when Kabuto was knocked away just now, he used the smoke to cover his body and used the substitute technique, and his real body was still in the smoke. Soon, the real Kabuto was knocked out of the smoke by a big snake, and with a bang, the big snake hit Kabuto heavily against the wall. The dark yellow big snake retracted its head, opened its bloody mouth that could easily swallow a cow, and bit Kabuto. Chakra scalpel! Kabuto shouted, endured the pain and jumped up. The chakra in his hand surged and turned into a sharp chakra sword, cutting off the big snake in front of him. Puff! The summoned big snake was fatally injured and immediately turned into white smoke and disappeared. Light footsteps sounded in the smoke. Orochimaru, covered with white mucus, walked out of the smoke, looked at Kabuto squatting on the ground, and sneered, "Kabuto, you alone are not enough to kill me. No matter how powerful you are at most the same level as Kakashi. I know I can't kill you head-on, Lord Orochimaru." Kabuto raised his head slightly, and his glasses reflected a cold light, "So I prepared poison." With a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru's hands turned into poisonous snakes, all of which were poisoned and turned purple. All the poisoned snakes fell to the ground, and then a large number of black snakes emerged from Orochimaru's shoulders and tangled together to form Orochimaru's 2 arms. "Do you really think I'm not prepared at all? Do you know why I didn't kill you? I've been waiting for the person behind you." Orochimaru laughed cruelly, and walked towards Kabuto Yakushi step by step. "I'm very curious, who is it? Who actually pried you away as my right-hand man?" As he said that, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a sharp long sword. Holding the hilt covered with white mucus, Orochimaru swung the sword to cut at Kabuto Yakushi. He wanted to use Kabuto Yakushi's life to force the person hiding behind Kabuto Yakushi to come out. Swish! A bright sword light illuminated the dim passage. Clang! A sharp metal collision sound rang out. The 2 long swords crossed and the flames were everywhere. Orochimaru was repelled, and his legs slid on the ground for several meters before he stabilized his body. Flying Thunder God technique. Orochimaru, who stabilized his steps, was shocked and shouted at the person in front of him who was lowering his head. The other party did not use the instant body technique, but the time-space ninjutsu. In the entire ninja world, Orochimaru only knew one ninjutsu that could achieve this level. That was the Flying Thunder God invented by the second-generation Hokage Senjo Tobirama. But how is this possible? The Flying Thunder God technique is sealed in the sealed book. Since the death of the second Hokage, only the Hokage, Konoha's high-level officials and the Hokage candidates are qualified to browse the ninjutsu on the sealed book and select the ninjutsu suitable for their own practice. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 82, I Want Your Life, Orochimaru starting from Konoha to be a villain. Putting down the ninja sword in his hand, Niji slowly raised his head and raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Long time no see, Orochimaru. It's you. Orochimaru was surprised again, a little bit unable to believe his eyes. He had many guesses about the person behind Kabuto Yakushi, but he never thought it was Hyuga Niji. One is because there is hatred between Hyuga Niji and Kabuto, and the second reason is that Orochimaru never thought that Kabuto could actually submit to Niji. Even if Niji is the most terrifying genius he has ever seen, he is just a kid. What shocked Orochimaru was not only these, but also the Flying Thunder God technique. In just a few months, he mastered this S-level space-time ninjutsu. What a terrible talent! As the only S-level space-time ninjutsu in the sealed book, the Flying Thunder God technique has been wanted to be learned by everyone who can read the sealed book. However, the conditions for learning the Flying Thunder God technique are extremely harsh. It can be said that it is one of the most difficult ninjutsu in the sealed book. Orochimaru also thought about learning it, but after practicing for a while, Orochimaru gave up. Only Namikaze Minato showed a terrifying talent in the Flying Thunder God technique. Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to the peak. But even Namikaze Minato spent several years to master the Flying Thunder God technique. How could Orochimaru not be shocked when Nisi mastered it in just a few months? Although he was very shocked, Orochimaru was a veteran villain after all, so he quickly regained his composure and said in a deep voice, "Look, come on, the fact that Kabuto was able to escape from the Konoha torture department that day had something to do with you." "I let him out," Niji admitted openly. Kabuto Yakushi stood up from the ground as if nothing had happened and said, "If you don't come again, I will have to do it myself. If you hadn't insisted on assassinating Orochimaru, I would have come in earlier." Niji glanced at Kabuto behind him. Hearing this, Kabuto Yakushi looked at Orochimaru and smiled slightly. "After all, I have followed Lord Orochimaru for so long, so I have to send him off in person." Orochimaru's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold tone, "I underestimated you, Kabuto." Kabuto smiled disapprovingly and said to Niji, "I'll leave Orochimaru to you, I'll go take away Uchiha Sasuke's eyes." After saying that, under Orochimaru's murderous gaze, Kabuto turned and disappeared at the end of the passage. Only Niji and Orochimaru were left to confront each other in the passage. Sasuke is Orochimaru's hope and his future. Seeing Kabuto going to deal with Sasuke, Orochimaru could not stay calm. He used the instant body technique and disappeared from the spot. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 83 Battle against Orochimaru starting from Konoha to be a villain. Bang! With a muffled sound, Niji used instant teleportation and caught up with Orochimaru in an instant. A Konoha whirlwind swept out and kicked Orochimaru hard in the chest. Boom! The strong impact made Orochimaru break through the 10-meter thick soil above his head like a cannonball and fly out of the base. The sun shone and illuminated the dim base. Niji bent his legs slightly, jumped suddenly, and rushed out of the base. The kicked Orochimaru flew dozens of circles in the air. At the moment when he was about to hit the ground, he flipped in the air and landed steadily. At the same time, Niji also rushed out of the base and landed not far from Orochimaru. The breeze blew across the green grass, and the green grass swayed in the wind. They all lowered their heads, and Niji's red cloud coat fluttered in the wind. "If you want to save Sasuke, you have to get past me first," Niji smiled faintly. Orochimaru couldn't laugh, and said in a deep voice, "Ninkai-kun, do you really want to go against me?" To be honest, Orochimaru didn't want to fight with Niji. Orochimaru thought he had seen countless people, had extraordinary brainwashing skills, and was good at seeing through people's hearts and controlling them. But when facing Niji, he never saw through him. When he thought he had uncovered the fog on Niji, he would immediately find that there was another layer inside, one layer after another. If it were normal times, Orochimaru would be very interested in fighting with Niji, but Kabuto Yakushi went to deal with Suzuki, which was his best container. Niji gently waved his ninja sword. Although he didn't say anything, his actions had already said everything. "Open your white eyes." With a low roar in his heart, Niji opened his Byakugan, and the veins around his eyes were exposed, and his insight increased greatly. With a flash of his figure, Niji disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind Orochimaru. Niji swung the ninja sword and chopped it down at Orochimaru's neck, as skillfully as if he had killed thousands of people. Orochimaru reacted very quickly, dodging Niji's attack, and while turning back and retreating, he opened his mouth, a cold light flashed, and a sharp sword stretched out. This is a sword that can be long or short. The long sword was extremely fast and stabbed at Niji. Niji quickly swung his sword to block, and with a bang, the broadsword blocked the sharp sword tip. Before Niji could breathe a sigh of relief, the long sword continued to extend. He stepped hard on the ground with his feet, but he could not resist the extension of the Kusanagi sword, and was constantly forced back, leaving two parallel gullies wherever he passed. The Kusanagi sword pushed Niji back nearly 100 meters. With one hand against the Kusanagi sword, Niji raised his other hand and aimed at Orochimaru. The flash particles gathered between his fingers, emitting a dazzling light like the sun. "Laser, laser!" Niji whispered softly, and with a whoosh, a dazzling light shot out from his fingers. The speed of light. This is an absolute attack that cannot be avoided. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, the mountains shook, and a ball of orange-yellow fire slowly rose. The shock wave spread in all directions like a hurricane, and countless green grasses were broken. The earth cracked, and cracks crisscrossed and spread across the grassland like a spider web. In the firelight, a broken head flew high, fluttering in the wind like a fallen leaf. Suddenly, the head's eyeballs turned, and the mouth opened unusually wide, and then a pair of hands wider than a woman stretched out from the mouth, and Orochimaru crawled out like a soft noodle. Snake-style substitution technique. Niji whispered. This ninjutsu was introduced in detail in Kabuto's intelligence. Using the external body as a substitute, transferring the body from the mouth, no need to make hand seals, even amaterasu can be avoided. It can be said to be the most perfect substitute technique in the ninja world. If it wasn't so disgusting, Niji really wanted to learn it. Tongue snake swallowing. Orochimaru opened his mouth and a black snake flew out. The long snake rushed towards Niji as fast as a sharp arrow, opened its bloody mouth and bit Niji. 8 trigrams palm. Chakra condensed in the palm of his hand, Niji made a chakra palm print, the white palm print was crystal clear, and smashed the black snake. At the same time, a kunai suddenly appeared in Ninji's left hand, and the palm of his hand flashed with arcs. The blue arc wrapped around the kunai and floated in the palm of his hand. Super railgun. Swoosh! The sound of breaking through the air rang out. Attack after attack, facing a veteran cage-level strongman like Orochimaru, Niji must use all his strength. The pain of twice the speed of sound Wu was like a black light, tearing through the air, accurately hitting Orochimaru who had nowhere to get support in the air. Easily shot through Orochimaru, and the strong impact force was like a pair of invisible hands, tearing Orochimaru's body. But Orochimaru used the snake-style substitution technique again to avoid this fatal blow. Seeing that the attack was avoided again, Niji couldn't help but frown. Orochimaru might not have as strong combat power as Jiraiya, but he was really difficult to deal with. Just like an indestructible cockroach. All the ninjutsu he used were strange and bizarre. In terms of survival ability, Orochimaru was definitely the strongest in the ninja world. If he continued to consume like this, no matter how much energy he had, it would be wasted, and his goal was to kill Orochimaru, not to delay with Orochimaru here. Why hasn't Kabuto's preparation worked yet? Niji wanted to end the battle quickly, but Orochimaru wanted to end the battle more than Niji. His carefully selected body was in danger of being destroyed by Kabuto Yakushi. Thinking of this, Orochimaru decided to make a quick decision, lying on the ground with his limbs and his chin on the ground, like a toad. 10,000 Snakes Formation. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he opened his mouth, and long black snakes crawled out of his mouth. Since his hands were sealed, Orochimaru could not summon 10,000 snakes with his hands as before, and could only use this move in this way. In a blink of an eye, thousands of black snakes formed a sea of black snakes, which entangled with each other, opened their mouths and spit out red tongues, spraying venom. Chapter 83, Fighting Orochimaru starting as a villain from Konoha. Niji's scalp was numb and he felt sick. He immediately raised his ninja sword with both hands. Facing the sea of snakes that was coming like a tide, Niji focused his eyes and swung his sword. Wind wound. The long sword fell, rolled up a whirlwind, and slashed out 3 dazzling lights, like 3 sharp blades tearing everything in front of him, and the earth was broken into pieces wherever it passed, as if it had been plowed. This is a slash that can kill hundreds of monsters in one blow. The 3 blades fell into the sea of snakes, and a sharp sword energy burst out in an instant, as if thousands of swords were slashing at the same time, destroying the entire sea of snakes in an instant. So strong! Orochimaru exclaimed. Compared with the last time, Niji was stronger. The wind escape sword technique he displayed could destroy the 10,000 snakes he summoned in one blow. You have no moves anymore, Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru's disabled hands, Niji taunted, you can't even be called a ninja if you can't make a seal. No matter how you transform your body, you are no longer worthy of being called a ninja. Hearing this, Orochimaru's face suddenly sank, and his tone was cold, no matter how good I am, it's not your turn to judge. I admit defeat today, but I will definitely come back. As he said this, Orochimaru's legs fused together and turned into a snake's tail. His body was as soft as noodles, and he was about to escape underground. At this moment, Orochimaru's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, and then he saw Orochimaru's skin rotting, and the rotting speed was very fast, and soon it spread all over his body. How could it be? Orochimaru looked at the changes in his body at this moment and couldn't believe it. As if he was splashed with sulfuric acid, Orochimaru was unrecognizable, and the skin on his face fell off, revealing bloody muscles. Orochimaru's body was visibly decaying rapidly. At this rate, it would be completely decayed in less than a minute. Whoosh! His mouth opened, and a white-scaled snake the size of a human flew out of it. From a distance, the snake was covered with white scales the size of a palm, but if you look closely, you can see that these white scales are actually living white snakes. The white snake had a human face, and if you look closely, the outline is the same as Orochimaru's. The real body is finally out. A smile rose at the corner of Niji's mouth. As long as he killed the white-scaled snake in front of him, even if Orochimaru had more tricks, he would definitely die. Of course, Niji knew that he only killed Orochimaru's life. Due to the effect of the curse seal, if he wanted to kill Orochimaru, he had to find all the containers that Orochimaru had cast the curse seal on. So to some extent, Orochimaru has achieved immortality. Dear big guys, please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 84 Obito also has to learn from Madara starting from Konoha to be a villain. Orochimaru, who showed the body of the white-scaled snake, turned his head and looked at the rapidly decaying body on the ground. In addition to anger, there was more confusion in his eyes. Although this body was temporarily selected by him and the degree of matching was not high, he had to use drugs to suppress the body's rejection reaction during this period of time. After adapting for several months, this situation should not have occurred. Suddenly, Orochimaru thought of something. Yakushi Kabuto. The angry voice was full of resentment. Hearing Orochimaru's gnashing shout, Niji raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru, do you think that Kabuto will have no way to guard against Yakushi Kabuto? He didn't add anything to your medicine, nor did he do anything. All he did was reduce the dosage of one of them a little bit each time. There will be no problem in the short term, and even for a long time it will not have any effect on your body, but when your chakra consumption is too much and your body is too damaged, a chain reaction will occur in your body. After a pause, Niji continued, there is a saying that goes, the disciple is better than the master. Now, you have revealed your true form and have no resistance. The moment the voice fell, Niji performed instant movement and appeared above Orochimaru's head. Wind wound. With a low shout, Niji swung his sword and slashed it. The blade rolled up a whirlwind visible to the naked eye, and 3 sharp rays of light burst out of the blade, like 3 sword beams slashing at Orochimaru. Seeing the sword beam coming from above, Orochimaru dared not hold back and took out his last trump card. Hundreds of scales on his body fell off, and each white scale turned into a white snake the moment it hit the ground. Hundreds of white snakes fled in all directions. Orochimaru's true consciousness is hidden in these hundreds of white snakes. There is only one way to stop Orochimaru from escaping, using a large-scale destructive attack to instantly kill all the white snakes. You underestimate me too much if you want to escape in this way. What Ninkai lacked was not a large-scale attack. His feet were suspended in the air, watching the white snakes fleeing in all directions on the ground. Whoosh whoosh! Several sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and Ninkai's hands flicked and shot out 6 lasers in succession. 6 rays of light fell from the sky, and the dazzling light dyed the grass golden yellow, followed by a huge roar. In fact, there were 6 explosions, but they happened almost at the same time, and it sounded like one. In an instant, the ground shook, flames shot up into the sky, and 6 huge fireballs slowly extended on the ground. Wherever they passed, the hot flames and shock waves destroyed everything that blocked them along the way. All the white snakes were blown into ashes in an instant, and they were all destroyed. When everything fell, the original grass had been destroyed, and 6 large pits appeared on the ground. Not to mention the living white snakes on the ground, not even a single white snake corpse was seen. Just in case, Niji poured chakra into his eyes and opened his pupils to the maximum. He searched 3 times within a 500-meter range and confirmed that there was no chakra reaction. Ding dong! Advanced mission completed, kill Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas 1/1 time, reward 1500, energy points reward 1000, chakra points. Hearing the system voice echoing in his mind, Ninkai finally confirmed that Orochimaru was really killed by him, but not completely killed, because Orochimaru still has a chance to revive. Host, Ninkai. Gender, male. Identity, Konoha genin. Chakra, 7306/, normal cage level chakra. Energy, points. The only main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, 19.01%. Chakra can be regarded as entering the cage level. Now he can be regarded as a cage level strongman even if he does not use skill points. Although it is only the weakest cage, it is still a cage level strongman. For Ninkai, solving Orochimaru is not the biggest gain is the research results left by Orochimaru. I wonder how is Kabuto Yakushi? Did he kill the second pillar? After whispering, Niji focused his attention on sensing Kabuto Yakushi's chakra, and used teleportation to come in front of Kabuto Yakushi. Swish! A flash of sword light came towards him, scaring Niji who had just reacted from teleportation and cursed. Fuck! Clang! Fires shot out and long swords collided in the air. Fortunately, Niji reacted quickly enough and swung his sword in time to block the oncoming sword, but Niji was still repelled by the opponent's force. His legs slid several meters away on the ground, and his right foot stepped hard on the ground to relieve the impact on his body and stabilize his body. Only then did Niji have time to see the situation in front of him clearly. Kabuto Yakushi was lying in the broken stones next to him, covered in blood and with a weak breath. It was Sasuke who just swung his sword to cut him. No, it should be said that it was Sasuke who cut Kabuto Yakushi. It was impossible for Sasuke to defeat Kabuto Yakushi with his strength. Not far behind Sasuke, Obito was sitting on a stone watching the show. But when he saw Niji suddenly appear, Obito's face suddenly changed and he stood up immediately. Unlike before, this time Obito did not wear the original spiral mask again, and showed his true face directly. The Sharingan that was consumed in the last battle with Danzo was also replaced with a new one. Ninkai! The three shouted in unison. Seeing Niji appear, Kabuto Yakushi breathed a sigh of relief and complained, "If you had come any later, I would have died. You can still blame me, I won't die for the time being." After Niji finished speaking, he glanced at Sasuke, and his eyes passed through Sasuke and looked at Obito behind him. Interesting. Obito actually took the initiative to find Sasuke, which was several years ahead of the plot. What does Obito want to do? If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 84 Obito also wants to learn from Madara _ becoming a villain from Konoha. Is this preparing to learn from Madara? Personally train an heir to help him. If you think about it, the Akatsuki that has been fueled by him over the years will definitely not obey his orders again. Maybe he is looking for him all over the world. Now Obito is completely alone except for Zetsu. If he wants to continue to realize the Moon Eye plan, Obito must find helpers. Naturally, Sasuke, who is extremely talented and also from the Uchiha clan, caught Obito's attention. Seeing Niji again, Sasuke's eyes suddenly burst into a strong murderous intent. The scene of being stepped on and insulted by Niji that day suddenly appeared in front of him. The deep humiliation woke Sasuke from his sleep more than once. But after following Orochimaru, Sasuke knew everything that Niji did in the ninja world. So Sasuke knew very well that he was not Niji's opponent, and rushing up now would only bring humiliation upon himself. That's why Sasuke had a strong jealousy and resentment towards Niji. He was a genius of the Uchiha clan, but he was not as good as the Hyuga clan. Seeing Niji, Obito's killing intent was stronger than Sasuke's. Veins popped out on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's really a narrow road for enemies, Hyuga Niji, the hatred between us ends today." His plan, his preparations over the years, all failed because of Niji in front of him. Not only that, now the whole ninja world wants to catch him and ask him for the treasure left by Uchiha Madara. In the past few days, he has killed no less than 20 Umbu ninjas. And through White Zetsu, he got a very bad news that each ninja village sent a shadow-level master to form a hunting ninja team. Overnight, Obito went from being the biggest behind-the-scenes man hiding in the ninja world to a lost dog now. The culprit of all this is Niji in front of him. It is conceivable how strong Obito's anger and resentment towards Niji are. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Without saying a word, Obito used the instant body technique and rushed towards Niji. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 85 Sasuke opens the Mangekyou _ becoming a villain from Konoha _ shocking _ Shohage novel network, m.shuhaige.net. So fast. Obito disappeared from the spot, and appeared again behind Niji, swinging the kunai and stabbing Niji's head. His instant body technique can be ranked in the top 3 among the instant body techniques that Niji has seen. Although Obito is very fast, he is facing the Byakugan with the strongest insight in the ninja world. Ninkai instantly discovered Obito's moving trajectory, and without even looking behind him, he swung the ninja sword and slashed back. If Obito still chose to swing the kunai to stab Niji, his neck would be cut off at the same time. The Byakugan is not only powerful in terms of insight, but also in terms of 360-degree vision. The so-called blind spot attack is useless in front of the Byakugan, and the real Byakugan has no blind spot. Kamui. His body was transferred into the Kamui space, and Niji passed through the middle of Obito's body. At the moment when their bodies separated, the two turned around almost at the same time and attacked each other. Obito swung the kunao at Niji's neck, and Niji swung the ninja sword with one hand to slash at the kunao, and several detonating talismans suddenly appeared in his left hand. The moment the ninja sword passed through Obito's arm, Obito quickly materialized. In this lightning moment, Niji stepped on his feet and quickly retreated. While retreating, Niji threw the detonating talisman in his hand, and the detonating talisman flew in the air and stuck to Obito. Swish! Although Niji retreated in time, he was still cut by Obito on his arm, and blood flowed down his arm, but Niji achieved his goal. Niji quickly formed a seal and shouted in a low voice. Multiplying detonating talisman, explode! The moment the words fell, the detonating talisman on Obito's body exploded, and at the same time as the detonating talisman detonated, more detonating talismans were summoned and stuck to Obito's body. Even Niji was caught in the explosion range of the detonating talisman. This was a self-sacrificing explosion technique, so it was listed as a forbidden technique. But Niji had the ability to teleport, and he disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Kabuto Yakushi. The detonating talismans continued to explode, and new detonating talismans were constantly summoned, and the explosions continued without stopping. In a blink of an eye, hundreds of detonating talismans exploded, and the detonating talismans in Niji's scroll disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Niji did not have the speed of the fourth Hokage, nor did he have Kakashi's Kamui. He only had this one way to deal with Obito's Kamui. The A-level forbidden technique that could not be escaped as long as one detonating talisman was used, multiplying detonating talisman, used to deal with Obito's Kamui, just restrained it. Wrapped in the detonating tags that were constantly summoned, Obito's first reaction was to enter the Kamui space with his whole body, but even in the Kamui space, these detonating tags followed him. The multiplication of detonating tags is a summoning technique, and even if it is transferred to other spaces, it is impossible to get rid of the summoning of the detonating tags. Surrounded by the detonating tags, Obito let out an angry roar, which echoed in the silent Kamui space for a long time. After temporarily forcing Obito back, Niji helped Kabuto Yakushi up on the ground and was about to perform instant movement to leave. Kabuto Yakushi suddenly looked at Sasuke and shouted, "Kill Sasuke, as long as he is killed, the best container for Orochimaru will be gone. Even if Orochimaru has other ways to revive, he will not be able to recover his previous strength for a long time." Seeing Kabuto Mori's cold eyes, Sasuke was startled and subconsciously wanted to run, but the arrogance of the Uchiha clan made Sasuke stop abruptly and face Niji and Kabuto Yakushi. Niji glanced at Sasuke calmly and said calmly, "No need. As long as he gets the Samsara Eye, even if Orochimaru is stronger after resurrection, he will not be a threat to him at all." Feeling Niji's gaze is like looking at a cockroach. Like an ant, Uchiha's natural pride made Sasuke feel deeply humiliated, followed by an uncontrollable anger and murderous intent in his heart. "Asshole!" Sasuke raised his head and cursed, quickly forming seals with both hands, condensing a large amount of lightning chakra on his right hand. Sasuke's entire palm was wrapped in flashing lightning, making a sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Then, Sasuke rushed towards Niji quickly, and the azure blue electric light reflected on Sasuke's face twisted by anger. Bang! With a slight sound, Niji's right hand stretched out like lightning, passed through the electric current, grabbed Sasuke's right wrist, squeezed it hard, and the wrist broke with a click, and Sasuke let out a painful wail. Then, Niji raised his foot and kicked Sasuke more than 10 meters away, and he fell heavily to the ground. Sasuke felt a growing sense of humiliation, anger burning in his mind, an unprecedented killing intent, and the unwillingness and pain of powerlessness. At this moment, Sasuke's emotions broke through the limit. In his blood-red left eye, the black Megatama quickly rotated to form a hexagram pattern. Mangekyo Sharinon. Seeing this scene, Niji was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. Sasuke actually opened the Mangekyo Sharinon? Just because he kicked Sasuke? This one was even more exaggerated than him, and he didn't give people a chance to live. At the moment the Mangekyo Sharinon was opened, Suzuki felt a powerful force, an unprecedented powerful pupil power in his left eye. Looking up at Niji, the angry Suzuki subconsciously released the pupil power of his left eye. Niji used his Byakugan to see that Suzuki's left Mangekyo Sharinon condensed a lot of chakra, and predicted that he was going to cast Amaterasu, and quickly moved behind Suzuki with teleportation. At the moment when Niji disappeared, a strange black flame burned on the grass where he was standing. The green grass was burned in an instant, and even the soil was burned by the black flame. Amaterasu. The black flame burned everything in sight, even the flames. The highest level of the fire escape technique. The strongest physical attack. The strongest attack technique is also the strongest defense technique. Chapter 85 Suzuki opens the Mangekyo starting from Konoha to be a villain. In terms of title, Amaterasu has never been inferior to anyone, but in terms of lethality, in the current ninja world, only the Great Fireball technique can be compared. With a bang, Suzuki was knocked away by Niji's palm, fell heavily to the ground, and rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Suzuki struggled to get up, his face full of reluctance and anger, and his red eyes were full of murderous intent. Facing Suzuki's eyes, Niji smiled contemptuously and said calmly, "Suzuki, I didn't expect you to awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon, but it is far from enough to defeat me. Wait until you kill your dear brother, and then come to defeat me." When he first came to the Naruto world, Niji still regarded Suzuki as a future opponent, but now he and Suzuki are no longer on the same level. Suzuki's provocation and behavior seemed to Niji like a child. Who has ever seen an adult get angry with a child? As soon as the voice fell, Niji took Kabuto Yakushi and teleported back to the base several miles away. This base contains a lot of research and experimental data of Orochimaru. Niji needs Kabuto to master them, and then he will use them on the moon. Not long after Niji left, Obito used Izanagi to solve the multiplication detonation tag with his left eye's Sharinon, and came out of the Kamui space in a panic. When he saw that Suzuki had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharinon in one eye, Obito was instantly overjoyed. He could awaken the Mangekyo Sharinon at this age. Even in the history of the Uchiha clan, it was extremely rare, and the number could be counted on one hand. His vision was indeed correct. Although Niji escaped, which made him very angry, Suzuki's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharinon was also a pleasant surprise. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is updated the fastest on Shuhage Novel Network. Chapter 86 Going to the Moon starting to be a villain from Konoha. Hoo hoo. Heavy snow fell, the wind whistled, and the snowflakes flew all over the sky. Ninkai and Kabuto walked calmly in the wind and snow in cotton clothes and capes. They were both very fast. There was no footprint on the snow wherever they passed. They really left no trace on the snow. The two were now on the snowy mountains of the snow country. Half a month had passed since the Battle of the Sky Bridge. After getting what they needed at the Orochimaru base, Ninkai took Kabuto to find a passage to the moon. "If it's not here yet, we can only look for it again," Kabuto said suddenly, following behind him. Ninkai didn't speak, and used the white eyes with his hands and seals, opening his pupil power to the maximum to search for a pool of water in this deep mountain. Hard work pays off. In the nearby mountain, Ninkai found a pool of water, emitting strange chakra. Ninkai was overjoyed and took Kabuto to the mountain, entered a cave, and walked in the dark and damp passage. The sound of water dripping on both sides continued. Turning a corner, the view in front of me suddenly became bright, and the sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet cave. There was a huge pool of water inside the cave. The water in the pool was a strange light blue color, and it also emitted a strange chakra fluctuation. Kabuto Yakushi squatted beside the pool and scooped up a handful of water. The water disappeared in his hand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Kabuto looked up at Niji and said doubtfully, "This is not water, and it won't get your hands wet if you touch it, but are you sure this is the space passage to the moon? If you want to be sure, go down and see. After saying that, Niji didn't give Kabuto a chance to speak again, and plunged into the pool with a plop. This guy, impulsive at one moment, and then acted after careful planning at another moment, it's really hard to understand. Kabuto Yakushi shook his head, helplessly muttered to himself, and then plunged into the pool. Just as Kabuto said, the water in the pool is not water. Although it feels the same as swimming in the water, the whole body is not wet at all. The water in the pool is extremely clear, and the bottom of the pool emits a strange light, and there are faint yellow light balls flickering. At this moment, Kabuto also jumped down. Niji made a diving gesture to Kabuto and swam to the bottom of the pool first. The two quickly passed through the light curtain at the bottom of the pool. The moment he passed through the light curtain, Niji noticed the changes in the chakra around him, and immediately disrupted the changes in the chakra in his body and removed the illusion. The illusion disappeared, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Niji could see clearly that he was deep in a huge space, with a large number of stone balls and light balls floating around him. Kabuto on the side also solved the illusion, and saw the magical scene around him, and was amazed. Now he believes that the pool just now is really a space channel connecting the Earth and the Moon. At the same time that Niji removed the illusion, inside the Moon, in a palace hidden on the sun, there was a spacious room. The sleeping Atsutsuki Tonari was awakened and slowly sat up with his eyes closed. When Tonari Atsutsuki woke up, the silent puppets around him were aroused one by one. These puppets walked to Tonari and knelt on one knee. Tonari still closed his eyes and said lightly, "I feel the breath of my kind. He has a very pure Byakugan. Bring him and his companions here." As soon as the voice fell, the figures of many puppets in front of him flashed and disappeared instantly. Niji, who was walking out of the space channel, didn't know that when he stared at Tonari's Atsutsuki chakra and wanted to awaken the Samsara eye, Tonari also stared at his Byakugan. At this moment, Niji and Kabuto rushed out of the water surface that also emitted a green light and came to a huge underground cave space. "Is this the moon? Why do I look like a huge foam ball factory?" Kabuto said, raising his hand to poke the pile of foam balls in front of him. The foam balls that looked like they would break with a poke were actually very solid. Kabuto didn't poke them even with force. Boom! Suddenly, the ground shook, and a huge crab rushed out from the hole next to it. It opened its mouth and sprayed a series of bubbles towards Kabuto. It seems that this guy is the guardian of the passage. The bubbles have a sensing effect. Although he didn't know what these bubbles were for, Kabuto didn't want to get involved, so he quickly used the instant body technique to retreat and avoid the foam attack. Ninkai took the opportunity to jump onto the back of the crab, swung the ninja sword and slashed a stream of water. Crack! The hard shell of the crab was instantly shattered. The big crab felt pain and swung two crab claws that were bigger than the house towards Ninkai. Ninkai turned flexibly to avoid one of the crab claws. At the same time, Kabuto also rushed in front of the crab, swung the chakra scalpel, and cut off the other crab claw. With the joint efforts of the two, the huge crab was quickly killed by the two, revealing the passage guarded behind. After killing the crab, Ninkai and Kabuto quickly followed the passage out of the cave and came to the outside. Whoosh! The cool sea breeze blew in his face, and in front of him was the blue sea. In the distance, he could vaguely see islands and mountains. The sea surface was not endless, but it was twisted upwards. That is, when he looked up, his eyes passed through a few very thin white clouds in the sky, and there was a blue sea and islands in the sky. In his guess, the moon should be very desolate, but there was no desolate scene in front of him. The scenery was beautiful, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was exactly the legendary secluded place. Looking at the strange scenery in front of him, Kabuto suddenly thought of something and shouted in shock. "We are inside the moon." "That's right." Niji nodded. Although he was prepared in his heart, he was also very surprised when he saw it with his own eyes, but he was not as stunned as Kabuto. The interior of the moon is hollow, just like the Earth. There is a complete ecosystem here, with the sun and the moon. Where do the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan you mentioned live? Kabuto asked curiously. It's right there. Niji pointed to the sun. As he spoke, Niji looked up at the sun suspended in the sky. The palace where Tonari lived was on the artificial sun above, but the surface of the artificial sun was covered with a layer of powerful chakra, which was difficult to see even with the Byakugan. After looking at the artificial sun suspended in the sky, Kabuto began to think about countermeasures. Since the moon was in the air, Kabuto had already guessed the terrain here. Aerial combat is what I am least good at. Even the ninjas reborn from the impure world reincarnation in my hands are rarely able to fight in the air. Kabuto did not expect that coming to the moon would be an air combat, which broke his original plan. We don't need to take the initiative to attack, they have already come down. Hearing this, Kabuto quickly raised his head and saw that the yellow artificial sun had opened a hole at some point, and a large number of enemies rushed out of the hole on flying birds. Niji took the opportunity to record it with his Byakugan, the seal made by the puppet's hands that opened the gap. There were dense black spots in the sky. Ninkai estimated that there were at least thousands of puppets holding up the puppet birds and killing them. Retracting his gaze, Ninkai turned his head to look at Kabuto Yakushi, who was already preparing behind him, and smiled slightly. The next step is to see your performance. Chapter 87, Impure World Reincarnation Battle Puppet Army Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Inside the moon. Sensing Ninkai's arrival, Tonari sent out his puppet army to capture Ninkai. Ninkai was trying to seize Tonari's Otsutsuki clan chakra, and Tonari was also trying to get Ninkai's high-purity Byakugan. Both of them had the same goal, the Samsara Eye. The only difference is that one planned for a long time and was well prepared, while the other acted hastily. It's up to you to perform next. I've been preparing for today, and I'll definitely open your eyes. Seeing that Kabuto was full of confidence and had a plan in mind, Niji was also looking forward to the power of the Impure World Reincarnation Army. Yin Si Suchen. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and put his palms together in front of his chest. Then Kabuto shouted and slapped his hands on the ground. Immortal Reincarnation. The ground suddenly trembled slightly, and white coffins emerged from the ground one after another. 7 coffins emerged one after another and stood upright on the ground. Seeing that there were only 7 coffins, Niji was a little confused. Didn't Kabuto say that he had prepared a lot, so why was there only so little? Seeing Niji's confusion, Kabuto Yakushi explained, under the condition that the strength of the Impure World Reincarnation people can be maximized, the maximum number of people I can control is only 7. The ability to control 7 people was still proposed by Niji, and Hashirama's cells were transplanted to strengthen the control over the Impure World Reincarnation people. Although there are fewer people, each of them is a top-notch warrior. As he spoke, Kabuto Yakushi changed his hand seal, and the coffin lid sank into the ground, revealing the person inside the coffin. His pupils shrank slightly. Kabuto didn't say much, and everyone he summoned was a big shot. However, when he saw the last person, Niji's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Kabuto with cold eyes. What do you want to do? Kabuto. The reason why Niji was like this was because the person in the last coffin turned out to be his father, Hyaga Hisashi. This cheap father who only exists in memory. I just followed your instructions and resurrected the strongest person in my hand. Pushing up his eyes that were a little slipped, Kabuto smiled slightly and said, For my son, my father will definitely do his best. Seeing Kabuto's fake smile, Niji really wanted to punch him in the face. Kabuto, if there is a next time, I will definitely make you regret it. Facing Niji's murderous threat, Kabuto smiled lightly, as if he didn't care at all. Those who accomplish great things do not care about small details. Before he finished speaking, Kabuto formed seals with his hands and whispered, Wake up. The strong men in the coffins opened their eyes at the same time and woke up one after another. 4th generation Kaze Kage Raza. 2nd generation Mizu Kage Hojiki Genjutsu. 2nd generation Tsuchikage Mu. 3rd generation Reikage AI. Demigod Hanzo. Konoha White Fang Heitake Sakumo. Bunhyaga Hizashi. Heitake Sakumo looked down at his hands and the white fang in his hands, and immediately said, "This is the impure world reincarnation." As an elite jonin of Konoha, the name of Konoha White Fang was famous in the ninja world back then. As a strong man second only to the 3rd generation Hokage, Heitake Sakumo was naturally qualified to read the Book of Seals. It's this dirty technique again. We won't rest in peace even after death. Is it that bastard Tobirama Senju again? The 7 people summoned were all top ninjas with high vision. After hearing what Heitake Suzuki said, they immediately realized that they were summoned by someone using the impure world reincarnation to fight. "Seniors, I summoned you." Hearing the voice coming from behind, everyone turned around and looked behind them at the same time. They all wanted to know who was the person who wouldn't let them rest in peace even after death. Seeing Kabuto Yakushi and Niji, Hizashi and others were instantly surprised. They didn't know Niji and Kabuto Yakushi, but everyone in the ninja world knew the Byakugan. Hizashi was stunned and stood there like a wooden stick. Someone from the Hyaga family. White Fang couldn't believe it. It's really a bastard from Konoha. The 2nd generation Tsuchikage Mu was extremely angry. The Hyaga clan, who is least likely to become a rebel ninja, became a rebel ninja. The 2nd generation Mizukage Hojumi Genjutsu showed a playful smile on his face and looked at Hyaga Hizashi next to him. "You really have become a traitor, Hyaga Niji." The 4th Kaze Kage Raza seemed to have anticipated this scene. "Ningji." Hearing what Raza said, Hyaga Hizashi, who reacted, shouted excitedly and hurried towards Niji. But Kabuto froze Hizashi with his hand. Seeing the cheap father in front of him, Niji was overwhelmed and glared at Kabuto, who was watching the show. Niji gritted his teeth and stepped forward and shouted, "Father!" Hearing this father, Hyaga Hizashi was extremely excited, tears flashed in his eyes, and his old tears flowed. Seeing his son alive and well, Hizashi's wish was fulfilled. "Ningji, why did you become a traitor? What happened?" Raising his hand to wipe away his tears, Hizashi asked. "A lot of things happened in the middle, and it's hard to explain for a while. Anyway, I am no longer a member of the Hyaga clan. I summoned you all to get a things." Hizashi was in a state of confusion. He wanted to leave the Hyaga clan all his life, but in the end he died to protect the village and his brother. He didn't expect that his son would leave the Hyaga clan. The 3rd Reikage snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Little brat of the Hyaga clan, why should we obey you?" "Kabuto!" Ninji shouted, and Kabuto immediately controlled the actions of the 3rd Reikage. In an instant, the 3rd Reikage activated the strongest armor of lightning release, his hair stood up high, his eyes turned blue, and his whole body was filled with bursting lightning release chakra, covering chakra and lightning, and emitting azure light. At the same time, the puppets riding the puppet birds came from a distance. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 87 Impure World Reincarnation Battle Puppet Army from Konoha to be a villain. Under Kabuto's control, the 3rd Reikage kicked his legs, the ground cracked like a spider web, and the 3rd Reikage jumped up with the force, like a ray of lightning rushing into the sky. Performing the hell stab, piercing the puppet in the front, using the puppet bird as a foothold, the 3rd Reikage quickly smashed dozens of puppets with his high-speed charge. Seeing that the 3rd Reikage was so strong, the puppet leader immediately controlled the other puppets to stay away from the 3rd Reikage and fired chakra-condensed light balls to attack the 3rd Reikage. Hundreds of light balls shot at the 3rd Reikage like raindrops, and a huge explosion sounded, emitting a light more dazzling than the sun. If it were someone else facing such a dense attack, they would have died long ago, but the 3rd Reikage had the strongest shield, and faced these light ball attacks without any damage. But under his feet. "Everyone, don't just stand there and watch. Come on together. Kabuto raised his head slightly, formed a seal with one hand, controlled the other 6 people, and rushed into the puppet army. Although there were only 7 people, facing thousands of puppets, the 7 people burst out with the momentum of thousands of troops. As soon as the 7 people moved, the momentum swept between heaven and earth. The wind raged, and the chakra condensed into a storm visible to the naked eye. Kill! Under Kabuto's control, the 7 people shouted at the same time. The fastest 3rd generation Raikage took the lead, and a hell-stabbed one-handed hand seemed to pierce the sky, destroying countless puppets, and skewering the puppet army. Magnetic release. Gold sand rain. The 4th generation of Kaze Cage formed seals with both hands, and manipulated the gold dust to turn into golden rain, knocking down the puppet birds flying in the sky one by one. Dust release, original realm stripping technique. The 2nd generation of Tsuchikage leaped up, opened his hands, and released a pale white cylindrical barrier. Wherever he passed, both the puppets and the air were decomposed into molecular states. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 88 Atsutsuki Tonari becoming a villain from Konoha. The battle was extremely fierce in an instant. In a blink of an eye, the 7 people destroyed many puppets. Under the control of Kabuto, the 7 people including the 3rd generation of Raikage killed the puppets regardless of life and death, with the advantages of unlimited chakra and immortality. The 7 people used their strongest moves. Although there were only 7 people, they did not fall into a disadvantage when facing the siege of thousands of puppets. Instead, they were like a no man's land, killing the puppet army and forcing them to retreat one after another. Soon, the puppet army was destroyed by the 7 people, and the broken debris fell like raindrops. Ninkai looked at the battle in front of him calmly. He was waiting for the real opponent to come. These puppets were just pathfinders, and the person in the artificial sun was the final role. Although Ninkai wanted to break in directly, the artificial sun was wrapped in an extremely powerful chakra. This was the strongest chakra Ninkai had ever seen, and even the strongest 9-tailed beast was far inferior to it. He could only wait for Tonari to come out. If Tonari really planned to be a turtle, Ninkai could only use the seal he had just obtained from the puppet leader. Time passed slowly. Heitake Seun held the white fang and slashed out. A bright blade light cut through the sky. The moment it landed on the puppet leader, the blade light exploded and turned into thousands of tiny blade lights that smashed the puppet leader into pieces. The last puppet was killed, and Kabuto controlled the 7 people to fall down and stand in a row in front of the 2. Looking at his cheap father, Hisashi, Niji glared at Kabuto. Kabuto smiled slightly, made seals with both hands, and released Hisashi's impure world reincarnation, allowing his soul to return to another world. Seeing Hisashi's soul ascend to heaven, the 2nd generation Mizukage shouted, "Kid, you have done the work you asked us to do, let me go too." Idiot! The 2nd generation Tsuchikage said contemptuously, "He is your father, do you think you really are your uncle just because you call him uncle? What do you want us to do?" Hyaga Niji, Heitake Sesun took 2 steps forward and asked. This feeling of being summoned back after death was very unpleasant even for him. "I still need a little help from the seniors to deal with the guy who will come out next. Is there any ninja in the ninja world worthy of the 6 of us to deal with together?" Hanzo said arrogantly. Hanzo is very arrogant, but he does have the capital to be arrogant. He is called a demigod and thinks he is second only to a strong man from the god of ninjas Senjo Hashirama. In addition to the 4 cages and Konoha White Fang, the 6 of them joined forces, and Hanzo felt that even if Senjo Hashirama was in front of him, he would be able to fight. Nyaji slowly explained, "To a certain extent, the enemy we are facing is a figure that only exists in legends, and belongs to the same Atsutsuki clan as the legendary 6-Path Sage." The 6 people's faces suddenly changed. Their first reaction was not to believe Nyaji, but seeing that Nyaji was serious, and the puppet army just now was indeed powerful. As the sand village that is best at puppetry, the fourth Kazekage believes that all the puppet masters in the village combined cannot control so many puppets. If the 6 of them were not immortal, they would be in great danger facing these puppets. Seeing that these people did not believe it, Neji was not surprised. After all, the 6 Paths Sage was just a legend, and many ninjas had never heard of it. Only a few strong people really knew that the 6 Paths Sage was not a legend but a real thing. And he didn't need these people to believe in him. He just needed them to be the vanguard for him and deal with Tonari Atsutsuki. Here we come. Neji looked up suddenly, his right eye was trembling, and he felt the power of his own people. The artificial sun cracked open, and Tonari Atsutsuki floated in the air, his feet stepping on the air and flying towards this side at a high speed. The Byakugan with such high purity, with this pair of eyes, I can definitely awaken the Samsara eye. Tonari raised his hand to cover his closed eyes. He felt his eyes trembling like never before. It was excited and couldn't wait to get the power of the Byakugan. Tonari fell from the sky, like a stream of light falling in front of Neji, his feet suspended in the air. Guests from Earth, welcome. My name is Tonari Atsutsuki, the Master of the Moon. Tonari introduced himself politely. As he said that, Tonari looked at Neji, and the pair of Byakugan with extremely high purity was like a bright light in the dark, constantly attracting Tonari. Tonari said, "My clansmen who have come from afar, please follow me to the palace in the sun." Faced Tonari's invitation, Neji snorted disdainfully. He felt Tonari's greed for his eyes, because he was also greedy for the chakra of the Atsutsuki clan in Tonari's body. Okay, no more polite words, I want the chakra of the Atsutsuki clan in your body, Neji said straight to the point. He didn't want to talk nonsense with Tonari. He is a competent villain, and not talking much is the most basic professional ethics that a villain needs to abide by. Hearing Neji's purpose, Tonari's smile disappeared immediately, and he said calmly, I didn't expect that you who have lived on the ground for thousands of years actually know this secret. This is just right, and I don't need to explain it. Give me your eyes, only I can exert its original power. It's here, whether you can get it depends on your ability. Ninkai pointed at his eyes, his words full of provocation. Unfortunately, Tonari's face was calm and there was no ripples. Neji's provocation was of no use at all. As soon as the words fell, Kabuto, who was squatting behind Neji, immediately took action, controlling the 4 shadows to use the instant body technique to stand in the 4 directions of Tonari, southeast, northwest, and northwest, with their hands in the same seal. Although he didn't know what these people were going to do, Tonari had a bad feeling, raised his hands, released powerful chakra, and turned into 2 huge chakra palm prints to kill the 2nd generation of Mizukage and the 2nd generation of Kazekage. Chapter 88 Atsutsuki Tonari _ starting as a villain from Konoha. Tonari's attack is similar to Bagua Kongjong, but his Bagua Kongjong is far different from Tonari's. The most important factor is chakra. Tonari's chakra is extremely powerful, enough to rival the tailed beasts. 4 Red Yang Formation. The 4 shadows shouted at the same time, releasing a fiery red light from their bodies, which extended to both sides and merged into one, forming a huge red barrier to block the surroundings. The moment the barrier was formed, the chakra palm print fell on the barrier, like a stone falling on the water, causing slight ripples. As a member of the Atsutsuki clan, Tonari can not only fly, but also has some mysterious means. If the opponent escapes, Neji is really not sure, so he will use the 4 Red Yang Formation to trap Tonari. The 4 Red Yang Formation can only be used by 4 Hokage level masters. Neji couldn't find 4 Hokage, but the other 4 Kage level masters could replace them. Maybe not as good as 4 Hokage, but it was enough to trap Tonari. Even the battlefield is ready, it seems that you think you will win, Tonari said lightly. Neji smiled slightly, confident, it's not a sure win, but there is still a 999 chance. Then come on. Tonari was also extremely confident. He was the only remaining member of the Atsutsuki clan, and he could easily deal with the branches on earth. Tonari raised his hand and grabbed the air, and a black stick emerged from his palm and was held in his palm. This is a weapon made by yin-yang escape, which has a disruptive effect on the chakra of the person hit, and at the same time, it can block the acupuncture points of the opponent's chakra when inserted into the body. Even the body of the impure world reincarnation will be blocked by the black stick, which restrains the immortal body of the impure world reincarnation to a certain extent. Shiren held the black stick, raised his head and said slowly, "I hope you can bring me more fun, don't lose too fast." As soon as the words fell, Shiren disappeared from the spot. Chapter 89 Fierce Battle starting from Konoha to be a villain shock Shuhage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. A black stick fell from behind, and the black stick that seemed to be as thick as a baby seemed to have a force of 10,000 tons, and it hit Niji's head fiercely. Bang! A sharp roar sounded, flames shot out, and the black stick stopped in midair. Niji swung his sword to block the attack behind him, only to feel a huge force on the sword like a tide, and waves of pain came from the tiger's mouth. Stronger than Tsunade's strange power, invincible. With this thought in mind, Niji quickly pulled back, retreating dozens of meters before stopping. Looking up at Tonari holding the black stick, Niji frowned. "It's really tricky, worthy of being a member of the Otsutsuki clan, but I can still deal with it." The brief fight just now was enough for Niji to have a clear understanding of Tonari's strength. As a member of the Otsutsuki clan, Tonari's body is much stronger than ordinary people. The chakra in his body that is comparable to the Nine Tails is enough to suppress Niji. His strong physical fitness gives Tonari faster speed and stronger strength. A casual attack has a stronger strange power than Tsunade. If Niji only uses his current strength, he has no power to win against Tonari, but he is cheating. "The son of Hisashi, so strong," Heitake Sakumo exclaimed beside him. If it was an ordinary jonin, he would definitely die with that attack just now. The opponent's speed is extremely fast, far exceeding that of a jonin. If it was him in the situation just now, he thought he would not be much stronger than Niji. Wind wound. Ningji raised the sword in his hand, shouted, and swung the sword with both hands. The bright sword blade burst out with dazzling light, and 3 visible lights burst out from the sword blade, like 3 sword beams slashing at Tonari, and the places he passed were devastated as if they were plowed. Tonari raised his hand, and the chakra in his palm condensed, turning into a giant tiger more than 10 meters high, roaring, and the tiger suppressed the mountains and forests. The tiger pounced out, waving its huge claws to smash the sword beam in the middle, and the other 2 sword beams came at the same time, slashing the tiger condensed by chakra. Instant ninjutsu. Hanzang was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Hearing Hanzo's exclamation, Niji raised his eyebrows. The so-called ninjutsu and hand seals are just methods used by humans on Earth. In layman's terms, hand seals only give the weak a chance to use chakra better. The Otsutsuki clan is born with a huge amount of chakra. They can use the chakra in their bodies flexibly for attack and defense without hand seals. For example, Zabuza needs 44 hand seals to use the water escape and water dragon bullet, while Senjo Tobirama only needs 4 hand seals. As for Senjo Hashirama, he only needs to clap his hands. The chakra burst set off a whirlwind, and Niji raised his hand, and saw a dazzling yellow light emitting from his fingertips. With a whoosh, the laser beam flew out, passed through the whirlwind, and hit Tonari. Attack at the speed of light, at such a close distance, no one has time to dodge. Even if Tonari has a strong sense of perception, he can't avoid the light shot by Niji, unless he can predict Niji's movements in advance. Puff! Blood splattered, and a thumb-sized hole was shot through Tonari's shoulder, and blood flowed out. But soon the blood stopped flowing, and the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the powerful recovery ability of the Otsutsuki clan was revealed, and with the huge amount of chakra in the body, it would be difficult to kill Tonari before the chakra was exhausted unless the neck was injured. What was that attack just now? Shiren glanced at the wound on his shoulder and frowned slightly. The light was so fast that even he couldn't dodge it. Step! With a light step of his toes, the ground broke like a spider web. Shiren disappeared out of thin air, bursting out at a faster speed than before, and rushed in front of Niji in the blink of an eye. Waving the black stick in his hand, stabbing out like a sword, Shiren aimed at Niji's head. He wanted to kill Niji completely. After all he needed was Niji's Byakugan. Niji reacted extremely quickly. Before coming to the moon, he finally practiced water breathing to a higher level and comprehended full collection. Changjong. Now Niji can maintain water breathing even when he sleeps. He swung his sword with both hands and slashed at Shiren's waist. The long sword passed through the air, splashing water, and the long sword turned into a sharp stream of water. Shiren continued to hold the black stick in his right hand and stabbed Nisi, and drew a circle with his left hand, slapping out a giant palm print, smashing Nisi's water slash. As the enemies became stronger and stronger, the swordsmanship of water breathing was of limited use against these powerful enemies. A streak of blood flew out. Niji tilted his head in time to avoid it, but the black stick still inevitably pierced his shoulder, and the bones on his shoulder were all broken in an instant. At the moment when his shoulder was pierced, Niji raised his hand and slapped Tonari's heart, knocking Tonari back. While knocking Tonari back, Niji took the opportunity to stick a detonating talisman on Tonari's abdomen. Tonari retreated continuously, stepped hard with his right foot, stopped the retreat trend, and looked up at Niji. "You lost." Crack. Resisting the pain, Niji broke the black stick inserted in his shoulder, and the moment he took out the black stick, the chakra in his body resumed flowing. "Lost." "Hey, take Psyche," said lightly. What Tonari said was right. Niji was already at a disadvantage, not to mention that now that one arm was broken, Niji, who did not have the abnormal recovery ability of the Otsutsuki clan, could not do anything. It's a loss anyway. However, when Ninkai heard what the two said, he was not panicked, but raised a smug smile and said, "It's too early to say that now. Do you really think I'm crazy and deliberately took your black stick? Multiply the detonating talisman, explode." Ninkai shouted in a deep voice, activating the chakra on the detonating talisman, and the detonating talisman attached to Tonari's abdomen suddenly burst into flames. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 89 Fierce Battle Becoming a Villain from Konoha. At this time, Tonari realized that there was a detonating talisman attached to his abdomen. Tonari, who has lived on the moon for many years, has always been paying attention to the dynamics of the ninja world, and he also recognizes things like detonating talismans. Seeing the detonating talisman on his abdomen being detonated, Tonari had no reaction. It was not that he was scared, but that the detonating talisman was like a toy to Tonari. One detonating talisman had no effect on him. Even if he was injured by the explosion, he could recover in minutes with his recovery ability. But the next second, Tonari's face suddenly changed and his pupils shrank. Dozens of detonating talismans appeared out of thin air and stuck to his body. Tonari, who realized that something was wrong, wanted to take action, but it was too late. Boom! With a loud bang, dozens of detonating talismans exploded at the same time, releasing a light more dazzling than the sun, flames gushing, and the explosion swept across the entire barrier. The exploding detonating talismans continued to summon new detonating talismans, one round after another, continuously without a break. At the moment the explosion sounded, Niji performed instant movement and appeared behind Kabuto. Looking up at the red barrier, the explosions continued, and detonating talismans were summoned every moment to keep the explosions going. "How many detonating tags have you prepared?" Kabuto asked curiously. 9 million, 1 million per minute, 9 minutes. Hearing this number, Kabuto's mouth twitched. With so many detonating tags, it would be enough to blow up 10 mountains, not to mention in this space of hundreds of square meters. Now he finally understood why Niji asked him to prepare 4 Hokage-level strongmen and then set up the 4 Red Yang formation. The real purpose was here. Last time, Niji used 1 million detonating tags to blow up Obito. This time, he used all the detonating tags in his hand to deal with Tonari. Not only that, under Kabuto's control, the 4 cages began to compress the range of the 4 red yang formation. 9 minutes passed little by little. When the last detonating tag was detonated, the explosion in the 4 red yang formation finally stopped, and the entire barrier was covered with black smoke, and it was unclear. Niji opened his Byakugan and looked inside through the black fog. He saw Tonari lying on the ground, his body charred and bloody. If it weren't for the slight rise and fall of his chest, Niji would have thought that Tonari was dead. But even so, Niji did not order the dismantling of the 4 red yang formation. Who knows if Tonari would have mastered some strange means to instantly revive with full health. Facts have proved that Niji thought too much. After waiting for half an hour, Tonari did not make any extra movements. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 90 Awakening the Samsara Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Inside the red barrier. In order to be on the safe side, Niji did not dismantle the 4 red yang formation. To be honest, looking at Tonari who was seriously injured and dying at his feet, Niji was a little bit unbelievable in his heart. Originally, he was ready to pay the price of serious injury and dying to solve Tonari, but he didn't expect to pay only an arm. Although Tonari is a pure Otsutsuki clan, he is indeed very weak. Not only does he not have the Otsutsuki clan's Samsara Eye, he doesn't even have the Byakugan. He only has natural physical fitness and huge chakra in his body, and he is very unfamiliar with the use of chakra. I will spare your life. After saying that, Niji gave Kabuto a look, indicating that he could start. Gathering the chakra in his hand, Kabuto raised his right hand, which turned into a sharp scalpel, and cut off the muscles and nerves of Tonari's limbs. I have never seen a body with such strong recovery ability. The muscles and nerves that have just been cut have begun to repair, Kabuto exclaimed. He stroked Tonari's body with both hands, just like stroking a work of art. Seeing this, Niji's feet were cold. He would start to plunder at Otsutsuki Tonari's chakra later. This guy would not do the same to me. Okay, wait until the plunder is completed, you can do whatever you want to do with it, Niji said impatiently. He couldn't wait to awaken the Samsara Eye. Pushing up his glasses that were slipping off, Kabuto stood up and stepped back a few meters. He took out a scroll from his backpack, which contained a technique developed by Orochimaru to plunder the opponent's chakra. The reason why Niji wanted to deal with Orochimaru before coming to the moon was to rescue Kabuto, and another important purpose was for this technique. Under Kabuto's command, Niji came to a position about 5 meters to the right of Tonari, sat cross-legged on the ground, and formed a special seal with his hands. He didn't immediately call Kabuto to start. Niji first adjusted his breathing and evened out his breath. Adjust the spirit to the peak. After doing all this, Niji nodded to Kabuto, okay, let's start. Kabuto unfolded the scroll with the black runes on the ground, then bit his thumbs, letting the blood flow from his fingers into his palms, and began to make seals. This is a very complicated seal, with a total of 36 seals, and it took Kabuto 10 seconds to complete it. He slammed his hands on the scroll, chakra gushed out, driving the blood to dye the scroll red. After absorbing the blood mixed with chakra, the black runes seemed to come alive, flew out of the scroll, and split into 2 parts and rushed towards Tonari lying on the ground and Niji sitting cross-legged. These black runes climbed up the bodies of the 2 people, and soon they were all over their bodies, not only on their bodies, but also on the ground around them. Between the 2 people, the black runes formed a strange pattern that was neither round nor round. After all this was done, Kabuto also sat cross-legged, formed seals with his hands, and the chakra in his body flowed out and flowed into the pattern of black runes on the ground. Open! With a low shout, the black runes suddenly burst into dazzling light. The runes on Tonari's body burst into white light, and the runes on Niji's body burst into blue light. Using the spells composed of these runes as a bridge, the chakra in Tonari's body was extracted and flowed into Niji's body along the runes. When this chakra flowed into his body, Niji was shocked. What a powerful chakra! This is the strongest chakra he has ever felt, which is not much inferior to the Nine-Tails chakra in Naruto's body, and is even stronger in quality. Compared with this chakra, the chakra in his body is like a chicken on the ground and an eagle flying in the sky. The two are completely on a different level. When Niji used the chakra in his body to perform the Great Fireball technique, the diameter of the fireball he created was about 3 meters, but if he used this chakra, with the same amount of chakra, Niji could create a fireball with a diameter of more than 8 meters. This is a qualitative difference. What a waste of talent! It was a pity for Niji to think that Tonari had such strong chakra, but used it in that way. If he had such strong chakra earlier, he would have dared to fight even against Six Paths Pain. It was right to think about it carefully. Tonari had lived alone on the moon since he was a child, and only puppets accompanied him. He was not like the ninjas in the ninja world. From the beginning of becoming a genin, he had to face life and death battles and struggle to survive on the edge of life and death. In addition to his natural strong physical fitness, Tonari was not even as good as a genin in other aspects. The moment the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan poured into Niji's body, it quickly transformed Niji's body. In terms of blood relationship, Niji was originally a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, and he also had the unique Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan. Therefore, when Shiren's chakra entered Niji's body, there was no rejection reaction at all. Under this chakra transformation, Niji's body underwent visible changes, and the injury on his right shoulder had recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything was happening as Niji had planned, and his body was getting stronger every moment under the transformation of chakra. Niji, who was immersed in this exponential growth of power, did not know that as his body was transformed, the impurities in his body were being discharged. First, the Hashirama cells around his forehead were squeezed out of his body by the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, and when all the Hashirama cells were discharged, Niji's body was also transformed synchronously, and he could finally withstand more chakra from the Otsutsuki clan. Hearing Niji's command to increase the speed of the sweep, Kabuto increased the chakra output, and the runes emitted a stronger light. Chakra like a tide poured into Niji's body, and a small part of these chakras continued to transform the body, and most of the chakras poured into Niji's white eyes. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. Chapter 90 Awakening the Samsara I starting from Konoha to become a villain. The extremely high concentration of Byakugan and Otsutsuki chakra are perfectly integrated. Niji can clearly feel that his Byakugan is undergoing earth-shaking changes. Although he doesn't know what this power is. But there is one thing he can be sure of, his Byakugan is quickly transforming into the Samsara Eye. At the same time, the bird in a cage mark engraved on the Byakugan is being erased bit by bit. Time passed quietly. 6 hours later. The three maintained this action for a full 6 hours. When the last trace of chakra in Tonari's body was extracted into Niji's body, everything was finally completed. The moment Kabuto released the ritual, all the black runes slowly disappeared. Huff, huff. The limp cow fell to the ground, panting heavily. In order to maintain this technique, he almost exhausted his chakra. On the other side, Tonari, whose chakra was drained out, fainted completely. His body was dry and old like a dying old man. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely die, but Tonari was a member of the Otsutsuki clan after all. He had a solid foundation and mastered yin-yang escape. He would not die. At the same time, Niji, who absorbed all of Tonari's chakra, finally awakened his Samsara Eye. With his eyes closed, Niji slowly opened his eyes, and a gleam of light that was impossible to look at passed through the world. These are a pair of blue eyes. Starlight circulated in the pupils, as if there was a silver ray hidden in them. Like a river, emitting brilliant light. At this time, the sitting Kabuto was swept by the blue reincarnation eye, and he felt as if he was carrying a ton of rocks, unable to resist. What a terrifying power! Just a look makes me feel irresistible. Kabuto was so surprised that he couldn't believe that there was such power in the world. No wonder Niji would do anything to get this pair of eyes. If it were him, he would do the same as Niji. Ha ha ha! Feeling the powerful power contained in the eyes, Niji, who has always been calm and composed, couldn't suppress his excitement. This power is unprecedentedly strong. He feels that he can destroy everything, even the moon in front of him. After the excitement, Niji began to try his new power. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 91 System Upgrade Starting from Konoha as a villain. Rin-Egan. Rin-Egan evolved from Byakugan. Byakugan has all the abilities of Rin-Egan, and it is even more powerful. First of all, it is the power to see through everything. The world has no secrets in front of him. Wherever his eyes pass, everything is seen through. When he uses all his strength, he can already see outside the moon. The diameter of the moon is 3,476 kilometers. According to the radius, Niji can see 1,736 kilometers away with Rin-Egan. Converted to the geography of the ninja world, Niji can see what is happening in the lightning country at the southernmost part of the fire country. Before this, the farthest distance that Niji's Byakugan could see was only 10 kilometers. Not only is the distance increased by more than 100 times, but also perspective. The original Byakugan can see through, but it cannot see rich color layers like eyes. Compared with the Byakugan, the perspective of the Samsara eye is many times better. One is an outline map, and the other is a 3D projection. In other words, he can achieve what Kakashi mentioned in the cave that night. This is just an enhancement of the Byakugan ability. The Samsara eye gives Niji not only an enhancement, but also a stronger power. Niji searched around, and finally a huge rock weighing tens of thousands of tons came into Niji's sight. Raising his hand and aiming at the rock, Niji bent his 5 fingers, suddenly grabbed the air in mid-air, and then pulled it back. The 10,000 ton boulder 1,000 meters away suddenly broke away from the ground and flew up. Under Niji's control, the 10,000 ton boulder flew hundreds of meters into the sky and smashed into the sea like a meteorite. Boom! With a deafening roar, thousands of tons of seawater were lifted up, and a white water droplet rushed up to a height of 1,000 meters. The calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, and the waves rolled continuously. Kabuto, who was standing next to him, was stunned. Even if he could dodge such a rock, the shock wave would be enough to seriously injure him. Kabuto knew that the Rin-Egan obtained by Niji was very strong, but no matter how strong it would not be this strong. Kabuto, who did not know the Rin-Egan, had no idea how powerful the Rin-Egan was. If Kabuto knew that Niji had just obtained the Rin-Egan and could not really exert the power of the Rin-Egan, he would probably be scared to death. After the fetal movement process, when Niji completely mastered the power of the Rin-Egan, even if it was the moon under his feet, Niji could easily split it in half with a sword. After the gravity experiment, Niji wanted to use the Rin-Egan Chakram mode, but the Rin-Egan had just awakened and was not completely stable, so he could not use the Rin-Egan Chakram mode. Remove the 4 red yang formation, and the impure world reincarnation, Niji turned and ordered Kabuto. His tone was calm but revealed that it was unquestionable. It turned out that Niji was not enough to completely make Kabuto surrender, so the two of them were more of a cooperative relationship. But after getting the Samsara eye, Niji's power increased like a rocket, and Kabuto was no longer just a subordinate in front of Niji. Kabuto understood this very well, so when facing Niji's order, Kabuto did not say a word, obeyed Niji's instructions, controlled the 4 shadows to withdraw the 4 red yang formation, and then lifted the impure world reincarnation. Niji came to Tonari, who was exhausted, and condensed chakra in his palm and pressed it on Tonari's chest. Using the power of yin and yang escape, he gave Tonari life, and at the same time created a pair of ordinary eyes for Tonari who had no eyes. The secret technique of creating a form from the invisible and injecting life into the form. This is yin and yang escape. In layman's terms, it is the technique of creating everything from nothing and giving life, creating life, and creating everything. After having the samsara eye, Niji naturally learned the technique of yin and yang escape, and the enlightenment appeared in his mind out of thin air, and he mastered it, just like people are born to use their hands and feet. Unlike the yin-yang escape that Tonari used to create the black rod, the yin-yang escape that Niji mastered is a more advanced yin-yang escape that can create life and infinitely create the Tao-seeking jade, provided that his chakra is sufficient. Although Tonari was given vitality and eyes again, Tonari lost the power of the Otsutsuki clan after all, and could not wake up in a short time. After doing all this, Niji finally thought of the system and silently summoned the system in his heart. Ding dong, the system upgrade is complete. Congratulations to the host for passing the novice period. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Niji was more happy than getting the samsara eye. Although the samsara eye is very strong, it is only the power of the world of Naruto after all, not the strongest power, while the system can obtain the power of countless worlds. The system is the foundation of everything for Niji. The interface opens. System, Big Villain System. Name, Hyaga Niji, real name Lin Tian. Age, 14. Gender, Mosaic. ID number, Blur. Energy, /point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physical strength, 1000 points / 2000 points, level 2. Main quest, become the villain of the Naruto world, 23.35%. Skills, Byakugan, Samsara Eye, Thunder Welcome, Kamehameha, Yin-Yang Release, Instantaneous Movement, Sky Dance, Railgun, Laser Beam, Wind Wound, Water Breathing, with 11 type Swordsmanship. Main skill introduction updated to the system chapter. Mission, destroy the sacred Mayaboku mountain, reward unknown. Destroy the sacred Ryakudo, reward unknown. Defeat the 4th Raikage AI, reward unknown. Capture the 9-tailed beasts 0/9, reward unknown. Kill Kaguya Otsutsuki, reward unknown. The updated system has undergone earth-shaking changes, which is a world of difference compared to the original. The original chakra amount becomes energy, 1 point of energy is equal to 10 chakras, and Niji now has 50,000 points of energy, which is 500,000 chakras according to the chakra amount. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. Chapter 91 System Upgrade _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. It is a full 50 times the original. This is probably not only because he plundered the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan in Tonari's body, awakened the reincarnation eye, and enhanced the physical and mental energy, but also because of the system. In short, just treat it as a gift from God, why think so much? A new column of physical strength has been added, which is a general term for the body, including many aspects, such as recovery, vitality, and physical strength. Not only that, the main quest has also changed, and it is no longer the only quest. The skills have also changed, there are no skill points and skill differences, the energy value has been cancelled, and the energy points are uniformly consumed. What made Niji feel the biggest change was the quest column. The original quests were varied and varied. Although the current quests are also varied, they are more aggressive and destructive than before. Compared with the original quests, the current quests are more in line with the word big villain. In short, the current system looks similar to the original system, but in fact, all aspects have undergone earth-shaking changes. Awakening the Rin-Egan, the system is upgraded. Today is a double happiness. When the Rin-Egan is truly perfectly integrated, the entire ninja world will crawl at his feet. Before that, waiting for the perfect integration of the Rin-Egan, there are other things to do. Niji looked up at the artificial sun in the sky, which also contained a Rin-Egan. That Rin-Egan was also what he wanted to obtain. The Rin-Egan formed by countless white eyes had terrible chakra and could even drive the trajectory of the entire moon. I will become stronger if I swallow the chakra inside. Finding two well-preserved puppets from the thousands of puppets nearby, Niji used yin-yang escape to give these two puppets vitality and stayed to guard Tonari. Niji took Kabuto Yakushi to fly to the artificial sun. The artificial sun was protected by the powerful chakra of the reincarnation eye, and it was impossible to enter without knowing the special seal. As for violent destruction, it was even more unrealistic. Even if the moon was destroyed, it would not be able to destroy this layer of hard chakra. For Niji, who also had the reincarnation eye, he gently waved his hand and opened the outer chakra protection and entered the interior of the artificial sun. Chapter 92 Becoming a God Overnight. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Inside the artificial sun. Loneliness seems to be the only theme here. Niji feels that no normal person can survive here. Anyway, if it were him, he would definitely not live in an artificial sun. A majestic and huge palace is suspended in the center, surrounded by a circle of gravel like a star ring. The main body of the palace is built of black stone bricks, and only the windows are made of colorful glass. Niji took Kabuto to the inside of the palace. The palace was extremely empty, with only a large number of puppets moving around in every corner of the castle, doing the same thing day after day. I really don't know how he lives. Seeing that the whole palace was filled with puppets, it was a bit unbearable for Kabuto to think about living with puppets every day. Perhaps, this is why he is twisted in his heart and wants to destroy the ninja world. Kabuto looked at Niji curiously. How could he know so many things? Could it be that he had been to the moon before? With doubts, Kabuto followed Niji and went straight to the depths of the palace, where there was a huge library. The 10-meter-high bookshelves were filled with all kinds of books and scrolls. There were hundreds of such huge bookshelves in the entire library, and these bookshelves were neatly arranged according to different categories. The moment he stepped into the library, he saw these huge bookshelves that were endless, and his eyes were wide open. His eyes lit up, his excitement was hard to suppress, and his hands couldn't help shaking. He quickly ran to the bookshelf, took a scroll from it, and couldn't wait to read it. This records the deeds of Indra, the eldest son of the Six-Path Sage, who invented the seal, Kabuto shouted in a trembling voice. Ninkai smiled slightly and said, Yakushi Kabuto, this is the treasure I prepared for you. Otsutsuki Hamura brought his descendants to the moon, in addition to monitoring the outer path demon statue. There is also another most important purpose, to monitor the world of the Six-Path Sage. For thousands of years, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura living on the moon have recorded everything that happened in the ninja world with scrolls. These scrolls record the history of the entire ninja world. Faced with these scrolls that record the history of the entire ninja world, Kabuto no longer cares about Niji, and he plunges into the scrolls. Seeing this, Nisi shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly, turned around and left the library. He knew the history of the ninja world in general, but he was not interested in the specific history. Compared to these scrolls, Niji was more concerned about the second samsara eye. After leaving the palace, Niji flew to the center of the huge crescent moon next to him. It was called a moon, but it was actually made up of countless stones, and it was covered with rich chakra. There was a huge stone ball in the center of the crescent moon, and there was an entrance on top of the stone ball that was not easy to find. Niji flew into it. It was a dark and endless passage, with smooth stones on both sides, and various pictures carved on them. After a rough look, the pictures described the history of the Hamura family. After walking for about 1,000 meters, the front suddenly widened and a huge space appeared. There was a huge stone statue opposite, and the stone statue was carved with Hamura. There was a hole under the stone statue, emitting a faint yellow light from the inside out. Walking under the stone statue, Niji bowed 3 times to the stone statue. No matter what, in terms of blood, he was considered a descendant of Hamura. He walked into the cave emitting yellow light, which was a bit dazzling. After a few steps, Niji came to a larger space. The whole space was filled with yellow light, and the source of the light was a huge yellow eyeball suspended in the air. The second Rin-Egan. There are two ways to awaken the Rin-Egan. One is like Niji, the high-purity Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is combined with the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, and the second is to merge countless Byakugan into the Rin-Egan. The Rin-Egan in front of him was the second way. Which of the two ways of Rin-Egan is stronger, even Niji can't say. But if anyone is given a choice, I'm afraid they will choose Niji to awaken the Rin-Egan in this way. This huge yellow Rin-Egan doesn't look like an eye, but more like a huge device. In terms of practicality, it is far worse than Niji's blue Rin-Egan. Niji walked slowly onto the platform, came to the yellow Rin-Egan, and reached out to touch the Rin-Egan in front of him. A spell was cast on the Samsara Eye. If someone who did not have the bloodline of Hamura touched it, the chakra would be sucked out. In addition to feeling the extremely powerful chakra, Niji also felt endless pain from this Samsara Eye, the pain of those who originally owned the white eye. Let me release you from the pain. Niji said softly, and began to absorb the chakra from the Samsara Eye. They were both Samsara Eyes, and the chakra was essentially the same. When Niji absorbed the chakra from it, the yellow Samsara Eye did not resist, but cooperated very well to pour the chakra into Niji's body. A huge amount of chakra like the sea poured into Niji's body. These chakras were divided into two, one part acted on Niji's body, and the other part poured into the blue Samsara Eye. As these chakras poured in, Niji's Samsara Eye began to evolve again, and his blue eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. Green chakra emerged from Niji's eyes, and in a blink of an eye, these chakras spread all over Niji's body. The Samsara Eye chakra mode, which originally needed some time to adapt to, was instantly turned on. At the same time, the Samsara Eye chakra in Niji's body automatically operated, based on yin-yang escape, to create black Tao-seeking jades that surrounded Niji in a circle. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 92 Becoming a God Overnight. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The whole process lasted for 10 minutes, and Niji devoured the chakra of the yellow Samsara Eye completely. Without all the chakra, the yellow Samsara Eye was difficult to maintain. With a muffled sound, it exploded and turned into thousands of white eyes suspended in the air. A flash of green light. The chakra of the Samsara Eye on his body suddenly disappeared into his body. Niji couldn't help but reach out and touch his eyes. He felt that there was a stronger power gathering in his eyes. Energy, /point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physique, 1400 points / 2000 points, level 2. After absorbing the second Samsara Eye, Niji's chakra and physique have increased like a rocket. The harvest on the moon this time cannot be described in words. The harvest is too great. It is so great that it is beyond Niji's expectation. Becoming a god overnight. It is not an exaggeration to describe it this way. Even if the ninja god Senjo Hashirama in his prime is reborn, he is not his opponent. Looking around at the thousands of white eyes floating in the air, Niji couldn't help but sigh. Behind each of these eyes was full of pain and sadness. He clasped his hands together, and a strong chakra wave was released from his palms, destroying all the white eyes around him. Now Niji has stopped using seals. Even if he doesn't use seals, he can use the chakra in his body flexibly. Complete 1/1 absorption of the second reincarnation eye, reward 100 points of physical strength. Physical strength, 1500 points / 2000 points, level 2. Ordinary people have 50 points of physical strength, and Niji's physical strength is equivalent to 30 times that of ordinary people. Now he can easily lift several tons of weight, and the burst of power of a single fist can reach 20 tons. The so-called overlord power is like a baby in front of him. This is just pure physical strength. If chakra is used, Niji's single fist power burst exceeds 50 tons. 50 tons of fist power, one punch can even crack the earth. This is just strength, speed, reaction, and physical strength have all been greatly improved. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on Shuhage Novel Network. Chapter 93 Crossing the Starry Sky _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Suddenly, a heavenly idea popped up in Ninkai's mind. With my current physical strength and chakra, I should be able to survive in space. As soon as this idea popped up in his mind, it was like a gushing spring, and he couldn't control it. He wanted to go to space to see. He had never been to space in his life. He did it as soon as he said it. Ninkai came to the entrance of the passage connecting the interior of the moon and space. As long as he passed through the chakra shield that blocked the passage, he could enter space. Looking at the space so close, Ninkai took a deep breath, raised his leg to cross the chakra shield, and came to the surface of the moon. The moon is not like the Earth, which has an atmosphere to protect it. The surface of the moon is a real space environment. When his body appeared in space, Nisi immediately felt a strong energy destroying his body. This energy was composed of various radiations, low temperatures, and cosmic rays. Ordinary people could hardly last even 10 seconds in such a harsh environment. But Nisi's body was extremely strong, and with the help of the Samsara Eye Chakra, he easily blocked this destructive energy, as if walking on flat ground. With his feet suspended in the air, Nisi flew towards space. Space does not have atmospheric resistance like the Earth. In space without resistance, Nisi's speed instantly broke through the speed of sound. 1 times the speed of sound. 10 times the speed of sound. 100 times the speed of sound. Like a stream of light, Nisi flew across the bumpy surface of the moon and through huge craters. The speed was getting faster and faster. Soon, Nisi's speed broke through 100 times the speed of sound and headed towards 200 times the speed of sound. In less than a minute, Nisi had already flown around the entire moon. This was when Nisi did not burst out with all his strength. After awakening the Samsara Eye, Niji controlled gravity and repulsion. Even without using the sky dance technique, Niji could fly. Especially in space, Niji could manipulate the gravity and repulsion between planets to accelerate himself. Because he was on the surface of the moon, Niji didn't dare to explode, fearing that an acceleration would lead to too fast speed, and finally he couldn't stop and crashed into the Earth, and that would be the end. His current body was not strong enough to rub against the atmosphere. Niji looked up and saw infinite space at a glance, the vast and boundless space, and the sky was full of stars. Turning his head and looking behind him, a huge, blue planet appeared in his field of vision. Earth. Niji couldn't help holding his breath. Beautiful. So beautiful. It was like a blue gem slowly turning, and the atmosphere was like white mist surrounding it. Although I have seen this picture on the internet and in books in my previous life, when I really stand in space and look at the blue planet in front of me, the beauty and shock are simply beyond words. Turning around and looking at the infinite space behind him, Niji accelerated towards the space, and the blue planet behind him kept shrinking. After controlling the repulsion and gravity between the planets to accelerate, Niji's speed instantly exceeded 100 times the speed of sound. Without stopping, the speed continued to increase. There was no resistance in space, so Niji could continue to accelerate, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The blue planet was getting smaller and smaller, and finally only a small light spot was left, and Niji was getting closer and closer to Mars. This is a fiery red planet. Compared with the huge Earth, Mars has shrunk a whole circle, like a tennis ball placed next to a basketball. Stopping over Mars, Niji did not choose to enter Mars immediately. He was looking at the system interface. Energy, /point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. It took him more than 5,000 energy to fly from the moon to Mars. It doesn't seem like much, but if it is an interstellar shuttle, with his energy alone, I'm afraid he can't even fly out of the solar system. In space, without energy points, it would be tantamount to seeking death. His body is not strong enough to withstand cosmic rays. I don't know how the Otsutsuki clan managed interstellar travel. It seems that we can only know it after catching Kaguya at Satsuki. The reason why Niji came all the way to Mars is not because he is bored, but because he sensed that there is something attracting him. Activate the Samsara Eye Chakra mode. I saw green chakra covering Niji's whole body in an instant, and powerful power surged from his body. Niji felt like it is invincible. He can even destroy Mars under his feet. Then Niji created several truth-seeking jades to form a sphere to wrap his whole body. Mars has an atmosphere. The function of the truth-seeking jade is to prevent the body from rubbing against the atmosphere. Under the wrapping of the truth-seeking jade, Niji quickly passed through the atmosphere. The atmosphere of Mars is obviously much thinner than that of the Earth. The truth-seeking jade wrapped in flames is like a falling meteor. When it is about to land on the ground, the truth-seeking jade cracks and turns into a sphere. A figure flew out, covered with green chakra, and a pair of cold eyes looked down. Huh? Mars has very little gravity. Niji, who controls gravity, immediately felt that Mars' gravity is much smaller than that of the Earth. On this planet, he can burst out faster than on Earth. Looking down, his eyes swept across the ground full of red gravel. At the horizon, Niji saw a plant standing on the ground. Niji looked at this scene in shock. The hundreds of meters high plant towered into the clouds, although there were no clouds on Mars. When he got closer, Ninkai could see clearly that the plant had decayed. Although the surface was decayed, it was still well preserved. Could this be the sacred tree? Ninkai couldn't believe it. On the way here just now, Ninkai saw the remains of decayed buildings on the surface of Mars, indicating that there was life on Mars many years ago. Judging from the extent of the remains, the life on Mars should have developed its own civilization. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting later. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on Shuhage Novel Network. Chapter 93 Crossing the Starry Sky _ Starting to be a villain from Konoha. Obviously, the civilization that was born has been destroyed, leaving only broken remains to show that this planet once had civilization. Coupled with the huge decayed plant in front of him, Niji was 90% sure that the Otsutsuki clan had been to Mars before going to Earth. They planted the 10 tails, a seedling of the sacred tree, on Mars, devoured all the life on Mars, and harvested the chakra fruit. Niji finally knew what attracted him on Mars, it should be this withered sacred tree. After absorbing Tonari's chakra, his body evolved towards the Otsutsuki clan in some aspects, perhaps this is why he can sense the sacred tree. Unfortunately, it is a dead sacred tree, only the dry trunk is still standing, and there is no chakra fruit that condenses the entire planet. The dead sacred tree is nothing to see. Niji came back to the ruins he had just passed by, the collapsed streets, the broken buildings. From the ruins in front of him, Niji could imagine what a prosperous city this was originally. The civilization on Mars is already stronger than the ninja world in terms of technological development, but unfortunately it is not strong enough to face the Otsutsuki clan. In fact, the ninja world was the same 1,000 years ago. If Kaguya Otsutsuki hadn't suddenly fallen in love with a human man and gave birth to 2 sons, then a mother-son relationship would have played out, and the Earth would probably have become what Mars is now. Walking on the ground of Mars covered with red sand, Niji used his reincarnation eye to explore the ruins in front of him. His pupil power penetrated everything. Suddenly, Niji let out a surprised cry. He found an underground city under the ruins. It was a large underground city, 10 kilometers long, and the underground city had dozens of floors built all the way underground. Such an underground city was enough to accommodate millions of people during the Doomsday disaster. The nearest entrance to the underground city was 3 kilometers southwest. Niji came to the entrance, but the entrance was buried by ruins. Boom! Niji threw a truth-seeking jade and blew up the entrance. In the billowing smoke, the truth-seeking jade flew back and fell into Niji's hands. The power of the truth-seeking jade made Niji like it more and more. Using yin-yang escape techniques to create a shape, and adding high-density chakra of the 7 attributes of yin-yang, 5 elements, you can create the Seeking Truth Jade. It sounds simple, but only Hago Romo, Hamura, and Kagaya can use their 7 attributes to create it. Niji uses the Samsara Eye to create the Seeking Truth Jade. Although the Seeking Truth Jade is only the size of a tennis ball, it is extremely powerful and can easily destroy a forest. It contains the power of the universe and can be freely transformed into various weapons for the caster to use. Not only that, it can also invalidate all ninjutsu. It can easily exert a power that exceeds the bloodline limit and bloodline elimination, and is comparable to the bloodline net. The billowing smoke dissipated, revealing a black passage. Niji was skilled and bold, and plunged into the passage. Chapter 94 1 year starting from Konoha as a villain. 1 hour later. Ninkai rushed out of the ground with a head full of dust, shouting bad luck, bad luck. There was nothing in the Steel City hidden underground. The entire city was destroyed by the roots of the sacred tree. Ninkai searched for a long time, risking being buried, and finally found a sword. This is a sword with a shiny blade, 1 meter long, both sides are sharpened. As for the sharpness, Niji tried it and easily cut through a half-meter thick steel plate. It can definitely cut iron like mud. It is precisely because the sharpness of this sword is not bad that Niji brought it out. Shaking the sword in his hand, Niji sighed, finally, I have gained something. This trip to Mars is not in vain. This is the only way to comfort himself. Seeing Mars like this, Niji didn't want to stay any longer. He flew away from Mars and flew towards the distant moon. Half an hour later, Niji crossed the space and returned to the moon. When he returned to the palace, it was less than half a day since he left, and Kabuto was still immersed in the library. Noticing Niji's return, Kabuto said without turning his head, "You are back. I thought you went back to the ninja world." "I didn't go back to the ninja world, but I also wandered around outside." Hearing this, Kabuto thought Niji was just wandering around the inside of the moon. Who knew that Niji had just returned from a trip to Mars? "I was originally going to look for you, but now that you're here, it's just right, take a look at this," Kabuto said, pulling out a scroll from the pile in front of him and throwing it to Niji. Niji took the scroll and opened it, asking, "What's written on it?" "This scroll is specifically about the Samsara Eye. There's a line in it, after the Samsara Eye awakens, don't overconsume the power of the Samsara Eye within a year, otherwise it will degenerate into the Byakugan again." Kabuto looked up at Niji and reached out to push up his glasses that had slipped off. Niji roughly finished reading the contents of the scroll. Kabuto said what he said was the truth. He didn't expect that the Samsara Eye had such a limitation. Suddenly, Niji recalled in his mind that after Tonari was defeated by Naruto, the Samsara Eye degenerated into the Byakugan, and was finally taken out by Hinata and returned to Hanabi. After that, Hanabi's eyes were still Byakugan, not Samsara Eye. It seems that what was said on the scroll was true. My plan is all messed up. Ninji sighed deeply. He was originally planning to return to the moon, recuperate for a few days, and then return to the ninja world, and then start his plan to sweep across the entire ninja world. Now it seems that it is not possible. Forget it, it's only a year, he can wait. So, Ninkai and Kabuto stayed on the moon. Kabuto was addicted to the library every day, eating, drinking, and defecating in the library. Ninji couldn't stand this kind of life, but during this year, Ninkai systematically learned the knowledge related to chakra. Mastered the yin and yang, 5 elements and 7 kinds of chakra one by one, and also mastered yin and yang escape. In addition to training, the only thing that Ninkai enjoyed was fishing with Tonari. Since Tonari did not die after losing the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan, his strength has greatly decreased. However, as his power disappeared, Tonari's thoughts actually changed a lot. After he lost his power, Tonari seemed to suddenly see the whole world open. He no longer thought about destroying the ninja world. In his words, "You can think about as many things as you have power. Now he is an ordinary person who has lost power, so he should think about what ordinary people should think about. The lake is calm and mirror-like, like a crystal-clear sapphire inlaid in emerald jade. Ninkai and Tonari sat in a corner of the lake. Behind them stood 4 puppet maids, serving tea and rags. "Are you sure you don't want to go back to the ninja world with me?" Ninkai asked lazily, lying on the chair with his hands on his head. "No," Tonari shook his head and said calmly, "the ninja world is too chaotic now. When you clean up the ninja world, I will go to the ninja world, and then find the girl I dream of, and live a stable and peaceful life." Ninkai asked Tonari to go back with him. In fact, he was also selfish. Although Tonari had taken away all his chakra, the foundation of the Otsutsuki clan was there after all. In the past year or so, Tonari's chakra has recovered a lot, and he is definitely a cage-level strongman. But Tonari didn't want to go back, and Ninkai didn't force him. Suddenly, Tonari asked, "Are you ready to deal with our ancestor Kagaya?" "Not yet. If the enemy comes, we will stop him. If it doesn't work, destroy the Samsara Eye and don't let her have a chance to revive," Niji said disapprovingly. Tonari turned his head to look at Niji and asked with a smile, "Are you willing to destroy the Samsara Eye?" Niji sat up straight when asked and told the truth, "I'm definitely not willing to do it, but I only need one, and it doesn't matter if the other one is destroyed. It's up to you, anyway, I will watch how you clean up the ninja world on the moon." Tonari said, picked up the fishing rod, and a fish was lifted out of the water. The next day, after saying goodbye to Tonari, Niji took Kabuto through the space channel and returned to Earth again. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled, and the goose feather-like snow flew, and the white snow dyed the earth white, as if covered with a layer of white carpet. The air on Earth is still comfortable. Niji took a deep breath, raised his hands, and missed the taste of the ninja world very much. Although the interior of the moon has been transformed into an environment similar to that of the Earth, there are still great differences in essence. Kabuto, who was standing behind him, asked, "What should we do next?" "Let's understand the situation first. We have been away for a year and we don't know what the ninja world is like now." Chapter 94 1 year starting from Konoha to be a villain. Before going to the moon, he plotted against Obito and revealed his identity, causing the entire ninja world to look for Obito. "I don't know what the situation is like in the ninja world now. Has Obito been caught? Did he not carry out his Moon Eye plan in advance? The Snow Country is located in the north of the Fire Country. It is a small country that is surrounded by ice and snow all year round. It has little information exchange with the ninja world and it is difficult to know what is happening in the ninja world." It was the second day after Ninkai and Kabuto left the Snow Country and returned to the ninja world. After crossing the border of the Snow Country and entering the territory of the Fire Country, the two came to a prosperous town to live. In the tavern. "The wine on the moon is still a little different from the wine in the ninja world," Kabuto said with emotion after drinking the wine in front of him. Ninkai saw that Kabuto was drinking happily and could only swallow his saliva. In the Naruto world, many things have no rules, such as killing. But some things are very regular, such as drinking. No tavern or wine shop will sell to minors under the age of 18. There were 3 businessmen sitting at the table next to them. They drank a lot and were talking loudly about their experiences while drunk. "Do you know? Konoha village is going to re-elect the Hokage." "Really? The 5th Hokage has only been in office for more than a year, and is at his peak." "I'm lying to you. I'm your son. I just delivered a batch of goods to Konoha a few days ago." Ninkai and Kabuto looked at each other at the same time, and saw the same confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. "What happened this year?" "Tsunade, the Hokage, is actually going to abdicate and re-elect the Hokage. The Hokage is not something that can be done or not done. First of all, those who can become Hokage must have the strength of the cage, and secondly, they must be recognized by the majority. As the head of a village, the Hokage represents the entire Konoha village. Unless there are special problems, the Hokage will not be changed frequently. Did something happen in Konoha? If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 95 Uchiha Itachi wants to be Hokage, please recommend and follow, starting from Konoha as a villain. In the tavern. The merchants continued to talk. If you want to run for Hokage, the most promising one is Heitake Kakashi. A year ago, in the Battle of Grass Country, Heitake Kakashi almost killed Uchiha Obito, the successor of Uchiha Madara. As Ninkai expected, Obito was indeed hunted down by the 5 major ninja villages, but unexpectedly, Kakashi led the team himself. Obito's Kamui is very difficult to deal with. Just with this skill, Obito can become a super strong person in the cage level. If you want to restrain Obito's Kamui, the most effective one is Kakashi's Kamui. If there is a strong person to cooperate, Obito can indeed be killed. One of the merchants suddenly said, causing Kabuto and Ninkai to change their faces at the same time. Who said that? I think Uchiha Itachi can do it too. He bears all the sins and infamy alone, but still silently protects Konoha in the dark. When I was in Konoha, I heard that many people agreed with Uchiha Itachi and hoped that he could become Hokage. What's going on? The reacted Kabuto whispered, unable to hide the shock in his tone. You ask me? I want to ask you something else. Niji is a little confused. What's going on? What happened in the past year since I left? How did Uchiha Itachi, a traitor, return to Konoha and be whitewashed? It seems that only by returning to Konoha can we figure it out. The next day, Ningji and Kabuto returned to Konoha. Standing under the city wall, the invisible barrier enveloped the village. Such a big deal consumed a huge number of resources. Only Konoha has the financial resources in the entire ninja world. It seems that after Tsunade took over as Hokage, the village has indeed changed a lot. Even the barrier has been rebuilt. It feels a bit like the Rain Village. As he said that, Niji stepped through the barrier, followed by Kabuto. The barrier did not react at all until the two entered the village. After entering the village, the two split up, Kabuto went to find out the news, and Niji went to the most delicious meatball shop in Konoha. I haven't eaten it for a long time, it smells so good. Niji couldn't help but praise it when he smelled the familiar aroma. The boss was a generous person. Hearing Niji's praise, he smiled and said, "From your tone, it seems that you are also from Konoha." 1 year in the development process is enough for Niji's appearance to change dramatically, plus the disappearance of the white eyes, turning into a deep blue reincarnation eyes, and the change in clothing style. Niji's appearance has changed dramatically since he rebelled against Konoha 2 years ago. Even if someone familiar with him stood in front of him, it would be difficult to notice. So it was, he left later and hasn't been back for a while, Niji said with a smile as he took the 3-color meatball handed over by the boss. It seems that you are also here for the Hokage handover ceremony. Yes. Ninkai took the 3-colored meatballs and found a single table near the door to sit down. His main purpose of coming to this store was not to eat meatballs, but to wait for someone. Ding dong. The door curtain was lifted, and the wind chimes on it made a sound, and Uchiha Itachi walked into the store. Unlike the first time I saw Uchiha Itachi, the current Uchiha Itachi took off the red cloud coat representing Akatsuki and wore a green vest representing Konoha. He wore a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead, and his soft hair was tied up by the forehead protector. When the boss saw Itachi come in, he immediately greeted him warmly, "Itachi-sama, you are here again, what do you want to eat today?" "Same as usual." Itachi smiled slightly. He smiled and took out his wallet to pay, but the boss refused to accept it, saying that Itachi was a village hero and that he would eat meatballs for free in the future. Ninkai watched this scene quietly. The rumor was true. After Itachi returned to the village, he not only washed away the stigma on his body, but also became a hero of Konoha. This was a bit unexpected. Is he changing too slowly, or is the world changing too fast? Although Itaka slaughtered the Uchiha clan for the village, it was after all the slaughter of all his clansmen. Ninkai was very curious about how the top leaders whitewashed Itaka. "Hey, Kakashi!" At this moment, a greeting came from the road next to him. Ninkai turned his head and saw Asuma and Hong shopping together, and ran into Kakashi head-on. "You are all going to become Hokage, but you are still so leisurely," Asuma joked. Kakashi was not happy at all about becoming Hokage. Instead, he looked depressed and said, "I was going to find the fifth Hokage and ask her to withdraw this order. I am used to being lazy, and the position of Hokage is not suitable for me. The fifth Hokage will not agree. She didn't want to be Hokage in the first place. Now she finally found someone to take over. How could she give up?" Hong Xiao said. "I see." Ninkai suddenly realized and couldn't help laughing. After all this time, some people think the position of Hokage is tiring. The position of Hokage is so wonderful. Those who want to be can't be it with 1,000 difficulties, and those who don't want to be, someone forces you to be. After getting what he wanted and meeting the people he wanted to meet, Ninkai got up and left the store. However, the moment Ninkai got up, Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi noticed Ninkai at the same time. As soon as Ninkai left, Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi chased after him. At the number 13 training ground leaving the village residential area, Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi stopped Ninkai. Kakashi got straight to the point and asked directly, "Who are you? Your face makes me feel familiar. Do I know you?" "Not just you, I also feel familiar, but it is indeed a strange face in the village," Itachi said calmly. His eyes slowly turned, and he opened his Sharingan. His eyes were blood red, and black Magatama appeared. "You are really forgetful, Mr. Kakashi." Ninkai smiled slightly, put away the blue reincarnation eye, and showed his white eyes. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it will be more exciting later. Chapter 95 Uchiha Itachi wants to be Hokage, please recommend and follow, starting from Konoha as a villain. Ninkai! Kakashi exclaimed, and the two looked abnormal, looking at the huge change in front of them. "Kakashi, and Itachi, I don't want to fight with you today," said Ninkai lightly. Putting away the shock on his face, Kakashi said in a deep voice, "Since you have come to Konoha, I will not let you leave, Ninkai, there are some things you should explain well." As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi performed the instant body technique and appeared behind Ninkai. The right hand condensed a large amount of lightning chakra, the lightning flashed, and it made a sound like 1,000 birds chirping, piercing Ninkai's temple. Bang! "Just surrender!" The screen froze for 3 seconds. Ninkai turned his head, looked at Kakashi, and said lightly, "Kakashi, you are too weak." "Kakashi?" His rakery really hit. "This guy, what's wrong?" Boom! Niji's Byakugan turned into Samsara Eye, and Samsara Eye chakra burst out from his body. The green chakra turned into a big hand and slapped Kakashi away. Kakashi, who flew out, exploded in the air and turned into lightning and thunder. Seeing that the Thunder Shadow clone was destroyed so easily, and even the corner of Niji's clothes was not touched, Kakashi felt a pain in his heart, because that was half of his chakra. "Be careful, his eyes are different, not just Byakugan," Itachi whispered to remind Kakashi to pay attention. Stronger pupil technique. After being reminded by Itachi, Kakashi noticed that Niji's eyes were different. Deep blue eyes. Itachi didn't know what pupil technique this was, but it was definitely stronger than Byakugan. A year ago, he was not sure of defeating Niji. A year later, Niji must be stronger. There was no so-called test. Itachi used the strongest fire ninjutsu in his hand and quickly formed seals with both hands. I have to say, Itachi's hand seals are really fast, 6 seals in 1 second. Phoenix Chlored. With a low shout, Itachi condensed the fire attribute chakra in his throat, and the flames that spewed out split in the air. At the same time, Itachi merged the rotating shuriken into the flames, controlled these flames, and killed Niji. Seeking the Truth Jade. Niji waved his hand to create a Seeking Truth Jade out of thin air. The black Seeking Truth Jade turned into a large black net in the air, and the net caught all the flames. Under the characteristics of the Seeking Truth Jade that invalidates ninjutsu, the flames disappeared the moment they touched the black net, leaving only the shuriken. I saw Niji raise his hand and wave, and these shurikens shot back at Itaki and Kakashi. If you like to start being a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net has the fastest update speed in the whole network. Chapter 96, Breaking Susanoo with a Fist starting as a villain from Konoha. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the shuriken was reflected back, faster and more powerful. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. Kakashi quickly formed a seal, slapped his hands on the ground, and chakras surged out, raising a thick earth wall with multiple dog sculptures carved on it to block the shuriken that were shot. Itaki's pupils suddenly shrank, and his ninjutsu was so easily resolved. What is that black sphere? Not only can it change its shape at will, it seems to be able to absorb ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? Or weapons? Unheard of. Since ninjutsu is useless, then use physical skills and illusions. Instant body technique. Itaki's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared behind Niji, holding a kunai in his hand, flashing cold light, and stabbed it towards Niji's head. Puff! The moment the kunai touched Niji's head, Niji, who was standing in place, burst like a bubble. After image. Itaki was horrified. He had opened the Sharingan, which was second only to the Byakugan in insight, but he couldn't see through Nishi's movement. How fast was he? Without thinking, with years of combat experience, Itaki instinctively swung the kunai and stabbed behind him. Unfortunately, Nishi's fist had already fallen. With a bang, Itaki flew out like a cannonball, spitting blood in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. The earth shattered like a spider web, with flying sand and rocks, and dust. Seeing Itaki being knocked away by Nishi's punch, and his life or death was unknown, Kakashi was more solemn than ever. After only 1 year, Nishi was so strong. He lifted the forehead protector of his left eye, revealing the blood-red Sharingan, and the three-colored Megatama quickly rotated and turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kami! With a low shout, Kakashi decisively used Kamui the moment he saw Nishi, twisting the power of space, trying to break Nishi from space. After fighting with Obito several times, Kakashi has become more and more proficient in the use of Kamui, and his speed and strength have been significantly enhanced. Niji's figure flashed, dodged Kamui, and appeared behind Kakashi. It's useless, my eyes can see through the chakra flow of your Sharingan, Niji said lightly. Before he finished speaking, green Samsara chakra appeared in Niji's hand, and these chakras condensed into a small green ball. Chakra light ball. The green ball flew out and hit Kakashi's back, and merged into Kakashi's body like an invisible liquid. The next second, Kakashi's whole body burst into green light, and the green ball swallowed all the chakra in Kakashi's body, and then released this chakra. The chakra's shock wave fell into the river next to it, exploding a water column several meters high. This amount of chakra made Niji ashamed. With only this little chakra, Kakashi can fight anyone, and he is a well-deserved legend in the ninja world. Having lost all his chakra, Kakashi immediately fell unconscious, his body falling to the ground like soft noodles. Ninkai turned the Seeking Truth Jade in his hand into a sharp sword and stabbed Kakashi's head. At this moment, in a flash, a huge red skeleton arm flew out from the side, knocking Ninkai away and saving Kakashi's life. It's not over yet. Ninkai just stood firm on his feet, and a figure fell from the sky. The person swung his fist and hit Ninkai more than 10 meters away. There is only one person in the current ninja world who has such strange power, the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade. After repelling Ninkai, Tsunade flashed and grabbed Kakashi, injected the chakra in her body into Kakashi's body, and treated Kakashi's injuries at the same time. Under Tsunade's treatment, Kakashi's complexion quickly improved, and he woke up slowly. The title of the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world is not in vain. Itaki walked out of the smoke with the second form of Susanoo, and both Mangekyo Sharinan were bleeding. Seeing this, Tsunade frowned and said, "Your eyes can't bear the power of Susanoo. If you continue to use it, your eyes will go blind. If I can get rid of Niji, it's worth it even if I lose my eyes." After a year, he has become 10 times more dangerous than Obito. Itaka kept coughing up blood as soon as he finished speaking. The previous fight had made Itaka see how terrible Niji was. Kakashi almost died. He even used Susanoo, but still couldn't cause any harm to Niji. Whoosh! The sound of wind sounded. I saw a green figure flying out, his whole body wrapped in green chakra, his eyes emitting azure light, and a circle of seeking truth jade floating behind him. Niji flew to Itaki and looked at the Susanoo in front of him. On the basis of the skeleton, it was covered with meridians and flesh, and was wrapped in chakra like a coat. It was dozens of meters high, like a giant looking down at Niji. He was amazed. After coming to the ninja world for so long, this was the first time he faced Susanoo. It's just the second form. It's really underestimated. Niji smiled slightly and dodged the big hand that Susanoo slapped. He flew to the chest of Susanoo, clenched his right fist, and punched it hard. Bang! The air was torn apart, making a deafening sound of air explosion. The sky trembled, and a visible wind swept in all directions. Wherever it passed, large trees were rolled up, grass and trees were broken, and sand and stones flew. Crack! The sound of glass breaking sounded. I saw a crack under Niji's fist, like a signal. The crack quickly spread around Niji's fist, as dense as a spider web. There was another crisp sound, and the solid Susanoo broke, leaving a big hole. Itaka couldn't hide the shock on his face. He believed that no ninjutsu could be invincible. Even the powerful Susanoo had weaknesses and could be shattered. If you like starting from Konoha, please collect the following articles about being a villain. m.shuhaige.net has the fastest update speed in the entire network. Chapter 96 Fist Breaking Susanoo starting from Konoha to be a villain. But this shattering is not done with fists. Ninkai shattered his Susanoo with just an ordinary punch. I couldn't believe my eyes. The power displayed by Ninkai once again refreshed Itaka's understanding of this world. But who is Itaka? He has seen all kinds of storms and waves. His entire clan has been slaughtered. He took advantage of the opportunity when Ninkai blasted him to pieces. Yashikani no Megatama. Itaka controlled the broken Susanoo and released a series of red Megatama formed by high concentration chakra, attacking Ninkai. Niji's body exploded backwards, but these red Megatama left Susanoo and could be controlled by Itaka to attack Niji from all directions. Faced with this critical moment, Niji was not in a hurry, and controlled the seeking Megatama to meet the red Megatama, bursting out with destructive power, destroying all the Megatama. What a strong power! What are those black balls? This is the highest single target attack power that he can use, but the opponent only blocked it with a small ball the size of a fist. Is that still Niji? Watching Niji in the air showing his divine power and easily destroying Itaka's Susanoo with a raised hand, Tsunade was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes at all. 2 years ago, when he first saw Niji, he punched Niji hundreds of meters away and almost killed the kid. Only 2 years have passed, and Niji has grown to this point. The consumed Akimichi Jade appeared out of thin air. In the Samsara I Chakra mode, making the seeking Megatama is as easy as rolling a ball for Niji. Looking at the 3 people below, Ninkai grinned. The activity is over, and now it's time to get serious. As soon as the voice fell, Ninkai's surroundings were covered with a layer of Samsara I Chakra, turning into a green ball of light. Chapter 97 Complete Susanoo starting from Konoha to be a villain. Karasutengu armor. Itaka shouted, ignoring the unbearable pain in his eyes, gathering all the chakra and bursting out a stronger pupil power. More powerful chakras surged out from Susanoo, turning into Karasutengu armor, covering Susanoo, and the orange-yellow Susanoo released a visible air wave, sweeping past close to the ground. Controlling the third form of Susanoo, Itaka came in front of Tsunade and Kakashi. Let Kakashi recover, his divine power should be able to cause damage to Niji's black ball. Tsunade nodded, Itaka's battle mind was much stronger than hers. Yin Seal. Release. Putting her hands together, Tsunade released the Yin Seal, and the diamond-shaped mark on her head released a faint light, melting like water, forming a strange mark all over Tsunade's face. When the huge amount of chakra stored in her body was released, Tsunade formed a seal again and used ninjutsu creation regeneration 100 healings technique. The marks that were originally all over her face spread rapidly and began to spread all over her body. Using 2S level ninjutsu in succession, Tsunade burst out with a fierce momentum and raised a strong wind out of thin air. With Tsunade's chakra transmission, Kakashi quickly woke up. After all, Kakashi was not comparable to Naruto. Tsunade's chakra was enough to charge Kakashi dozens of times. After replenishing his chakra and healing his injuries, Kakashi was fully revived. During this time, Niji did not move at all. He just watched the three people move quietly, waiting for them to get ready. Tsunade put away her chakra, and stepped forward with the recovered Kakashi, looking up at Niji who was floating above her head. Go! The battle broke out. Bang! Tsunade took the lead, stomped her feet hard, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Tsunade took advantage of the force and shot up, flying to Niji's head. Sky kick! With a furious shout, Tsunade concentrated all her chakra on her right foot and chopped it down like a giant axe. Niji did not retreat but advanced, also condensed chakra on his right hand, raised his hand and punched. Bang! The air exploded, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared, and a deafening air explosion sounded, the void vibrated, and the shock wave spread out. The two flew backwards at the same time and were repelled by the opponent's power. At the moment when Niji flew backwards, Itaka seized the opportunity, and an orange-yellow long sword formed by chakra emerged from the right hand of Susanoo, and it swung the long sword to stab Niji. Ten-fisted sword. A chakra sword carrying a powerful sealing technique. It can release the person stabbed into a dreamlike illusion world, and also has the power to seal him permanently. Seeking the truth. The green ball of light behind him flew in front of Niji, and the light ball turned into a green light shield, blocking Niji in front of him. The Seeking the Truth Jade can invalidate all ninjutsu. No matter how strong the seal in the ten-fisted sword is, it cannot break through the Seeking the Truth Jade. Kamikyu. In a flash, Kakashi took action, releasing Kamui, distorting the space around the Seeking the Truth Jade, and tearing a big hole in the indestructible Seeking the Truth Jade shield. The ten-fisted sword instantly passed through the big hole and stabbed Niji. After Niji had the Samsara Eye, his insight and 360-degree vision made him extremely terrified in his perception of the battlefield. He immediately noticed Kakashi's movements. His figure flashed, dodging the stabbing ten-fist sword, and condensed a chakra light ball in his right hand and slapped it on the ten-fist sword. Crack! With a crisp sound, the ten-fist sword broke in the middle, and all the chakra was swallowed by the light ball. The light ball containing a large amount of chakra shot towards Kakashi on the ground. With a huge explosion, the fire shot up into the sky, like a beam of light. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing the orange-yellow Susanoo, which held the defensive artifact Yata Mirror and blocked the chakra impact and saved Kakashi. Puff! Suddenly, Itaka vomited blood. Using Susanoo was a huge burden, not to mention Itaka's broken body, which had reached its limit. Breaking the ten-fist sword and attacking Kakashi seemed long, but in fact it was just a moment. Tsunade descended from the sky, merged into Susanoo, came behind Itaka, poured the chakra in her body into Itaka's body, and began to treat Itaka. Feeling the injuries in Itaka's body, Tsunade frowned. Itaka's body was like a candle that was about to run out of oil. You can't use the Mangekyo Sharinan anymore. Itaka's illness is the dual exhaustion of both physical and mental strength. To some extent, this is not a disease, but a decline in body functions. Itake, who looks 20 years old, has the same body functions as an 80 or 90-year-old man. Tsunade is the strongest medical ninja in the world, but Itake's illness is not a disease at all. Just like Orochimaru's hands, she is a doctor, not a creator. All she can do is to slow down Itake's physical decline to the greatest extent, but as long as Itake uses Susanoo, all efforts will be in vain, not to mention that Itake is now using Susanoo without restraint, and his body has reached an irreversible state. Itake straightened his thin body, his eyes still shining, and his face calm. I know my own body. If I can use my death to protect the village, it can be regarded as atonement for what I have done. Tsunade lowered her head, was silent for 2 seconds, raised her head, and a touch of admiration flashed in her eyes. Okay. The next second, Tsunade poured all her chakra into Itake's body. At the same time, Itake no longer suppressed it and released the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to the maximum. Susanoo once again erupted with chakra as terrifying as the sea, and Itake's eyes emitted a bloody light. I saw the lower body of Susanoo grow out, and the legs grew out. Then Itake and Tsunade floated in the air and came to the head of Susanoo with the strongest defense. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha is Shuhage. Chapter 97 Complete Susanoo starting as a villain from Konoha. Susanoo, hundreds of meters high, stands on the ground like a mountain. Under the control of Itake's pupil power, the chaotic chakra turns into a solid armor covering the whole body. With wings growing out of his back, holding the Tenka sword in one hand and the Yata mirror in the other, he is like a fully armed war god, looking down on the whole world indifferently. Itake's Susanoo skipped the fourth form and became the complete Susanoo. Desperate. A hint of surprise flashed in Niji's eyes. He didn't expect Itake to be able to activate the complete Susanoo. In the original plot, Itake only activated the third form of Susanoo. Now with the help of Tsunade, Itake burned his life and became the second person in the Uchiha clan who could activate the complete Susanoo after Uchiha Madara. Looking around at the huge Susanoo under her feet, Tsunade could clearly feel the destructive power contained in it. Thinking of her grandfather fighting with Uchiha Madara who possessed this power, Tsunade was once again amazed at her grandfather's strength. The huge Susanoo, like a mountain, stood in Konoha, startling everyone. What is that? Who is using Susanoo? Has Uchiha Madara appeared? Many jonin in the village quickly rushed over here. Although they didn't know what happened, it was certain that a strong man attacked Konoha. Nara Shikaku, the military strategist of Konoha, appeared, stopped the ninjas rushing to the battlefield, and told everyone what happened. When they heard that it was Hyuga Niji who broke into Konoha, and the fifth Hokage, Itake, and Kakashi were fighting, everyone was stunned and shocked. Hyuga Niji, the rebellious ninja who was only a chunin in the past, has grown to the point where the three strongest men of Konoha can deal with him. The huge Susanoo, like a mountain, soared into the sky, swinging the 10-fisted sword towards Niji. This was a sword that could split mountains and cut rivers. Niji manipulated the 9 Dao-seeking jades behind him to merge into one, turning it into a huge shield, and then covered it with the Samsara Eye Chakra. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 98 Shinwei Space Starting from Konoha to be a villain. The 10-fisted sword fell and chopped on the green Dao-seeking jade shield. There was no earth-shattering loud noise, nor was there a violent impact, only melted like spring snow. The powerful 10-fist sword, the moment it touched the black Dao-seeking jade, seemed to be disintegrated by an invisible force, turned into the purest chakra, and then absorbed by Niji. Try this trick. Niji smiled slightly, raised his palm and aimed at Susanoo, with a dazzling light emitting from his palm. Black Dao-seeking jade flew out from his palm, covered with green reincarnation eye chakra, and turned into green light balls that not only possessed the power of Dao-seeking jade but also absorbed ninjutsu and devoured the opponent's chakra. Tsunade's face was ugly, and she was furious. Niji, this kid, actually used them as tools for experimental moves. He looked down on people. In comparison, Itaki was very calm, but said in a serious tone, "Be careful, Niji is going to get serious, and my Susanoo may not be able to withstand it." Deo seeking Jade Light Cannon. With a light shout, Niji raised his hand and waved it, and countless Deo seeking Jade Light balls were released into his palm, sweeping towards the Susanoo in front of him like a laser rain. The mountain-like size gave Susanoo great destructive power, but it also made Susanoo the best target, and Niji didn't need to aim at all. Susanoo immediately raised the 8-foot mirror. With more chakra infusion, the 8-foot mirror swelled in the wind and became larger than Susanoo in a blink of an eye. Green jade balls of seeking truth fell like raindrops, hitting Susanoo's huge body like a mountain. Bang! Bang! In an instant, a series of explosions sounded, and fire flashed. The light brighter than the sun illuminated the world. The clouds in the sky were swept by the shock wave, and the sky was unprecedentedly blue. The shock wave turned into a hurricane of more than 10 levels and fell from the sky. Large trees were hung up, sand and rocks flew, and grass and trees were broken. Under the command of Shikaku, all ninjas who mastered Earth Escape came forward and created a thousands-meter-long earth flow wall to block the shock wave in front of the residential area. The light disappeared, the black smoke dissipated, and the 8-foot mirror, which was said to be able to defend against all physical and ninjutsu attacks, was shattered. The huge Susanoo, as big as a mountain, was also reduced to ashes, and Itake and Tsunade's bodies fell to the ground like fallen leaves. It is worthy of being the strongest defensive artifact in the ninja world. Niji was amazed at the defense of the 8-foot mirror. You must know that the power of each seeking truth jade can destroy a forest, plus the characteristic of being able to invalidate all ninjutsu. Dozens of seeking truth jade are enough to destroy the complete Susanoo dozens of times. But Tsunade and Itake did not die on the spot, thanks to the defense of the 8-foot mirror. Seeing Tsunade and Itake falling to the ground, Niji yawned, "It's so boring." Before the emergence of the power of the 6 paths level, the seeking truth jade is an invincible force in the current ninja world. The power of his reincarnation eye, he has only used the seeking truth jade so far, and he can easily defeat the strongest combat power combination in the current ninja world. He still has that big sword to use. Ninkai raised his hand, aimed at the falling Itake and Tsunade, and shot an orange-yellow laser. Laser beam. In a flash, Kakashi used all the chakra in his body to exert the greatest Kamui so far, teleporting Ninkai and the space within a few dozen meters around him into the Kamui space. Everything happened so fast that when Ninkai reacted, the space teleportation had already begun. Kakashi not only consumed all the chakra in his body, but also burned his vitality, speeding up the space teleportation. In a blink of an eye, Ninkai disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Tsunade and Itake, who were falling from the sky with lasers, exploded and rose up. Boom! Tsunade and Itake were buried in the explosion together, and blood kept pouring out of Kakashi's left eye. His body shook twice, and he fell to the ground and fainted. The battle was over. When Narashikaku and others arrived at the battlefield, Tsunade, Itake, and Kakashi were all fainted on the ground. They were covered with a slug at the same time, and their last breath was maintained by the fairy chakra. A feeling of sadness enveloped everyone's heart. The 3 strongest people in Konoha village were all seriously injured and dying. Konoha fell into an unprecedented crisis. On that day, Narashikaku temporarily replaced Konoha Hokage and recalled all Konoha ninjas who were out on missions. Especially the elite jonins such as Might Guy. This recall order included Jiraiya, who was training with Naruto. On the other side, in the Kamui space, careless. Niji shook his head, looking annoyed. His attention was only on Itake and Tsunade. Who would have thought that Kakashi was so cruel that he would burn his life and teleport to such a large area? When he reacted, he could no longer escape. Ding! The side quest is completed. Severely injure Uchiha Itake, reward 60 points of physical strength. Severely injure 5th Hokage Tsunade, reward 100 points of physical strength. Severely injure 50-50 Heitake Kakashi, reward 140 points of physical strength. Hearing the voice of the system, Ninkai frowned slightly. None of the three died? Kakashi didn't die, but how come Itaki and Tsunade didn't die? That laser beam, Ninkai was 120% sure to hit Itaki and Tsunade. Maybe he couldn't kill Tsunade, but why didn't even Uchiha Itaka kill him? I shouldn't have played there earlier. I didn't kill anyone, and now I'm still locked up in the Kamui space. For some reason, Ninkai felt like he was in trouble. However, this reward is a bit strange. It's obvious that the strongest Uchiha Itaki has the lowest reward, and the weakest Kakashi has the highest reward. My dear, there's more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. If you like starting from Konoha to become a villain, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 98, Divine Power Space starting from Konoha as a villain. Could it be that the system's rewards are not based on strength, but on popularity? Physique, 1300 points/2000 points, Level 2. His physique increased by nearly 1/3. Without a specific opponent, Niji didn't know how much his physique had increased. But one thing is certain. If he were to compete in strength, even Tsunade would be able to beat him. Not only in strength, but also in physical strength, Niji took out a kunai and stabbed his arm without using chakra. His skin actually bounced off the kunai's slash. His skin was hard enough to be compared to steel. With his current physique and chakra, ordinary Jonin couldn't even break his body. After releasing the Samsara I Chakra mode, Niji's feet were suspended in the air and he began to observe this divine power space. A few minutes later, Niji walked around the entire space. The entire Kamui space was not very large. It was a circle with a radius of 1000 meters and an estimated height of 200 meters. In addition to this, Niji also found some food and a large number of ninja tools in the Kamui space. There were hundreds of kunai and detonating tags piled up there. It was impossible to point them. Niji estimated that there were probably hundreds of millions of them, and then there were a large number of various types of ninja tools neatly arranged. In contrast, the piled up like a hill next to it was more like a pile of debris, with branches, leaves, and broken stones. Niji even saw an arm in the middle. It was easy to tell which of these things belonged to Obito and which belonged to Kakashi. However, Niji was not interested in sighing about these things now. He was like a prisoner in a cage, but this cage was a little big and was an alien space. The reincarnation eye also has the power of space, but the Kamui space is very special. Only Obito and Kakashi's Mangekyo Sharingan can open it. Even the reincarnation eye has no way to do it. All he could do now was wait for Obito to enter the Kamui space, then catch Obito and follow Obito to escape from the Kamui space. As for how long it would take to wait, it was not something Niji could control, it depended on when Obito entered. It was boring to stay there. Niji saw the food next to him and had an idea. Chapter 99 Enemies turn around and run away starting from Konoha to be a villain. I don't know how long it will take. Niji sat next to a black pot with a lot of steam. Under the pot, 4 Seeking Truth Jades were emitting flames to heat the black pot. Refining fire attribute chakra can be done by a genin. Niji just released the fire attribute chakra in the Seeking Truth Jade to form flames. The red soup in the pot kept rolling, exuding an appetizing aroma. Niji took the chopsticks made of the Seeking Treasures Jade, and then picked up the sliced meat from the tray made of the Seeking Treasures Jade next to him. Cooked it in the red soup, and then ate it with relish. The only pity was that he was the only one eating this hot pot, which lacked fun. Just halfway through the meal, the void in front of him twisted, and Obito entered the Kamui space from outside. "Let's have some together," Niji invited with a smile. Seeing Niji sitting on the ground eating hot pot, Obito couldn't believe his eyes. The picture froze for 3 seconds. Obito's face suddenly changed after reacting, and he quickly used Kamui to escape, only regretting that his parents didn't give him 2 less legs. Whoosh! Niji raised his hand and shot out the black chopsticks in his hand. The chopsticks swelled in the wind and turned into a black stick, piercing Obito's shoulder like lightning, hanging Obito in the air, and at the same time blocking the flow of chakra in Obito's body. This is a blockade that is 10 times stronger than the ordinary black stick. Not to mention Obito, even if Hashirama Senju comes in person, he can't break free. For Niji now, he doesn't want to kill Obito, so he didn't trigger the destructive power of the Seeking Truth Jade, otherwise Obito would have died. A Seeking Truth Jade can destroy a forest. If it is released, Obito's body, even if it is composed of Hashirama's cells, will surely die. Feeling that the chakra in his body has completely stopped moving, Obito was desperate and shouted angrily with gritted teeth. Damn Kakashi! I usually don't say anything when some messy things are thrown in, but this time Nisi was thrown in. Knowing that he couldn't run away, Obito gave up resistance. Looking up at Nisi who was brushing meat in front of him, Obito asked puzzledly, "Why don't you kill me? Who will see an ant passing by the roadside and go to great lengths to step on it to death?" Nisi said without raising his head. Being ridiculed by Nisi like this, Obito was very angry, but thinking of his current situation, he was really a fish on the chopping board. After finishing the last piece of meat, Niji recalled the Seeking Truth ball and asked curiously, "Don't you hate me to the core? Why did you run when you saw me? Yesterday, the news that you defeated the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Itachi, and Hatake Kakashi in Konoha village has spread throughout the ninja world. Now the entire ninja world has listed you as the most wanted criminal, SS level." Niji frowned, he had only heard of S level. As if seeing Niji's confusion, Obito explained, "It was set up specifically for you." At this point, Obito resigned himself to his fate and said, "Anyway, I'm in your hands now, you can kill me or cut me up as you please." "I'm not interested in killing you," Niji raised his eyebrows and said, "In comparison, I'm more interested in the Eye of the Moon plan that you and Uchiha Madara discussed. At least, I won't kill you before you implement the Eye of the Moon plan." Obito's pupils suddenly shrank. Niji even knew such a confidential matter. Could this guy see through people's hearts? With your current strength, you are enough to sweep across the entire ninja world. Since you know the Eye of the Moon plan, you can implement it yourself. No one in the current ninja world can stop you. Obito looked at Niji in confusion. Why did Niji, who is invincible in the world, let him implement the Eye of the Moon plan? Isn't he afraid that he will get the power of the 6-path sage and surpass him? Glancing at Obito, Niji didn't explain too much. Did he tell Obito that if he implemented the Eye of the Moon plan, he would be resurrected by an old woman who has lived for 1,000 years and finally die? Let Uchiha, the idiot, do this kind of thing. He can just sit back and reap the benefits. Withdrawing the Seeking Truth ball that suppressed the flow of Obito's chakra, Niji put one hand on Obito's shoulder. "Let's go." Obito had no choice but to obey Niji's order and take Niji out of the Kamui space. After leaving the Kamui space, Niji and Obito appeared in a forest. Although he didn't have much to say to Obito, before leaving, Niji still gave Obito a message. "Do you know why Rin was pierced through the chest by Kakashi's rakery?" Obito's pupils suddenly shrank, and he turned his head to look at Niji, with an unprecedented seriousness, and asked, "What do you mean by this?" In fact, it was not Kakashi who killed Rin, but Rin took the initiative to bump into Kakashi's rakery, because her heart has the same curse seal as yours. At this moment, shock, disbelief, anger, and other various emotions surged in his heart, and Obito's mind was in a mess. Suddenly, his whole body was weak, and he leaned against the tree behind him like a soft noodle. Seeing this, Niji smiled slightly. Obito's reaction was within his expectations. The reason why Niji told Obito about this matter was that he wanted to know what Obito would do after Obito determined that Uchiha Madara was the culprit. In any case, I did a good thing. I gave Obito the truth. After leaving the forest, Niji teleported to Kabuto in an instant. After obtaining the Samsara Eye, his perception increased greatly. As long as he had his chakra, he could teleport to the entire ninja world. When Niji appeared beside Kabuto, Kabuto was in a very small base. Niji's appearance scared Kabuto, who was experimenting. Can you not appear so suddenly next time? Chapter 99. Enemies turn around and run away when they meet. Starting from Konoha to become a villain. After complaining, Kabuto continued his experiment. Seeing this, Ninkai was very depressed. He, the boss, was put into the Kamui space, and his younger brother was not prepared to save him. How is the intelligence collection going? Ninkai calmed down and asked seriously. Hearing this, Kabuto stopped his hand, turned around, and pushed his glasses. The situation in the ninja world is very complicated now. It's all because of you. For this kind of evaluation, Ninkai is very satisfied. As a big villain, if he can't even affect the situation in the ninja world, what kind of big villain is he? Seeing that Ninkai is not ashamed but proud of it, Kabuto really doesn't know what to say. Since you leaked Obito's information, the 5 major countries have taken actions against Obito, but all failed, including Konoha. Heitake Kakashi led the team to fight Obito in the grass country. The grass village was destroyed and both sides suffered heavy losses. At this critical moment, Orochimaru appeared and entered into a cooperative state with Obito. Wait a minute, you said Orochimaru appeared. Niji interrupted and frowned. Orochimaru's reincarnation takes at least 3 years. How could he be resurrected so quickly? Kabuto pondered, this is also what I wonder. Something must have happened behind the scenes that we don't know. Then what? Uchiha Itachi followed and rushed to the battlefield. The 2 sides were deadlocked and left. Since then, Uchiha Itachi returned to the village. The 5th Hokage personally explained the truth to the village. Mito Kato and Yudatan Koharu came forward to take the blame. It's really good. In order to take back the precious fighting force of Uchiha Itachi, the Hokage came out to support it, and the 2 consultants took all the responsibilities. No wonder Uchiha Itachi was able to clear his name. The top management is really hard-working. But these are worth it. If it were him, he would do the same. In addition, Akatsuki has already started to act. Half a month ago, the 6-tailed fox of the Hidden Mist village was captured. When the Jinchuriki Shigeto was finally found, there was only a corpse left. What should we do? Niji thought for a while and said in a deep voice, keep the troops in place for now, but I will meet the man behind the 6 paths of pain, Uzumaki Nagato, these days and make plans after I get him. Some principles will not change. The Moon Eye plan must be implemented to the end. Kabuto grinned and raised a faint smile, saying, to do it's very simple to get to this point. Just stimulate Uchiha Obito and Orochimaru more. Kabuto is still a bad guy. Chapter 100. Tsunade and Jiraiya being a villain from Konoha. Konoha Village. Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, returned to Konoha with Naruto after more than a year. Since Tsunade was unable to perform the duties of the 5th Hokage, Midaman N, who had completely retreated behind the scenes, had to come out again. Seeing Midaman N, Jiraiya, who was worried about Tsunade's safety, did not say too much greetings, and asked Naruto to meet Shikamaru and others first, and he followed Midaman N to the medical department. The medical department was heavily guarded at the moment, with more than half of the Umbu guarding all around, and 4 elite Jonins on standby 24 hours a day. Jiraiya walked in anxiously and came to the deepest part of the medical department, where Konoha's most elite medical ninjas gathered at the moment. When he stepped into the room and saw Tsunade sitting in a wheelchair directing the medical ninjas, Jiraiya was relieved and the stone hanging in his heart was put down. He walked up and smiled, I didn't expect to see you like this in this life. I thought I would never see you again, but you should return to your original state, it will look better that way. Although Tsunade was still conscious, her condition was indeed miserable. Her face was old and pale, without any blood. Her chakra was used to repair her injuries, and she didn't even have the chakra to maintain her youth. Hearing the familiar voice, Tsunade turned her head, glared at Jiraiya fiercely, and said, "You are still in the mood to laugh here, and you have to see me die to be happy. If you die, I will kill Niji even if it costs me my life." Jiraiya's smile faded, and he said seriously, "I'm sorry, I was not in the village at this critical moment." Tsunade's face flashed a blush, and she didn't know if it was because she was too seriously injured, so she couldn't do it to Jiraiya as before. The medical ninjas beside her turned their heads away at the same time, with an expression that they didn't hear or see anything. Cough. Midaman and behind them saw that the two were still in the mood to talk about love, and couldn't help but cough twice to interrupt the two. "Even if you two want to talk, you can't do it at this time." Tsunade's face returned to seriousness and said, "Next, I will transplant Hashirama cells for Uchiha Itachi." Hashirama cells? That's not what Orochimaru is researching, Jiraiya was puzzled. "Well," Tsunade nodded and explained, "a year ago, we took over Orochimaru's base in TND Bridge and the Research Institute of Root, and obtained a lot of research data and physical objects about Hashirama's cells." As she spoke, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Itachi, who was relying on medicine and chakra to maintain his last breath in the nutrient tank next to him, and continued, "The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed very strong, but it also has powerful sequelae. Uchiha Itachi's life energy and spiritual energy are almost exhausted. The only way to save him now is to transplant grandfather's cells." From Uchiha Obito, we learned that grandfather's cells have a close connection with the Uchiha clan. In fact, many years ago, the second grandfather began to study grandfather's cells and Uchiha Madara's body. There have been many major breakthroughs and achievements. Unfortunately, before he could use them, the second grandfather died in the hands of Kumagakure. Combining the research results of Orochimaru and the second grandfather, over the past year or so, I have basically mastered the fusion of grandfather's cells with the Uchiha clan. But this alone is not enough. This process requires the intervention of a third party, which is natural energy. As she spoke, Tsunade waved, and Shizune stepped forward, holding a half-human high seal book in her hand. In Jiraiya's puzzled eyes, Tsunade introduced, before his death, the second grandfather left a forbidden technique in the deepest part of the seal book, which can only be viewed by successive generations of Hokage. He wanted the people of the Senju clan to be able to absorb natural energy into themselves like grandfather, and artificially create a sage physique similar to grandfather's. Jiraiya's face flashed with shock. It was because he learned to control natural energy that Jiraiya knew how difficult it was to control natural energy. So far, no more than one hand has mastered the sage mode in Myaboku Mountain, and now there are many stone statues that have turned into toads in Myaboku Mountain. The second generation Hokage actually thought of using forbidden techniques to forcibly absorb natural energy. This courage and idea is admirable. Is this forbidden technique dangerous? Jiraiya suddenly said. Yes, so far, many people of the Senju clan have died because of this, but no one has been able to do it. Jiraiya knew the answer was this. If he succeeded, Konoha would not be the only one who mastered natural energy. Walking to the nutrient tank, looking at Uchiha Itachi who was immersed in the green liquid, Jiraiya asked the last question, "What is the success rate?" "Even with your help, at most 10%. This is still Tsunade's most optimistic estimate. According to Tsunade's conservative estimate, the success rate is only 5%, which is 1 in 20. Then what are you waiting for? Let's start." Leaving only Shizune and Sakura to cooperate, Tsunade asked the other medical ninjas to go out and ordered the Umbu to guard the surroundings. The operation began. After a day and a night, Jiraiya and Tsunade left the room. Both of them were very weak, and Tsunade was even more so, and her appearance became older and older. Jiraiya asked Sakura to leave. He put a blanket on Tsunade and pushed Tsunade to the roof of the Hokage building. "Autumn, the wind was exceptionally cool, blowing on my face, as if a pair of cool hands were caressing me. How long will it take you to recover? Jiraiya asked. It will take at least half a year. All the chakra I have stored over the years has been consumed, and it is not even enough to repair my injuries. As she spoke, Tsunade smiled bitterly. She had not suffered such a serious injury for decades. Jiraiya frowned slightly. He did not expect Tsunade to be so serious. How strong is Niji now? My dear, there is more to come in this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest updated novel on shuhaige.net. Chapter 100 Tsunade and Jiraiya starting as a villain from Konoha. Even if the three of us join forces, there is only one ending. His brows furrowed even deeper. Jiraiya regretted it now. If he had killed Niji during the Chunin exam more than a year ago, things would not have turned out like this. The autumn wind was cool, but still a little cold, especially for Tsunade at this moment. She was about to lift the blanket up, and Jiraiya took off his red coat and gently draped it over Tsunade. Thank you. Tsunade raised her head slightly and saw Jiraiya walk to the railing, looking at the Konoha village at dusk, shrouded in an orange-yellow sunset, with people surging on the streets, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Such a prosperous and peaceful village cannot be destroyed by Niji. His tone was calm, but revealed an unprecedented firmness. Yes. The village at dusk is so beautiful, Tsunade sighed, and her tone was also firm. After a pause, Tsunade suddenly said, I am going to let you be the 6th generation Hokage, Jiraiya. Jiraiya was stunned, smiled, and turned his head, I am not. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, Tsunade interrupted him and said seriously, I am not joking, Jiraiya, this is the weakest time for Konoha. I can't move for half a year. Itachi and Kakashi are unknown, now, in the whole Konoha, only you have the strength and prestige to stabilize the morale of the army and be competent for Hokage. At this time, you must stand up. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Jiraiya looked at the serious Tsunade, and after some thought, he nodded. Tsunade smiled. 3 days later, the Hokage inauguration ceremony will be held. 3 days, so fast. According to Konoha's Hokage succession procedure, Konoha must first select the successor to Hokage, and then notify the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After the daimyo confirms, he can become Hokage. 3 days is not enough to complete all this. Teacher Koharu went to the capital yesterday to report to the daimyo, and we should be able to receive the approval tonight, Tsunade said with a confident smile. If it was someone else, the daimyo might still be suspicious, but if it was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the daimyo would definitely not object. You have been waiting for me. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 101 Fighting Pain Again Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Ninkai walked out of Kabuto's base and flew into the sky. After getting thousands of years of data and information about the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Kabuto was ready to artificially research the Otsutsuki clan's strong body and the essence of chakra power. He wanted to evolve himself into the Otsutsuki clan. So when he came back, he was completely immersed in the laboratory. And Niji was going to the rain village. It was time to meet Nagato. I wonder how that little girl Karen is doing. Muttering, Niji soared into the sky and flew towards the hidden rain village. Raindrops fell, and thick black clouds covered the sky above the hidden rain village. The heavy rain continued as if it had never stopped, and it was unknown when it would end. Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. This is a perception ninjutsu that can control the chakra of the caster freely by injecting it into the rain. It has a large range, a bit like the barrier covering Konoha. Thanks to this ninjutsu, so far, any outsider who invaded the hidden rain village would be discovered by Tendu Pain and then solved. After the Akatsuki organization was exposed, all the major ninja villages in the ninja world sent out jonins who were good at finding intelligence, but no one escaped. After the huge losses, the 5 major ninja villages lost interest in the Hidden Rain village and only sent personnel to set up hidden bases around it to keep an eye on the Hidden Rain village. On the way here, Ningji found a hidden cloud ninja base, which had a standard team of 1 jonin and 3 chonins. However, Ningji is not interested in small roles like jonin now. Besides, he needs to make a name for himself in the ninja world again, so it is just right for ninjas from major countries to see him enter the Hidden Rain village. SS level rebel ninja Hyaga Ningji returns to the Akatsuki base again. His purpose is unknown. He must bring intelligence back to the village. As Ningji expected, when he was found to have entered the Hidden Rain village and hidden around, the spies of the major ninja villages all sent people to pass the information back to the village. For a while, a large number of birds in the dense forest were startled. All of them were ninjas who were anxious to return to the village. The moment Niji entered the village, Nagato, who was hiding in the high tower, suddenly raised his head, and his eyes illuminated the dim room. Such a strong chakra, who is it? Muttering, Nagato put his hands together, and the sleeping 6 paths pains beside him all got up. The pains led by Tiendao flew out of the tower and headed towards Niji. The 2 sides finally met at the edge of the Hidden Rain village. Looking at the 6 paths pains in front of him, Niji took the lead and said, "Nagato, I want to see you." Unfortunately, what greeted Niji was the cold voice of Tiendao, "Hyaga Niji, you have betrayed Akatsuki, I am not interested in seeing you." Ninkai sighed and said, "It seems that we can only fight. Why are the people in Naruto like this? They don't listen to you when you talk nicely, but have to fight. If they lose, they will listen to you at ease, or they will regret it." Tenxiang Tianyan. Before he finished speaking, Tiendao Pain took the lead and used a move of Tenxiang Tianyan to attract Ninkai. At the same time, Shureidao Pain flew up, his head opened like a machine gun, revealing a gun barrel, and fired a powerful laser at Ninkai. Repulsion. Ninkai raised his hand, and a repulsion was released from his body, which bounced the laser away. The repulsion continued to fly out and hit Shureidao Pain. Boom! Shureidao Pain exploded, and his mechanical body split into countless pieces. The broken mechanical body fell into the lake below like raindrops. Repulsion continued to fly out and hit Tiendao Pain. Seeing that Niji could also master repulsion, Tendo Pain was shocked. He didn't have time to think about it and raised his hands to release the Shinra Tensei. The 2 repulsive forces collided in the void exploded, and the air continued to explode. Bang bang! The sea surface exploded with dozens of meters high water columns one after another, and the air shock wave swept across the lake like a hurricane, causing huge waves. What kind of power is that? Konoha's perception ninja Hyaga Aoda was stunned. He only saw Niji and Pain raise their hands to each other, and then they burst out with more terrifying destructive power than S-level ninjutsu. As a member of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Aoda couldn't figure out why Hyaga Niji could master such a powerful force, and what exactly were his eyes. Thousands of tons of lake water were blown into the sky and fell like heavy rain. The rain was blocked by the invisible repulsive force 1 meter away from Niji. When the rain fell, a rainbow of 7 colors rose on the lake. What eyes are those? Pain has the Samsara eye, so he is sure that Nisi can do all this because of those blue eyes. As we all know, there are only 3 major eye techniques in the world: Sharinan, Byakugan, and Samsara eye. Samsara eye is superior to the other 2 eye techniques. Now suddenly there is an unheard of eye technique, which has the power not weaker than Samsara eye. Ninkai doesn't want to waste time with Pain here, so he turns on the reincarnation eye chakra mode, and green chakra immediately covers his whole body, and the black seeking truth jade appears behind him. Chakra light ball. A green chakra light ball condenses in the palm of his hand and suddenly shoots towards the direction where Tendo Pain is. Hungry Ghost Pain comes in front of Tendo Pain, raises his hands, releases the seal to absorb and form a shield, and wants to absorb the flying chakra light ball. Nagato can feel the powerful chakra contained in the small light ball. If absorbed, the power of Hungry Ghost can be greatly enhanced. The next second, Tendo Pain is unbelievable. The green chakra ball was absorbed through the seal, and the moment it landed on Hungry Ghost Pain, it exploded and tore Hungry Ghost Pain into pieces. How could it be? Could it be? Yes, you are not the only one who can absorb chakra. Ninkai smiled slightly, raised his hand and released a series of light balls flying towards Heavenly Path Pain. Chapter 101 Fighting Pain again Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb chakra and ninjutsu, but his chakra light balls can also, and the effect is stronger. Shinra Tensei. Temple Pain shouted, raised his hands and released repulsive force to deflect the flying chakra light ball. Teleport. At the moment when Tenshao Pain performed Shinra Tensei, Niji teleported behind Jigoku Pain, and the Seeking the Way ball in his hand flew out, piercing Jigoku Pain's chest. At the same time, Nagato's control over Jigoku Pain was invalidated, and the black stick on his body turned into nothingness under the power of the Seeking the Way ball, leaving only half of his body falling into the lake like raindrops. First, Jigoku Pain was eliminated, so that Nagato could not restore the destroyed Pain. In just half a minute, the three Pains of Jigoku, Devil, and Azura died one after another. At the moment when Jigoku Pain was eliminated, Niji performed teleportation again and came behind Tenshao Pain. Temple Pain was much stronger than the other Pains, and reacted very quickly, swinging the black stick and stabbing Niji backhanded. Niji raised his hand and slapped it down like a mountain, breaking the black stick. Without slowing down, it landed on the arm of Tendo Pain, breaking his left hand. At this moment, the cool-down time of Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei passed, and Tendo Pain immediately raised his hand to release Shinra Tensei to bounce Niji away. Niji also released Repulsion, but he only blocked the Shinra Tensei of Tendo Pain, and knocked him far away. In terms of controlling repulsion and gravity, the Samsara Eye is obviously stronger than the Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye can control the repulsion and gravity of the entire planet, while the Super Shinra Tensei performed by Tendo Pain using the Samsara Eye only destroyed a Konoha village. Ninkai can control repulsion and gravity, and can also use a chakra similar to the tailed beasts. It is estimated that Ninkai's power comes from those strange eyes, which is a pupil technique that surpasses the Samsara Eye. Hyuga Aota recorded all the information he obtained on the scroll and copied a copy at the same time. He not only had to give it to the village, but also to the clan. From Ninkai, Hyuga Aota saw the hope of the rise of the Hyuga clan. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 102 Chibaku Tensei Starting as a villain from Konoha. Bang! The void trembled, and Tendo Pain flew out like a cannonball, breaking the speed of sound, making a deafening air explosion, and a mushroom-like sonic boom cloud appeared in the air. With another roar, Tendo Pain smashed into a mountain, and the huge impact force blew up the entire mountain. Dust flew, flames shot up into the sky, and the earth trembled. Summoning Technique. At this moment, the animal path appeared behind Niji and summoned the 8-foot bird. The 8-foot bird flapped its wings and flew quickly towards Niji, trying to pierce Niji with its sharp beak. Not only that, after summoning the 8-foot bird, the animal path summoned a large number of summoned beasts one after another. Hellhound, Chameleon, Hell Scorpion. Niji raised his hand calmly, and the Dao-seeking orb flew out from behind him, as fast as lightning, easily piercing through all the summoned beasts. In just a moment, all 4 summoned beasts were killed and disappeared into white smoke. Even if the amplified summoning Hellhound was killed in an instant, the Dao-seeking orb could make all ninjutsu ineffective. Kill all the summoned beasts with a raised hand. Seeing this scene, the spies from the major ninja villages were stunned and could not believe their eyes. Although they did not fight against those powerful summoned beasts, they were definitely not something that ordinary jonin could deal with, and they needed the cooperation of several jonin to deal with them. But the opponent only controlled a few black balls to kill all the summoned beasts. This kind of power was not something that even the shadows in the village could deal with. All kinds of information were quickly passed to the tables of the top leaders of the major villages through the spies. Here, Niji casually created a Seeking the Way ball to replenish, and then rushed to the front of the animal path pane, and a whip kick was unstoppable like thunder. With a bang, the animal path pane's body was easily shattered. Turning his head to look at the human path pane who wanted to escape, Niji controlled gravity to suck him towards himself, and the Seeking the Way ball behind him turned into a sharp sword, piercing the human path pane who was unable to move. After dealing with the 6 paths pane, Niji's figure flashed and flew towards the tower where Nagato was. He wanted to have a good talk with Nagato. On the tower side, Nagato noticed that the 6 paths pane were all destroyed, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Said to Konan next to him, "I'm going to use that move." When Konan heard this, she immediately understood what Nagato was going to do, and persuaded, "Don't use that technique, Nagato, for your current body, that technique consumes too much and will damage your vitality. Maybe we can listen to what Niji wants to say." In her heart, Konan didn't want to communicate with Niji, but now Niji has great power, and they have no fundamental conflict with Niji, so communication is the best choice. No matter what he says, I won't believe anyone. Since the incident with Obito, Nagato has completely lost hope in the so-called partners and cooperation, and he only believes in himself. At the same time, under the high tower, the remaining members of the Akatsuki gathered, and they all saw the battle just now. Even as powerful as Pain joined forces, they were like ants in front of Niji, which hit everyone who thought they were at the top of the ninja world. But who told them not to cheat? What should we do now? Should we watch here or take action? Big Mouth Deidara asked, breaking the silence. Scorpion replied decisively, "My puppetry is useless in front of him, and I will die if I go. Will you try it?" Kakuzu looked at Phaeton next to him and suggested, "Anyway, you are immortal, maybe you can kill Niji." Phaeton rolled his eyes and said, "If you want to go, go, you still have 5 lives. Don't look at Feijuan's simplicity, but if someone thinks Feijuan is a fool, then he is definitely a fool. Although he is immortal, for some reason, Feijuan feels the danger of his life from those black balls." Kisame didn't say anything, but his face seemed calm, but his heart was in turmoil, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Niji has such a strong power, he really didn't follow the wrong person. The next will be their era. The truth of the world is in front of him, and Kisame has never felt it so clearly. Niji had already discovered Hoshigaki Kisame and others under the tower, but his current target is Nagato, and he has no time to take care of these people. Like a gust of wind, Niji flew towards the rain village. At this moment, the top of the tower cracked, and a black ball flew out quickly, and the black ball flew towards Niji at a very fast speed. Chibaku Tensei. Nagato put his hands together and made a seal. The black ball flying into the air suddenly exuded an irresistible aura. The gravity absorbed everything around it. High-rise buildings collapsed and flew up, the earth cracked, and the cracked earth turned into fragments and flew into the air. Although they were called fragments, each fragment was tens of meters in size, and more rocks flew into the air. The mountain peaks exploded, and the broken mountain bodies were attracted into the air and condensed around the black sphere. The black sphere exuded gravity, pulling Niji to fly into the sky. Facing gravity, Niji neither used instant movement to avoid the range of Chibaku Tensei, nor manipulated repulsion to offset the gravity of Chibaku Tensei. Instead, he flew straight to Chibaku Tensei. He wanted to try the power of Chibaku Tensei. Now he is skilled and bold. With the reincarnation eye chakra and system, Niji believes that there is no power in the current ninja world that can kill him. This is the strongest sealing technique in the ninja world, the Chibaku Tensei that can easily seal the tailed beast. Niji wants to see how strong it is and whether it can seal him. The ground continued to crack, and more rocks rose from the ground, and Niji was covered by these rocks. What is that? My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. the latter is more exciting. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 102 Chibaku Tensei _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. I didn't expect the boss to have such power. Deidara and others standing in the tower were shocked. They didn't think that Pain could use such a terrifying ninjutsu at this moment when even they thought they would lose. That kind of powerful attraction, even the earth can't resist it. Several people replaced themselves with Niji. If they were also in the range, they would have no way to face this situation. Not long after, a huge rock ball was suspended in the air. Its huge size tore through the black clouds, even blocking the sun, and the shadow cast by it covered the entire Hidden Rain village. Everyone was stunned. The diameter of this rock ball was several thousand meters. If it fell, it would easily destroy the entire Hidden Rain village. Hoo! Nagato was panting, and blood was oozing from all his orifices. Performing the Chibaku Tensei was also a huge consumption for him, not only chakra, but even vitality. This is too big. Konan looked at the huge rock ball in the air and couldn't help complaining. It was not the first time she saw Nagato perform this move, but it was the first time she saw such a huge rock ball. Even if it was to seal Niji, there was no need to do so. The opponent is Niji, who easily solved the 6 paths of pain. We can't be careless, and compared with the moon made by the legendary 6 paths sage, this is nothing. In short, Niji's problem is solved. Hearing this, Konan breathed a sigh of relief. After solving Niji, the next step was to implement the plan to capture the tailed beast. But just when Konan and Nagato breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, the rock ball suspended in the air suddenly trembled violently. Looking up and seeing this scene, Nagato's face changed drastically. He had never encountered such a situation before. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is updated the fastest on the entire network. Chapter 103 Let's catch the tailed beast together _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the air. The rock ball trembled violently, as if something was about to break the rock ball from the inside and rush out. No way! Konan muttered to himself, with a look of disbelief on his face. Could it be that even the Chibaku Tensei could not seal Niji? After trembling for a while, the rock ball stopped trembling, and Konan and Nagato breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. That should have been Niji's last struggle. Chibaku Tensei is the ninjutsu used by the 6 paths sage to seal the 10 tails. No matter how strong Niji is, he can't break free from Chibaku Tensei, Nagato said slowly. Although Konan heard what Nagato said, she was not at ease. Instead, she felt more worried. The next second. Swish! A lightsaber suddenly broke through the rock ball, and the orange-yellow lightsaber emerged without warning and rushed into the sky. Small golden wheel reincarnation explosion. In an instant, everyone was stunned. In the shock of everyone, the long sword swung, bursting out with a destructive force. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it, and it cut off everything in front of it like pulling dry withered and rotten. With just a light swing, the huge rock ball was split in half from the middle. The rock ball cut in half fell to the ground like a meteorite, revealing Niji's figure, who was holding a lightsaber several thousand meters long. It was this lightsaber that cut off the huge rock ball like an island, and this was Niji trying his best to suppress the force. With just a light swing, not to mention a rock ball, even a star can be cut in half. You should know that when Tonari fought with Naruto, the Samsara Eye had just completed its fetal movement, and Tonari had only mastered the Samsara Eye in the simplest way. It took Niji a year to adapt to the power of the Samsara Eye and master it, and Niji also absorbed the power of another Samsara Eye. His Samsara Eye is much stronger than Tonari's at that time. With Niji's current development and power of the Samsara Eye, when the microcosm explodes, even the ninja world may be cut in half. Cut it open! Konan covered her mouth and screamed in fear. Brother Scorpion, come to me, tell me this is not a dream. Deidara said in a daze. Bang! You really want to fight? Deidara's face darkened instantly. I'm just talking, why are you so serious? Everyone was petrified. Everything that happened today constantly refreshed their worldview. Suddenly, they, who were S-class rebels and stood at the top of the ninja world, became bystanders and background people. The rock ball cut in half fell to the ground, and in an instant, a dazzling light came and passed quickly. Then billowing smoke rose, and mountains in the distance were broken one after another. The shock wave carried dust straight into the sky, like a mushroom growing in the air. Boom! Finally, there was a deafening rumble, the earth shook, the sky and the earth shook, like thunder galloping, and like millions of armies marching at the same time. Whoosh! The wind blew, and the shock wave spread for dozens of kilometers. When it reached the hidden rain village, only the hurricane was left, blowing away the remaining black clouds in the sky, blowing up thousands of tons of lake water like raindrops, and the sun sprinkled from the sky, and a 7-color rainbow spanned the entire hidden rain village. For the first time in decades, the hidden rain village welcomed a rainbow. In the billowing smoke, Niji put away the seeking truth jade around his hand, and the lightsaber dissipated, turning into a beam of light and rushing towards the hidden rain village. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed to the sky above the hidden rain village, falling from the sky, breaking through the spire directly, and entering the interior. Konan turned into countless white paper, half of which turned into a shield and flew in front of Nagato to help Nagato block the shock wave and gravel. The other half of the white paper turned into shuriken, infused with chakra and extremely sharp, and shot at Niji in the smoke like raindrops. The repulsive force flew out, and all the shuriken were bounced away and deeply embedded in the surrounding walls. Paper wings appeared behind Konan, and she flew into the air, dodging the shuriken attack. Just as Konan was about to control the paper to continue attacking, Nagato called out to Konan. Stop, Konan, you are no match for him. The paper was dancing, and looking at the smug Niji, Konan gritted her teeth, stopped, stood beside Nagato, and protected Nagato's safety. Seeing Konan's move, Niji raised his eyebrows and said, I want to kill him, you can't stop me, so don't do this useless work. Konan pursed her lips and was slightly angry. If she wasn't really weak, she would have punched Niji in the face right now. What do you want to talk to me about? Nagato said. If you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have to fight like this. It seems that the villains in Naruto are all a bit cheap. Walking in front of Nagato, Niji said straight to the point, I want to join forces with you to catch the tailed beasts together. Surprise appeared on Nagato and Konan's faces at the same time. They looked at Niji in disbelief, as if they wanted to see traces of lies from Niji. Why? Nagato said puzzledly, if I collect all the tailed beasts, I can have the power of the legendary Six-Path Sage. Aren't you afraid? This world is too boring. I can't find an opponent anymore, so I have to create one. Nagato and Konan looked strange, they had never seen such an arrogant person. Niji continued, besides, I really want to know, is the Six-Path Sage more powerful, or is my Samsara Eye more powerful? Samsara Eye? Nagato was shocked. He had never heard of this name. The so-called witnessing the power of the Six-Path Sage, of course, Niji was fooling around, the Six-Path Sage only appeared at the end of the Ninja World War. Or did he appear to give Naruto and Sasuke a cheat? The real target is still Kaguya. To complete the main task, Kaguya must be defeated, and Niji has a lot of ideas about Kaguya's Samsara Sharingan. Chapter 103 Let's catch the tailed beast together starting from Konoha as a villain. Originally, Niji's idea was to take off one of the reincarnation eyes and replace it with the Samsara Eye, so that he would have one eye as the reincarnation eye and one eye as the Samsara Eye. But after reading the relevant information of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, Niji's idea changed. One Samsara Eye and one reincarnation eye, which means that the power that his two eye techniques can exert is half-baked, and the power of these two eye techniques is the same in some aspects, which is even more unworthy. In the end, Niji decided to keep two eyes as the reincarnation eye, and transplant the reincarnation eye and the Sharinon on his forehead. Byakugan, reincarnation eye, Sharinon, and reincarnation eye. He has the eye power of the four eyes. For these two purposes, Niji must ensure that Kaguya is resurrected. But now the situation in the ninja world has been messed up by him, and the villain's power has been greatly reduced. Niji does not believe that Nagato and Obito can grab all the tailed beast power. Now the power of the righteous is stronger than that of the villains. As a big villain, how can such a thing be possible? How to cooperate? Facing Niji's intention to cooperate, Nagato did not refuse. One reason was that he really needed Niji's power, and the other was that he had no power to refuse. Together we will capture the tailed beasts. After success, we will share the power of the six-path sage, Niji said his conditions. Nagato nodded in agreement without thinking. The two held hands in the air, and the agreement was reached. As for when he really got all the tailed beasts and gained power comparable to the six-path sage, the first person he would kill was Niji. And get all the tailed beasts? You must survive Konoha and Obito first. Let's talk about it later. Where's Karen? Why can't I see her? Niji turned around and looked around. In addition to cooperating with Nagato, another important reason for him to come to the Hidden Rain village was Karen. She went to Ryokai Cave. Chapter 104 Ryokai Cave Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ryokai Cave. Hearing what Konan said about Karen going to Ryokai Cave, Niji's face suddenly changed. He raised a chakra sword and pressed it against Konan's white head and neck, which was as white as a white swan. You should know where that place is. Niji asked, with a warm face and a sharp look like a knife staring at Konan. I didn't ask her to go, but she wanted to go. I don't know how she knew that Ryokai Cave could learn Sage Mode. After knowing the power of Sage Mode, she went there secretly without telling me, Konan said calmly, and the chakra sword on her neck seemed to be non-existent. Staring at Konan, Niji did not see any signs of deception in her eyes and retracted the chakra sword. You can capture the tailed beast first, or you can wait until I find Karen. Before he finished speaking, Niji turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. Originally, Niji wanted to see Kisame, but now Karen's safety is important. After confirming Karen's safety, it will not be too late to see Kisame again. After leaving the Hidden Rain village, Niji flew straight to the west. Ryokai Cave. One of the three holy places of Hokage, it is a place of inheritance as famous as Myaboku Mountain and Wetbone Forest. Among the three holy places, Wetbone Forest loves peace the most, Ryokai Cave loves fighting the most, and Myaboku Mountain is in between the two. Because of this, Ryokai Cave has the most contact with the outside world, while Shikatsu Forest rarely has contact with the outside world, so far only Hashirama Senju has mastered the Sage Mode, and even Tobirama Senju cannot obtain the Sage Mode of Shikatsu Forest. As for Myaboku Mountain, it also has contact with the outside world, but their connection is inherited. Jiraiya passed it to Naruto, and Naruto passed it to Konohamaru. Ryokai Cave is different. The entrance is placed in the extreme west of the world, between reality and illusion, and anyone is welcome to come to Ryokai Cave. But you have to pass the trial, and only those who pass the trial are qualified to see the White Snake Sage and have the qualifications to learn the fairy arts, and those who fail the trial will be eaten. The so-called learning of fairy arts is just a gimmick, it's just that the snakes in Ryokai Cave want to eat the ninjas with powerful chakra. Looking at the entire ninja world, the only one who has learned the Sage Mode of Ryokai Cave is Kabuto Yakushi. This is also why Niji is worried about Karen. Half a day later, Niji arrived in the far west, above a forest. He opened his reincarnation eyes and saw traces of space and reality interweaving here, and knew that this should be the entrance to the Ryokai Cave. So Niji landed in the forest and walked deep into the forest. It was night, and the sky was thick with dark clouds, blocking the starlight and moonlight, making the forest even darker, so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. In this darkness, many predators that were only active at night left their nests and staged a series of survival of the fittest. In the darkness, a green light appeared slowly, sometimes jumping up and sometimes falling, just like the legendary will-o'-the-wisp. In fact, Niji was walking on a rugged mountain road with a green light emitting Seeking Truth jade on his head. Whoosh! The sound of the wind sounded, and a black poisonous snake jumped out of the darkness, opened its bloody mouth, and revealed two sharp fangs to bite Niji. Sensing the attack from above, Niji raised his head, and two chakras flashed in his eyes, hitting the venomous snakes, turning them into ashes. This was the 10th wave of venomous snake attacks he had encountered. I don't know if it was because of the entrance to the Earth Dragon Cave, but this forest was full of venomous snakes, and they were all very ferocious venomous snakes that actively attacked humans. Suddenly, a faint white mist emerged from all around, and the white mist became thicker and thicker, and the thick fog contained extremely strong senjutsu chakra, blocking the line of sight. Even the Byakugan couldn't see through it, but senjutsu chakra couldn't block the inside of the samsara eye. Niji clearly saw that when the thick fog rose, the surrounding world changed, the original forest disappeared, and he came to a huge underground cave. The bottom of the cave was full of upright rocks. After a brief pause, Niji continued to move forward. The floating fog around was also mixed with natural chakra. Ordinary people walking in the thick fog were like being hit by an illusion, and they were always going around in circles. Niji, who saw through all this, was about to step directly out of the illusion range. Suddenly, a light appeared in front of him, and a huge castle appeared. The castle was magnificent, and the lanterns hanging under the eaves were lit, with big red dragon characters written on them. Even the pillars were carved with golden dragons. In the middle of the castle hung a plaque with 3 large gilded characters Ryukadong written on it. Click! The door slowly opened, and a dazzling light emanated from inside. A beautiful girl walked out, in her 20s. Her long green hair was tied up, she wore a white long skirt with green edges, and a golden crown on her head. There was a golden ball on the top of the crown, golden vertical pupils, black-red eyeshadow extending to the wings of her nose, and a gentle smile on her face. "Dear guest, welcome to Ryukadong," Tianxin Shenji said enthusiastically. "I'm here to look for someone. 3 days ago, a red-haired girl came here. Where is she now?" Ninkai walked slowly towards Tianxin Shenji and got straight to the point. If it were in the past, he would still be in the mood to talk to her, not with the girl in front of him. This snake is just for fun, of course, he is not as strong as Su Xian. The smile on his face disappeared, and Tianxin Shenji suddenly revealed her true face, a snake face, full of sharp teeth, and a long blue tongue. "Since you are the one who offended Long Daidong, let me eat you." As soon as the voice fell, Tianxin Shenji's body suddenly grew bigger, her mouth opened differently from ordinary people, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and gritted her teeth at Ninkai. Swinging a fist, Ninkai landed a punch on Tianxin Shenji's jaw, breaking the jawbone. The ugly cheek was twisted and deformed, teeth and blood foam flew out, the huge body flew high into the air, rolled 3,600 degrees, and fell heavily to the ground. This chapter is not over, please click the next page to continue reading. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 104 Dragon Cave _ Starting as a villain from Konoha. After dealing with Tianxin Shenji, Ninkai turned around and created a Dao-seeking jade. Swish! A sound of breaking through the air sounded, and a stream of purple venom flew out from the mist behind him. The Dao-seeking jade instantly turned into a shield in front of Ninkai. The venom fell on the Dao-seeking jade, sizzling, like steel corroded by sulfuric acid. The Dao-seeking jade, which is known for its invincible defense and makes all ninjutsu ineffective, is now unable to resist the corrosion of the venom. Senjutsu is indeed the nemesis of the Dao-seeking jade. Ninkai frowned slightly. The big snakes in the Earth Dragon Cave all have natural energy, not to mention the high-level people who can transform into human form. They contain a lot of senjutsu chakra in their bodies, and the poison they release has natural energy. Suddenly, a white snake tail as big as a house flew out of the thick fog, raising a strong wind and smashing towards Niji. The moment the snake tail fell, Niji disappeared out of thin air, his feet suspended in the void. He stretched out his right hand, with 5 fingers bent like eagle claws, and grabbed at the void where there was nothing. The next second, a beautiful girl emerged in the void, her neck was grabbed by Niji, her fair cheeks flushed red, and her fists kept hitting Niji's hands. But Niji's hands were like steel, and at the same time, the yin-yang escape technique was released to suppress the girl, and no matter how the girl struggled, she could not break free. While grabbing the girl with one hand, Niji looked at the empty void on the right, his eyes emitting a deep blue light, and said lightly, "Come out, your invisibility can deceive many perceptive ninjas, but it can't deceive my eyes." After waiting for almost half a minute, there was still no movement. Ah! Niji exerted force with his right hand, and Ichikishimeji immediately let out a painful cry. "Don't kill her, I'm coming out." The voice came out, and a beautiful girl appeared in the empty void. Her face was full of anger, and her snake eyes glared at Niji, revealing a large mouthful of sharp teeth. The girl's name is Tsujinji, one of the high-level officials of Ryokai Cave. Her body is a giant snake. She likes to change into human form and is in charge of the trial to enter Ryokai Cave. Those who pass the trial are allowed to enter Ryokai Cave, and those who fail are eaten by them. They look cute like girls, but they are actually old man-eating snakes for hundreds of years. Chapter 105 Learning Immortal Arts _ starting from Konoha as a villain. Let go of Ichikishimeheim, human. Tanjinheim shouted angrily, her pretty face turned into an ugly snake face, and her blue tongue danced. Ichikishimeheim, it's a good name. Ningji looked at the woman in his hand with a playful look on his face. But why does a snake pretend to be a human? From your tone, you look down on humans, so why do you pretend to be a human? Tanjinheim, who couldn't answer, snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, "Ryokai Cave is not a place where humans can run wild, don't underestimate the power of the Holy Land." Ningji has never underestimated the power of the Holy Land, otherwise with his personality, he would not be here to chat with these high-level people of Ryokai Cave. Directly turn on the Samsara Eye Chakram mode and kill in. The leader of the Ryokai Cave, the White Snake Immortal, is a snake that has lived for 1,000 years and possesses terrifying natural energy. At the same time, there are many big snakes living in the Ryokai Cave, including the big snake in front of him that can transform into a human being and master powerful immortal arts. These are the reasons why Ninkai is afraid. At least now, Ninkai is not sure to sweep the Holy Land. Not only does it look like a human, but it has also learned the means of throwing dirty water on humans. Hearing Ninkai's sarcasm, Turpanji's face was ugly. Suddenly, Turpanji waved her hand and raised a gust of wind to blow away the surrounding fog. The fog dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the cave, and at the same time, more than a dozen big snakes were revealed. Each of these big snakes is hundreds of meters long, with different colors, some red and some blue. The huge body is coiled like a mountain. Each snake scale is the size of an adult, and the scales are hard and emit a metallic luster. Dozens of giant snakes were spitting out their tongues, their eyes flashing with ferocity, as if they couldn't wait to swallow Nisi up. Floating high in the air, looking at Nisi on the ground, Princess Tsuzu looked down at Nisi proudly and ordered, "Let go of Princess Ichikishima, you can leave Ryokai Cave." Nisi didn't answer, he was waiting for the White Snake Immortal in the Ryokai Cave. Everything that happened in the Ryokai Cave could not escape the eyes of the White Snake Immortal, who must have seen it all. But the White Snake Immortal had not come out, and Niji gradually lost his patience. It seemed that the White Snake Immortal would not come out unless the Ryokai Cave was bleed today. A cold light flashed across his eyes, and Niji exerted force with his right hand. Just as he was about to take action, a strong wind blew up around him. The natural energy boiled up like boiling water, and a shadow of a white snake head appeared in the void, with a pipe in its mouth. The surrounding snakes saw the white snake and all bowed their heads. Even the arrogant Tsujinji in the air bowed to the white snake. The white snake looked at Niji and said lightly, "Let him come, a strong man from the human race. These days, only the strong can gain respect. Not to mention humans, even snakes will give you face." White Snake Immortal. Tanjinji wanted to speak, but the shadow of the white snake immortal disappeared. She turned around and saw Niji with a smile on his face, and she felt more and more unhappy. Although she was very reluctant, she had no room to resist the words of the white snake immortal, and waved her hand to let the other snakes leave. And Niji also let go of Ichikashima-him, holding her painful neck. Ichikashima-him hurriedly stepped back and stared at Niji in anger. "Lead the way." This tone, like an order, made the three snakes more angry, but thinking of the white snake immortal's order, they could only lead the way. After walking for about half an hour, Niji followed the three snakes to a huge cave space, filled with light mist, and trees were looming in the white mist. In the middle of the cave is a huge temple with three big characters Ryokai Cave written on it. Under the gatehouse is a red staircase leading into the mist above, and there is no end in sight. "The white snake immortal is waiting for you up there," Tanjinji said in a bad tone. After that, the three snakes turned around and left. They didn't even want to say a word to Niji. Glancing at the three female snakes who left proudly, Niji shook his head helplessly, feeling that all female creatures in the world seemed to be the same. Stepping onto the red steps, Niji took dozens of steps, dodged several times, and disappeared on the stairs, rushed into the thick fog, and came to the top of the stairs. At the end of the stairs is a wide palace, with 2 rows of red pillars standing, which can only be hugged by several people. The pillars are all carved with patterns of white giant snakes flying in the air. At the end of the pillar is a huge stone seat with a red cushion on it, but the white snake immortal is not seen. Where is the white snake immortal? Ningji looked around to search, but the palace was empty and could not hide anything. A shadow appeared, and Niji turned his head quickly. When he looked again, the white snake sage was already coiled on the cushion. Niji looked at the white snake sage. He had yellow hair like a human, yellow eyes, a green cat's eye on his chest, a purple ribbon as a forehead protector, a military green horn-shaped ornament on the front of the forehead protector, a red nightlight pearl on his head, a pipe in his mouth, a very long body, and 2 golden rings on his tail. While Niji was looking at the white snake sage, the white snake sage was also looking at Niji. She seemed to feel a familiar breath on Niji, but many years had passed, and even she couldn't remember it. "White snake sage, the purpose of my coming to Ryokai Cave is to find someone. Her name is Karen," Niji said, breaking the silence and bowing. "After all, you have to ask for something, so you have to show your attitude when asking for something." The white snake sage said, "I heard everything you said, but you can't take her away now. She is practicing fairy arts deep in the great snake's lair." Niji frowned slightly and said, "How long will it take? Even I can't be sure. It depends on personal talent. But she can already sense natural energy. If she is fast, she can learn it in a month. If she is slow, I don't know." The so-called unknown actually means that there is a possibility that she will not be able to control the natural energy in her body and turn into stone, that is, die. After hesitating for a while, Niji said, "White snake sage, I want to go to the depths of the great snake's lair to see Karen." "Okay." The white snake sage nodded and did not refuse. Suddenly, the white snake sage said again, "You can also choose to stay in the Ryokai Cave to learn fairy arts. The amount and quality of chakra in your body have far exceeded the standard for learning fairy arts." After being said by the white snake sage, Niji was indeed moved. The ability of the sage mode is undoubtedly huge. In the sage mode, strength and speed are increased several times, and the chakra in the body is transformed into fairy chakra, which can increase power and speed a lot. Mastering natural energy is also a great power bonus. This kind of improvement is an all-round improvement, whether it is chakra, physique or physical skills. As for turning into stone, there is no risk in gaining powerful power, just like he obtained the reincarnation eye and was in danger of being killed by Tonari. Thinking of this, Ninkai did not hesitate and thanked, "Thank you, White Snake Immortal." Then, under the guidance of the White Snake Immortal, Ninkai passed through the cave and came to an underground forest, which was deep in the nest of the most violent snake group. In the depths of the forest, Ninkai finally saw Karen. If you like to start from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Start from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 106 Transformation of Sage Body _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain _ Sky Shaking _ Shuhage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. Lord Nisi. Karen screamed when she saw Nisi. She raised her hand and rubbed her eyes. After making sure that what she saw was not a dream, Karen shouted excitedly, rushed to Nisi quickly, and hugged him. The impact of the rush almost threw Nisi to the ground. She hugged Nisi's neck with both hands, and her long legs clamped around Nisi, hanging on him like a koala. Karen screamed excitedly, and her scream hurt her ears. Nisi tried to look over, but Karen got closer. "Get down first, my waist is about to break," Nisi said with a wry smile as he patted Karen's back. Hearing this, Karen quickly let go of her hand, jumped off Nisi, and happily grabbed Nisi and screamed with joy. After not seeing each other for more than a year, Karen has changed a lot. Girls grow faster than boys. Karen, who was just a little girl, has now grown into a beautiful lady. Under Conan's guidance, Karen's dressing style has changed a lot. Her red hair is raised by a ribbon and her glasses are taken off. If it weren't for the red hair, Nisi wouldn't have dared to recognize Karen just now. Happy Karen took Nisi to the stream and told Nisi about her experience over the past year. She practiced under the strict requirements of Nagato and Konan every day. Nisi also told her that he had been on the moon for more than a year to get the Samsara Eye. There was no day or night in the Ryokai cave. They didn't know how much time had passed after they finished talking. Karen was laughing and talking all the time, and she almost had the word happy written on her face. After learning that Nisi was worried about her safety and came to the Ryokai cave to find her, Karen was even happier. While talking to Karen, Niji asked curiously, "Why are your glasses gone?" "Thanks to Konan and Nagato, they modified my eyes so that I am no longer nearsighted," Karen explained. Modification? Using the Samsara Eye to see through Karen's eyes, Niji felt that there was more behind it than that. Sure enough, as Niji expected, Karen's eyes were filled with rich chakra. Not only her eyes, but Karen's body was a little different from ordinary people. Originally, Karen's body was stronger than ordinary people, with powerful physical energy and chakra, so she could recover from her injuries by biting her skin. But now Karen's body is stronger than before, and her chakra is more and more rich. Niji thought of a word in his mind: sage body. The concentration of the Uzumaki clan's blood in her body has been enhanced, not only in quantity but also in quality. The Senjo clan and the Uzumaki clan are distant blood relatives, and both sides have inherited a kind of power, the sage body. This is a physique that is stronger than ordinary people, which is specifically manifested in the amount of chakra, recovery speed, chakra control, etc. Each member of the two groups has a sage body, but there are differences between sage bodies. The most representative one is none other than the first Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. Senjo Hashirama once said how much chakra he had. Niji didn't remember it very clearly, but it was definitely more than the 9 tails. Even the 9 tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts known for its chakra volume, has less chakra than Senjo Hashirama. There is also the ability to heal itself. Tsunade, known as the medical saint, worked hard to treat it, but was mocked by Madara in the end, saying that she was not even half as good as Hashirama. Some sage bodies are stronger than Senjo Hashirama, while others are weaker, not much stronger than ordinary people. Under hard training, the potential of the sage body will be released, and Karen seems to be in this state. Although it is not known what means Nagato and Konan used, it is certain that Karen's sage body has triggered its potential and is transforming into a stronger sage body. And this time, coming to Ryokai Cave to practice sage arts may speed up this process. For Karen's situation, Niji is more unhappy. Konan and Nagato obviously treat Karen as an experimental subject. It's very simple. If it was useful, Nagato would have used it long ago. The Rinnegan consumes a lot of his energy. Every time he uses it, he consumes a lot of chakra, even vitality, which puts a great burden on his body. If Nagato had a perverted sage body like the first generation Hokage, perhaps he could really master the power of the Rinnegan. Moreover, this transformation has an impact on Karen's body. It seems that her body energy has increased dramatically and her physique has improved, but Karen's body also has some sequelae. Seeing Nisi staring at her without saying a word, with a faint blue light in his eyes, Karen whispered, "What's wrong?" "Lord Nisi." "Nothing." Nisi, who woke up, shook his head and smiled slightly, and suddenly said, "Karen, close your eyes first." Although it was a little strange why she had to do this, Karen had 100% trust in Nisi and closed her eyes obediently. When Karen closed her eyes, Nisi turned on the chakra mode of the Samsara eye, and his right hand wrapped in green chakra pressed on Karen's forehead. Yin-Yang escape. With a low voice in his heart, Niji began to use Yin-Yang escape on Karen to repair the sequelae in Karen's body. While Niji was using Yin-Yang escape, Karen felt a strange power surge into her body, and her whole body seemed to be wrapped in gentle energy, unprecedented relaxation and comfort. Karen wanted to open her eyes to see what Niji had done for her, but Niji's shout entered Karen's mind. "Close your eyes and circulate the chakra in your body." She was so scared that she quickly closed her eyes that were about to open, and Karen began to circulate the chakra in her body. Half an hour later, only a thin layer of green chakra wrapped around Niji's body remained. Finally, Niji released the chakra mode of the reincarnation eye, and the whole person was extremely weak, his eyes were dim, and his face was pale, which showed that he had consumed a lot of energy. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the following is more exciting. Chapter 106 Transformation of Sage Body starting from Konoha to be a villain. At this time, Karen opened her eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Seeing the weak Niji, Karen's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly hugged Niji. "Lord Niji, what's wrong with you?" Her tone was full of worry. As she said that, Karen raised her hand to Niji's mouth and shouted, "Bite my hand, Lord Niji." Pressing Karen's arm, Niji shook his head and smiled, "I'm not injured, I just consumed too much chakra, just give me some time to recover." Energy point, 1408/1 energy point equals 10 chakras. Since he got the Samsara eye, he has never consumed so much energy, and his energy is almost exhausted. Speaking of which, it was Niji himself who caused this. At first, Niji just wanted to use Yin-Yang escape to heal the hidden injuries in Karen's body, but in the process, Niji suddenly thought that the origin of the immortal body was still the Otsutsuki clan. And he robbed the Otsutsuki clan chakra in Tonari's body, and his chakra also changed, with the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan chakra. Thinking of this, Niji infused the Otsutsuki clan chakra into Karen's body. Who knew that the moment the chakra entered Karen's body, Karen's immortal body was triggered, like some kind of intense chemical reaction. Karen's immortal body quickly became stronger and evolved towards a stronger immortal body. At this point, it must not be stopped. Niji could only continue to infuse chakra into Karen's body, and at the same time use Yin-Yang escape to maintain this change. Yin-Yang escape technique consumes a lot of energy. When using both, even if Niji has a large amount of chakra in his body, he cannot sustain such consumption. Fortunately, before his chakra was exhausted, Karen's transformation was completed. If the Six Paths Sage was alive, he would definitely vomit blood when he saw Niji using yin-yang escape technique to consume chakra. It is absolutely a huge waste to spend such a huge price just to let a low-level sage transform. Boom! Karen clenched her fist and punched the air. Boom! The air burst, the airflow surged, and the powerful force was unbearable even for the air. So strong! Karen was shocked by her own strength. Next, Karen began to adapt to the sharp increase in power. The sage body transformation made Karen have a rocket-like improvement, and Niji recovered his chakra on the side. If it was normal, it would be fine, but now in the Ryokai cave, although the white snake sage's attitude was good and very enthusiastic, who knows what the other party is thinking? After all, snakes are creatures that don't have any good words to go with them. Chapter 107 Mastering the Immortal Art Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Ninkai sat cross-legged on the top of the snake stone statue, sensing the natural energy in the air and the energy circulating in the world. Unlike physical energy and spiritual energy, which exist in living organisms, natural energy is a kind of energy that exists in nature itself. In layman's terms, the fewer human traces there are, the richer the natural energy, especially those deep mountains and old forests. The places with the richest natural energy in the ninja world are the three holy places, Myaboku Mountain, Whetbone Forest, and Ryokai Cave. Having a huge amount of chakra is the most basic condition for learning the sage mode. Because people with a small amount of chakra are easily swallowed by natural energy. Even people with a huge amount of chakra are also at risk. If they are swallowed by natural energy, they will become part of nature. For example, the snake statue under his feet is what people who failed to practice sage mode turned into. The first step in practicing sage mode is to sense natural energy. Natural energy exists everywhere, but it is very difficult to sense this energy. The first step alone is enough to stop 50% of people. The second step is to absorb natural energy and absorb it into the body. For example, Orochimaru was stuck in the second step and has not succeeded in absorbing natural energy into the body so far. Myaboku Mountain uses something called toad oil to sense natural energy and then absorb it. Unlike Myaboku Mountain, practicing sage mode in Ryokai Cave is the fastest and most effective. The white snake sage injects natural energy through his fangs. Those who can bear it can practice sage mode, and those who cannot bear it will become the snake statue under his feet. Niji would not use this method. He does not have much trust in the white snake sage, so he chose the dumbest way. Similar to the toad oil of Myaboku Mountain, the white snake sage gave him a kind of snake oil, and Niji applied the snake oil on his body. Originally, it was thought that sensing natural energy was very difficult. Niji was prepared for a protracted battle. It was extremely difficult to practice the sage mode. Jiraiya was the only one in the current ninja world who mastered the sage mode. But when Niji calmed down and sensed it, it only took an hour for Niji to sense the natural energy. This is an indescribable force. It is hard to describe with words, but it is a very powerful energy, filling the world, very strange, like it has life. When Niji used his body to absorb natural energy, the natural energy resisted. He failed the first time. He could not absorb natural energy. If he failed once, he would try again. Niji did not believe that he could not control the natural energy. Over and over again, half a day later, Niji absorbed the first natural energy into his body. At the moment when the natural energy entered his body, Niji immediately felt a strange force running around in his body. The original balance of physical energy and spiritual power merging to form chakra was suddenly broken, and the three energies ran around in his body, and the natural energy was released. At this time, Niji used the reincarnation eye to look inside the three energies in his body, controlling the spiritual energy, physical energy, and natural energy. The three energies merged with each other and began to transform into fairy chakra. After learning to absorb natural energy, you only need to fuse the physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy in a 1:1:1 ratio to extract fairy chakra. This process is the most difficult and the most dangerous. Natural energy is a kind of power that is difficult to control. It is different from the spiritual power and physical energy source itself. It is energy from the world cycle. Once this balance is broken, natural energy will go out of control, and the body will be swallowed by natural energy, turning into nature, that is, a stone statue. The time of cultivation is very fast, even Niji doesn't know how long it has passed. Dark purple eyeshadow appeared around Niji's eyes, who was sitting cross-legged. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and snake-like pupil patterns appeared in his azure eyes. The eyes emitted a strange light that combined blue and dark purple. This was really shining, and the light illuminated the dim forest. Suddenly, Niji, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already standing in front of a huge stone statue 10 meters high. I saw Niji stretched out his fingers and pressed on the stone statue, and exerted a little force. Bang! With a loud bang, gravel flew everywhere, and the stone statue exploded into countless pieces. Gravel flew all over the sky, as if it was raining stones. Ding! Side quest completed. Complete learning of Senjutsu, reward of 200 points of physique and energy points. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Niji's eyes lit up slightly. The rewards of the system are very generous. The energy points alone have increased by a point, and he is almost able to touch the threshold of 100,000. The physique is also very powerful. Niji has a feeling that when his physique breaks through to level 3, there will be a great change. Call up the system panel. Energy, 200, Senjutsu Chakra, /point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physique, 1580 points / 2000 points, level 2. The energy column has a special change, and a new Senjutsu Chakra category has been added, which is only 200 points. What does 200 points mean? It means that Niji can't even rub out a Senjutsu Chakra seeking jade, the amount is pitiful. And in order to refine these Senjutsu Chakras, he needs 3 minutes, which is simply useless in battle. However, the Senjutsu Chakra combined with natural energy conversion is extremely powerful. 1 point of Senjutsu Chakra is equal to 3 times the original Chakra. This improvement is rare for people who have mastered Senjutsu. For example, after Naruto mastered Senjutsu, his strength increased by at least 10 times. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be more exciting later. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it. m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 107 Mastering Senjutsu Starting to be a villain from Konoha. But people are different. The quality of chakra in Niji's body is 10 times that of ordinary chakra, and the Senjutsu chakra is 3 times that of the body's chakra, which is 30 times the ordinary chakra. Natural energy is completely a plug-in for ordinary ninjas. Moreover, this was only his first time, and he was unfamiliar with refining Senjutsu chakra. As he became more proficient, he could naturally refine more Senjutsu chakra, and at a faster speed. Deep in the temple, sitting on the throne, the white snake sage, who was spewing clouds and mist, had his pupils slightly constricted, and a look of shock appeared on his face. In just 2 days, he mastered refining chakra and successfully opened the sage mode. Since the death of the previous sage, she has been guarding the Ryokai cave for thousands of years, and has never seen a pervert who can comprehend the sage mode within 2 days. Yes, a pervert. Ordinary people who have the qualifications to learn Senjutsu are selected from thousands of people, and those who can successfully learn are also selected from thousands of people. In the past 1,000 years, only a few dozen people have successfully mastered the sage mode. The fastest of these people took several years, and Hyuga Niji only took 2 days. Is it easier to learn the sage mode? Not to mention that the white snake sage was guessing, and ordered Ichikashima Haim to catch someone to experiment. After Niji finished reading the system interface, he closed it. Looking at Karen, who was still practicing next to him, Niji continued to practice. Although he had mastered the Senjutsu Chakra mode, this level of proficiency and amount of Senjutsu Chakra were not useful in combat. Now what he had to do was to improve his proficiency in refining Senjutsu Chakra, so that he could use it in combat, shorten the time to refine Senjutsu Chakra to activate the Sage mode instantly, and become as fast as refining Chakra. Like. There is no night or day in Longdi Cave. There is no timer here, and it is difficult to feel the existence of time. Chapter 108 300 billion detonating talismans starting from Konoha to be a villain. Deep in Longdi Cave is the nest of the big snake, where many big snakes live. Many humans who come to Longdi Cave, in addition to practicing the Sage mode, are more looking for a big snake to sign a spiritual contract and become their own spiritual beast. The big snake in Longdi Cave is very ferocious and has extremely strong combat power. It is the spiritual beast that many ninjas want. There are often more people who are eaten than those who succeed. Walking in the dense fog jungle, Longdi Cave has no sunlight, and I don't know how these trees around it grow so lush. Hi! A sound of breaking air sounded behind him. A purple snake rushed out from the darkness. Its huge body was like a hill. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Niji. Fresh humans are rare. A fishy and stinky wind blew in his face. Niji's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, and the purple snake pounced into nothingness. The next second, Niji appeared on the purple snake's head, stomped on it, and the snake scales that exuded a metallic luster instantly shattered, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the head of the snake was bloody. The purple snake roared in pain, its huge body twisted on the ground, and its long snake tail swept across with a force of 10,000 pounds. Sage mode. With a low shout, Niji instantly turned on the Sage mode, purple eye shadow appeared around his eye sockets, and snake pupil patterns appeared on his pupils. A punch. Bang! The void trembled, the air exploded, and the purple snake tail stopped in mid-air. The fist smashed the hard scales and deeply immersed in the blood-red flesh. The tail swing that could break a boulder was blocked by the human in front of him with one hand. It was crazy. The purple snake's eyes widened. Is this guy still a human? It was too scary. Shouting in his heart, the purple snake turned around and ran away without saying a word, leaving only one tail missing from his parents. In the blink of an eye, the purple snake fled into the dense forest and disappeared under the mist. Looking at the fleeing purple snake, Niji was slightly dazed. It is said that the snakes in the Ryokai cave are very ferocious. They fight for their lives when fighting. Why is this one so timid? After strolling around the Ryokai cave nest, Niji saw many snakes, some strong and some weak. Originally, Niji planned to collect 2 snakes as summoning beasts. He still remembers the day he left the Chunin exam. There was no appearance at all. But as his strength grows, Niji's vision is now higher. What can be solved by these snakes can be solved by him with a seeking jade. It's not that the summoned beasts are useless to him, but the strength of these snakes is too low. If he could activate the summoning contract with the white snake sage, it would be very useful, but this is obviously impossible. The Sage mode has been successfully cultivated, and there is no reason for Niji to stay in the Ryokai cave. Karen still needs to stay in the Ryokai cave to cultivate the Sage mode. She can already sense the natural energy and is trying to absorb it. At this rate, she can master the Sage mode in 3 months at the earliest and half a year at the latest. Leaving Karen in the Ryokai cave, Nisi bid farewell to the White Snake Sage and left the Ryokai cave. After coming out, Nisi realized that he had been in the Ryokai cave for 10 days. Instant teleportation. During the battle a few days ago, Nisi left his chakra on Konan and teleported directly from the Ryokai cave to the Rain Village. In the bathroom, the mist was filled with water, and the air was filled with a faint and elegant flower fragrance. Konan was lying in a bathtub filled with hot water, with a large number of rose petals and snow-like white foam floating on the water. Splash! The water rippled, and a slender, white leg slowly emerged from the water, like a white and smooth onion root with a few rose petals on it. The jade hand scooped up hot water and white foam, and poured it on the smooth neck and chest, and the skin was as smooth as jade. Xionin, half lying in the fish tank, leaning on the edge of the fish tank, slowly relaxed. Her favorite thing to do is to take a hot bath after a busy day, which can not only relieve the fatigue of the day, but also forget all the troubles. At this moment, a figure emerged out of thin air. Ninkai was stunned. What's going on? Why is he in the bathroom, and what's going on with Xionin, who is taking a bath in front of him? Ninkai and Xionin stared at each other in amazement. Both of them were stunned. The picture froze for many seconds. Ah! A sharp scream came from the bathroom, blocked by countless walls, and spread throughout the tower in the air. The next second, Ninkai fled from Conan's room like he was escaping. Behind him, countless things were thrown at him, and two blood-red eyes pierced Ninkai's back like sharp swords. Feeling the creepy murderous aura behind him, Ninkai's back felt cold, cold sweats broke out, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet. This feeling was like being locked by a beast that had been controlling him. Unlucky, unlucky. Ninkai was very depressed. Who knew that Konan was taking a bath in the bathtub at this time? However, Konan was in her 30s, and she was well maintained. Her skin was like that of an 18-year-old girl, and her figure was also great. She could not be seen at all when she usually wore loose red cloud-black clothes. Pa! What are you thinking about? That woman is crazy now. Really crazy. Konan dressed with a frosty face, he walked out of the bathroom and picked up the 3 scrolls on the bedside. Each scroll contained only one thing, the detonating talisman. 100 billion. With 300 billion detonating talismans, Xionin walked out of the room and chased in the direction of Niji's escape with murderous intent. Thinking that her body had been seen by that bastard Niji, Xionin's heart was filled with anger and shame. Now she had only one idea in her mind. Chapter 108 300 billion detonating talismans _ starting to be a villain from Konoha. Kill Niji. The detonating talisman flew and turned into a pair of wings, and Xionin flapped her wings to catch up with Niji. Feeling the cold and sharp gaze behind him, Niji turned around and looked, his face changed drastically. He saw Konan transformed into countless pieces of paper, no detonating talismans, and under the infusion of chakra, the detonating talismans in the sky shot towards Niji like sharp swords. Boom boom! In an instant, countless explosions sounded, and thousands of detonating talismans exploded every second. Firelight emerged, illuminating the night sky, emitting a light brighter than the moon. For a moment, everyone woke up, and when they walked out of the door, they saw Konan chasing Niji frantically, and Niji could only flee. Everyone was particularly puzzled. What's going on? Konan is chasing Niji. The strangest thing is that Niji didn't fight back. What happened to the two of them? People were talking about it. Nagato frowned, and he was also confused. Didn't Konan just say she was going to take a bath? Why is she chasing Niji with wet hair and murderous intent? I've never seen Konan so aggressive. What happened to them? The earth-shattering sound echoed all night until the next day at dawn, when the first ray of sunlight tore through the night and the earth ushered in life. Crazy woman! Niji panted and looked at the woman in front of him. She had been chasing him all night. What else could she be but a crazy woman? Konan on the opposite side was also panting, with fierce eyes and murderous intent on her face. Even after a night, the murderous intent in Konan's heart did not weaken at all, but became more intense. I apologized countless times for what happened last night. If you still chase me, don't blame me for being rude, Niji threatened. The reason why Konan could chase him all night was not because she was so strong, but because he didn't want to fight with her. Maybe he felt it was meaningless, or maybe it was because of the guilt he felt last night. Anyway, Niji had no intention of fighting with Konan, but that didn't mean Niji wanted to be chased by Konan alone. It's just a glance. He's not an adult, he's just a 14-year-old kid. Just being looked at by a kid, why go crazy? No wonder she hasn't been married for so long. Who dares to marry her? Suddenly, Xionin raised her lips slightly, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. You're welcome? Wait until you can survive the next explosion. Ninkai frowned slightly. This woman's words were full of meaning, and suddenly a bad premonition arose. Suddenly, the grass under Ninkai's feet cracked, and the cracks were straight and crisscrossed, like a chessboard. A breeze blew, and pieces of paper flew in the cracks. A careful look showed that they were not pieces of paper, but detonating talismans. In an instant, Ninkai's expression changed drastically, and his face turned as pale as earth. He stood on countless detonating talismans. Chapter 109, Action started starting from Konoha as a villain. The breeze blew, and countless pieces of paper rolled up. The emerald green grass was actually transformed by countless detonating talismans. Not only the grass, but also the surrounding stones, trees, bushes, etc. were all transformed by detonating talismans. Ninkai is now standing in a world completely transformed by detonating talismans. There are densely packed detonating talismans. Ninkai looked at it at a glance, and there are still detonating talismans 1,000 meters away. How many detonating talismans are there? How many detonating talismans does she have? In order to kill you, I buried all the 300 billion detonating talismans I brought here, and used the god's paper art to transform it into this area, Xionin said coldly. It's terrible. The corners of Ninkai's mouth twitched. 300 billion detonating talismans blew him up. How much does this woman hate him? Ninkai swallowed his saliva, and suddenly thought of something, and said, let's discuss it. How about you give me these 300 billion detonating tags, and I promise to help you do 3 things within my ability. Ninkai remembered that there was an advanced task among the many tasks, and the rewards for obtaining detonating tags were very generous. If he could obtain these 300 billion detonating tags, he could complete many tasks, and these rewards added together would be enough to improve his strength. Unfortunately, Ninkai underestimated Conan's hatred for him. Drink his blood, eat his flesh, and sleep on his skin. With a murderous look in his eyes, without any hesitation, Conan made seals with both hands and shouted. Explode! The moment the voice fell, all the detonating tags were ignited. In an instant, 300 billion detonating tags exploded, and a stream of light like the birth of heaven and earth exploded. The light was emitted and disappeared into the sky. Then the firelight appeared, and the orange-yellow flames shot straight into the sky like a volcanic eruption. Boom! The earth-shattering sound was so loud that the ground shook and the earth trembled continuously, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had occurred. The firelight that shot straight into the sky dyed the sky and the earth red, and it could be clearly seen from dozens of kilometers away. A huge fireball slowly rose, like a scorching sun. The visible explosion shock wave swept everything like a dead tree, and large trees were swept into the air, dust flew, sand and rocks flew, and in a blink of an eye, a huge forest was wiped out. The earth cracked, and cracks spread in all directions, extending for dozens of miles. The dense cracks were like a spider web. The fireball gradually dissipated, and a huge mushroom cloud slowly rose in its place. Its huge volume was thousands of meters high, occupying half of the sky, and it could be vaguely seen even hundreds of kilometers away. Whoosh! The sound of wind sounded. The explosion fell, and everything was gone. The original forest disappeared, replaced by a large pit with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers. The surrounding mountains were razed to the ground, and flames burned on the ground. White paper fluttered, like jumping white elves. These elves crowded together, and Xionin's body emerged. Looking at the dark pit under her feet, Xionin frowned slightly, not at all happy. Is he dead? The tone was full of doubt. Even she was not sure that Ninkai would really die in the explosion just now. But Ninkai didn't die. Where did he go? He wouldn't really die, but if he really died, why didn't I feel happy at all that my great revenge was avenged? Zionin was a little confused. Ninkai died, and she was not happy, and all the plans made by Nagato in the past 10 days disappeared. At this moment, Ninkai's figure teleported out from behind, with a face full of pity and heartache. 300 billion detonating tags, and there was a sound. Rich and inhumane. Zionin is worthy of being the first rich man in the ninja world. But this is too wasteful. If it is given to him, it will definitely enhance his strength. After noticing the appearance of Niji behind him, Konan turned around abruptly. Seeing Niji, who was unharmed, even the corner of his clothes was not missing, Konan's face was immediately full of anger. He waved his hand and shot out hundreds of pieces of paper. Under the infusion of chakra, these pieces of paper were extremely sharp. With a flash body technique to avoid the words, Niji came in front of Konan and created a Seeking Truth Jade with his right hand. The Seeking Truth Jade was covered with green chakra, which turned into a chain to bind Konan's hands and inhibit the flow of chakra in Konan's body. The white paper wings behind him suddenly turned into soft pieces of paper, floating in the wind, and the Seeking Truth Jade hung Konan in the air. "Asshole, let me go! You are mean and shameless!" Konan cursed angrily. "As long as it's not obscene," Niji said with a thick face and a smile. This made Konan even more angry, but Konan was not very good at cursing, and the cursing was just a few words. Controlling the Seeking Truth Jade, Ninkai took Zionin to the Hidden Rain village. Halfway through the flight, Ninkai felt a little strange. This feeling was like a bandit leader coming down the mountain, forcibly robbing a woman to be his wife. What was he thinking about? Ninkai shook his head. This woman is nearly 10 years older than me. Although she is well maintained, she is also 10 years older. The age difference is too big, and the generation gap is a bit deep. When Ninkai returned to the Hidden Rain village, it was already noon. He found Nagato and handed Zionin to Nagato. Nagato saw the two of them coming back and hurriedly asked what happened to them. But how could he tell a third party what happened in the bathroom last night? Neither Ninkai nor Zionin said anything. Nagato asked lonely. "Humph." Zionin snorted coldly. Seeing that Ninkai knew what to do, she turned around and left the tower. On the way back, she also thought clearly that she was no match for Ninkai no matter what. If she wanted to take revenge, she could only wait for Nagato's plan to succeed, obtain the power comparable to the Six Paths Sage, and kill Ninkai. As for last night, just think of it as being accidentally seen by the dog. Seeing Zionin leave, Nagato frowned slightly. He felt uncomfortable. Zionin actually hid something from him. This was the first time. Chapter 109 Start action _starting from Konoha to be a villain. What happened between her and Niji? What is your plan? Niji suddenly asked, breaking Nagato's contemplation. This was what he heard from Zionin on the way back, saying that Nagato had prepared the next plan. Recovering his mind, Nagato said in a deep voice, "Since you and I have joined forces and our strength has skyrocketed, there is no need to act in secret like in the past. I plan to do it at the same time. Everyone is mobilized to capture the tailed beasts. Then how are you going to act?" Niji looked up at Nagato, who was a little bit arrogant. Since Obito's identity was revealed, Obito left, Zetsu left, and Uchiha Itachi returned to the village. Now there are 7 people in the Akatsuki organization, including Konan. Nagato and Konan are on one team, Deidara and Sasori are on one team, Haiden and Kakuzu are on one team, and Hoshigaki Kisame is on a separate team. Originally, he found a counterpart, but Hoshigaki Kisame didn't like it, so he killed him. Finally, with him, according to what Nagato said, everyone is mobilized, and they can capture 5-tailed beasts at the same time. I have confirmed the information about the 9-tailed beasts. Nagato told his plan. Kisame Hoshigaki will go to the 4 tails, Deidara and Sasori will capture the 1 tails, Haiden and Kakuzu will capture the 2 tails of Kumagakuer and Xylan, and I will go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails. Hearing that Nagato was still going to Konoha, Niji frowned slightly and reminded him, Konoha is unpredictable now. Jiraiya brought the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto back to the village and is about to take over the position of the 6th Hokage. The most important problem is that Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi, and Tsunade are all alive. Half a month has passed and it is impossible to determine the situation of the three. If the three of them are alive, even you may not be able to capture the Nine-Tails. However, since Nagato dared to go to Konoha alone, the relevant information in this regard has been investigated clearly. The former 5th Hokage Tsunade has suffered great losses and has been unable to take action in recent months. Uchiha Itachi and Kakashi are still in a coma and it is difficult to do anything. Nagato is full of confidence. Chapter 110 Capturing Killer B _starting from Konoha to become a villain. Seeing that Nagato is full of confidence, Ninkai didn't say much, just follow Nagato's instructions. Anyway, for him, it didn't matter how to act, as long as he could catch the Jinchuriki. All he had to do was to catch all the tailed beasts, the 10 tails was born, and Kagai reappeared in the world. I'll go catch the 8 tails. Ninkai said lightly. Among the 9-tailed beasts, the strongest one is undoubtedly the 9 tails, followed by the 8 tails, and then the 1 tails. Since Nagato took the initiative to volunteer to deal with the 9 tails, he would deal with the 8 tails. Ninkai was willing to capture the 8 tails, which was second only to the 9 tails, and Nagato had no objection. Suddenly thinking of something, Ninkai asked, "What about Uchiha Obito? I heard that he joined forces with Orochimaru. If we take action, they will definitely take action as well. The Outer Path Demon statue is in my hands. Before we collect all the tailed beasts, they will not only not stop us, but will also help us," Nagato said confidently. Hearing this, Ninkai couldn't help but look up to Nagato. It seems that the year he uncovered Obito's mask has made Nagato grow a lot, and he has also learned a lot of secrets. Now even Obito and the others are firmly in their minds, no wonder they dare to act at the same time to capture the 5-tailed beasts. Nagato now should not be affected by Naruto's tricks, right? Indeed, before all the tailed beasts were captured, these villains were in the same camp. However, Nagato's move has caused a storm in the ninja world. According to this trend, Obito and Orochimaru will definitely not sit idly by, and maybe they will act at the same time to seize the tailed beasts. With the strength of Obito and Orochimaru, it is no problem to capture 2 tailed beasts. If so, 7 of the 9 tailed beasts will be in their hands. By then, it will not be a war between the ninja villages, but a war between the villains. This is interesting. After mastering the fairy technique, Niji has obtained all the power that the ninja world can obtain. For him, he can't wait to start the 4th Ninja World War now. After explaining a few specific issues to Nagato, Niji disappeared in the Hidden Rain village. Before going to the Land of Lightning, Niji secretly met with Hoshigaki Kisame and explained some things to him before leaving. The Land of Lightning, one of the 5 great countries. The country was founded on a towering mountain, filled with clouds and mist, and echoed with deafening thunder, so it was named the Land of Lightning. Among the 5 great countries, the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are the most combative. It is a village of martial arts, good at swordsmanship and lightning escape, and popular with ninjutsu. Moreover, in terms of tailed beasts, Kumagakur can be said to be the village that gets along most peacefully with the tailed beasts. Kumagakur has 2 tailed beasts, the 8-tailed and the 2-tailed. In Kumagakur, the villagers are not afraid of the Jinchuriki, but rather they are very supportive of them, believing that they are heroes who guard the village. In addition, Kumagakur has a unique method of controlling the power of the tailed beasts. The contemporary 8-tailed Jinchuriki and the 2-tailed Jinchuriki have become friends with the tailed beasts, and can be completely transformed into tailed beasts and control the power of the tailed beasts. According to Nagato's intelligence, the 2-tailed left the village to perform a mission, and the 8-tailed was in Kumagakur. Niji came to Kumagakur, captured several ninjas, and finally asked a Jonin about the location of the 8-tailed killer bee. Kumokurai Gorge. a place for training in Kumagakure, where many peaks stand and water flows rapidly between the peaks. Whoosh! The wind was howling, and Niji stood under the platform of the Yunli Gorge plaque. His reincarnation eyes saw through the mountain in front of him. There was a strong and violent chakra in the mountain. It should be the Eight Tails. Perhaps sensing Niji's existence, Killer Bee rushed out of the cave, jumped down, and came to the platform. The sturdy Killer Bee, wearing sunglasses, looked at Niji, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Ever since Niji made a big fuss in Konoha, everyone in the ninja world knew Niji's reputation, and every ninja had to memorize Hyaga Niji's appearance. The ninja villages stipulated that if the opponent was Hyaga Niji, any ninja could cancel the mission without being punished. Niji's reputation now overwhelmed the entire ninja world. "Hyaga Niji, why are you looking for me?" Killer Bee said in that strange rap tone. I have to say that Killer Bee's rap tone is really ugly, it is simply an insult to the word rap. The problem is that Kirabi didn't feel anything at all. He was very proud, thinking that his rap was very good, and his narcissism was enough to compete with the second pillar. Speaking of the second pillar, Niji thought of Suzuki, who had been trained by Obito and Orochimaru for a year, and wondered how he was doing. Did he think he was good again? Niji said simply, "I want to arrest you." So, it should be said, "Let me arrest you." Here, Killer Bee continued to use that rap tone. With a sneer, Niji said helplessly, "It's rare to be so confident as you are. No one told you that your rap is really bad. Let me think about it." Killer Bee's face suddenly became serious, and he crossed his arms and really thought about it. Without taking the opportunity to act, Niji just watched Killer Bee quietly, wondering how long this guy would act. Although Killer Bee's personality looks funny, he is also calm and cautious in battle. Whoever treats this guy as a fool is the biggest fool. Half an hour passed. Killer Bee frowned more and more. Why hasn't he appeared yet? What about the Umbu who was watching him nearby? Could it be that they haven't discovered it yet, or was the eldest brother delayed by something? They won't notify the village. Ninkai smiled slightly. He said that they were the Umbu hiding around to monitor Killer Bee. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It's more exciting later. Chapter 110 Capturing Killer Bee starting to be a villain from Konoha. When he came here, Ninkai solved the 3 Umbu hiding nearby. Now there is no ninja within a radius of 3 kilometers. Killer Bee's face was grim. He originally planned to delay time and let his elder brother lead the elite of the village to come and lay a net to catch Niji in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that Hyaga Niji had already been on guard against this move? In fact, Killer Bee had thought wrongly. Niji was not on guard, but just got rid of a few ants. Instant. Suddenly, Niji made a move, his figure flashed, and he rushed in front of Killer Bee with the instant body technique. A long sword appeared in his hand at some point. It was the long sword he got on Mars. He swung the long sword and slashed a sharp blow. Killer Bee burst out chakra, shook out the 7 long swords on his back, jumped up, and clamped the 7 swords with various parts of his body. The 7 swords swung at the same time, smashing the incoming slash. These swords are called swords. But they look more like large sewing needles. With a leap, Killer Bee took the initiative to kill. The long sword danced with Killer Bee, like a shining elf, with a cold light flashing, stabbing, slashing, or chopping. Arashi Heron Blade. Each sword used different movements, as if 7 swordsmen were fighting at the same time in tacit cooperation. Dazzling movements, extremely sharp sword moves, neither the Sharingan nor the Byakugan could fully see through these movements. Nisi retreated to avoid Killer Bee's sword moves, and his samsara eye turned wildly to see through Killer Bee's movements. Swish! The sword flashed, and the long sword stabbed out. Compared with Killer Bee's dazzling swordsmanship, Nisi had only one word. Fast. Only speed can't break, only strength can't be forced. This was a sword as fast as lightning, a sword that far exceeded Killer Bee's speed. The sharp sound of metal collision sounded, and the two sharp swords in Killer Bee's hands broke with a sound. Just as the sharp sword tip was about to pierce Killer Bee's chest, dark red chakra burst out from Killer Bee's body, blocking the attack. The burst of chakra also pushed Niji back, and his legs slid several meters away on the ground. Niji stepped on his feet, took advantage of the force and flew out, like an arrow from a string, killing Killer Bee again. Chapter 111 Tailed Beast Ball starting from Konoha to be a villain. Clang! The fire was everywhere, and Niji swung his sword and slashed it. The long sword danced like a blooming sword flower, instantly knocking away the 5 sharp arrows in Killer Bee's hand. After stabilizing his steps, Niji looked up at Killer Bee, who had an ugly face, and said lightly, "Fighting requires speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Fancy moves are useless. A sword that can kill is a good sword, and swordsmanship that can hit is a good swordsmanship. The rest are fancy." "Asshole, idiot, you can't teach me a lesson," Killer Bee cursed unhappily. As soon as the voice fell, dark red chakra emerged from Killer Bee's body. These dark red chakras instantly covered Killer Bee's whole body, like a layer of gauze, but with a defense comparable to steel. 4 chakra tails whistled out, and these chakra tails, under the control of Killer Bee, were like big hands slapping Niji. Niji's figure flashed, flexibly dodged the attacking chakra tails, and quickly approached Killer Bee at the same time. Too far away. The power of the tailed beast of Killer Bee in the 4-tailed form is similar to that of Naruto in the 2-tailed form. As tailed beasts, even the 8 tails, which is the closest to the 9 tails, is several times smaller than the 9 tails. As tailed beasts, the protagonist is different. The complete 9 tails might really have the strength to fight the other 8-tailed beasts alone. I thought that even if the 8 tails couldn't compare to the 9 tails, the difference wouldn't be too big, but who would have thought that the gap would be so big, and the 8 tails was far behind the half 9 tails. The chakra of the samsara eye poured into the palm of his hand and turned into a chakra light ball and shot at Killer Bee. Killer Bee's face showed a warm expression. What did Niji mean by releasing a chakra light ball? He underestimated himself too much. With his right fist clenched, Killer Bee punched out, trying to smash the attacking green chakra light ball. But the moment he touched the green chakra light ball, the green chakra light ball merged into Killer Bee's body like liquid. Not good. Killer Bee immediately realized that something was wrong, but it was too late. The moment the green chakra ball entered Killer Bee's body, it madly absorbed the chakra in Killer Bee's body, and the tailed beast chakra covering Killer Bee receded like a tide. When the green chakra ball emerged from Killer Bee's body, it had become the size of a basketball, and Killer Bee's chakra was completely devoured. Boom! Immediately after a roar, the chakra ball exploded, and inside it was all of Killer Bee's chakra. The power released in an instant was more than 10 times more terrifying than the power of tens of thousands of detonating talismans. A column of fire shot up into the sky, and the shock wave swept through like a hurricane, with flying sand and rocks, and the platform turned into dust. Roar! At this moment, a huge roar came from the dust and smoke, and the invisible sound wave blew away the dust and smoke. The roar was like thunder, shaking the sky, like the angry sound of a wild beast from the ancient times. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing the huge body of the 8 tails, entrenched in the river like a small mountain. This is a giant bull with an octopus tentacle tail, and its body is red as if bleeding. Its appearance can be described in 2 words. Ugly. Ugly as it is, it has the terrifying destructive power to destroy a country. The huge body squirmed, and the 8 tails shouted, "Who are you?" Killer Bee had all his chakra absorbed and fell into a coma. Now it was the 8 tails that controlled the tailed beast. Killer Bee was lying in the 8 tails body to receive the 8 tails chakra. From the chakra just now, the 8 tails felt a familiar feeling, awakening the memory that had been immersed for thousands of years. The smell of the old man of the 6 paths. Hyaga Niji, the descendant of the 6 paths sage, belongs to the Otsutsuki clan with the 6 paths sage. After absorbing Tonari's chakra and opening the Samsara eye, it is not an exaggeration to say that Niji is now a member of the Otsutsuki clan. The chakra in his body has the characteristics of the Otsutsuki clan, the same as the Six Paths Sage, so the Eight Tails can feel the power similar to the Six Paths Sage in Niji. The Eight Tails would not believe such nonsense. The Six Paths Sage created them before his death. After the Six Paths Sage died, the ninja world was in chaos. He had never heard of the Otsutsuki clan. The eight-tailed beast rushed over, its huge body was like a small mountain, and the huge impact force easily smashed a mountain several tens of meters high. Swish! The eight tails flew out at the same time and slapped towards Niji. Sage Mode. Niji instantly activated Sage Mode and refined the chakra of the immortal technique. Purple eye shadows suddenly appeared around his eyes, and snake pupil patterns appeared in his pupils. Senjutsu. 8 trigrams empty palm. With a light shout, Niji leaped up, raised his hand and slapped out a palm, and the immortal technique chakra gushed out, turning into a palm print visible to the naked eye, crystal clear. Using the palm to release a high-intensity and high-density chakra block through the air to attack a remote target is the principle of the 8 trigrams empty palm. Only a very few strong people in the Hyuga clan can make a palm print phantom visible to the naked eye. Like Niji, to condense into a real palm print, not only a large amount of chakra is needed, but also extremely precise control of chakra is required. The palm print landed on the eight tails of the eight tails, forcibly knocking the huge body of the eight tails hundreds of meters away, and then smashed 3 mountains in succession before stopping. The broken mountain blocked the surrounding river, changed the terrain, and forcibly created a lake. With a flickering figure, Ninkai came to the top of the eight tails, and another Senjutsu. 8 trigrams empty palm fell, and the huge palm print of more than 10 meters was like a 10,000 ton boulder from the sky. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the palm print, the eight tails opened its mouth, and the Yang attribute blue chakra and Yin attribute purple-black chakra emerged around it, condensed together, and turned into a black-tailed beast jade. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 111 Tailed Beast Jade starting from Konoha as a villain. As the eight tails continued to infuse Yin and Yang chakra, the size of the tailed beast jade increased rapidly, and the power contained became more and more terrifying. Swish! The eight tails opened its mouth and shot out the tailed beast jade. The huge impact made it retreat dozens of meters and hit a mountain peak. In midair, the black-tailed beast jade hit the crystal-clear palm print, and the two sides held on for a few seconds. Obviously, the power of the tailed beast jade was even greater. It shattered the palm print and turned into a beam of energy light, shooting towards Niji in the distance. Boom! The earth shook, and the explosion sounded like thunder. The surrounding mountains all exploded, and the sky was full of rubble. It was like a rain of stones, and countless stones fell like raindrops. The roar spread out for dozens of kilometers, and the entire cloud village heard the loud noise. All the ninjas looked up at the sound. Source direction. Even the people who are struggling for human reproduction are the same. What's going on? The fourth generation Raikage, who was in a meeting, stood up angrily and looked in the direction where the sound came from. He saw flames in the distance, dyeing half of the sky red and thick smoke. And that direction was the Yunlii Gorge where Kiribi was, and Raikage AI suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, the door opened with a bang, and she, who was regarded as the left hand of the fourth generation Raikage, broke into the meeting room and said hurriedly, "It's not good, Raikage, Hyuga Niji broke into the hidden cloud village and is fighting with Kiribi. The Yunlii Gorge is several kilometers away from here, and the impact can still be felt, which means that Kiribi has used the tailed beast ball." After analyzing this, Raikage AI's face suddenly became ugly, using the Thunder Chakra mode, slamming the glass in front of him, and turning into a lightning bolt and rushing to Yunlii Gorge quickly. Chapter 112 Fist defeats the fourth Raikage starting from Konoha to become a villain. The tailed beast jade is the strongest attack of the tailed beast. Under normal circumstances, the tailed beast jade will not be used easily. Even for the tailed beast, using the tailed beast jade is a big burden. Killer Bee even used the tailed beast jade, which means that Killer Bee has reached the limit and is likely to be in danger of life. On the other hand, many elders who reacted immediately activated the alarm that would only be used when facing the crisis of village destruction. For a time, the entire cloud-hidden village fell into a state of war. Ninjas above the level of Chunin rushed to the center of the village, and a large number of ninjas gathered. Darui, known as the right hand of the Raikage, led the Umbu and took the lead in supporting the Raikage. Ash waited in the square for the time being, and gathered a large force to rush over later. The entire Cloud Village was running at high speed like a precision instrument. At the same time, Yunli Gorge. Large tracts of mountains were destroyed, and the broken mountains blocked all the rivers. The eight-tailed beast, like a small mountain, lay on the ground, breathing in less and breathing out more. Its 8 tails were all pinned to the ground by the black sticks transformed from the black seeking jade, and its 2 arms did not escape the fate of being pierced by the black sticks. Facing the impact of the tailed beast jade, Niji used a repulsive force to block the tailed beast jade. He didn't want to play with the 8-tailed beast anymore. He used the space control of the reincarnation eye to move the mountains and hit the 8-tailed beast like raindrops, smashing the 8-tailed beast half to death. Then he used the black stick transformed from the seeking jade to pierce the 8 tails of the 8-tailed beast, blocking the 8-tailed beast's chakra operation and capturing the 8-tailed beast. The whole process was extremely easy and stress-free. Niji didn't even move his feet, just his hands. He defeated the 8-tailed beast. After dealing with the 8 tails, Niji controlled gravity to grab the 8 tails from the ground and prepared to leave the hidden cloud village. At this moment, a thunderous sound rang out in the air, and a streak of blue lightning fell from the sky and struck Niji. The 4th generation Raikage AI was in the lightning. Lightning release, thunder plow hot blade. A large amount of lightning release chakra condensed on his right arm, and the Raikage waved his wrist, like a blue lightning striking Niji. The 4th generation Raikage AI honed the lightning release chakra mode very skillfully, making the speed reach the extreme, and the amazing speed can be comparable to the 4th generation Hokage Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. In the ninja world, there are people who are as fast as the Raikage, but to say that they surpass the Raikage, even the 4th generation Hokage would not dare to say so. Facing the lightning-like Raikage, Niji was not in a hurry and slowly raised his hand. Bang! The air exploded, making a deafening roar, and dust flew. In mid-air, the figure of the Raikage stopped abruptly, and it was only one hand of Niji that blocked the Raikage, who was as fast as lightning. What? The Raikage was shocked and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. How could it be possible? The Raikage couldn't believe his eyes. He was known as the one with the highest explosive power among the 5 shadows, but his full-strength attack was blocked by someone with one hand. This is the famous lightning chakra mode of Kumigakuer. It's very fast, but the power is just so-so. Niji shook his head, his face full of disappointment. The attack just now looked strong, but it was too weak. According to Niji's estimation, even the second form of Susanoo could not break the defense. Under the stimulation of the lightning chakra, the physique of the Raikage AI was just on par with him. Before coming to Kumigakuer village, Niji wanted to steal the lightning chakra mode of Kumigakuer, but now Niji has no interest at all. The strongest armor of lightning release. Feeling provoked, the Raikage shouted angrily, his hair stood up high, and his huge body emitted blue lightning, exerting the power of lightning release to the maximum. The Raikage thought Nisi was mocking him, but he thought too much. Nisi was just disdainful. The figure of the Raikage wrapped in lightning flickered, moved to the top of Nisi's head, and gathered all the chakra of lightning release on his right foot, chopping it down like an axe. He wanted to kill Nisi completely with this blow. So far, no one has ever survived this attack of his. The chakra of immortal arts was released from the acupuncture points on his arm, turning into a crystal glove wrapped around Nisi's hand. In a flash, Nisi clenched his right fist and punched the Raikage's leg, knocking the Raikage out. The Raikage felt like he was hit by a 10,000-ton boulder, an irresistible force surged into his body, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably, smashing dozens of mountains in succession. Darui was leading the Umbu ninjas to Yunli Gorge. The Raikage blasted a mountain in front of him, the mountain exploded, and the rebel flew all over the sky, shooting in all directions like a cannonball. Darui and other Umbu ninjas used their own methods to smash the boulders that were coming towards them. Lightning release. Black thunder. With his hands in a seal, Darui opened his mouth and spit out a thunder ball, which flew more than 10 meters away, exploded with a bang, and turned into countless black lightning, smashing all the stones and quickly clearing a passage. Turning on the thunder release chakra mode, Darui turned into a black lightning, rushed to the broken mountain, and came to the fracture of the mountain. In a black deep pit, the 4th generation Raikage AI was half squatting on the ground, with blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The strongest armor of Raikage Sama was broken. Darui was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. You must know that Raikage Sama once used his body to withstand the thunder and lightning bombardment without any damage. In terms of physical defense, Raikage Sama is the strongest in the current ninja world. The Raikage was even more shocked than Darui. As strong as he was actually knocked away by Niji with a single hand. What kind of power was that? But now was not the time to think so much. Killer Bee was defeated, and even the fully transformed Eight Tails was defeated by Hyaga Niji. Once Hyaga Niji took Killer Bee away, the tailed beast was extracted, and Killer Bee would surely die. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. There will be more exciting later. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please bookmark m.shuhaige.net, has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 112 Fist defeats the 4th Raikage starting from Konoha to be a villain. The Raikage turned into a blue lightning and flew out, rushing to Yunli Gorge, followed by Darui, and the Umbu ninjas. When the Raikage came to Yunli Gorge again, Niji did not leave. He sat on the head of the Eight Tails and was extracting the power of the tailed beast from the Eight Tails for research. The power of the tailed beasts was difficult for others to understand, but for Niji, who mastered yin-yang escape, he saw through the essence at a glance. After all, the tailed beasts were created by yin-yang escape, and they were full of the power of yin-yang escape. Arrogant. Seeing Niji sitting on the Eight Tails calmly, the Raikage and others had only this word in their minds. Niji's behavior did not take them into consideration at all, and was extremely arrogant. After feeling the power of the tailed beasts, Niji looked up and looked around. There were Raikages standing on the surrounding peaks, and dozens of Umbu had surrounded him. Set up the lightning escape barrier. Raikage gave an order. 8 Umbu ninjas jumped out and stood firmly in 8 directions, east, southeast, south of Niji, and released lightning escape chakra at the same time, and a lightning column rose above their heads. The light beams extended to both sides, and in a blink of an eye, a huge octagonal barrier was formed, trapping Nisi in the center of the barrier. Although the Raikage has a bad temper, he is not a fool. The fight just now made him realize clearly that he is not Nisi's opponent at all, even in the ninjutsu he is best at. He couldn't understand that he had been immersed in practicing the lightning chakra mode for decades to train his body to the strongest in the ninja world. Even if Nisi, who was 15 years old, had practiced since his mother's womb, he couldn't be stronger than him. Too scary. A 15-year-old super shadow level strongman, is he still a human? He thought that it was difficult to find an opponent in the ninja world, but he was defeated by a 15-year-old kid in the ninjutsu he was good at. How could such a pervert appear in the ninja world? In an instant, the Raikage felt that he had lived in vain all these years, and lived like a dog. Give up, Hyaga Nisi. Although the Raikage wanted to kill Nisi in his heart, he still had to say polite words at any time, not to mention that Killer Bee and the Eight Tails were in Nisi's hands now. However, just as the words fell, the Raikage, who had just thought of how to exchange got stuck in his throat as soon as the words came to his mouth. I saw Niji raise his hand and shoot out a black stick transformed by the Seeking the Way jade. The black stick easily pierced through the barrier and passed through the body of an Umbu Jonin. The Umbu Jonin pierced by the Seeking the Way jade instantly turned into nothingness, without even a trace left. Crack! The sound of shattering glass rang out. The lightning barrier shattered like glass, and countless fragments dissipated in the air. The other 7 Umbu Jonins were all backlashed and vomited blood. Everyone was stunned, as if petrified. The strongest barrier of the hidden cloud village was actually broken by a black stick. What kind of power is this? After the shock, there was only infinite fear. This power has surpassed humans, an Umbu ninja muttered to himself. Is he a god? If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 113 Let's Dance Together Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Swoosh! A series of air-breaking sounds rang out, and a series of Kumagakure ninjas appeared around the mountains in combat uniforms. Ash led hundreds of ninjas above the level of Special Jonin to the battlefield. On the mountains, many Kumagakure ninjas gathered, chakras burst out, and all of them turned on the lightning chakra mode. Thunder and lightning raged. On these mountains, the sound of muffled thunder continued, just like the roar of thousands of thunders. Why are there so few people? Darui looked around and frowned. In addition to the one he brought, there are less than 200 Umbu ninjas who came, and there are far more than that number of ninjas above the Special Jonin level in the village. If it was before coming, Darui felt that it was enough, but with the power that Niji just showed, this number is not enough at all, and more combat power is needed. Ash explained, during this period, many Special Jonins are out on missions, plus they have to guard some important places and maintain the minimum defense of the village. Only so many people can be drawn, otherwise I will call the Chunins over. There are more Chunins, and there are more than 2,000 Chunins who can be drawn from the village. No need, the Raikage said in a deep voice, facing the level of combat power of Hyaga Niji, Chunins are not even cannon fodder, Special Jonin can only be cannon fodder, and calling Chunins here is just sending them to death. Unprecedented crisis. Since the establishment of the Hidden Cloud Village, there has never been such a serious crisis. If Hyaga Niji is not stopped here and he is allowed to wreak havoc in the village, the entire Hidden Cloud Village will be destroyed. Hyaga Niji must be left here. No matter what. Nearly 200 ninjas above the Special Jonin level, Kumagakure really gave face and sent out all the elites. Niji smiled slightly. Jonin is different from Chunin. Genin can become Chunin as long as they pass the exam, and almost all Genin can become Chunin as long as they are not. But Jonin is different. This level is appointed by the cage of each village. Only ninjas with strong strength and comprehensive qualities that reach a certain level will be named Jonin. Niji, who originally planned to run away, became interested at this moment. He wanted to challenge the ninjas of Kumagakure. Looking around, Niji finally landed on the Raikage and shouted, "Fourth Raikage, I'll give you a chance to take back the 8 tails and Killer Bee. If you can defeat me who only uses the Sage mode, I will leave immediately and never attack Kumagakure." Arrogant. Hearing this, everyone's face was very exciting. Even if you easily defeated Lord Killer Bee, you are now facing nearly 200 Jonins. It's a bit arrogant to say this. The Raikage thought he was arrogant enough. Among the 5 cage, he was the most irritable one. But facing a cage commanding nearly 200 Jonin, he was not arrogant enough to say such words. These were not 200 Jonin. For any village, Jonin were a powerful fighting force. Since the establishment of Kumagakure, hundreds of Jonin have been gathered. Only when the Ninja World War broke out with other villages, a team of 4 Jonin was the top team in normal conditions. An elite Jonin led 3 Jonins, which was enough to provoke the cage-level strongmen. Now Hyaga Niji wanted to challenge all of them alone, or suppress his strength. What did this guy think of himself, the god of the ninja world? Or the ancestor of ninja? In Niji's view, this was giving the Raikage and them a chance, but in the Raikage's view, this was the biggest mockery. Even those ordinary Jonin could not stand this kind of mockery, let alone the more irritable Raikage. Too much bullying. Boom! The Raikage burst out with all his strength, and his lightning chakras shot up into the sky like a beam of light, turning into a thunderbolt and falling. Kill! The shouts shook the sky and the sky. Nearly 200 Kumagakure ninjas almost burst into lightning chakra mode, suddenly jumped down from the mountain, and struck Niji like thunderbolts. Sage mode! He whispered in his heart, and Niji instantly turned on the sage mode, and purple eye shadows suddenly appeared around his eyes. Come on! His blood was boiling. Niji hadn't felt this kind of boiling blood for a long time. Since he got the Samsara Eye, the entire ninja world has not found an enemy who can fight him. Even the cages of the major villages often find it difficult to resist with a seeking jade. He stepped hard with his feet, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Niji took advantage of the force to fly up, punched out, and blasted a special Jonin dozens of meters away, smashing him to the ground. In an instant, two Jonins swung their swords at lightning speed. The long swords were endowed with lightning chakra, and they could even cut through the air when they swung them. This blow was enough to kill Jonins of the same level. However, Niji was faster, and dodged the two Jonins' swords. He raised his leg and swept it horizontally, like a steel whip, cutting the two Jonins in half. Lightning escape! Thunder Tiger! The four Jonins formed seals at the same time. They cooperated tacitly and released A-level ninjutsu. The lightning escape chakra condensed into a several-meter-long giant thunder tiger, which pounced on Niji. Bagua Palm! Return to heaven! Niji raised his hands, and chakra burst out from all the acupuncture points in his body, and the fairy chakra turned into a solid shield. After understanding the fairy mode, it was much easier to perform the return to heaven. He could directly release the powerful fairy chakra to rebound all attacks, and there was no need to rotate to generate the rebound force. While blocking the four thunder tigers, the return to heaven rebounded them on the original path and hit the four Jonins. Treat them the way they treat you. Swish, swish, swish. Several sounds of breaking through the air sounded, and more than 10 kunao shot like raindrops, with the tail of the kunao tied with a ignited detonating tag. Swish! The sword light flashed, and dozens of sword beams were slashed, accurately cutting the kunao and the detonating tag behind it in half. This is an insight that even the Sharinan cannot achieve, only the Byakugan has such a powerful insight. Facing the siege of nearly 200 Jonin, Niji, who was only one person, burst out with the momentum of thousands of troops and horses, rushing into the crowd like a beast, as if entering an empty place. Wherever he passed, there was bloody rain, screams continued, broken limbs and debris flew everywhere, the ground was stained red with blood, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Lightning release, double black spot difference. At the moment when Niji raised his foot to kick a Jonin's body, the elite Jonin Daruyi seized the opportunity and released black lightning with his shadow clone, like two black panthers bombarding Niji, knocking Niji away. Then, the Raikage's attack came at the same time, turning into a flash of lightning to catch up with Niji. A large amount of lightning chakra gathered on his arm, swung his wrist, and slashed at Niji like a lightning sword. This attack contained the full strength and anger of the Raikage, which was the strongest attack that the Raikage could launch. Bang! The air exploded, and the void shook and shook, as if it was about to break. The earth broke with a rumble, and the ground rolled like waves, and the remaining force alone shattered the ground. Niji, who took this attack, flew out like a cannonball, smashed several mountains in succession, smashed a huge deep pit in the ground, and raised dust to a height of dozens of meters. Chapter 114 Lei Ying destroys Kumagakure starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom! With a loud sound of the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, Ninkai flew out like a cannonball and smashed the mountains. Ninkai flew out of the smoke and murmured, sure enough, relying on physical skills and white eyes alone to fight against Kumagakure is still far from enough. His physique is still not strong enough. If he fights against the Raikage alone, it will be fine, but with 200 jonin, it will be in jeopardy. The dust and smoke dissipated, and Ninkai looked up and looked around. The Raikage led many jonin to surround him again, but the number of people was much less than before. More than 20 jonin died or were injured. Even the Raikage felt bad for this loss. Jonin is a vital force for any village. Except in war, there will be such a large number of casualties. In normal times, the number of jonin who died in a year is not as many as those who died in the past 10 minutes. He must be killed. The Raikage was extremely angry and furious. If Hyaga Niji could not kill Kumagakure after suffering such a huge loss, all the sacrifices would be in vain. Slowly getting up, Niji raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at the angry Raikage, and smiled slightly. I won't play with you anymore. Let's destroy Kumagakure today. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind: you will die if you don't brag. Humph! The Raikage snorted coldly, showing disdain. Destroy Kumagakure? Do you know how big Kumagakure is? Kumagakure is the largest of the 5 major ninja villages, with the most mountains. Destroying Kumagakure is no less than destroying a small country. To do this, you must be a real god. Seeing that the Raikage and other Kumagakure ninjas did not believe him, Nisi shook his head helplessly, and a sentence came to his mind. Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. Nisi's feet were suspended in the air, and he slowly flew towards the sky. Stop him, don't let him run away. Seeing this, the Raikage immediately ordered the surrounding jonin to launch the thunder release, trying to stop Nisi. Dozens of jonins stood on the mountains, and they launched the thunder release at the same time, bursting out strong lightning attribute chakra, shooting out lightning, and struck Nisi. But the Raikage, who thought he could defeat Nisi, didn't know that Nisi had never thought of running away. He was destroying Kumagakure as he said. Release the thunder! Nisi shouted in his heart. I saw the clear sky, and in an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. The clouds were as black as ink, and the thick black clouds pressed on each other, and the sky seemed to be getting lower and lower. For a time, the sky was dark and the ground was dark. A terrible darkness tried to swallow the whole world like a greedy demon. Seeing this scene, the Raikage and others looked extremely ugly. Although they didn't know what happened and why the weather changed so quickly, they were sure that it had something to do with Niji. Boom! At this moment, a flash of lightning broke through the darkness like light, cutting a crack in the sky, and then a thunderbolt shook the earth and mountains. This seemed to be a signal. The next second, countless thunderbolts struck, and lightning tore the sky. Bang! A thunderbolt struck, shattering the distant mountain peaks, and fire appeared, shaking the earth and mountains. I saw Niji take a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and a blue lightning appeared in his palm, attracting the lightning flashing like a silver snake in the clouds. In an instant, countless thunderbolts gathered, and the thick black clouds emitted a dazzling light, which made everyone bow their heads and close their eyes. When the light faded, everyone looked up and saw a huge spherical black cloud floating above their heads. Countless lightning flashed in the cloud, like thousands of silver snakes entangled together. Everyone was stunned and their eyes were dull. That huge volume, with a diameter of several thousand meters, made everyone feel like ants in front of it. The most terrifying thing was the terrifying energy contained in the spherical cloud. Most ninjas in the hidden cloud village practiced lightning escape. They knew very well that any lightning in the cloud could break a mountain. But now there are countless lightning in the cloud, and it is full of amazing airflow. When it bursts out, it is enough to set off a dozen-level gale, not to mention trees, even mountains can be blown off. Looking at Niji holding the spherical thunder cloud with one hand above his head, a senior ninja's face turned pale, his whole body softened, and he fell to his knees on the ground with a plop, muttering to himself. Is he a god? How can humans master this power? This kind of power can only be mastered by the legendary gods. Run! The Raikage reacted and shouted with all his strength. Wrong! He made an unforgivable mistake. He actually tried to use human power to fight against a god. If the Raikage, as soon as Niji spoke, he asked the surrounding Jonin to evacuate. With the speed of the lightning chakra mode, many people could escape the core explosion range of Lei Ying, but it was too late to run now. Endless regret surged into the heart of the Raikage. Lei Ying! Whispering softly, Niji controlled Lei Ying in his hand and slowly fell to the ground. Swish! A ray of light like the birth of heaven and earth shone, illuminating the world. The black clouds like a curtain were torn into countless hideous holes, and the sky seemed like a broken mirror. Then, a thunderous roar sounded, the ground shook, and countless air currents and electric currents surged around like a tsunami. Wherever they passed, mountains were turned into dust in the light. The hurricane tore everything apart, the electric current destroyed everything, and the entire cloud village looked like the end of the world. Boundless panic enveloped the hidden cloud village. Looking up, they saw the devastating shock wave coming. The villagers and ninjas fled like crazy, only regretting that their parents had not given them 2 more legs. When Lei Ying destroyed the hidden cloud village. Ding! The side quest is completed, destroying the hidden cloud village by 72%/100%, and rewarding 500 points of physical strength. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 114 Lei Ying destroys Union starting from Konoha as a villain. Advanced task completed, kill 162/100 Jonin, reward 4000 energy points. Advanced task completed, kill 854/500 Chunin, reward 3000 energy points. Advanced task completed, kill 1334/1000 Genin, reward 400 physical points. Main task, become the biggest villain in the Naruto world, completion degree 32%-50.9%, reward skill Kiwan Zhan. Kiwan Zhan, from the world Dragon Ball, use the chi on your hand to form a high-speed rotating disc compressed to a saw blade-like thin disc, cut the enemy in half like a knife, and cross the strongest attack with several times the combat power. Energy consumption, points. The system is a bit too arrogant today. These rewards are really too generous. Energy points, /point, 1 point equals 10 chakras. Physique, 2460/ level 3. The energy points have exceeded 100,000, and I don't know if the chakra in my body can match that of the reborn Kaguya Atsutsuki. In addition to energy points, the physique has also increased a lot, and the rewards given by the system are more than energy points. It directly allowed his physique to break through to level 3, far exceeding 2000 points. For Niji now, there is no shortage of energy points or skills. The only shortcoming is physique, but now the only shortcoming has been made up. Now he is fighting against the 4th generation Raikage AI again, and he can defeat the Raikage's lightning chakra mode with his physical body alone. In addition, the most valuable skill is the Chi Yuan Zhan. Even in the world of Dragon Ball, which destroys the sky and destroys the stars, the Chi Yuan Zhan is a bug skill, but the energy points consumed are also a terrifying number. With his current energy, he can only use it 5 times. Chapter 115 Sasuke came to the door starting from Konoha to become a villain. One day later, a piece of news spread to the big countries and the little ghosts, sweeping the entire ninja world like a hurricane. The 5 big countries, the hidden cloud village, was destroyed by the SS-level rebel ninja Hyuga Niji. The prosperous hidden cloud village was left with ruins all over the ground, and all the buildings were razed to the ground. There were countless casualties. Excluding the ninjas who went out on missions, there were only more than 20,000 people alive in the entire hidden cloud village. You know, there are a total of 100,000 ordinary people and ninjas living in the hidden cloud village. The 4th Raikage AI was seriously injured and dying, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki was captured, and half of the ninjas in the hidden cloud village lost their lives, with the most casualties being the Jonin. On the day of the battle, 90% of the Jonins who stayed in the village were in the core area of the Thunder Welcome. After the explosion, only more than a dozen powerful Jonins, including the Raikage, survived. But it was also very reluctant, with only the last breath left. Whether they could wake up or not was the same thing. From now on, the ninja world is no longer the 5 major ninja villages, but the 4 major ninja villages. And Niji, after destroying the hidden cloud village, walked on the way back to the hidden rain village with Killer Bee's body. He didn't know that the news of the destruction of the hidden cloud village spread throughout the ninja world, causing an unprecedented shock in the ninja world. For a time, all villages recalled the ninjas who were out on missions, and at the same time, the villages with the Jinchuriki immediately began to prepare. But it was too late. Akatsuki's action began, and the major-tailed beasts were captured one after another by Akatsuki, and Nagato summoned the Outer Path Demon statue to recover the power of the tailed beasts. The entire ninja world was in a state of panic because of the actions of Niji and Nagato. The originally chaotic ninja world fell into an unprecedented silence. It seemed calm, but there was indeed an undercurrent. The border between the land of lightning and the land of rain. Niji looked at the 3 people in front of him with a strange expression. Because the one who stopped him was not someone else, but Suzuki, the second pillar, and Hojiki Suijutsu and Yugo. This was something Niji had not expected. Suzuki was tortured by him several times, and he actually came to him. Does he think he is good enough and can defeat me? That's right, Suzuki appeared here this time because he got information from Baizetsu and specifically ambushed Niji here. Hyuga Niji! Suzuki gritted his teeth and shouted, seeing the hateful face in front of him. The scenes of humiliation in the past flashed through his mind like a movie. There are 2 people Suzuki hates the most in the world. One is his brother Uchiha Itachi, and the other is Hyuga Niji. In many cases, he even hated Hyuga Niji more than Uchiha Itachi. This time, after hearing the news that Hyuga Niji had reappeared in the ninja world, Suzuki immediately asked Baizetsu to check out the news about Ningji, who had been training under Orochimaru and Uchiha Obito for 2 years. He practiced hard day and night under the hatred. His purpose was to avenge his shame and regain the pride and dignity of the Uchiha clan. Putting the unconscious Kiribi aside, Niji said with a joking smile, Suzuki, are you here to torture again? You really don't accept any lessons. How could Suzuki's glass heart be able to withstand such ridicule? He was instantly furious, his eyes ignited with anger, and he was really on fire. Suzuki. Seeing that Suzuki was irritated, Yugo wanted to persuade him, but the person facing him was an SS-level criminal who had defeated 3 Cage-level experts in Konoha. He was no ordinary person. You must not act impulsively when facing him, but stay calm. But Yugo thought too highly of Suzuki. Facing Niji, everything that happened in the past came to mind, and Suzuki shouted angrily. Amaterasu! The Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and black flames burned the void, but Niji was as fast as lightning, and relied on his super speed to avoid Amaterasu's attack. Amaterasu, who is known as the strongest physical attack and can burn everything, burned the grass all over again. Seeing this, Kitten Suijutsu rushed forward, spun 360 degrees in the air, swung his decapitating sword, and struck Niji violently. Rasp! A harsh sound like metal collision sounded. The decapitating sword stopped in mid-air, and the only thing that blocked it was a middle finger. How could? 1 finger? Suijutsu couldn't believe it. Its beheading sword is real. Is this guy still a human? This is the 7 ninja sword of the Mist Ninja, nothing more than that, Niji said in disappointment, raising his hand to grab Suijutsu. Suijutsu felt a chill in his heart, and was extremely frightened. His body retreated instinctively, but Niji's palm was like a dragnet. It seemed to be extremely slow, but it felt like it was locked and difficult to escape. Boom! The palm fell, and 100 tons of force exploded instantly. With a pop, Shuiyu's body exploded and turned into water splashes all over the sky. The hydration technique of the Oniden clan is a bit interesting, like the natural technique, Niji commented lightly. But to Kyo's ears, it sounded more like mockery. He immediately raised his hands and pointed his middle finger at Niji. Water release water iron cannon technique. 2 droplets of liquid shot out from his fingers, like bullets, towards Niji, but Niji easily dodged them. At this moment, Zhongwu activated the second state of the curse seal, which was also a special immortal transformation. Cursed seal transformation is also a type of immortal mode, except that Zhonggu cannot absorb natural energy by his own will and cannot control it. In fact, Zhonggu's special system has advantages over any other in controlling celestial beings. I don't know why Orochimaru didn't let Yugo go to Ryokai Cave to learn Senjutsu. Perhaps Orochimaru was worried that Yugo would understand the powerful sage mode and be able to freely control the power in his body, which would be a huge threat to him. In the second state of the curse seal, Yugo's strength surged, and he swung his immortal arm like a giant axe to smash Niji into pieces. Niji turned slightly sideways to avoid Yugo's critical attack, stepped forward, and dropped his right hand like a cattail leaf fan. Boom! This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. If you like becoming a villain from Konoha, please bookmark it, m.shuhaige.net. Becoming a villain from Konoha Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire internet. Chapter 115 Suzuki comes to the door. Becoming a villain from Konoha. The monster-like face was twisted and deformed, blood foam mixed with teeth flying. Zhongwu flew high into the air, rotated 360 degrees in the air, and hit the ground with a bang. Suzuki looked ugly. In his mind, he cursed Shuiyu and Kongwu for being useless. Can't even hit him with one hand. Maybe Orochimaru is trying to trick me? Said that these two people are his rare experimental subjects, have energy that is different from ordinary people, and can help him. Is this help? At the last moment, you still have to rely on yourself. After not seeing each other for a year, Niji is indeed stronger, but I am also stronger, just by looking at these eyes. Thinking of this, Suzuki became confident again and said coldly, "Let me use these Mangekyo Sharinan of the Uchiha clan to kill you and take back the glory of the Uchiha clan." After the words fell, Suzuki formed the seal very seriously. It has to be said that Suzuki's hand seal speed is very fast and he can catch up with Itake. Fire escape. Dragon fire technique. A large amount of flames came out of his mouth, and the blazing flames came like a tide, turning into several giant dragons that roared, as if they were going to tear Niji into pieces. Instant. As soon as he stepped out, Niji disappeared on the spot and appeared behind Suzuki in an instant. He punched Suzuki with his right hand. There is no fancy punch, but it has the power to tear the air. Susana. In a flash of lightning, Suzuki activated Susanoo, and his blue skeleton arm blocked Niji's fist. See, this is the power of the Uchiha clan. The power of God that destroys everything. Ha ha ha. Suzuki laughed triumphantly. But the next second, Suzuki's laughter stopped abruptly, as if someone had grabbed his throat with his hand, and he made a sound like a drake. Crack! I saw Niji exert a little force and smash the skeleton arm. The seemingly solid skeleton arm was like glass, shattering with a sound, and the fragments flew all over the sky. Niji flew into Susanoo, slapped Suzuki's fair face with a backhand, and slapped Suzuki out of Susanoo. Chogo, covered in blood, flew out and caught Suzuki, who was flying backwards. He used his body as a meat pad and smashed it on the sharp stone like a nail to protect Suzuki's safety. Chapter 116 Naked Man starting as a villain from Konoha. Boom! The earth shook. Dust flew, gravel flew, and Suzuki and Yugo rolled out of the dust. Asshole! Suzuki cursed, a strong sense of humiliation burst out from his chest, ignoring Yugo's obstruction, and stood up angrily. Ignoring the burden of the Mangekyo Sharinan, the pupil power burst out, and Suzanu's second form began instantly. A skeleton giant appeared around Suzuki, chakra turned into meridians and flesh and blood covering the skeleton, and Suzanu evolved into a real torso. Niji's eyes narrowed slightly. Suzuki is worthy of being the second most powerful person. Suzanu in its second form alone can already use weapons, with a chakra bow in his left hand and a chakra sword in his right hand. Amaterasu. With a low roar, Suzuki released Amaterasu, and then used the flame release, Kagutsuka, to control the black flames and fuse them with the chakra sword in his right hand, changing its form into a chakra arrow burning with black flames, which was placed on the chakra bow in his left hand. Bend the bow and put the arrow. Aim at Niji and shoot it fiercely. With a whistling sound, the black arrow was as fast as lightning, and shot at Niji like a black light. Facing the attack of the black arrow, Niji did not retreat but advanced, instantly turning on the sage mode, with purple eye shadows appearing, and the chakra in his body converted into sage chakra. Releasing the sage chakra to wrap his fist, Niji's eyes condensed, and his right foot stomped on the ground fiercely, and the ground shattered like a spider web. Niji used the force to swing his fist and punched the black arrow. Crack! Like the sound of broken glass, the black arrow cracked, and the cracks instantly spread all over the body, and then it cracked into countless pieces, and the black flames burning on it were blocked by Niji with sage chakra, and slid to the ground with the chakra. Suzuki wanted to curse. Fist. Nisi used only his fist to smash his fatal arrow. This was an attack with Suzanu activated and coordinated with Amaterasu. The thought of escaping emerged. Nisi was too abnormal. He was not his opponent. At this moment, Suzuki no longer had the confidence he had just now. Suddenly, Nisi disappeared from the spot. Seeing that Suzuki did not attack, he took the initiative to kill him. Senjutsu. Snake explosion. Nisi punched out, and the fist force mixed with the Senjutsu chakra, turned into a crystal snake, and swallowed Suzanu in one bite. This was a Senjutsu he learned in the Ryokai cave. Although it was a ninjutsu, it was performed like a physical technique. There was no need to make a seal. The Senjutsu chakra was transformed into a giant snake to swallow the opponent, and then the Senjutsu chakra was detonated. Boom! The equivalent of 5,000 points of Senjutsu chakra was detonated, which was enough to rival all the chakras of ordinary cage level, and the power was amazing. The flames shot up into the sky, and the ground shook immediately. Dust and smoke rolled, and the shock wave visible to the naked eye spread close to the ground. Wherever it passed, large trees that several people could hug collapsed in pieces, and sand and rocks flew. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing the broken Suzanu. At the critical moment, Suzuki activated the third form and put the Karasotengu armor on Suzanu, so that he could block this fatal blow. The price was a sharp increase in chakra consumption, and Suzuki's Mangekyo Sharinan began to bleed. The Karasotengu armor has extremely strong defensive power, but the price that follows is also very heavy. Resisting the pain in his eyes, Suzuki controlled Suzanu to shoot another black arrow, and the black arrow broke through the air. It's useless. Niji said lightly, leaped up, and crushed the black arrow with one foot. But in this lightning moment, Suzuki suddenly formed a seal and released Chidori to the sky. Lightning flashed, and the sky and the earth changed color in an instant. Thinking of something, Niji showed interest and looked up. At some point, a large number of cumulonimbus clouds appeared in the sky. In the clouds, lightning flashed and made bursts of roaring sounds, like a silver snake swimming, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. However, when Suzuki released Chidori, the thunder was triggered and turned into a huge kirin, tearing open the sky, like a god looking down on the world. Thunder release. Kirin. Suzuki's only self-created S-level ninjutsu. The roar of the angry beast and the earth-shaking blow fell from the sky. Compared with Suzanu, Niji was more curious about the power of this strongest thunder release ninjutsu. In the battle with the Cloud Village ninjas who were good at thunder release, most ninjas used thunder release chakra ninjutsu, and there were not many ninjas who used thunder release ninjutsu. The next second, thunder fell, and Kirin fell from the sky. The angry beast roared, carrying the power of destroying the world, and fell on Niji, who did not dodge. Boom! The earth-shaking sound spread all around, the endless wind howled, the ground was shaking, and the dark cracks spread far away, swallowing everything above. The flames shot up into the sky, emitting a light more dazzling than the sun, and turned into a pillar of fire that went straight to Niji. Soaring into the sky, even the clouds were burned out. Whoosh! The sound of the wind sounded, and the energy waves spread out. Wherever it passed, it destroyed everything like a dead tree, and most of the forest was destroyed by thunder. Kazuki and Chogo climbed out of the crack that was more than 10 meters wide. If it weren't for Suijutsu's timely rescue of Chogo, Chogo would have been buried 100 meters underground. When the two climbed to the ground, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The impact just now changed the entire landscape. So scary. Is this still a human fight? At their level, they can't even withstand the aftermath of the battle. The dust and smoke dissipated, revealing Niji, unharmed. Sasuke couldn't believe it. That was his strongest lightning escape, Kirin. The strongest lightning escape that even Orochimaru was amazed at. On the ground, Niji looked at the burned part of his clothes, and his heart was shocked. "Give me back my clothes!" Then he was furious, his figure flashed, and he came in front of Sasuke, punching with both fists one after another. Chapter 116 Naked Man Starting from Konoha to be a villain. In an instant, fist shadows appeared all over the sky. In 1 second, Ninkai threw hundreds of punches. In such a short time, the power of hundreds of punches was concentrated at one point. The highly defensive Karasotengu armor only lasted for half a second, then the chakra coat, and finally the bones, which were broken layer by layer, like an egg, and were ruthlessly torn apart by Ninkai's punches. When Sasuke reacted, Ninkai had already killed the inside of Susanoo, and swept his leg across. Before his leg arrived, the strong wind had already torn Sasuke's clothes like a knife. He kicked Sasuke away, and Susanoo flew out with him. If it weren't for Susanoo, Sasuke would have almost become a naked warrior. "Ninkai, I %% and..." Sasuke cursed. "Bastard! Idiot! He wanted to chop Ninkai alive now, but my Kirin burned a corner of your clothes. I didn't get angry yet, but you got angry first and destroyed my clothes. Too much bullying. How could you bully people like this?" Sasuke was very angry. Behind him, Shuya was stunned, and suddenly turned to ask Chogo, "Did you bring a camera? It's a pity not to record this scene. Aren't you afraid that Sasuke will kill you in the future?" Chogo asked back. Shuya was speechless, thought about it, and gave up. If Sasuke knew he would do this, he would really kill him. But it was such a good opportunity, Shuya felt unwilling and regretful. Hearing Sasuke scolding, Niji was also furious. This dress was extraordinary. It was made by Karen and given to him when he was in the Ryokai cave. He promised Karen that he would keep it well, but it was destroyed in less than a week. If Karen knew about this, she would be annoyed to death. Samsarngan Chakra Mode. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 117 Uchiha Itachi saves the scene from Konoha to be a villain. Samsarngan Chakra mode is on. Green chakra emerges from the body and instantly covers the whole body. Chakra turns into a windbreaker and is draped over the body, fluttering in the wind. At this moment, Niji also turned on the Sage mode. The combination of the two modes should be called Sage Tensagen mode. Ninji nodded with satisfaction. He was much better than the fourth Hokage next door in naming. Chakra Light Cannon. The green chakra turned into a ball of light, which shot out like a bullet. Its powerful force easily blasted a big hole in Susanoo, and at the same time knocked Susanoo back. Sasuke, more than a year later, you are still such a waste," Niji mocked. Suzuki was angry, and all kinds of emotions surged in his heart. Everything that happened in the past flashed before his eyes like a movie version. More than a year. He practiced desperately for a year, but it was still the same result. He was unwilling and he didn't accept it. All kinds of emotions surged in his mind, and strong emotions stimulated Suzuki's eyes. Suddenly, strong chakra burst out from Susanoo. Noticing Suzuki's changes, Niji sighed, the pupil power has become stronger again. Suddenly, he envied Suzuki a little. He was indeed the Hokage's cheater. It was really easy to become stronger. He could become stronger without limit just by emotional stimulation. The next second, only the upper body of Susanoo grew legs and stood on the ground. The Susanoo, which was hundreds of meters high, was like a mountain. Ninkai! Suzuki roared angrily, controlling Susanoo to step forward and kill, and the ground shook instantly. He drew out a chakra sword of dozens of meters and slashed at Niji. This sword could split even a mountain in half. Hearing Suzuki's shout, Niji's face looked strange. This roar sounded familiar. Should he shout something too? Forget it. The Seeking Truth jade ring was around his hand. Niji grabbed the void, and light emerged. He held the hilt of the sword condensed by the chakra of the Samsara eye in his palm. I saw Ninkai stomping his feet and leaping up, as if he had been pulled out of the void. Dozens of meters of chakra were visible, emitting dazzling yellow light. Micro. Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The two long swords tore through the sky and collided in the void. Crack! A crisp sound. The lightsaber in Susanoo's hand broke with a sound, and the gap was as smooth as a mirror. The golden lightsaber continued to slash at Susanoo with undiminished power. Its huge body, like a hill, gave Susanoo the power to shake the earth and mountains with a slight movement. But its huge body also made Susanoo the best target. Suzuki wanted to dodge, but Susanoo was so huge that it was slow, and he could only watch the lightsaber slash at him. The lightsaber was sharp, and the solid Susanoo fell like tofu in front of it, sliding past it lightly, and Susanoo was cut in half. Even if Suzuki's Susanoo enters the fourth form, it is still too weak for Niji. Only the complete Susanoo can resist Niji. Niji shook his head and said disdainfully, "Too weak." As he said that, Niji swung the lightsaber and slashed at Suzuki. All along, Niji kept Suzuki's life to keep a hand. Suzuki and Naruto are the main characters, and they are very important. They may be of great use at any time. For example, facing Kaguya at Satsuki, after all, they are the main characters, the sons of heaven and earth, and they will win if they don't win. But now Niji is sure that even if he faces Kaguya at Satsuki, he dare not say that he will win, but at least he will not lose. Therefore, Suzuki's existence is no longer of much use to him, and the same is true for the Hidden Cloud Village. Niji will destroy the Hidden Cloud Village so decisively. A whistling sound sounded, and the long sword fell with the power to destroy everything. When this sword falls, even Susanoo cannot stop it, and Suzuki will definitely die. In a flash of orange-yellow light fell from the sky. The light was extremely fast, and it fell between Suzuki and Niji with a bang, raising dust all over the ground. A sharp roar sounded, and a strong wind rose, blowing away the dust. I saw an orange-yellow shield standing between heaven and earth, and the shield blocked the lightsaber. Crack! An extremely subtle cracking sound was heard, and the shield cracked and shattered, but in the end it still failed to block Niji's Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosion. But it also bought Suzuki a second, enough for Suzuki to release Susanoo, perform the instant body technique, and escape from the range of the Golden Wheel Reincarnation explosion. Hi! Niji made a startled sound, looked up at the sky, and saw an orange light spot appearing in the sky. His eyes pierced through the void, spanning several kilometers, and saw the appearance of the orange light spot clearly, and Niji was shocked. The person who came was actually Uchiha Itachi. This guy was actually alive. Not only alive. It's good to be alive, with vitality surging, and the breath he exudes is like the sun at its zenith. What's going on? Ninkai was puzzled. Although Uchiha Itachi was not killed in the Konoha battle that day, but with the help of Tsunade's chakra, Uchiha Itachi consumed his remaining vitality to activate the complete form of Susanoo. Both mental energy and physical energy were exhausted. The vitality was like a candle in the wind, which could be extinguished at any time. This was confirmed by Ninkai, but only 1 month later, Uchiha Itachi changed so much. Not only was his vitality replenished, but his chakra was surging, and he could activate the complete form of Susanoo by himself. He was completely a different person. What did Tsunade do to him? What kind of magic pill did he take? Could it be the Mayaboku Mountain Talisman? Thinking of this, Ninkai increased the power of the reincarnation eye, wanting to see through the essence of Uchiha Itachi's life. The Byakugan has the power to see through everything. The Hyuga clan can only use the Byakugan to strengthen their own power, but as one of the 3 major eye powers, the Byakugan has a strong power of its own. Chapter 117 Uchiha Itachi saves the scene starting from Konoha to be a villain. Can cast illusions, huge destructive pressure, and even see through fate and people's thoughts. When Ninkai's Byakugan devoured the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan and evolved into the Samsara Eye, the Byakugan also awakened a powerful power. With the increase of the Samsara Eye, he can see many things that cannot be described in words. Hashirama cells. Ninkai was secretly surprised. Uchiha Itachi's entire lower body is all Hashirama cells, similar to Uchiha Obito. In order to suppress the bird in the cage, Ninkai also transplanted Hashirama cells, so he is very familiar with Hashirama cells. Not only Hashirama cells, but also Tsunade cells, Niji felt a familiar force. Natural energy. Tsunade is really amazing. Niji was amazed and admired Tsunade, really admired. Obito's situation was different from Uchiha Itachi's. Obito was seriously injured, and Hashirama cells were used to repair the injury and fuse the broken body. But Uchiha Itachi's vitality was seriously depleted, like a rotten wood whose life reached the limit. There was no difference from the outside, but it was already rotten inside and there was no cure. So just Hashirama cells were useless to Uchiha Itachi, but Tsunade could think of using natural energy as a bridge to forcibly supplement Uchiha Itachi's life. But something was wrong. Itachi's vitality seemed to be consumed very quickly. Could it be because of the activation of the perfect Susanoo? After all, it was not the eternal Mangekyo Sharinan. While Niji was thinking, Uchiha Itachi had already killed in front of him. Hundreds of the tall Susanoo fell from the sky, the earth trembled, and a large amount of dust was raised. The complete Susanoo stood like a mountain between Niji and Suzuki. Hyuga Niji. Itachi. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 118 Good Brother starting from Konoha to be a villain. 2 shouts came from Itachi and Suzuki respectively. Suzuki stared at the man in front of him angrily, his red eyes were murderous, and in addition to the murderous aura, there were also resentment, confusion, and other emotions entangled together. In the end, Suzuki didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Itachi. The only thing that supported him was revenge. Revenge for his parents and revenge for the Uchiha clan. Glancing at Suzuki behind him, feeling the strong murderous intent in his eyes, Itachi sighed in his heart, but his face remained calm. It's my fault that you became like this. As a brother, I didn't take care of you and imposed my will on you. I wanted you to guard the village. Ha ha ha! Suzuki laughed wildly in a low voice, his voice cold, and roared, "Don't say these things here. I am no longer the child you deceived that night. I don't care about villages. No matter what, I can't forgive you for destroying the Uchiha clan for the village. Itachi, you don't deserve the 3 words Uchiha at all. I will kill you personally and avenge the Uchiha clan." Facing Suzuki's angry roar, Itachi remained calm, without any waves, and said calmly, I will accept your revenge, but before killing me, get rid of our common enemy first. Humph! With a cold snort, Suzuki controlled Susanoo to stand next to Uchiha Itachi. Added, I just want to get rid of this hateful Hyuga Niji first. Seeing Suzuki's arrogant expression, Niji couldn't help but want to laugh. He is such a good brother. He wanted to kill him 1 second, but the next second, he was still obedient. There are so many people who are obsessed with their younger brother in Naruto, and the brother next to him, Hojiki Kizuki, is also obsessed with his younger brother. Tsunade is such a genius. They were too far apart before, so Niji couldn't feel it. Now that the distance is shortened, Niji found that there are traces of natural energy on Itachi's body. Although it is very little, it does exist. Looking inside with the reincarnation eye, Itachi's lower body is all Hashirama cells, and the natural energy is used as a bridge to connect with the original body, achieving an effect similar to that of Obito. Although not as good as Obito, it is enough for Itachi to open the complete Susanoo. With Itachi by his side, Suzuki's confidence increased greatly. They can definitely do it if they join forces. He bent his bow and aimed at Niji. Amaterasu. The black flames covered the chakra arrow, and with a whoosh, Suzuki raised his hand and shot it. Almost at the same time as Suzuki made his move, Itachi swung the ten-fist sword and slashed down. The first time the two brothers joined forces, they burst out with destructive power. Bang! The black arrow and the ten-fist sword fell almost at the same time. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, and the mountains shook. The shock wave swept the dust, rolling like a wave, just submerging the knees of Susanoo. Is he dead? Suzuki whispered. The dust and smoke below looked down, and the Sharingan was not a Byakugan, which could not see through everything. Suzuki knew very well how powerful the attack of the two Susanos was. His Susanoo could be shattered in an instant. Even if Nisi was very strong, he should not be able to escape that move. Should? Suzuki was not confident either. He was really abused by Nisi too many times. At this moment, Itachi shouted. Be careful! His face changed wildly. He waved the 8-foot mirror with his right hand, the strongest shield in the ninja world, which was said to be able to defend against all physical and ninjutsu attacks. Niji appeared out of thin air behind Suzuki and punched out. It was a simple punch, but its power was so terrible that it instantly shattered the air and tore the void, and dark cracks appeared. Space shattered. This blow has exceeded the space's tolerance. The energy forged by the chakra of the turning eye plus the natural energy has far exceeded the chakra. If there is a real difference, one is tons and the other is grams. The fist landed on the 8-foot mirror. Boom! The void shook, and a punch blasted out a dark space crack. Only the sound of shattering was heard, and countless cracks spread all over the 8-foot mirror. Then, with a click, the 8-foot mirror shattered like glass and scattered in the air. Bang bang! Susanoo, as big as a mountain, retreated one after another. Every step it took, the ground trembled. The complete Susanoo retreated more than 10 steps, stomped its feet hard, shattered the ground, and stopped its retreat. Seeing this, Suzuki roared and rushed over. His bow turned into a long sword, and he swung the sword with both hands to chop at Niji. His anger was even more intense than when he saw his parents being killed. But Niji turned around and kicked Suzuki sideways, kicking him away. Just when the huge Susanoo was about to fall to the ground, Itachi reached out to hold it. Holding Suzuki, Itachi reminded him in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive, Niji is more powerful than when he attacked Konoha a month ago. I didn't expect that he actually mastered the Sage Mode during the month he disappeared. No wonder the Hidden Cloud Village was destroyed by him alone, and even the 4th Raikage was defeated by the most proud ninja body technique. Be careful of his eyes, the Samsara Eye. If I guessed correctly, it was the eyes evolved from the Byakugan, just like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. How is it possible?" Suzuki didn't believe that the eyes evolved from the Byakugan could have such a powerful power. Although the Byakugan and Sharingan are both the two great eye techniques of Konoha, the Uchiha clan looks down on the Byakugan. Because in the battles over the years, it has been proved that the power of the Sharingan is stronger than the Byakugan. At this moment, when he heard Itaka say that Niji's eyes were the evolved Byakugan, Suzuki didn't believe it. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was the strongest eye technique. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Suzuki became more and more convinced of this. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 118 Good Brother _ Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Nothing is impossible, Itaka said calmly. Compared with his impulsive and narcissistic brother, Itaka could calmly think about countermeasures in any situation. Not only his eyes, he also mastered the yin-yang escape technique that the legendary Six-Path Sage possessed, which could invalidate all ninjutsu. Although it is unclear why he did not use it, even if we join forces, I am afraid we are not his opponents. Suzuki suddenly looked up at Itaka with a resentful look in his eyes. You are lying to me. You lied to me again. You know you can't beat me, but you still want me to join forces with you. What does it mean? Is it fun to lie to me? Is my brother just for lying? Itaka ignored Suzuki's gaze and whispered, I will stop Niji, you take the opportunity to escape, don't go back to Konoha, go directly to Uchiha Obito and help Uchiha Obito plunder the tailed beast. Why? Suzuki asked back with a heavy breath, becoming more and more confused. After knowing that he was fooling around with Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itaka tried to take him away more than once, but failed. Now Itaka wanted him to follow Obito on his own initiative, and his attitude was completely different before and after. But Itaka suddenly attacked Suzuki. Without any warning. Crack! The 10-fisted sword shattered Suzuki's Susanoo. Suzuki, who only had the Mangekyo Sharingan, had already reached the limit of opening Susanoo to the fourth form, so how could he stop Itaka's attack? This was because he was a cheater, and he had never used the Mangekyo Sharingan before. If Uchiha Itaka had used it like Suzuki, he would have been finished long ago. Even so, the consumption of the Mangekyo Sharingan this time was too great, and Suzuki's Mangekyo Sharingan had reached the edge of blindness. Susanoo was shattered, and Suzuki was immediately backlashed, with blood flowing from his eyes and blurred consciousness. Itaka, you bastard! Chapter 119 Killing Itaka _ Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Suzuki wanted to curse, but Itaka actually attacked him. Shameless! Shameless! He used Tsukuyomi to scare him on the night of the extermination of the clan, and attacked him again today. Suzuki was furious and wanted to burst out his pupil power again, but unfortunately his pupil power had been exhausted, and his vision was blurred. Suzuki could not see his own eyes, so he did not notice that his eyes began to turn white, which was a sign of blindness. Reaching out to catch the unconscious Suzuki, seeing Suzuki unable to move in his palm, Itaka finally showed a smile on his face. In the distance, Niji saw this scene and got goosebumps all over his body. What is Itaka, a brother control, going to do? To be honest, Niji really didn't understand Itaka's move to crush Suzuki. Although Suzuki was useless, he could still restrain him by opening the Mangekyo Sharingan and controlling Susanoo. Crushing Suzuki was equivalent to cutting off one of his own arms, so why did Itaka do this? Could it be that he knew that even if he and Suzuki joined forces, they would not be his opponents, and knocking Suzuki unconscious only allowed Suzuki to escape? Suzuki, as your brother, I want to say sorry to you. I have never asked for your opinion all along. Now it seems that you may have the power to change your parents and the Uchiha clan, if I had faced you from the beginning and discussed the truth with you on an equal footing. At this point, it's useless for me to say more. After you leave, you will naturally know all the truth. It doesn't matter if you never forgive me, no matter what you become in the future. I will always love you. Niji got more goosebumps. These words really touched him. Niji didn't deny it, but Itake's brother complex was too serious. The idea of brother complex was really hard to understand. In the blurred vision, he looked at Itake approaching and listened to the words echoing in his ears. Shizuke had been stunned. His mind was blank. Everything he thought and understood became the biggest joke in Itake's few words. Stupid brother. The words Itake said in the past appeared in front of him. Shizuke wanted to speak, but his consciousness was unconscious. Itake used illusion on Shizuke. Let Shizuke fall into coma, and at the same time put his own memory, the things representing the truth, into Shizuke's mind, so that Shizuke knew everything. Bang! Their foreheads touched. Itake looked at Shizuke reluctantly for the last time, and let the crow take Shizuke and fly away. After doing all this, Itake turned to look at Niji and whispered, "Thank you." "Why thank me?" Niji was happy he and Itake had a life-and-death feud, and Itake thanked him beyond his expectation. The smile disappeared, and Itake's face became calm again, saying, "Thank you for not stopping me from saying goodbye to Shizuke, and thank you for not attacking Shizuke." Glancing at Itake, Niji sneered, "I don't care about a waste. Even if I let him go, it won't cause any big waves. Even if he gets powerful as you said, it's still not a concern for me." After a pause, Niji said, "Compared to that, I am more interested in you. I didn't expect you to survive and replenish your vitality. Through Hashirama cells, you get stronger power and even the complete Susanoo can be activated. It's just temporary power." Itake did not hide it, and said openly, "Although I'm not dead, I only have 1 year to live." He knows his own situation. He looks like a normal person, but even Hashirama cells can't turn a person who is naturally dying into a normal person and get stronger power. If Hashirama cells had this power, the six-path sage who mastered yin-yang escape and could create life would not have died. Strength comes at a price. He consumes a lot of vitality every minute and every second when he activates the complete form of Susanoo. If he digs out the Sharingan, he may be able to live a few more years. But without the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, what is the meaning of his life? So that's it. Ninkai suddenly realized that his previous feeling was correct. It's just that he made a wrong inference. The loss of vitality was not from Susanoo, but from Itake himself. After looking at Itake deeply, Ninkai suddenly smiled and said, "You are also decisive enough to hold me back to give Shizuke a chance, but you still think too highly of yourself, Itake. In this case, I will send you off in advance. In this world, sometimes, it is better to die than to live. Ninjas should not appear in the world. Even if there are wars where there are people, at least there will not be the kind of situation where countries are destroyed at every turn, or even the entire ninja world is destroyed." Ninkai shook his head and chuckled as he spoke. Why did he tell Itake all this? The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Itake was shocked and said, "Is this your purpose, Ninkai?" "Who knows?" Niji said ambiguously. Although it was impossible to see clearly from Niji's face, there was a clear change in Itake's eyes when he looked at Niji. At this moment, Niji stood up and clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "Itake, don't think about it. Although you are very smart, some things can't be figured out by thinking. This world is complicated, far beyond your imagination. You only have Konoha in your eyes, and I have long surpassed the ninja world. Maybe you think what you are doing now is meaningful, but I can tell you that what you are doing is ridiculous. Let Shizuke help Obito take the tailed beast. It seems that you have seen the contents on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet." Itake's face changed drastically. It was difficult to keep calm and asked, "How do you know this?" That was the secret of the Uchiha clan. It recorded amazing information, and some of the information was only seen after he came back to life and his pupil power increased greatly. Ninkai did not want to explain, and said lightly, "I said, you are just a frog in the well. I originally wanted to let you work for me, but your brother control has penetrated into your bones, and even death is hopeless. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 119 Killing Itaki _ being a villain from Konoha. Tsunade took so much effort to bring you back to life, and in the end you used it to save Suzuki, it's a waste. As soon as the voice fell, Ninkai's eyes were cold and murderous, and he immediately attacked. The Tao-seeking jade rotated rapidly around his wrist, and a lightsaber broke through the air, swelled against the wind, and instantly became hundreds of meters longer. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying chakra burst out from Niji's body. The visible chakras set off a storm, and the ground exploded, forming a pit several thousand meters long. The next second, Niji swung a 100-meter-long sword and slashed it fiercely. He slashed it down so fast that Itaki could not avoid it at all. This was the first time Niji used his full strength. Itaki's face changed drastically, and he was terrified and unbelievable. What a terrible power! He thought he had a rough understanding of Niji's strength, but what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg. That day in Konoha, Niji was just playing around, and he got the truth-seeking jade. But Itaki was Itaki after all. At this moment, he had the strength of a top-level cage. He reacted very quickly and quickly swung the 10-fisted sword to slash it out. Crack! The 10-fisted sword, which was said to be able to seal everything, broke instantly, and it was as fragile as tofu in front of the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. Tonari, who had just awakened the Samsara Eye, could use the Golden Wheel Samsara explosion to slash the moon, not to mention Niji, who was fully adapted to the power of the Samsara Eye and even stronger. At this moment, Niji also turned on the Sage mode. The power of the two combined was terrifying. After breaking the 10-fist sword, the power of the lightsaber did not decrease, and it continued to slash, seemingly slowly, but actually as fast as lightning. The long sword fell and made a light stroke. The extremely hard Susanoo fell as fragile as tofu, and the lightsaber cut off one arm of Susanoo. Itaki couldn't believe it, and was even more shocked than that day in Konoha. Susanoo was known as the power of God, but at this moment it fell as fragile as mud in front of Niji. For the first time, Itaki doubted his eyes. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it Zang, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 120 Obito's arrival _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. Cut off Susanoo with one sword. Since it has been decided to kill Uchiha Itaki once and for all, Niji will not hesitate at all. Instant. With a flash of his figure, Niji disappeared from the spot and instantly moved behind Itaki. The seeking truth jade in his hand turned into a black spear and stabbed Itaki. Itaki turned around suddenly, looked at Niji with both eyes, and his right eye burst out with pupil power. Tsukuyomi burst out an unprecedented powerful pupil power, pulling Niji into the spiritual space. Use the power of the hypnotic eye of the Sharingan to the extreme. As long as he sees Itaki's eyes, he can pull the enemy's spirit into the illusion space in an instant. In the world of Tsukuyomi, all factors including time, place, quality, etc. are controlled by the caster, and the enemy will suffer great physical and mental pain in the illusion world. In terms of lethality, Tsukuyomi is definitely the strongest illusion except for infinite Tsukuyomi. Those who bear Tsukuyomi will suffer a mental breakdown and become an idiot, and those who are milder will be like Kakashi and need to lie down for 10 days or half a month to recover. Niji's eyes were dull. Puff! A trace of blood spurted out. Itaki lowered his head and looked at the black spear inserted into his heart, his face full of disbelief. On the opposite side, Niji's eyes recovered, he let go of the black spear, and his face was filled with a faint smile. Tsukuyomi is indeed very strong, but my eyes are superior to your Mangekyo Sharingan. Even without these eyes, my mental power can instantly tear apart your illusion space. Having lived 2 lives, Niji's mental power is extremely powerful. So far, no illusion has been able to interfere with Niji. Not to mention that after obtaining the Samsara Eye, even Itaki's Tsukuyomi is useless to Niji. Puff! Itaki half knelt on the ground, and the black stick transformed from the truth-seeking jade instantly blocked the chakra in Itaki's body. Sure enough, this is the truth-seeking jade owned by the legendary Six-Path Sage. Itaki whispered, feeling the power on the black stick. Hearing this, Niji couldn't help but be surprised and said, I didn't expect you to know this too. Don't underestimate the power of Konoha, Itaki said, looking up. After the battle that day, the 5th Hokage Tsunade deployed several senior ninjas who were good at intelligence experts, led by Shikaku, and asked them to check the information, but they couldn't find out what the black ball controlled by Niji was. No one expected that Jiraiya, who was about to be promoted to the 6th Hokage, knew from the mouth of the great toad sage of Myaboku Mountain that the black ball was the truth-seeking jade. Looking at Itaki, Niji suddenly sneered, Konoha? Let's talk about it after you survive, Uchiha Itaki, it seems that your brother is more important to you. Itaki's face gradually became ugly, and he had a very bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that Konoha was attacked? It's really possible. According to the intelligence, Niji seems to have cooperated with Pain, who has the Samsara Eye. Could it be that Pain is going to attack Konoha? His face suddenly changed, it is very possible. Since Niji captured the 8 tails, Pain will definitely not let the 9 tails go. Akatsuki's target is all the tailed beasts. As the strongest of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails will definitely not be let go. Now the 9 tails is in Konoha. Seeing the changes on Itaki's face, Niji laughed jokingly, are you shocked? Everyone thinks I am a big enemy, I am the biggest villain, a demon who has done many evil things, but I am the big villain. Looking at Niji's smug expression, even Itaki, who was calm in his heart, couldn't help but want to punch Niji in the face. Putting away the playfulness on his face, Niji suddenly became serious and said in a cold voice, I hope you can relax in another world. As soon as the voice fell, Niji thrust out with his right hand, and the chakra burst out like a sharp sword, cutting off Itaki's neck. Itaki seemed to have been determined to die. At the moment of death, he did not resist at all and watched Niji kill him. Puff! The head flew high, blood gushed like a column, and Itaki's body fell backwards stiffly and shook a few times. Niji was not happy at all for killing Itaki, because he felt something was wrong. Suddenly, Itaki's eyes turned into crows and flew up. Niji frowned slightly and immediately understood Itaki's plan. Itaki was ready when he came, to die in his hands, and then give his Sharingan to Sasuke. He knew that he was no match for Niji. When he sent Sasuke away, Itaki achieved his goal. Niji snorted coldly, looked at the crows flying above his head, raised his hand to release gravity to suck back the 2 crows transformed by Sharingan. If you want to leave your eyes to Sasuke and open the real eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, you have to ask me if I agree. But at the moment when Niji released gravity, the 2 crows exploded, black runes appeared in the void, and the 2 Sharinans disappeared in the air. Reverse summoning. Niji's face was a little ugly. Itaki was worthy of being Itaki. Everything was calculated. He set up the reverse summoning for the crows. Once in danger, the 2 Mangekyo Sharinans would be summoned away. Thinking of this, Niji's face became uglier. Itaki's cleverness was not a side expression of his stupidity. After a while, Niji, who had calmed down, came to the place where Killer Bee was placed and found that Killer Bee had escaped. But Niji was not angry, but very calm. Escape? Where can he escape to? The hidden cloud village was almost destroyed. With Nagato's action, the entire ninja world was in chaos. Even if Killer Bee escaped, he would find that the entire ninja world was not a safe place. The 8 tails coming to him was only a matter of time. Niji didn't care. In contrast, he was more concerned about what was hidden under his feet. He manipulated several Dao-seeking jades to transform into large black nets and merged into the ground. The next second, there were screams coming from the ground, and all the white Zetsu who were hiding around using the floating technique were killed. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 120 Obito's door starting from Konoha to be a villain. After doing this, Niji looked at the void next to him. All the peepers are dead, come out, Obito. As soon as the voice fell, the void twisted, a black passage appeared, and Obito walked out of the passage. How do you know I'm nearby? Obito asked curiously. He was hiding in a different space. Logically, unless Kakashi, who was also a Kamui, could not find his trace. It's not just your eyes that are involved in space, Niji said lightly, my eyes can also control space. Creating a space channel to travel through can also be done by the Samsara Eye, but Niji has space teleportation, which is not only convenient but also saves chakra, so he doesn't use the space power of the Samsara Eye. Looking at Obito, Niji asked curiously, why did you come to me? Puzzled? Of course. The two of them are still enemies, but Obito came to him secretly, and he didn't want White Zetsu to know. What is Obito planning? Seeing that Obito was about to speak, Niji suddenly interrupted and pointed at Obito and reminded him, before speaking, block the things on your body first. What Niji was talking about was naturally the White Zetsu hidden in Obito and monitoring Obito. Don't worry, I have blocked them. Obito rolled up his sleeves and saw several sealing techniques on his white arm. After a pause, Obito said, you can't hear our conversation. I wanted to solve Itaka's problem with you and snatch his Mangekyo Sharingan. I didn't expect that he had been on guard against his eyes being snatched away, and gave them to Sasuke with the reverse summoning technique. Ninkai raised his eyebrows and said, to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, it must be transplanted by direct blood. Itaka's Mangekyo Sharingan is useless to you. You know a lot about our Uchiha clan. Obito looked at Ninkai deeply. He didn't forget that it was because of Ninkai's calculations behind his back that he killed Danzo through him and made him fight Kakashi, which led to his identity being revealed. If it weren't for Ninkai, he would still be in the dark, controlling Nagato to help him capture the tailed beast, and he wouldn't have become the target of public criticism in the ninja world now. Ninkai did not dwell on this issue and asked, what do you want me to do? Chapter 121 Killing Madara starting from Konoha to be a villain. Cooperation. Ninkai raised his eyebrows, cooperation. Yes, I want to cooperate with you, Obito confirmed. Ninkai raised his eyebrows again, it seems that there is nothing to cooperate between the two of us. You have your plan, I have my plan, and we are still enemies. He wants to be the final villain, which means that he has to kill all the villains in order to complete the task. As a villain in the middle and late stages, Obito is his target. Now Obito wants to cooperate with him, and Ninkai doesn't have much idea. But Niji was still curious about what Obito wanted to cooperate with him, so he said, tell me what you want to do first. Obito glanced at Niji, hesitated, and said, I want you to help me kill Uchiha Madara. Kill Madara? Niji was stunned, his face was weird. Uchiha Madara is already dead, why would Obito kill Uchiha Madara? Seeing the confusion on Niji's face, Obito explained, I want to carry out Madara's plan, revive Madara and then torture him forever, to avenge the dead Rin and me. At the end, Obito's murderous aura could not be controlled, his eyes were full of resentment, and his face was full of ferocious anger. Obito is not a fool. If he was a fool, he would not be chosen by Uchiha Madara. After hearing the news from Niji that day, he immediately went back to investigate secretly, and with the help of Orochimaru's power, he did find something wrong. For this reason, he also sneaked into Konoha, went to the Konoha archives, searched for the archives of the year, and even went to Kakashi's house to find clues from the year. However, when he came to Kakashi's study and saw the bookshelf full of intimate paradise and intimate violence, Obito wanted to kill Kakashi. I saved you with my life and gave you the Sharingan, but you used it to read this kind of book. After many inquiries, even if Obito did not have conclusive evidence, he was sure that there were traces of Madara behind Rin's murder, including the fact that the Battle of Konoha Bridge was not that simple. At this point, many things do not need to be investigated further, and the truth has come out. Madara was the culprit who killed Rin, and it was also Uchiha Madara who destroyed his dream of becoming Hokage and marrying Rin. But he recognized the thief as his father and has always been grateful to Madara, even after his death. Later, he still worked for him. Whenever he thought of this, Obito wished he could eat his flesh alive, drink his blood, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. But Uchiha Madara died, and he couldn't even find anyone to avenge him. Hearing Obito's words about reviving Madara for revenge, Ninkai couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. He thought he was fierce enough. He destroyed the hidden cloud village and killed thousands of ninjas alone. As a result, Obito was even more fierce. Madara was dead, but he still wanted to revive Madara for revenge, which was more cruel than Wu Zigzu digging a grave and whipping a corpse. A strong man of the Uchiha clan. Not only a ruthless person, but also a pervert. However, Obito's behavior made Ninkai interested. He wanted to see if Uchiha Madara would curse his mother if Obito wanted to seek revenge on him when Uchiha Madara was resurrected. It should be, right? What benefit can I get? Ninkai asked back, this cooperation seems to have no benefit to me. You completed the revenge, but I got nothing. Niji is not a person who helps others achieve their goals. Cooperation is fine, but there must be benefits. I can't work myself to death and get nothing in the end. As if he had expected Niji to ask this question, Obito said directly, I will help you get the 10 tails. The 10 tails? Niji raised his eyebrows. The 10 tails is indeed a good thing. If he can become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his combat power will definitely be greatly improved. But Obito said this as if the 10 tails was already his. Glancing at Obito, Niji said lightly, if I want to get the 10 tails, I don't need your help. Now there is no one in the ninja world to stop me, even if you join forces with Orochimaru. I can kill you, snatch the Samsara Eye, and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Obito's eyes flickered slightly. This guy really knows about the 10 tails and the outer path demon statue. How did he know this? You must know that this information has disappeared in the long river of history after thousands of years. Only the stones that have been passed down by the Uchiha clan for thousands of years record this information. There is a special power on that stone, and different eyes can see different information. How does Niji know this? Obito is puzzled, and he doesn't have that much curiosity. Niji has shown too many unusual things. What he cares about now is revenge. Indeed, with your current strength, you can sweep the ninja world. Obito did not deny it, and his tone was calm, but having strength does not mean that you can obtain the power of the 10 tails and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. What do you mean? Niji frowned and asked. Obito sneered, in the past, Madara put the Samsara Eye into Nagato's body, wanting Nagato to use the Samsara natural technique to revive him. In order to achieve his goal, Madara cast a spell on the Samsara Eye. He thought he was doing it very secretly, but I have been with Nagato for so many years, and I have discovered this spell and mastered it. Without my cooperation, even if you kill me now, you can't get the Samsara Eye. Ninkai frowned even deeper and said in a cold voice, are you threatening me? Not a threat. Obito remained calm and said in a deep voice, it's a plea. I need your help. The 10 tails and the Samsara Eye are the rewards I can give you. Ninkai was thinking, if he didn't agree to Obito, and Obito really destroyed the Samsara Eye, it would be troublesome. Where can he find the awakened Samsara Eye again? Without the Samsara Eye, he can't summon the outer path demon statue, and can't revive the 10 tails. It's unknown how long he will have to wait to complete his main task. Chapter 121 Kill Madara starting from Konoha as a villain. Of course, there are also supplementary methods, just let Sasuke swallow Naruto, and you can also awaken the Samsara Eye. But this time is very slow, who knows how many years it will take. Now it seems that the only way is to accept Obito's proposal first. As for whether Obito's words are true or false, it doesn't matter to him, as long as the 10 tails can appear. Even if Obito really does something, even if he becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Niji is still sure to kill Obito. They are all old bitches. Niji wants to curse. I thought that strength could sweep across the ninja world and do whatever he wants, but these people are all playing conspiracies and tricks, and strength alone is not enough. Okay, I will help you catch Uchiha Madara. Niji agreed to cooperate. Seeing Niji agree, Obito's face was calm. All this was planned. If he hadn't been sure that Niji would agree, Obito wouldn't have come to him. Next, from Obito, Niji learned a very surprising news. Orochimaru cooperated with an unknown force, used Hashirama's cells to transform his body, improved the impure world reincarnation, and was able to make the impure world reincarnation strongman exert almost 100% of his original strength. Wait a minute, Niji interrupted Obito. Orochimaru's hands were sealed by the 3 Hokage with the Shikigami Fujin. Isn't his hands unable to use any ninjutsu? Obito said in a deep voice. Orochimaru has unlocked the Shikigami Fujin. Now he has not only Uchiha Madara, but also 4 Hokage. Hearing this, Niji frowned. The ninja world is now in a mess, and even Orochimaru is going to rise. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 122 Steam Ninja _ Starting from Konoha as a villain. After listening to what Obito said, Niji frowned slightly. Aren't you afraid that Orochimaru will be difficult to control in the end? Impure world reincarnation requires extracting a certain amount of the dead's flesh. If Orochimaru can be reborn, he must have found the location of Madara's body. And only Zetsu and Obito know where Madara's body is. Obito wants to revive Madara, and only he will do such a thing. In the face of Niji's inquiry, Obito did not deny it and said, "Our combat power is not enough, and we need him at this stage. Speaking of which, these are all Niji's fault. If it weren't for Niji's recklessness, the entire ninja world would be in a mess. Especially the destruction of the Hidden Cloud Village, which made the other ninja villages panic. Even the 5 major countries are starting to take action one by one and prepare for war with all their strength. All kinds of things that were not prepared before were prepared one by one, and those experiments that were prohibited because of peace also began to be carried out. The whole ninja world was preparing for the war. Before coming, Obito had received news that Kumagakure sent a team to the 4 major countries to prepare for the 5-Cage conference to discuss the matter of joining forces. At this stage, the situation in the ninja world has been fixed. The 5 major ninja villages will definitely form an alliance, and he and Niji will join forces to fight against the Wuden ninja village. As for Nagato, his fate is already determined. Glancing at Obito, Niji asked, "When are you going to act?" The action he was talking about was naturally to deal with Nagato. Now Nagato is controlling the outer path demon statue to absorb the chakra of the tailed beast. The 2 tails have been swallowed, and the 4 tails are at the last moment. Deidara and Sasori have caught the 1 tail and are on the way. Nagato will not start to move towards Konoha until he swallows the 1 tail. It will take some time, Obito said in a deep voice. He is not ready yet. It is not so easy to ask Orochimaru to work. Although Orochimaru is not strong, he is insidious and cunning, has many tricks, and likes to do some strange things. If you are not fully prepared, he might also capsize in the ditch. After a brief discussion, the 2 left separately. After Obito left, the system sounded in Niji's mind. Ding dong, the only mission is completed, kill Uchiha Itachi, and get a reward of 600 points of physical strength. A light flashed in Niji's eyes. This reward is good, enough to compare with his killing thousands of Chunin. The only mission is different. I didn't expect that killing Uchiha Itachi would have such a good reward. At this rate, maybe his physical strength can really be upgraded to level 3, tens of thousands of physical strength, how strong it must be. Suddenly, Niji thought of something and had a headache. Killer Bee escaped. He ran all this time and destroyed the hidden cloud village, but in the end he got nothing. When he came out, he was so confident. Now it's too embarrassing to go back empty-handed. I also have to save face. No, we have to find a way to catch a tailed beast and bring it back. As he said that, Niji looked around. He was now in the land of water trap. Going forward, there was the land of grass. Behind him was the hidden rain village. To the west was the hidden rock village. To the south was the hidden leaf village. The 6 tails of the hidden trap village was killed by Nagato. The closest to him were the 9 tails of the hidden leaf village and the 5 tails of the hidden rock village. Thinking of Nagato and Obito's plan, Niji thought about it. Now was not the time to catch the 9 tails. If he had done everything, what would be the point? Turning his head to look in the direction of the hidden rock village, his figure flashed. Let's catch the 5 tails on the way. The faint voice dissipated in the air with the wind. Hidden Rock Village. Unlike the thousands of miles of yellow sand in the land of wind, the Hidden Rock Village was thousands of miles of Gobi Desert. The largest of the 5 major countries was the land of water trap. On the deserted Gobi Desert, the howling wind swept across the ground, cutting the earth like a knife. In a canyon with ravines and gullies, the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han was accompanied by 2 Umbu ninjas and headed to a secret base deep in the canyon. This was the top secret base of the Hidden Rock Village, where the top leaders hid at critical moments. No more than 3 people in the entire Hidden Rock Village knew about it. Among the 3, Han said with an unhappy face, "Are we going to hide like this forever? Master Tsuchikage is really heartbroken to drive me away from the Hidden Rock Village. He is the 5 tails Jinchuriki of the Hidden Rock Village, and has made countless contributions to the Hidden Rock Village, making his reputation as a steam ninja spread throughout the ninja world. But at the critical moment, the village not only did not guarantee his safety, but also treated him as a time bomb, drove him out of the village, and hid in a base deep in the Gobi Desert. It made him extremely heartbroken. Now he finally understood why Lao Zi wanted to leave. If I can survive this time, I will also leave the village." The Umbu next to him didn't know that Han had the idea of leaving the village. When Han complained, he persuaded and comforted that Tsuchikage is also helpless. Hyaga Niji is too strong. The entire Kumagakure village was destroyed and the 4th Raikage was seriously injured and dying. If you stay in the village and attract Hyaga Niji, I'm afraid the entire Iwagakure village will end up like the Kumagakure village. Another Umbu also persuaded, "It's not that you stay there all the time. The 2 of us will follow you in the base. Lord Tsuchikage is leaving today to attend the 5-Kage conference. When the 5 Kages decide on the joint matters, they will definitely protect the remaining Jinchuriki together." Han didn't say anything. He knew all these things. It was for the safety of the village that he would obey the arrangement, but knowing it was still chilling. The 3 continued on their way, the wind whistled, and the dust was flying all over the sky. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the middle of the canyon in front of them. Wearing a white robe and with long black hair dancing in the wind, anyone who sees him would exclaim what a handsome and graceful young man he is. But the 3 of them looked like they saw a ghost, their faces turned pale and scary. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, it is more exciting later. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain. Shuhage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 122 Steam Ninja _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. Hyaga Niji. The 2 Umbu were also decisive, and they shouted and rushed up immediately. Han, go! They were going to use their lives to buy time for Han to escape. However, a figure was faster than the 2 of them, surpassing them, emitting a lot of steam all over his body, and rushed towards Niji like a train. Steam shock. Han put his hands together, and a lot of steam erupted, rushing towards Niji. The steam was as high as hundreds of degrees, and human skin would burn as soon as it touched it. The Umbu who caught up with him said anxiously, "Han, why are you rushing up? We are ready. Even if we all die here, we can't let you get caught." "Stupid!" Han cursed and said coldly, "If you two throw your lives here, I can't run 100 meters. 3 people together can still fight. I don't believe he is so terrible that he can destroy the hidden cloud village alone. Even if the god of ninjas Senjo Hashirama is reborn, he can't do it." As soon as the voice fell, 2 black sticks flew out of the steam, as fast as lightning, piercing through the throats of the 2 Umbu, blood spurted out, and the 2 Umbu died tragically, and died with eyes wide open. Han hasn't reacted to the tragic death of his companions yet. Niji has already rushed in front of him, stretched out his right hand, and his 5 fingers bent like eagle claws. It seems to be extremely slow, but it is actually as fast as the wind, and he grabs Han's neck. Jinchuriki is closely related to the tailed beasts. If the tailed beasts are extracted, the Jinchuriki will die. If the Jinchuriki dies, the tailed beasts will also die, but they will be reborn somewhere after a period of time. Because the tailed beasts are not living things, they are not flesh and blood people, and they are not even as good as plants. They are essentially a ball of chakra. Chapter 123 Capturing the 5 tails Starting from Konoha to be a villain. Boom! Like thunder, Han's eyes were dull. Jinchuriki. I am a Jinchuriki with the power of the tailed beasts. I have no power to resist, and it is as easy for the other party to kill him as to kill an ant. It's ridiculous that he just said that he could fight against Niji. The next second, a ruthless look flashed in Han's eyes, and madness was revealed in his pupils. Even if I die, I won't let you feel good. Boom! Han raised his chakra to boiling point in one breath, and his whole body strength rose in an instant. A large amount of high-temperature steam of hundreds of degrees burst out from his body, and the high-temperature steam was as hot as magma. Even Niji's physique could not bear it, so he had to let go. At the moment Niji let go, Han took the opportunity to attack, but it was still too slow for Niji. Niji blocked Han's attack with his left hand, and his right hand fell like a palm fan, hitting Han's chest. Boom! The steam armor exploded, metal fragments flew everywhere, and the force was like a sharp piercing through Han's chest. His chest exploded, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and his ribs were exposed. At this moment, the tailed beast chakra gushed out of Han's body. The tailed beast chakra has no healing power, but it can stimulate the activity of human cells and speed up cell recovery. Just like Naruto entered the two-tail transformation, his injuries recovered rapidly. In the past, Han suppressed the power of the 5-tailed fox, but today, Han not only did not suppress it, but actively released the power of the 5-tailed fox. Steam raged, and in a blink of an eye, white steam enveloped the entire canyon. Roar! A sharp roar sounded. The sound was like a strong wind blowing away the steam, and a huge white beast rushed out of the steam. 5-tailed King Mew. A tailed beast fused from a dolphin and a horse, with a body as white as snow, without a single flaw, with 5 fox-like tails, and 5 sharp horns of varying lengths on its forehead. The moment the 5-tailed fox rushed out of the steam, it rushed towards Niji and hit Niji with its sharp horns on its head. The figure flashed, and Niji easily avoided the collision and dodged to the side of the 5-tailed fox. Whoosh! The sound of wind sounded. 5 tails exuded a rich high-density chakra and slapped Niji. Sage mode. Eye shadows appeared, and Niji instantly turned on Sage mode. Now he is more and more proficient in opening the Sage mode. Absorbing natural energy and refining Sage chakra is as simple as drinking water. Opening the Sage mode is a matter of a moment. Niji bursts out Sage chakra, and casts a series of palm prints condensed by high-density Sage chakra, knocking away the attacking tails one by one, white hair flying, and red palm prints appearing on the tails. The 5 tails screamed in pain, and its huge body kept retreating. With a bang, it hit the canyon next to it, and gravel rolled down and dust flew. The severe pain stimulated the 5 tails' eyes to turn red, and it opened its mouth to spray out a stream of steam. This steam is much stronger than the boiling performed by Han. Niji saw a millstone-sized stone corroded by the steam. But Niji is skilled and bold, just a 5 tail. He didn't even have ate the tail beast. Ball of the tail beasts was hard to resist, so why should he be afraid of the weak 5 tails among the tail beasts? Laser laser! Niji flicked his 5 fingers, and the light between his fingers flashed and released laser lasers. Dozens of laser lasers fell like raindrops, piercing the body of the 5 tails. Puff! Blood spurted and sprayed in all directions. It seemed that a bloody rain had fallen around, and the air was suddenly filled with a thick bloody smell. After the system was upgraded, releasing skills also consumed energy. Dozens of laser lasers consumed only thousands of energy. His energy now exceeded 100,000, which was equivalent to the original million chakras. Let alone a mere dozen, even thousands. This is a bit uncertain. The 5 tails screamed in pain again after being pierced through the body by dozens of laser lasers. The immortality of the tail beasts does not mean that they have no pain and no 7 emotions and 6 desires. The blood-red eyes of the 5 tails glared at Niji, and the next second, they opened their mouths. High-density tailed beast chakra emerged from the 5 tails. The blood-colored chakra was yin chakra, and the blue chakra was yang chakra. The 5 tails gathered the tailed beast chakra in a ratio of 2:8 between yin and yang. The chakra automatically rotated at high speed to form a high-density black energy bomb. The seemingly small chakra contained terrifying destruction, which could easily destroy several mountains or even a village. I wonder if the tailed beast jade can be blown up. Niji whispered, eager to try, his eyes shining. When the 5 tails heard what Niji said, a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He actually wanted to break the tailed beast jade, so he just said he would just pinch the tailed beast jade with his hands. Noticing the contempt in the 5 tails' eyes, Niji snorted coldly and said nothing. Just a beast. Boom! The 5 tails fired the tailed beast jade in its mouth, and the atmosphere suddenly burst, revealing countless cracks, and the surrounding boulders exploded in response. At this moment, Niji also made a move, putting his hands together on his abdomen, accumulating energy between his hands. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he shouted in a deep voice. Kamiha! He pushed his hands out violently, and the fairy chakra condensed in his palms turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the tailed beast ball. Speaking of it, Kamehameha is somewhat similar to the tailed beast. The two seem to have different forms of expression, but both condense natural energy to launch attacks. The tailed beast ball hit the beam of light, and there was an earth-shattering sound. Boom! The earth shook, and the dazzling light swept across the world in an instant and disappeared into the sky. Then the earth trembled, the sky shook, and the sky collapsed, a scene of the destruction of the world. The explosion sounded like thunder, and the tailed beast ball shattered like glass with a click. In the unbelievable eyes of the 5 tails, the beam of light cut through the sky and fell on the 5 tails, and a huge explosion broke out again. Chapter 123 Capturing the 5 tails _ starting from Konoha to become a villain. A fireball slowly rose and quickly expanded in all directions. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed like a withered tree. When everything dispersed, the entire canyon had disappeared, replaced by a hemispherical deep pit with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. When ordinary ninjas fight, it is a combination of strategy and strength, thinking about every step, using the terrain, and fighting wits and courage. But when it comes to Niji's level, it is a head-on battle. Any way of using the terrain is a side road. He can destroy the terrain with a casual blow, and easily change the terrain with a full-strength burst. Absolute power can only be countered by absolute power. At the bottom of the deep pit, Niji found Han, who was covered in blood and on the verge of death. Han's life breath is like a candle in the wind. If he collides with it, he will die. He can't die, at least not now. If the Jinchuriki dies, who knows where the tailed beast will be reborn and how long it will take. After using yin-yang release to treat some of Han's injuries and barely maintaining Han's life breath so that he won't die so easily, Ninkai stopped. He will die sooner or later. Why waste chakra for a dead person? Ding dong, side quest completed, capture the five-tailed King Mew, reward 5,000 energy points. Ninkai was a little surprised. All of them are energy points. 5,000 energy points are equivalent to chakra. According to the system classification, the minimum chakra of a cage-level strongman is 10,000, which is equivalent to the chakra of one Kakashi. 5,000 energy points are equivalent to 5 Kakashis. Is it because of the tailed beasts that the system rewards energy points? Ninkai sighed, it was a pity. Compared with energy points, he lacks physical strength more. He wants to improve his physical strength to the point where he can fight the tailed beasts head-on with his bare hands. It would be even better if he could reach the level of opening the 8 gates without using chakra. After catching the five-tailed Jinchuriki, Ninkai disappeared in the Gobi Desert. Half a day later, the third-generation Tsuchikage, 2-day scale Onoki, who was about to go out, was furious. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he raised his head and roared angrily. Crack! His waist was sprained. Chapter 124 Goodbye Naruto starting to be a villain from Konoha. Take the five-tailed Jinchuriki back to the Hidden Rain village. This time, he found Nagato in the underground space. At this moment, Nagato was controlling the outer path demon statue to absorb the power of the tailed beasts in the body of the Jinchuriki. This was the first time that Niji saw the outer path demon statue. It was like a huge human figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. Its color and body were like a dead tree, originally a sacred tree, and there were 10 pillars protruding from its back. 2 words. Ugly. Very ugly. 3 of the 9 eyes were already open, indicating that the outer path demon statue had already swallowed 4 tailed beasts and was now swallowing another one. The members of Akatsuki used the phantom body technique to communicate with each other. Pain received the thought waves sent by the members of the Akatsuki organization, amplified these thought waves, and then displayed them in the form of illusions in a specific place. This technique is often used in Akatsuki gatherings, which can be more convenient and covert. Sensing Niji's arrival, Tendo Pain opened his eyes, and his hands were still in the state of seals. For him, separating a little mind would not affect the seal. Seeing the 5 tails Jinchuriki Han under Niji's feet, he frowned slightly and said, "Isn't it Killer Bee, the 8 tails Jinchuriki?" Although he has been staying in the tower to absorb the power of the tailed beasts during this period, it does not mean that Nagato does not know the current situation in the ninja world. Destroying Kumagakure and capturing the 8 tails Jinchuriki are all done by Niji. But how did the 8 tails become the 5 tails? I met the 2 brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke on the way, Niji said lightly. Let Killer Bee escape secretly, and then go to the Hidden Rock village to capture the 5 tails. Pain looked at Niji suspiciously. He didn't believe it. He knew how strong Niji was. Even if he had to deal with Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi at the same time, he would not let Killer Bee escape. What is this guy planning? Speaking of it, the 2 of them are cooperating, but Nagato doesn't believe in the so-called cooperation. He used to believe it a little, but now he doesn't believe it at all. Not to mention, it's Niji, a black-hearted guy. The Hidden Cloud village was destroyed just like that, and one of the 5 major ninja villages was gone. Seeing that Pain was suspicious, Niji didn't care and said lightly, "I killed Uchiha Itachi." Tendo Pain's pupils suddenly shrank, and the next second, his expression relaxed and said, "Kill him." Indeed, it's good. After sealing these tailed beasts, he will go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails. Uchiha Itachi is an extremely difficult guy. Since the establishment of Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi has been the most feared by him, so he arranged Hoshigaki Kisame to keep an eye on Uchiha Itachi. Once Uchiha Itachi died, the number of people he needed to care about became 2, leaving Jiraiya and Tsunade. Retracting his gaze, Tendo Pain said, "It will take 2 days to extract the chakra of the One Tail, but Konoha has sent reinforcements to the hidden sand village to snatch the One Tail Jinchuriki, the 4th Kaze cage." Before Pain finished speaking, Niji had guessed what he meant and interrupted him, saying, "You want me to stop Konoha's reinforcements?" Tendu Pain nodded and said, "I will use the elephant rotation technique to distribute your chakra to the sacrifices prepared by Scorpion and Deidara. Hoshigaki Kisame has already taken action to stop the pursuers on one side, and you go to stop the other side. By the way, there is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki among the pursuers." Ningji looked surprised. At this time, Konoha still dared to let Naruto go out. They really didn't take them seriously. You know, with him here now, the crisis facing Konoha has increased exponentially. He can destroy Konoha alone. Originally, Niji had no interest, but now he is interested and nodded in agreement. Niji had learned the elephant rotation technique when he first joined Akatsuki. Immediately sat cross-legged and formed seals with both hands. At the same time, Hungry Ghost Pain appeared in the cave and began to perform the elephant rotation technique. The Kingdom of Wind. Near the border of the Land of Rivers, the body of the sand village Jonin lying on the ground changed, and in the blink of an eye, he became Niji. His eyes opened, and the Samsara Eye appeared. Niji clenched his fists and felt this body. Although it was weak, he could barely exert 20% of his strength. The others could exert 30, or even 40. There was no way, he was too strong. But 20% was enough to destroy a powerful ninja village, and it was not a problem to deal with Konoha's support team. The Samsara Eye found 4 people running wildly in the forest not far away. One of them had a strong and violent chakra in his body in addition to his own chakra. Naruto, no doubt. This chakra was very familiar, it was definitely the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. With one step, Niji disappeared from the spot, and in an instant he came to Naruto and the other 4, blocking the way forward. Seeing Niji appear, the team leader Kakashi's face suddenly changed, and his face was extremely ugly. The first reaction was to let Naruto escape. Who in the ninja world doesn't know that Niji is working with Akatsuki to capture tailed beasts everywhere? Naruto is here, isn't that offering himself to the door? What do those intelligence personnel in the Umbu do for a living? Kakashi cursed in his heart. Shouldn't Niji be in the land of Earth now? It is precisely because of this that the top leaders dared to let Naruto come out to rescue the Kaze cage who was captured by Akatsuki. Trouble. It is more than trouble, it is simply a huge danger. If Naruto is captured, the entire ninja world will be in crisis. During this period, Konoha used the power of various parties to collect intelligence. As the most profound Konoha, it has many records of disappearing in the ninja world. In addition to the information obtained by Jiraiya from Miyaboku Mountain, many things have been roughly speculated. For example, if you obtain the power of all the tailed beasts, you may have the power of the Six Paths Sage, the ancestor of the ninja world, and rule the entire ninja world. As for how this process is operated, they don't know, but Akatsuki and Uchiha Obito must have mastered the method, and Hyuga Niji may also have it. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. More exciting. Chapter 124 Goodbye Naruto starting from Konoha to become a villain. Hyuga Niji. Cho said in a deep voice, with a wise look flashing. Naruto nodded, with a complicated look in his eyes, yes, he is Niji. Naruto, who was in a complicated mood, did not see the ugly face of Cho. Hyuga Niji's name has spread throughout the ninja world, and everyone knows it. Even if she is a secluded person, such a big enemy appears, things will be troublesome. Retreat or not? Kakashi is still struggling. If he retreats, Gaara will die. If he does not retreat, Naruto may be caught by Niji. Retreat. Kakashi gritted his teeth and decided to retreat. There was no need to sacrifice Naruto for Gaara, whose life or death was unknown. Having made the decision, Kakashi stepped forward, raised his forehead protector, and revealed his left eye's Mangekyo Sharingan. Ninkai glanced at the few people and smiled slightly. They are all familiar faces, Kakashi, Naruto, and Sakura. It's been a long time since we last met. Naruto, you have changed a lot in the past few years of training with Jiraiya. Sakura, you are getting more and more beautiful. Is Naruto, the idiot, still chasing you? Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be alive, but Uchiha Itachi has been rescued, so it's normal for you to be alive. They were all familiar faces that he hadn't seen for a while, so Ninkai talked more and a smile appeared on his face. But Kakashi and the other four couldn't laugh. When Ninkai mentioned Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi couldn't help asking, what happened to Uchiha Itachi? That day, Uchiha Itachi didn't know what he discussed with Master Jiraiya, and left Konoha, and then there was no news. Ninkai smiled faintly, he's dead. I killed him to save Sasuke. The gentle smile looked so cold and ruthless at this moment. Kakashi's mind was thundering, and he was shocked beyond words. Uchiha Itachi was killed, and the powerful cage-level peak powerhouse was killed. Konoha lost an extremely important combat force. At this moment, Naruto rushed forward and asked anxiously, where is Sasuke? Seeing Naruto so anxious, Ninkai sighed. It turned out that these two people were true love. Hinata and Sakura were just by the way. Chapter 125 Eight-tailed Naruto start from Konoha to be a villain. In the forest. Hearing Neji talking about Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura's faces changed drastically, and Naruto stepped forward and asked. Sakura, who was extremely worried, glanced at Naruto, why do you care more than me? Looking at Sakura, Neji smiled slightly and said, he is still alive. Itachi saved him with his life. It's good to have a brother. He ran all the way here to exchange his life for his own. Kakashi, are you very uncomfortable? In order to save Itachi, Konoha paid a lot of money, but in the end, he only has his brother in his head. Kakashi didn't say anything. If it were someone else, he would definitely scold them. A strong man who had tried his best to save a strong man with the strength comparable to that of the Hokage would use his life to exchange for his brother. It is absolutely stupid, but Sasuke, he can't comment. After a pause, Neji said again, although he survived, Sasuke should be blind. It's really pitiful. At this point, Neji pretended to be sorry, and his tone was full of sympathy. Hearing this, the faces of the three people on the opposite side changed drastically, and Kaka subconsciously shouted, Mangekyo Sharingan. Seeing that Kakashi knew something, Sakura asked worriedly, what is Mangekyo Sharingan, Kakashi teacher? Kakashi glanced at the anxious Sakura and explained, similar to my eyes, after the Sharingan is opened to 3 Megatama, it evolves again to form the Mangekyo Sharingan. Cho, who had been silent, had a look of surprise in her eyes and said in surprise, it is said that the Uchiha clan who awakens the Mangekyo Sharingan will master the power of God. I didn't expect that you actually have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi was not surprised that Cho knew about the Mangekyo Sharingan. This was the consultant of the Sand Village. It was normal for her to know these secrets after experiencing several ninja wars. Awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan can indeed gain powerful power, but it also comes with huge risks. Sasuke. Kakashi, who was explaining, suddenly stopped and looked at the side. His face changed drastically and he was horrified. Naruto. At this moment, Naruto's body burst out with dark red chakra, and the chakra covered Naruto's body like a veil, and 2 tails emerged. Hearing that Sasuke was going blind, Naruto's emotions fluctuated, and in anger he instantly entered the tailed beast state. How could it be? It's too sudden. Kakashi was anxious. Naruto's tailed beast transformation this time had no signs. Hearing that Sasuke was in trouble, he entered the tailed beast state immediately. Stop, Naruto, control the nine-tailed chakra, stabilize your emotions. As Kakashi spoke, he rushed towards Naruto and took out a talisman engraved with a sealing technique. This was given to him by the 6th Hokage Jiraiya before leaving the village. It can absorb the nine-tailed chakra and suppress Naruto's tailed beast transformation. But Kakashi underestimated Sasuke's importance in Naruto's heart. The next second, Naruto Two Tails appeared behind him again. The moment the Four Tails appeared, Naruto burst out a huge amount of chakra, and set off a violent chakra shock that knocked all three people away. At this moment, Naruto was covered with a dark red-tailed beast coat, and only from the appearance could he be seen as a human figure, crawling on the ground with four limbs, and the four tails were dancing, tearing the air. His blood-red eyes looked at Neji with violence. The chakra shock came towards him, and Neji waved his hand to disperse the shock. Seeing the four-tailed Naruto in front of him, he laughed and said, "Naruto, you are like this, aren't you afraid that Sakura will be jealous?" Sakura, who was getting up from the ground, had a dark face. "Bastard Neji! What nonsense!" As Neji said, he continued to laugh, "I just said that Sasuke was going to be blind, and Naruto directly entered the tailed beast. If I kill Sasuke, you have to tear the seal directly and release the nine-tailed." Boom! As soon as the voice fell, Naruto kicked hard with his limbs, and the ground cracked like a spider web. Naruto used the force to shoot out and rushed towards Neji. The strength of the four-tailed Naruto was terrifying, far beyond the ordinary borrowing of chakra. Like a black light, he punched Neji. Neji's face changed slightly, and he slapped out a palm. The palm print formed by the chakra was easily shattered by Naruto. Naruto continued to kill without slowing down. Without dodging, Neji could not help but retreat, clenched his right fist, and punched out. The two fists collided in the void, and there was a loud bang, and the air exploded. The four-tailed Naruto flew out, and Neji's feet also retreated continuously. He retreated several steps before he could relieve the impact on his body. Fuck! Neji wanted to curse, and the four-tailed Naruto felt that he was almost the same as the five-tailed beast. Although this body only had 20% of his chakra, Neji thought it would not be a problem to deal with the five-tailed. But now, facing Naruto who has transformed into the four-tailed beast, they are evenly matched. They are both tailed beasts, but the difference is not ordinary. The old man Six Paths is too biased. How much chakra has the nine-tailed beast divided? You should know that the nine-tailed beast in Naruto's body is only half, and the other half is still in the body of the fourth Hokage. The blown Naruto became more and more angry. Under the emotional fluctuations, the fifth tail emerged, and a stronger chakra burst out. Naruto came again, and wherever he passed, large tracts of forests were destroyed, and a huge gully was plowed out of the ground by him. Before he arrived, five tails whistled and swept over. Neji's figure flashed and dodged Naruto's attack one after another. On the side, Kakashi's face was extremely ugly. Five tails. Five tails is a dividing line. With four tails, he can still solve the tailed beast transformation. With five tails, not only does he have no way, but also means that Naruto's consciousness will be completely swallowed by the nine-tailed beast. Thinking of this, Kakashi hurriedly asked Sakura and Cho to stay away. He couldn't leave. If he left, Naruto would be in real danger. Seeing Sakura evacuate, Kakashi turned his head to look at the battlefield. This level of battle was too destructive. He couldn't even get 100 meters. The shockwave alone could knock him away. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Chapter 125 Eight-tailed Naruto starting from Konoha to be a villain. While worrying about Naruto's safety, Kakashi was also shocked by Neji's strength. He could fight with the half-tailed beast Naruto with just physical skills. Neji, how strong is he? The ground sank as the two fought, and the flying dust rose up like a long dragon. There were constant explosions, and the ground shook like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Naruto punched Neji in the face, knocking him away, kicked his feet, shot out, caught up with Neji, and chopped down with 5 tails at the same time, trying to knock Neji into the ground 100 meters deep. Boom! Another loud noise. The 5 tails were blocked in mid-air. Under the tails, when Neji raised his head, purple eye shadow appeared around his eye sockets. Activate Sage Mode. Sage Chakra burst out, Neji's strength increased several times, and he punched Naruto, who had turned into the 5 tails, and flew away. His hands slapped out crystal clear palm prints, which flew all over the sky and fell like raindrops. Each palm print made Naruto howl like a beast. The pain stimulated Naruto's weak will more and more. In the depths of Naruto's mind, countless dark red chakras surrounded Naruto. The next second, 3 tails emerged at the same time, and Naruto entered the 8-tail state, with long tails flying and shaking the void. The chakra burst alone shattered the air. The shock wave that burst unconsciously was more powerful than the A-level wind escape ninjutsu. Anyone below the level of a Jonin would surely die if they entered Naruto's 100-meter range. Whole tracts of forests were destroyed, sand and rocks flew, and the landforms were changed by Naruto's chakra. Roar! Naruto roared to the sky. At this moment, white bones of the tailed beast appeared all over his body, and muscles grew on his bones. He turned into an 8-tailed fox, and he only needed 1 tail to become a real 9-tailed fox. If you like starting to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting to be a villain from Konoha Shohage Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 126, Haytake and Ki are evenly matched starting as a villain from Konoha. Bang, the 8 tails danced in the air, making bursts of explosions and shaking the void. The aftermath of the chakra explosion alone destroyed the surrounding hundreds of meters of forest and changed the terrain. Naruto. Thousands of meters away, Sakura was extremely worried as she watched the tails flying in the air. Sasuke was already in trouble. If Naruto was in trouble, she didn't know what to do. Beside her, Gran Macho frowned and murmured. 8-tailed. It was only 1 step away from the 9-tailed. Once the 9th tail was transformed, the seal would most likely be unlocked. Kakashi also knew this. Seeing Naruto far away from the 8-tailed, he was very troubled. He couldn't kill Naruto, and Naruto's 8-tailed transformation was a good thing. At least he could deal with Neji. Forget it, let's get rid of Neji first, and then find a way to solve Naruto's problem. Ninjas are decisive people. Kakashi made a decision and didn't change it. The left eye Sharingan turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Neji is very fast, and his instant body skills are not inferior to those of the teacher. I can't attack first, I can only assist. Head-on battles are not Kakashi's style. Kakashi makes the most of his advantages and deals stronger damage. Naruto, who has stabilized in the 8 tails, kills in an instant, as fast as a flash of light. Ordinary people can only see a flash of red light. The next second, Naruto has already killed Neji. Repulsion. Ninkai raised his hand and released a super strong repulsion, which hit Naruto. The 8 tails swayed, and Naruto smashed the repulsion force. The 8 tails were still powerful and continued to kill Neji. Neji frowned slightly when he saw this. This body was still too weak. The repulsion released was only 20% of the usual power. Although Naruto had just emerged with 8 tails, he was much stronger than the 8 tails. Seeing the 8 tails coming, Neji put his hands together and turned on the Samsara Eye Chakra mode. The green reincarnation eye instantly covered his whole body, and the seal transformed by chakra fluttered in the wind. Neji raised his hand and knocked away the 8 tails one by one. Naruto seemed to be enraged, his eyes were bloodshot, like a wounded beast. He opened his mouth, and chakra condensed in his mouth. The next second, one by one, light balls condensed by the high concentration of chakra of the tailed beasts shot out, and dozens of light balls bombarded Neji like raindrops. Although the power of these chakra light balls is not as powerful as the tailed beast jade, it is not a problem to destroy a mountain. Niji's eyes condensed slightly, and his right hand created a number of Seeking Truth jades, covered the Seeking Truth jades with a layer of reincarnation eye chakra, and shot these light balls out like laser rain. Bang bang! A series of explosions sounded, and the light balls collided in the air, and the chakra exploded, exploding into huge fireballs. The flames were everywhere, and the green Seeking Truth jades passed through the flames and bombarded Naruto, who had turned into the eight-tailed. Each Seeking Truth jade was made of 7 kinds of chakra using yin-yang escape. Containing the power of the universe, it can easily destroy a forest. More than 10 Seeking Truth jades fell on the eight-tailed Naruto, and countless explosions sounded in an instant. The sky-high flames reflected the sky, dyeing the blue sky into fiery red, and the shock wave raged for thousands of meters. Kakashi hid behind a big tree, feeling the whistling impact around him, and was in a lingering fear. This level of battle was no longer something he could get close to. In the face of such destructive power, the ninjutsu that can cause damage is limited. Niji was suspended in mid-air, and the Seeking Truth jade in his right hand rotated, turning into a lightsaber tens of meters long, swinging the lightsaber to cut Naruto in the smoke. Although this body is a Sand Village senior ninja, and the chakra is not much less than Kakashi, it has been consumed by more than half, and it can only support 3 minutes at most, so he has to solve Naruto within 3 minutes, and can't drag it on. Kami. Kakashi jumped out from behind the big tree, activated Kamui, aimed at the lightsaber in Niji's hand and released his pupil power, and the space-time force exploded. The space was distorted, and a visible space vortex appeared in the middle of the lightsaber, breaking the lightsaber. Niji frowned, looked at Kakashi in the distance, raised his hand and shot a truth-seeking jade, which transformed into a black long sword in the air and shot towards Kakashi. The long sword was extremely fast, rubbing against the air to create fire, and the chakra attached to it exploded, burning like a fire dragon, killing Kakashi. Niji was able to make the truth-seeking jade, so he naturally mastered all the changes of the 7 chakra properties, and the truth-seeking jade also contained 7 types of chakra. The so-called seal is just to allow the weak to better control the chakra in the body and exert powerful power. Even if Niji does not make a seal, he can still perform various powerful ninjutsu. Kamui. Kakashi used Kamui again to absorb the fire dragon. At the same time, in the land of grass, Obito ran out of the Kamui space with fire all over his body, cursing. Kakashi, you bastard! He was fine in the Kamui space just now, but a fire dragon suddenly appeared and rushed towards him. There was also a sharp sword transformed from the Seeking Truth jade inside. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would be in trouble now. After extinguishing the flames on his body, Obito stroked his chin and thought, Seeking Truth jade? Kakashi and Niji are fighting? Kakashi is definitely not his opponent. His eyes must be in danger. Obito frowned and locked his eyes. The next moment, he entered the Kamui space. With a roar, Kakashi flew backwards, like a cannonball, and flew dozens of meters away. Swish! A black light flew towards Kakashi. The black light contained the Seeking Truth jade. If Kakashi was hit, he would die. But at the moment when the Seeking Truth jade hit Kakashi, Kakashi used Kamui again to suck the Seeking Truth jade into the Kamui space, and then retreated madly until he was 100 meters away from Niji. 5 times. Ninkai was a little surprised that Kakashi had used Kamui 5 times and still had power. Like starting from Konoha to become a villain, please bookmark m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to become a villain. Chapter 126 Haytake and Wood 50-50 starting from Konoha to become a villain. When did this guy have so much chakra? The reincarnation eye swept towards Kakashi, and Ninkai realized that Kakashi's hands were actually arms made of Hashirama's cells. That day, he and Uchiha Itachi survived a disaster, and both of them transplanted Hashirama's cells. With the gradual cells balancing the spiritual energy, Kakashi now uses Kamui much more frequently and faster than before. Realizing this, Ninkai sneered, even if there are Hashirama's cells, even if Senjo Hashirama comes in person, he is not my opponent. At this point, Ninkai turned around and killed Kakashi. 8 dark red tails broke through the air and attacked, setting off a violent gust of wind, with a sharp whistling sound. Niji was forced to stop and deal with Naruto, who was using the 8 tails. Naruto, whose consciousness was devoured, attacked Niji frantically, and the tailed beast chakra burst out wantonly, and he opened his mouth and sprayed a tailed beast ball towards Niji. Niji controlled the Seeking Truth ball to turn into a black shield to resist the attack of the tailed beast ball. At this moment, Kakashi launched Kamui again and tore the shield that the Seeking Truth ball turned into. Kakashi had already discovered that the control distance of the Seeking Truth ball was only 70 meters. He only needed to stand 70 meters away and use Kamui to cooperate with Naruto to launch an attack. Seeing the Seeking Truth ball torn apart by Kamui, Niji was furious. Originally, he just wanted to play with Kakashi and Naruto, but now Kakashi has been harassing him from a distance, which made Niji furious. Ignoring the tailed beast ball that was shot, Niji was about to use instant teleportation to get to Kakashi's side. Suddenly, Niji's brows relaxed, and he looked at Kakashi in the distance and cursed. I won't fight Kakashi anymore. This guy is just like Xiao Qiang. He's a draw when he's strong or weak. It's boring. The tailed beast ball shot over and hit Niji. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and the dazzling flames illuminated the sky red. The destructive shockwave destroyed everything. At the core of the explosion, Niji was instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 127 The rival appears starting from Konoha to be a villain. The Hidden Rain Village. Niji opened his eyes, and a faint light flashed. After blinking, Niji's eyes regained calmness, and he looked at the Heavenly Path Pain who was controlling the Outer Path statue to absorb the one tail in Gaara's body. There is less than one layer of chakra left in Gaara's body. At this speed, in half a day at most, the one tail in Gaara's body will be completely devoured by the Outer Path Demon statue. There is enough time. Although Naruto and Kakashi did not kill anyone, Naruto entered the 8-tail mode, and his consciousness was about to be completely devoured by the 9-tail. It is unknown whether he can exit the tailed beast transformation. It is likely that the 4th Hokage has left a backup plan for Naruto. However, even if he exits the tailed beast transformation, it will be too late for Kakashi and others to rush to the cave. It is a foregone conclusion that the one tail in Gaara's body will be devoured. Suddenly, thinking of something, Niji patted his head and cursed stupid. At that time, there were only Kakashi and Naruto in his eyes, and he forgot about the old woman Cho. If Cho was killed, he would not believe that Gaara could still survive. Seeing that Tendu Pain was still absorbing the tailed beast chakra, Niji raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his figure flashed away from the tower. The more you catch, the faster you die. Ninkai, who had just left the tower, was about to go to the Ryokai cave when he suddenly felt the fluctuation of the space channel. Someone passed through the space channel from the moon to the earth. Why did Tonari come to the moon? Ninkai muttered. The only person still alive on the moon was Tonari, but Tonari didn't say he didn't want to come to the earth, so why did he come suddenly? After thinking about it, Ninkai decided to follow him to see what Tonari wanted to do. The figure flashed, and Ninkai disappeared in the sky. On the other side, Tonari passed through the space channel and stepped onto the earth. The snow was white and the snow was flying. Tonari, who was dressed in white, stood in the air with his feet floating in the air, and his white clothes fluttered. Identifying the direction, Tonari flew to the direction of the Fire Country and Konoha village. Although he lived on the moon, this was not Tonari's first time to the ninja world. In addition, as the descendants of the feathered clothes, they were originally monitoring the ninja world and were very familiar with the geographical environment of the ninja world. Although Tonari's chakra was plundered by Nisi, chakra is not a one-time thing and can be restored, but he will never be able to awaken the samsara eye. And the reason why Tonari suddenly came to the ninja world was naturally for his own purpose. Tonari was still very fast. It didn't take long for him to step into the territory of the Land of Fire. Konoha village was already in front of him. He didn't enter the village immediately. Tonari landed on the mountain next to him and observed Konoha village. The village was peaceful, with constant laughter and smiles on the faces of the villagers. Is this Konoha? It's such a prosperous village. Tonari sighed with emotion. Among the 5 major countries and many small countries in the ninja world, Konoha is the strongest and most peaceful. When Tonari was about to enter Konoha, the void next to him shook, and Nisi appeared out of thin air. Seeing Niji appear, Tonari was a little surprised and said, I didn't expect you to come so quickly. It seems that your development of the samsara eye has become stronger and stronger. Even I can sense it through the space channel. It's not that I was surprised that Niji could find me, but I didn't expect Niji to come so quickly. Niji said lightly, there have been many battles during this period, and the samsara eye has sublimated with me in the battle. As he said, Niji looked up and down at Tonari and smiled, it seems that you have recovered a lot during the time I was away. Although you are not as good as before, there are really not many people in the ninja world who are stronger than you today. Thanks to you. Tonari turned his head to look at Niji and said, after I couldn't awaken the samsara eye, I also thought about many things. During this period of time when you were away, I was bored alone. I looked at the information collected from the ninja sect for thousands of years and suddenly found it interesting. Perhaps I was too obsessed with the power of the samsara eye and didn't care about the ninja sect. After calming down, I found that the ninja sect has many mysterious and desirable aspects. Combining some things left by my ancestors, I found another way. As he spoke, Tonari raised his palm and gathered chakra, sometimes turning into flames, sometimes into wind, sometimes into thunder. The 7 chakra nature changes were easily completed in Tonari's hands. Seeing this scene, Niji was extremely surprised. It was not that he was surprised that Tonari mastered the 7 chakra nature changes. He could do this, and Tonari was born with 7 chakra nature changes. But Tonari found another way, the way of the ninja sect. This guy is a genius. He found a window when the door was closed. Suddenly, Niji thought of something and said unhappily, that's not good enough, Tonari, you came to Earth and didn't find me to come to Konoha first. What do you want to do? Join Konoha and fight me again. Tonari's face was dark. This guy was really shameless. Only ghosts would fight you. Last time, it was you who ran all the way to the moon to fight me. I was too lazy to pay attention to Niji, but I thought that if I didn't tell this guy, he wouldn't give up. After thinking about it, I still said, I'll find someone. Who is it? Hinata Hyuga. Hinata. Ninji's eyes were dull, and then he looked at Tonari with a strange expression. He understood Tonari's thoughts instantly. I treat you as a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law? Seeing that Niji was looking at him in the wrong way, Tonari frowned slightly and said, what's wrong? Am I not qualified to be your son-in-law of the Hyuga clan? That's not the case. Niji waved his hand and said, my head is full of Uncle Hayashi of the Hyuga clan. You just need to explain to him that you are from the Otsutsuki clan and are descendants of the same ancestor of the feather clothes as the Hyuga clan. Talk about your origins with the Hyuga clan. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, From Konoha to be a villain. Chapter 127 The rival appears becoming a villain from Konoha. Then show a certain strength. If you practice the method of Byakugan, let alone a Hinata cousin, even Hanabi will have no problem marrying you. Tonari looked at Niji in surprise and said, how do you know I've prepared all this? Ahem. Niji was choked, he just said it casually. I didn't expect Tonari to have prepared this. It seems that Tonari is fully prepared and has the attitude of marrying Hinata. Suddenly thinking of something, Niji smiled and said, Uncle Hayashi is fine, but do you want to get the person or the heart? Nonsense. Tonari rolled his eyes, I definitely want both the person and the heart. Niji spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and said, then you have no hope. Why? Do you look down on me? Tonari was a little unhappy. I haven't done anything yet, and you say I can't do it. It's too much to look down on me. After all, I am tall, rich, and handsome. Seeing that Tonari was dissatisfied, Niji said, it's not that I look down on it, but Hinata already has someone in her heart. That person is very important in her heart, and she only has that person in her eyes. Hearing that Hinata has someone she likes, Tonari's face turned ugly. He was originally extremely confident and became decadent. But the next second, Tonari's eyes shone again, and he looked at Niji and said seriously, tell me who Hinata likes. As long as Hinata is not married, I will have a chance. Love also needs to be fought for. I don't believe I will be worse than him. It's really not bad. In terms of personal conditions and all aspects, Tonari is no worse than Naruto, but after all, love is just liking. Love is originally a one-way street. Uzumaki Naruto. After muttering a few words in his mouth and remembering this name, Tonari turned his head and looked at Konoha. Originally, he was going to go directly to the Hyuga clan to propose marriage, but now he is going to join Konoha, guard Hinata, and pursue love. Looking at Tonari's confidence, Nisi seemed to see a scene. Tonari was waving a hoe to dig a corner. There is a saying, how to say it, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. Chapter 128 Going to Myaboka Mountain starting from Konoha to become a villain sky shaking Shuhage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. The entrance of Konoha village. Ninkai watched Tonari change his outfit and enter the village, with a playful smile on his face. Naruto? Tonari? It's interesting, and I don't know what Hinata will choose. It's a mess, but it's a problem if Tonari is here. Tonari knows a lot, and he won't get involved in the current situation and disputes in the ninja world. But if Hinata is in danger, Tonari will definitely not sit idly by and may be involved. And Hinata's heart is on Naruto. If Naruto is in danger, Hinata will definitely not sit idly by. Naruto likes Sakura, Sakura likes Sasuke, Naruto and Sasuke are gay friends. Ninkai was a little confused and shook his head. Your circle is so messy. As soon as the voice fell, Ninkai teleported away. He didn't care what Tonari wanted to do, even if it was trouble, it was not his trouble. In the past week, Nagato has been absorbing the power of the tailed beasts, Obito is preparing to plot against Madara, and the 5 major ninja villages are holding a meeting of the 5 shadows. The ninja world, which was about to be stormy, suddenly became quiet. Everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. And Niji has nothing to do these days, he is going to take a trip to Myaboka Mountain. It is impossible to use the reverse summoning technique to enter Myaboka Mountain without signing a contract with the toads of Myaboka Mountain, but yesterday, Niji went to the Ryokai cave and asked the White Snake Sage to get the spatial coordinates of Myaboka Mountain. So even without a contract, he can use the reincarnation eye to open a spatial channel to enter Myaboka Mountain. As for why the White Snake Sage gave him the spatial location of Myaboka Mountain, Niji can guess everything. The White Snake Sage wants to use his hand to deal with Myaboka Mountain. Niji doesn't mind. If Myaboka Mountain doesn't give him the Sage's talisman, he doesn't mind making a big fuss in Myaboka Mountain. That's right, Niji entered Myaboka Mountain for the Sage talisman, and only the Sage talisman in Myaboka Mountain caught Niji's eye. The war is about to begin, Obito and Nagato are preparing quickly. If Obito solves Nagato, the 4th Ninja World War will start soon. As for Obito's words about handing over the power of the 10 tails and the Samsara Eye to him, Niji doesn't believe it. If Obito gets the Samsara Eye, the first thing he will do is definitely to control the Outer Path Demon statue, devour the tailed beast, and then kill himself. In short, all the demons and monsters are coming out. Although his current combat power is enough to deal with many problems, who knows how things will develop, and the ninja world is now completely messed up. The power of the protagonist's halo should not be underestimated. In order to be on the safe side, Niji must have a way to save his life, but now there are very few ways in the ninja world that can save his life, and the most effective one is the Sage Talisman of Mayaboku Mountain. The treasure of Mayaboku Mountain, the talisman is full of fairy chakra, which can replenish the super fairy power and has the effect of resurrection. Atsutsuki Hamura once obtained a fairy talisman, resurrected, and joined forces with Atsutsuki Hagio Romo to seal Kagaya. This means that for him, it also has the effect of resurrection. It is equivalent to a life, and Niji cannot ignore it. Find an uninhabited place. Since he got the spatial location from the White Snake Fairy, Niji does not need to look for it. After determining the spatial location, Niji's eyes burst into azure blue light, and the power of the reincarnation eye burst out, releasing the power of time and space. The next second, the void in front of him twisted, and a black space vortex emerged. The vortex kept spinning and exuding spatial power. Without hesitation, Niji stepped into it, and his eyes were suddenly dark. But the darkness did not last long, just a few seconds. Niji stepped out of the space channel. As soon as he came out of the space channel, Niji's eyes went blank, but he immediately felt a harmonious wind blowing on his skin and the sun shining on his head. After his vision was restored, Niji could see the scene in front of him clearly. He was standing on a low mountain peak, surrounded by endless mountains, rivers, and many depressions between the peaks. The sun was shining and the weather was fine. The whole Mayaboku mountain looked like a paradise on earth. In comparison, Ryokai Cave was just a hut in a cave. Although the places where snakes live are dark and humid, the difference is really big compared to Mayaboku Mountain. It seems that toads still understand life better than snakes. Muttering in his heart, Niji used his reincarnation eyes to check around. Mayaboku Mountain is very large and has a large area. Although it is not as big as a big country, it is comparable to the area of a small country. In addition to the mountains, Mayaboku Mountain has more puddles and rivers, and almost every puddle has a big toad sitting in it. In terms of quantity, there are many more toads in Mayaboku Mountain than snakes in Ryokai Cave. If you think about it, toads are more fertile than snakes. How many can a snake give birth to in one nest? At most a dozen. But a toad can give birth to thousands in one nest. There are many toads in Mayaboku Mountain. If we really fight, it will not be so easy. We still have to be careful. The fairy chakra is the most concentrated in the middle of the mountains. That should be the core of Mayaboku Mountain. I flew towards the middle of the mountains. A human suddenly appeared in the sky, which immediately alerted the toads of Mayaboku Mountain. Before Niji flew far, several huge toads flew out and stopped Niji. The leading toad was a green toad, holding a spear in his right hand, blocking Niji in front of him, speaking in human language, and shouted, "Who is coming? Why does this sound so familiar?" Niji was stunned, and bowed his hands and said, "Hinaten Niji, go to visit the big toad sage." After all, he came to ask for help, so he should still have the respect he deserves. He couldn't just go to a place and kill people randomly, making him look like a perverted killer. But who knew that as soon as Ninkai announced his name, the four toads in front of him suddenly changed their faces and became serious, staring at Ninkai. Times, ready to attack at any time. Chapter 128 Going to Mayaboku Mountain starting from Konoha to be a villain. What's going on? Ninkai was a little confused. Is my name known not only in the ninja world, but also in the three holy places? I didn't expect that my reputation is so big now. But what the hell is the performance of these toads? It makes me seem like a demon, not giving me face at all. Not like, but just. Ninkai didn't know that the toads of Mayaboku Mountain had a close relationship with Konoha, and Jiraiya became the 6th generation Hokage. The toads of Mayaboku Mountain learned from Konoha that Ninkai destroyed the hidden cloud village, and they had already identified Ninkai as a demon. A toad immediately turned around and ran back to inform the elders. Notifying them was enough, and while running, he shouted to the other toads, "The Hyuga clan devil Niji is here." Niji's face was dark. "Damn toad, I'll remember you. If all the toads in Mayaboku Mountain are like this next time, Niji is really going to kill someone." Not long after, a big toad flew over, with two big toad sages, Fukazaku and Shima, sitting on it. Not only the two sages, but also many big toads holding weapons appeared around, among which Niji saw the familiar three brothers of Gamabuntat. At this moment, these toads stared at Niji as if they were facing a great enemy. Niji frowned slightly. He liked a big reputation, but a bad reputation would be bad. The most important thing is that now even a group of toads are not kind to him. Fukazaku looked serious and said in a deep voice, "Hyuga Niji, my Mayaboku Mountain did not sign a spiritual contract with you, how did you get in?" Hearing this, Niji frowned even more. These toads are so arrogant. They came up and questioned him. Do they really think that the Holy Land is invincible and fearless of any enemy? Thinking about the talisman of the immortal, Ninkai did not get angry, but his tone was not as good as before. He said lightly, "Open the space channel and come in directly." Fukazaku Immortal was surprised. Mayaboku Mountain is just an alien space after all, but the space is solid. You cannot enter Mayaboku Mountain without signing a spiritual contract and Mayaboku Mountain's consent. Unless the other party is very powerful, tear the space apart and enter Mayaboku Mountain directly. Chapter 129 Meet the Great Toad Immortal starting from Konoha to be a villain shock Shuhage Novel Network, m.shuhaige.net. Hearing that Ninkai actually tore the space apart and entered Mayaboku Mountain. What's the matter with coming to Mayaboku Mountain? Sage Fukazaku was surprised, and his tone was better than before. Ninkai pursed his lips. Sure enough, strength can gain respect anywhere. These days, even toads bully the weak and fear the strong. Ninkai frowned slightly and replied, Ninkai came to Mayaboku Mountain this time to see the Great Toad Sage. I heard that the Great Toad Sage can foresee the future and has extremely accurate prediction ability. He even knows these things. Fukazaku frowned. Few people know that the Great Toad can foresee the future. At this stage, only Jiraiya and Naruto have been predicted by the Great Toad Sage. Although it is not clear why Nisi knows this, it seems that the other party is well prepared, and it is impossible to simply send him away. Thinking of this, Fukazaku said in a deep voice, the Great Toad Sage is old and sleeps most of the time. He rarely wakes up. When does he usually wake up? Nyaji asked. Fukazaku shook his head and said, even I don't know. Sometimes the Great Toad Sage will wake up after sleeping for several years, and sometimes he will wake up after a few hours. No one knows how long this sleep will take. Niji, you should return to the ninja world. Niji frowned slightly. This was a trick to drive him away. He didn't buy it. No matter what, he had to see the Great Toad Sage this time. One reason was to learn the Great Toad Sage's language, and the other was the treasure of the Mayaboku Mountain, the Sage Talisman. The war was about to begin, and he didn't have that much time to wait. Besides, even if the Great Toad Sage really woke up, Fukazaku would not notify him, because of the relationship between Jiraiya and Naruto. He and Mayaboku Mountain were enemies from a standpoint. Fukazaku spoke to him in a gentle voice, not because Mayaboku Mountain was hospitable, but because of his strength. If Obito tried, he would have been killed long ago. Looking at the sage Fukazaku, Niji said seriously, no matter what, I have to meet the big toad sage today. The faces of the two sages suddenly darkened, and the other toads glared at them, wishing they could attack Niji right now. Since the birth of Mayaboku Mountain, no one has ever been so arrogant and threatened Mayaboku Mountain. The tone of the sage Fukazaku was no longer kind, and he warned sternly, Mayaboku Mountain is not the hidden cloud village. Niji looked directly at the sage Fukazaku and said lightly, I am not a ninja who came to Mayaboku Mountain to learn the sage mode. Taking a deep breath, the sage Fukazaku said, Mayaboku Mountain is separated from the ninja world, not in the ninja world, and does not want to get involved in the current disputes in the ninja world. But Mayaboku Mountain cannot be bullied. If you come to learn the sage mode, Mayaboku Mountain welcomes you, but if you have other purposes, Mayaboku Mountain neither wants to fight nor is afraid of fighting. In an instant, hundreds of toads around burst out their celestial chakra. Many celestial chakras gathered together and shook the void. Pressure on Niji. Fukazaku sage does not want to go to war with Niji. Although Mayaboku Mountain is not afraid of Niji, if Niji uses the means of destroying the hidden cloud village again, Mayaboku Mountain will certainly suffer heavy losses. Once the war starts, no matter what the result is, Mayaboku Mountain will become a dead place. Facing the pressure, Niji turned on the sage mode, burst out celestial chakra, and resisted the pressure. Blocking the pressure, Niji said in a deep voice, Ningji came to Mayaboku Mountain this time with the greatest sincerity, not to threaten Mayaboku Mountain. I just want to see the big toad sage. If the two sages don't give way, I can only take action. Asshole! Shima sage yelled, his eyes were bloodshot. He really thought Mayaboku Mountain was the hidden cloud village. The three holy places have existed for thousands of years, not by reputation, but by real strength. With Shima sage's roar, hundreds of toads around him finally couldn't stand it anymore and attacked at the same time. Samsara I Chakra mode. Seeing that the two great sages were about to take action, Niji didn't dare to be arrogant, and quickly turned on the Samsara I Chakra mode. Green chakra covered his whole body, and the Seeking Truth Jade appeared behind him. If you want to fight, then fight! Niji shouted. Mayaboku Mountain was powerful, but he was not afraid. The purpose of coming to Mayaboku Mountain this time was the treasure of the Sage Talisman, and Niji knew that Mayaboku Mountain would not be handed over so easily. The war was about to break out. At this moment, the voice of the big toad sage sounded in the sky. Let him come! The deep voice spread throughout the Mayaboku Mountain, and everyone froze. Although they were unwilling, the great toad sage had spoken, and the two sages had stopped, so the rest of the toads had to stop as well. After dispersing the Samsara I Chakra mode, Niji breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to fight Mayaboku Mountain unless it was absolutely necessary. Please! The two immortals led the way, and the three of them came to the temple deep in Mount Mayaboku. After climbing hundreds of steps, Niji came to the door of the temple. There stood two big toads wearing armor and holding spears, with huge fairy chakra in their bodies. Following the two immortals into the temple, and coming to the depths of the building, they finally saw the big toad immortal. The big toad immortal is a huge orange toad, sitting on a throne dedicated to it, with the word immortal written on it. He looked old, with yellow eyes, and a string of Buddhist beads around his neck, with a lavender cat's eye in the middle, with the word oil written on it. He wore a doctoral hat on his head. A kind smile appeared on his face. The moment he saw the big toad immortal, Niji immediately used the reincarnation eye to check the fairy chakra in its body, like a vast ocean. What a strong fairy chakra! Ningji couldn't help but sigh. Although he couldn't compare to him, the difference was incomparable. This was the first time that Niji saw someone whose chakra could catch up with him. Toad. Even the tailed beasts couldn't compare to the great toad sage. Niji looked at the great toad sage, and the great toad sage also looked at Niji and said with a smile, "Who is coming?" Seeing that the great toad sage was still in the mood to play dumb at this moment, Fukazaku was furious and said unhappily, "It's already this time, and you're still playing this, is it fun?" Niji stood under the throne, with a humble face, and bowed his hands and said, "Greetings to the great toad sage. The old toad who has lived for thousands of years deserves to be treated like this by Niji. The most important thing is that he will ask for help next." The great toad sage smiled slightly, raised his hand and said, "No need to do this, I feel a familiar breath on you. The Byakugan evolved into the Samsara Eye. You are the descendant of Hamura, right? Yes. This old toad is really scary, he knows a lot of things. He saw through that I was a descendant of Hamura at a glance, and he also knew the Samsara Eye. He looks old and kind, but whoever thinks he is a fool is the fool. The big toad sage said, suddenly sighed, I didn't expect the Samsara Eye to really exist. Hamura wanted to awaken the Samsara Eye in the past, but unfortunately he was unwilling to do so. After a pause, the big toad sage asked, why did you come to Myaboka Mountain to find me? Ninkai took 2 steps forward and said respectfully, I have 2 purposes for coming to Myaboka Mountain this time. One is to know the prophecy of the great toad sage about me. Chapter 130 Asking for the Sage's Talisman starting from Konoha to be a villain. Myaboka Mountain. Temple. Ninkai. Fukazaku sage shouted angrily. Since ancient times, the great toad sage has made very few predictions, and the number of children of language predicted by the great toad sage does not exceed the number of his hands. But everyone was respectfully waiting for the great toad sage's words, unlike Ninkai, who broke into Myaboka Mountain without saying anything. At this moment, he actually asked the great toad sage to give him words. Fukazaku. The great toad sage said lightly. Fukazaku looked up at the great toad sage and closed his mouth. Stopping Fukazaku, the great toad sage shook his head and said, no prophecy. Niji's face darkened slightly, his eyes flickered. Did the great toad sage not tell me or could not predict it for me? In comparison, he still believed that the great toad sage was unwilling to say. I can't see your future, the great toad sage said slowly. A month ago, little Jiraiya came to Myaboka Mountain. Find me, I hope I can predict for you. Nisi was slightly stunned, he didn't expect Jiraiya to think of this method to detect him. It must be said that this is something Nisi had never thought of before. Suddenly, Nisi became alert and paid attention to the surrounding movements with his reincarnation eyes. If the great toad sage can see his future, does it mean that the great toad sage knows that he will come to Myaboka Mountain? If so, Myaboka Mountain may have set a trap for him. Seeing what Nisi was thinking, the great toad sage said playfully, don't worry, little Jiraiya is not here either, he doesn't know you are coming to Myaboka Mountain. I can't see your future is blurry, as if shrouded in a layer of fog. Niji didn't say anything. He didn't really believe what the great toad sage said. Whether he saw it or not, only the great toad sage knew. An old toad who had lived for thousands of years, whoever thought he was simple was a fool. In that case, I won't ask this kid. After thinking about it, Niji didn't continue to ask. He didn't want to go to war with Myaboka Mountain for the time being. After saying this, Niji said, the second purpose of the kid coming to Myaboka Mountain is to borrow the sage's talisman. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the 2 sages, Fukazaku and Shima, changed drastically. Unbelievable. How do you know? Fukazaku sage shouted in disbelief, how do you know the sage's talisman? The immortal talisman. That is the treasure of Mount Myaboku. Before dying, every big toad will seal the natural energy in the body in the immortal talisman. Over time, as time goes by, the immortal talisman will contain a large amount of natural energy. Not only can you instantly obtain a huge amount of immortal energy, but it also has the effect of resurrecting the dead. But this is the secret of Mount Myaboku, and many big toads don't know it. How could Niji know it? Even little Jiraiya, they didn't mention it. Hearing that Niji actually mentioned the immortal talisman, the big toad sage was also stunned. Ninkai bowed and explained, the kid went to the moon a year ago and found the descendants of the Otsutsuki clan who are also from the same clan. The records left by the ancestors mentioned the immortal talisman. It was the big toad sage who gave the immortal talisman to the ancestor of Hago Romo. The ancestor of Hago Romo used the immortal talisman to revive the ancestor of Hamura. The 2 of them joined forces to seal Kaguya Otsutsuki and saved the ninja world. The great toad sage must have known about Hamura leading his descendants to hide the moon, and Niji did not hide it. As for the so-called records, that was pure nonsense. Hamura did not leave any records in this regard. Fukazaku and Shima looked at the great toad sage at the same time, with surprise in their eyes. They didn't know these things. They were born hundreds of years after the death of the Six-Path Sage. If Niji hadn't said it today, they didn't know that the great toad sage had fought with the Six-Path Sage to save the ninja world. The great toad raised his eyebrows slightly, and said with some emotion, "Those were all things that happened thousands of years ago. I didn't expect you to know these, but the sage's talisman. Great toad sage." Seeing this, Fukazaku hurriedly shouted, "The sage's talisman is the treasure of Miyaboku Mountain. How can it be given to people outside the Holy Land, especially to a ninja devil like Niji who killed tens of thousands of people? Things have come to this point, and Fukazaku does not hide it. Niji's face is dark. Don't give me face at all. In front of me, he called me a ninja devil. Even if Niji has a good temper, he can't help but be annoyed at this moment. That bastard ruined my reputation, don't let me catch him." Miyaboku Mountain said that it would not interfere with the ninja world, but in fact it was closely related to the ninja world in secret. On the side, Shima Sage disagreed and said, "No matter what, the sage's talisman cannot be given to someone like Niji. It will definitely be a disaster for the ninja world. I don't know how many people will die. Although he wants to be a big villain, he can't let people scold him in front of him. He doesn't want to save face." "Humph!" With a cold snort, Niji said disdainfully, "You are short-sighted. Killing people now is just to let more people survive. There are 5 major countries in the ninja world today, and many small countries survive in the cracks between the major countries. Konoha, Sand, Cloud, Mist, and Iwagakure, the 5 major ninja villages were established less than 100 years ago, and 3 ninja wars broke out, and more than hundreds of thousands of people died. The ninja villages are the root of the ninja wars." Fukazaku looked at Niji in surprise and shouted, "Do you want to destroy the ninja world?" Looking at Fukazaku, Niji said lightly, "Destruction is not a problem, and I am not interested in ruling me. I have my own goals. No matter what your purpose is, the sage talisman will not be given to you," said Sage Shima coldly. "Then I must have it." Ninkai took a step forward, his eyes instantly became cold and fierce. Chapter 130 Asking for the Immortal Talisman starting from Konoha to be a villain. How dare you! Fukazaku and Shima shouted at the same time, releasing the immortal chakra to lock Ninkai. "This is Mount Miyaboku." Ninkai took another step forward, bursting chakra, and said with a slight smile, "Just right, I want to try how strong Mount Miyaboku, one of the 3 legendary holy places, is." The air solidified, and the battle was about to break out. "Enough!" At this moment, the great toad sage shouted. The kind smile on his face disappeared, his eyebrows were raised coldly, and he said in a cold voice, "Miyaboku Mountain will not participate in the Ninja World War, but it does not mean that Miyaboku Mountain can. The sage's talisman is the most precious treasure of Miyaboku Mountain and will not be handed over to outsiders at will." "Hi!" Ninkai exhaled deeply, raised his head, looked cold, and said in a cold voice, "If I had known this would happen, I would not have wasted my breath. No matter how much I said, you are still unwilling to hand over the sage's talisman. Then I will slaughter Miyaboku Mountain and come back to look for it." He had long been impatient. It would be best if he could get the sage talisman without fighting. He did not want to fight, but that did not mean he was afraid of Miyaboku Mountain. Just a bunch of toads. Since they would not give it to him, he would rob it. Even if the great toad sage really had the strength of the Six-Path Sage, he was not afraid of this toad. The 2 sages, Fukazaku and Shima, looked at each other, nodded, and attacked at the same time. The great toad sage did not stop him. At this time, the 2 sides had already broken down. It watched Fukazaku and Shima attack Nisi silently. He wanted to see how strong Nisi was before deciding whether to agree or not. If Mayaboku Mountain was really not an opponent, then it could only hand over the Sage Talisman. No matter how precious it was, it could not compare to the entire Mayaboku Mountain. The Sage Talisman could be remade if it was gone. If Mayaboku Mountain was gone, it was really gone. If Nisi was not his opponent, then the Great Toad Sage would not be merciful, and killing Nisi was inevitable. The majesty of the Holy Land cannot be challenged. Chapter 131 War starts starting from Konoha to be a villain. The war is about to start. The two immortals, Fukazaku and Shima, took the lead to break the tense situation. Tongue battle. Fukazaku leaped high, his tongue flew out of his mouth, like a flexible rope shooting towards Niji. Almost at the moment when Fukazaku attacked, Shima opened his mouth and sprayed out a high-intensity water-style ninjutsu, like a sharp sword, slashing towards Niji. The two great sages used powerful sage techniques, one to bind and the other to kill, and their tacit cooperation was enough to kill elite Jonin. But for Niji, this level of attack was far from enough. His right hand shook slightly, and two kunai slipped from his sleeves, with electric current flashing, and Niji raised his hand to shoot the kunai in his hand. A certain scientific railgun. The black kunai instantly broke through the supersonic speed and reached twice the speed of sound, flying out like two streams of light, faster than the attacks of the two great sages. One kunai hit the water blade head-on, and one kunai hit the tongue of the sage Fukazaku. There were two muffled sounds, and the sage Fukazaku immediately retracted his tongue, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Niji raised his hand and aimed at the sage Fukazaku, holding it in the air, and gravity exploded, attracting the sage Fukazaku to fly over. It was like an invisible big hand grabbed the sage Fukazaku, and the sage Fukazaku struggled but could not move, and could only watch as he flew towards Niji. In a flash, the big toad sage who had been sitting on the throne moved, opened his mouth, and condensed a large amount of sage chakra in his throat and released it. The strange frog croaking spread like ripples around, and the seemingly beautiful sound contained murderous intent. In Mayaboku Mountain, people have acknowledged the existence of illusion music since ancient times. The lyrics and tunes are only suitable for singing by the voice of toads, and thus the strongest illusion is activated. The music composed for the toad's voice range cannot be sung by humans. Illusion. Toad singing. If the great toad sage didn't make a move, it would be fine. But once he did, it was amazing. The chakra of the celestial art turned into an unstoppable sound wave, entering Niji's body and blocking the flow of Niji's chakra. Niji's eyes were dull for a moment, like a piece of wood sticking there. How could Fukazaku and Shima miss such a good opportunity? Fukazaku made seals with both hands, condensed the chakra of the fire escape celestial art in his mouth, and released the fire escape. Next to him, Shima condensed the chakra of the wind attribute celestial art and released the wind escape. The wind escape strengthened the fire escape, and the flames burned in an instant, like a sea of fire burning towards Niji. Seeing the flames covering Niji, the faces of the two celestials Fukazaku and Shima were overjoyed at the same time, as if they had seen the scene of Niji being burned to death by the flames. But the next second, the smiles of the two celestials stopped abruptly, and Niji, who was supposed to be swallowed by the sea of fire, appeared behind them. Niji did not attack the two celestials. It was extremely easy for him to kill the two celestials Fukazaku and Shima. What really made him afraid was the great toad sage. Very strong. This is the feeling that the great toad sage gave to Niji. When he didn't make a move, nothing could be seen, but once he made a move, the strength of the great toad sage was fully demonstrated. The frog croak just now was not only an extremely powerful illusion, but also could block the flow of chakra in the body. Although it only blocked him for a second, who is he? In the current ninja world, if Niji says he is second, no one dares to say he is first. If it were an ordinary cage, he would have died just now. But if it was just this level, he would not be his opponent. Samsara I Chakra mode. Putting his hands together, Niji activated Samsara Eye, and green chakra instantly covered his whole body. Chakra turned into a green coat flying in the wind, and a black seeking truth jade appeared behind him. Without stopping, Niji continued to activate the Sage mode, and purple eye shadow appeared around his eyes. Seeking Truth Jade. Seeing the Dao Seeking Jade behind Niji, the pupils of the Great Toad Sage shrank and his face was extremely serious. The two modes were activated at the same time. This was the first time that Niji had burst out with all his strength. His sharp eyes swept over the Great Toad Sage like a knife, and the Dao Seeking Jade in his hand turned into a black long sword. Niji swung the black sword that rolled up the airflow and chopped it down. The chakra condensed on the blade radiated outwards, tearing the air like a knife, and slashed at the Great Toad Sage. A large amount of Senjutsu chakra was condensed in the middle, and the big Toad Sage opened his mouth and sprayed a water ball, which shot out like a cannonball, shattering the sword light that Niji had chopped. In a flash, Niji controlled the Seeking Truth Jade to turn into a black shield to block in front of him, but the Seeking Truth Jade could not stop the water cannonball. With a click, it shattered like glass. This was the first time that the Seeking Truth Jade was shattered. The Seeking Truth Jade also exhausted the power of the water cannonball. Nisi flashed in front of the big Toad Sage, raised his hand and slapped it, and the palm condensed amazing Senjutsu Reincarnation Eye Chakra. The big Toad Sage frowned, also condensed Senjutsu Chakra, and slapped it with his palm. Boom! The condensed chakra of both sides exploded, like millions of detonating talismans exploding, and the temple was instantly buried in the explosion and fire. At the moment the temple exploded, countless big toads fell from the sky around it, each holding a weapon, and it was obvious that they had been waiting on the side for a long time. Seeing the temple representing the core of Mount Myaboku destroyed, many big toads were furious. Asshole! Ninkai, you deserve to die! Kill this guy! Many big toads cursed. As soon as the voice sounded, two black shadows flew out of the explosion, one was the big Toad Sage and Niji, both of them flew backwards, and Niji stepped on the void, stepping on the air and making a sound of explosion. He groaned, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. The big Toad Sage smashed a mountain, and the rubble flew, and the flying stones fell like raindrops. Kill! Many big toads were furious, shouting and killing, shaking the entire Mount Myaboku. 10 big toads flew towards Niji in the air, bursting out fairy chakra, swinging weapons, and hitting at the same time. This chapter is not over yet, please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content later. Chapter 131 War starts starting from Konoha to become a villain. Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Ninkai shouted lightly, and the Tao Seeking Jade in his hand rotated at high speed, forming a silver light circle, and released a tornado from the light circle, blowing all 10 big toads thousands of meters away, and their lives and deaths were unknown. Asshole! Gamabunta was furious and shouted, Ninkai, Myaboku Mountain is not a place for you to make trouble, watch me kill you. Swish! The long sword was unsheathed, and Gamabunta drew out the long sword, jumped up, and swung the sword to cut Ninkai. Ninkai glanced at the rushing Gamabunta and said coldly, then I will kill you first. Wei, Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. The Seeking Truth Jade on the wrist rotated again, and a lightsaber emerged. Niji held the hilt of the sword and swung the lightsaber for dozens of meters, slowly slashing at Gamabunta. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. Gamabunta had no time to dodge. Crack! The long sword in Bunta's hand broke, and it fell like tofu. The chakra lightsaber continued to be powerful and continued to slash at Bunta. Bunta's eyes showed despair. He was in midair and could not dodge. He could only watch the long sword coming. In a flash, a pink tongue attacked from a distance, as fast as lightning, and hit the chakra lightsaber. Boom! There was a loud bang in the void, and the lightsaber was deflected. The sharp lightsaber passed by Bunta's body. Bunta, who had saved his life, quickly fell back to the ground, with lingering fears. He had walked through the gates of hell, which made Buntat, who was not afraid of anything, feel terrified. Looking at the fleeing Buntat, Ninkai secretly thought it was a pity. Looking up to the right, the great toad sage stood on the broken mountain, blood flowing on his right foot. The wound was straight, an obvious sword wound. Ninkai gently waved the lightsaber in his hand, and several mountains under his feet were cut in half. Instantly, the roar of Mayaboku Mountain continued. Ninkai snorted, raised the corner of his mouth, and smiled faintly. Great Toad Sage, do you want to fight again? If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, from Konoha to be a villain Shuhage. Chapter 132 The Sage's Talisman is in hand from Konoha to be a villain. Mayaboku Mountain. The temple was destroyed by Niji and the Great Toad Sage, and hundreds of large toads surrounded Niji. Niji, who was surrounded, looked around and smiled faintly. Is this Mayaboku Mountain, one of the 3 holy places? The powerful Mayaboku Mountain you mentioned is just a group fight to show its strength. At this point, Niji looked at the Great Toad Sage and sneered. Great Toad Sage, is the Sage's Talisman more important or Mayaboku Mountain? Just for a dead thing, will you turn Mayaboku Mountain into a sea of blood? Mayaboku Mountain has existed for thousands of years, you don't want to see it become history. Don't talk nonsense here. The Great Toad Sage didn't say anything, and there was a roar from the ruins under his feet. The dusty Fukazaku sage flew out of the ruins, jumped on the head of Gamabuntat, and said angrily, Mayaboku Mountain does not accept threats, and you are not qualified to destroy Mayaboku Mountain just because you want to. Ninkai glanced at Fukazaku Sennin and said contemptuously, it's not up to you to decide whether I have the qualifications or not, but you have no right to speak here. Qualification, I'm talking to the Great Toad Sage. Are you the leader of Mount Mayaboku? I'm not. If not, then stand still. Niji snorted coldly, I'm talking to the Great Toad Sage, when is it your turn to interrupt? Fukazaku was extremely frustrated, but he didn't know how to refute. He couldn't say that he was the leader of Mount Mayaboku. Too much. Fukazaku was furious. He had lived for 800 years and experienced too much. Fukazaku Sage thought that few things could make him angry, but Niji made him angry one after another. Okay. The Great Toad Sage stopped Fukazaku Sage and said in a deep voice, I can give you the Sage's Talisman. As soon as these words came out, the faces of many toads present changed drastically. You can't hand it over. That is the treasure of Mayaboku Mountain. Mayaboku Mountain is not afraid of anyone. The toads roared and persuaded the Big Toad Sage. Fukazaku shouted anxiously, Big Toad Sage, the Sage Talisman cannot be given, Mayaboku Mountain cannot. At this point, it is no longer a simple matter of the Sage Talisman, but the dignity and face of Mayaboku Mountain. If the Sage Talisman is given to Niji today, where is the dignity of Mayaboku Mountain, who will respect Mayaboku Mountain in the future, and not everyone with the strength will dare to come to Mayaboku Mountain and act presumptuously. Enough! The Great Toad Sage shouted in a low voice, mixed with fairy chakra, resounding throughout the Mayaboku Mountain. The Great Toad Sage has ruled Mayaboku Mountain for thousands of years, and his majesty has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With this shout, the entire Mayaboku Mountain fell silent. After shouting to stop the many toads, the Great Toad Sage took out the Sage Talisman and threw it at Niji, angrily saying, the Sage Talisman is given to you. Leave Mayaboku Mountain, and Mayaboku Mountain will never welcome you again. Taking the Sage Talisman, feeling the huge amount of fairy chakra on it, and confirming that it was correct, Nisi was extremely happy. Putting away the Sage Talisman, Nisi thank you for the gift, Great Toad Sage. After speaking, Nisi opened the space channel, stepped into the space channel, and left Mayaboku Mountain. I can't stay any longer. I didn't see that these toads wanted to kill me one by one. Besides, I have already got the Sage Talisman. What else can I say if I continue to stay? Even if I say some polite words, they will sound sarcastic to those toads. As for the great toad sage chasing people away, just let him chase them away. He even took out the treasure, shouldn't he be allowed to satiate his greed? I can't help it, I just like to think about others. Seeing Niji leave, the great toad sage waved his hand to let the other toads disperse, leaving a small part to clean up the ruins of the temple. He took the Fukazaku sage and Shima sage to the pavilion next to sit down. As soon as they sat down, the great toad sage said, "From today on, Myaboku Mountain is closed and put into a blockade state. Shima, you can stop screening people to enter Myaboku Mountain for training." "Okay." Shima nodded and did not object. Myaboku Mountain had suffered such a disaster, and it was not suitable for people to continue entering Myaboku Mountain at this moment. Fukazaku sage frowned slightly and said, "I don't object to temporarily blocking Myaboku Mountain, but what about little Jiraiya and little Naruto?" Little Jiraiya has already arranged for little Naruto to enter Myaboku Mountain to learn the Sage Mode. For this, the Great Toad Sage was already prepared and said, "Except for little Naruto and little Jiraiya, the crisis of the ninja world still needs little Naruto and Jiraiya, and little Naruto is the boy who is destined to save the ninja world." "Great Toad Sage, is the demon who will destroy the ninja world Niji?" Shima asked with gritted teeth. Now when the name Ningji is mentioned, Shima gnashed his teeth with hatred. "It's not him." The Great Toad Sage shook his head. "Who is the devil that is about to destroy the ninja world?" Others don't know, but the Great Toad Sage knows very well. Thousands of years ago, he fought with the Six Paths Sage. Although he doesn't know why the sealed Kaguya Atsutsuki will be resurrected, according to what he saw in his dream, she will still be defeated by the two boys. Looking at the Great Toad Sage, Fukazaku hesitated and finally asked, "Great Toad Sage, have you really not seen Niji's future?" "No," the Great Toad Sage sighed, "during this period, I have tried several times, but I didn't see his future. After thinking about it, I have only one explanation for this: he is not from the ninja world, but from the outside world." As soon as these words came out, the pupils of Fukazaku and Shima Sage shrank and they were stunned. After a while, Fukazaku, who had reacted, pondered, "In other words, this Niji is not the original Niji." Chapter 132 The Immortal Talisman is in hand starting from Konoha to be a villain. The more Fukazaku thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. According to the information provided by Jiraiya, Hyuga Niji had changed too much before and after, and it was completely like the style of two people. The big toad said calmly, "This is just a simple inference. Only he knows what it is like. However, in the future, he may become a hero who saves the ninja world. This is also one of the reasons why the big toad gave the sage's talisman to Niji. Of course, the main reason is that he can't win. If he continues to fight, it will be Myaboku Mountain that suffers heavy losses. For a sage's talisman, it will not make such a stupid exchange by sacrificing the entire Myaboku Mountain." On the other hand, Niji left Myaboku Mountain and returned to the Land of Fire, where he took out the sage talisman. "I didn't look closely at Myaboku Mountain just now because I was worried about angering those big toads. If the treasure was stolen, those big toads would be furious. If I show off in front of them, those toads will be furious." The sage talisman, at first glance, there are only two words. Ordinary. It's a very ordinary talisman, engraved with black runes, a little bigger than a palm, nothing special. But those who master the Senjutsu Chakra can feel that the rune contains a huge amount of Senjutsu Chakra, like a vast ocean. The amount of Senjutsu Chakra stored on it is even more than Niji. Even if he is seriously injured, it can not only recover from the injury instantly, but also replenish the chakra he consumes. It's simply a resurrection coin. It's a full-status resurrection coin. Myaboku Mountain has this kind of treasure. I don't know if the other two holy places, Ryokai Cave and Whetbone Forest, have this kind of treasure. They should have it. After all, the three holy places are similar. No holy place is strong or weak, but each has its own focus. Ryakai Cave is very violent and good at fighting. Wetbone Forest is very peaceful and good at healing. Mayaboku Mountain is good for life and good at. Maybe Wetbone Forest has a better healing treasure than the Immortal Talisman. You can go and have a look if you have a chance. After finishing these things, Ninkai is really ready to go to Wetbone Forest. He has been to 2 of the 3 holy places, and the Wetbone Forest is the only one left. Recommend this new book, I and the Nine-Tailed Pirates, which has been successfully invested and can be invested. Please recommend and collect it. It tells the story of the king and the nine-tailed pirates together. He is a hero who saves slaves, the natural enemy of the celestial dragons, and the life mentor of the new generation. If you like to be a villain from Konoha, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, Becoming a Villain from Konoha. Chapter 133 Orochimaru in action starting from Konoha as a villain. The Land of Grass. In a certain stronghold. Immortal reincarnation. Orochimaru formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground, chakras surging. The next moment, the ground trembled slightly, a black crack appeared, and 6 coffins emerged from the ground. Put 2 fingers in front of his mouth, shouted softly, and the coffin board flew out and hit the ground. Seeing the dead strong man summoned by him in the coffin, Orochimaru nodded with satisfaction. On the side, even if it was not the first time he saw the immortal reincarnation, when he saw the dead people in the coffin, Obito couldn't help but greet the 2nd generation Hokage Senju Tobirama in his heart. Why study this kind of low-level ninjutsu when there is no good way to study any forbidden technique, and there is no morality at all, summoning the dead to fight in the world of the living? Lin? Obito thought about summoning Lin again with the impure world reincarnation, but he killed the idea as soon as it came out. It's not dead, and it's not alive. It's just that the soul finds a carrier to live again in the world, but living people can't do even simple eating and drinking. He doesn't want such a Lin, and Lin doesn't want to become like this. Let alone the impure world reincarnation, even if the Samsara Eye uses the Samsara natural reincarnation technique to revive Lin, it is not the resurrection he wants. That kind of Lin is indeed Lin. But it's not the Lin in his memory, nor the Lin he wants. Lin's death was caused by Uchiha Madara, and it was caused by this twisted ninja world. Even if Lin is resurrected, Obito is unwilling to let Lin live in this twisted world. Obito doesn't want this world to have Lin. He wants a world with Lin. Looking at Uchiha Madara in the middle coffin, Obito said coldly, "I'm really curious. How did you find Uchiha Madara's body?" "I spent a lot of effort to hide his body." Without even turning his head, Orochimaru smiled faintly, "This is a secret. You have secrets, and I have mine. You just need to know that we are partners. You want to take revenge on the ninja world, and I want the power of the Samsara Eye. Each of us has a Samsara Eye, which is the basis of our cooperation." Obito, who was hidden under the mask, could not see his expression, and said calmly, "Then I wish you success. I got the news that Nagato has absorbed the tailed beast in his hand and will go to Konoha to capture the 9 tails tomorrow. You kill him on the way, and I will deal with the rest of the members of Akatsuki." Orochimaru did not respond, but suddenly turned back and smiled playfully, "How about we switch, you deal with Nagato, that's the most troublesome guy." Obito sneered and sneered, "If you want to get in the middle to get benefits, you need to pay more. Do you really think that the Samsara Eye is so easy to get? It is an eye that is superior to the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. If it weren't for Niji who caused my plan to fail, do you think you have a chance to get the Samsara Eye?" Samsarangan. Orochimaru's eyes flickered, shining in the dim cave, his long tongue licked his lips, his face full of yearning and expectation. It turned out that he had tried his best to get the Sharinon, and he was salivating over the power of the Sharinon. But now, even if the Sharinon was thrown in front of him, Orochimaru would not even look at it. Even if it was the Mangekyo Sharinon, he would still look at it. After knowing the origin of the Samsara Eye, Orochimaru's vision has also improved. Sharinon is not good enough, the samsara eye evolved from Sharinan is the eye that controls life and death. This power fascinated him, and he didn't want to eat or drink, so he cooperated with Uchiha Obito. Although you have these two people, you should be careful not to capsize in the ditch. The power of the samsara eye is far beyond your imagination. Obito slowly sank into the ground, and before leaving he gave Orochimaru a warning. Seeing Obito disappear, Orochimaru's eyes changed and changed. After a while, he grinned. The power of the samsara eye must be mine. The second day. In the valley near Konoha village, members of Akatsuki gathered. But the originally powerful Akatsuki, after a series of battles, only 4 people were left. Kisame, Kakuzu, Deidara, and Haiden, Scorpion died, deliberately letting Sakura die. During the time that Niji went to Miyaboka Mountain, a lot of things actually happened. The Akatsuki, which was once as powerful as clouds, plus Nagato and Konan, only had 6 people left. However, the 6 people joined forces, enough to destroy Konoha. There was a big tree not far from the valley, and Nagato and Konan were hiding in it. It was called a big tree, but it was actually Konan who used the god's paper technique to transform it with paper. Konan frowned slightly and whispered, "Nagato, your formation is too big. If it was just to capture the 9 tails, there was no need to devote all of Akatsuki's strength, and it would be enough to just send pain." Nagato invested all of Akatsuki's strength, and his purpose must be far more than just capturing the 9 tails. Suddenly thinking of something, Konan was shocked and said, "Are you trying to destroy Konoha?" "That's right." Nagato nodded, his eyes flickering, full of hatred and anger. He still hasn't forgotten that the Konoha ninja broke into his home and killed his parents. Of course, the reason why Nagato decided to destroy Konoha was not just because of this. After Niji destroyed Kumagakure, I suddenly realized that the culprits of the constant war in the ninja world were the 5 major ninja villages. The greedy rulers all wanted to gain more benefits, so they started the war. The ninja world, which was about to break out in a war, became unprecedentedly peaceful because of Niji's actions. The 5 major ninja villages even passed the decision to establish a joint army at a very fast speed. What we have always insisted on is not wrong. Only pain can make people know the value of peace, guide the world in a painful way, and make the world move towards peace. If Niji was here and heard what Nagato said at this moment, he would definitely say, "I didn't, you think too much." Looking up at the sun in the sky, Nagato said in a deep voice, "Maybe we don't need the tailed beast weapons. We only need to show the power to destroy a country and stand on the opposite side of the ninja world to keep the ninja world peaceful." Nagato Konan's face changed and her mood was complicated. She whispered. Nagato wanted to bear everything alone and exert pressure on the ninja world, which is the so-called driving force for peace. After a pause, Zionin was still a little worried and said, "Nagato, Konoha is different from the other ninja villages. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the only one that can rival Konoha, the Hidden Cloud Village, has been abolished. Konoha is powerful, and there is Jiraiya as the 6th Hokage, Heitake Kakashi, Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki. If Uchiha Itachi had not been killed by Niji, Uchiha Itachi would have to be added. That's why I summoned all the members of Akatsuki, so that we can be sure to destroy Konoha Ninja Village in one fell swoop. A Konoha needs Akatsuki to show all its strength. This is the power of the first ninja village." Nagato couldn't help but sigh. Nagato has made a decision. Zionin is not going to persuade him, and he won't persuade him. Destroying Konoha may be a good thing for the peace of the ninja world. Putting his hands together to make a seal, Nagato raised his head slightly, and a gleam of brilliance flashed across the purple samsara eye, and the pupil power was activated. In an instant, the 6 paths of pain standing in front of him raised their heads at the same time, and the samsara eye appeared in their empty eyes. The war begins. Chapter 134 Kisame assassinates Deidara _ starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the valley. Kisame and his 4 companions sat in the shade of the tree with nothing to do. Bored Deodara said impatiently, "Why hasn't the boss come yet? He asked us to gather here, but he didn't show up." Seeing that the other 3 did not answer, Deodara felt more and more bored and began to miss Brother Scorpion. If he was talking, he would definitely answer my words. Although most of them were against me, at least there was someone talking. However, Uchiha Itachi died, and Brother Scorpion also died. Akatsuki was getting more and more boring and dangerous. I can't stay for long. It seems that after completing this mission, I have to find a way to leave. Deodara was thinking about leaving Akatsuki here, and Kisame beside him narrowed his eyes and scanned the 3 people beside him calmly. Who should I kill? Kisame muttered in his heart, thinking about which one could kill with one blow. Last night, Uchiha Obito found him and asked him to kill one person before taking action. Kisame is no longer a spy. He is now an actor. Not only does he hide his identity in Akatsuki, but he also fooled Obito. Now Kisame likes this feeling more and more. The honest Kisame is not honest anymore. Faden is a pervert. He can't be killed even if he is cut in half. Kisame has 5 hearts and has 4 lives after killing him once. Deodara is the easiest to kill. He is weak in physical skills. If he uses thunder, Deodara will definitely die. After determining the target, Kisame turned slightly and aimed at Deodara calmly, and Kisame also placed it in a convenient position, waiting for the opportunity to appear. On the other side, Nagato in the tree suddenly sensed something. His face changed drastically, and he controlled Tendo Pain to appear on the left. Tendo Pain had just stood still when the tree was knocked open with a bang, and a yellow snake rushed into the tree. Shit, spitting out the snake tongue, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Nagato. Konan just reacted and turned to look in the direction of the explosion, only to see that the snake was already close at hand. Shinra Tensei. Tendo Pain raised his hands and released the repulsive force. The invisible repulsive force sent the yellow snake flying, and at the same time destroyed the tree transformed by the paper, and countless pieces of paper flew in the wind. In the valley, several people were shadow-level strongmen, and they immediately noticed the violent chakra fluctuations, and looked in the direction of the fluctuations at the same time. In the distance, a thick tree exploded, and countless pieces of paper flew. Deodara exclaimed, "That's Nan's god paper technique." Several people have joined Akatsuki for several years, and they all know the ninjutsu that the others are good at. Feijuan stood on tiptoe and looked far away, curiously, who is fighting with Konan, and since Pain and Nan have arrived a long time ago, why haven't they appeared and are hiding nearby? Hearing Feijuan's words, the other 3 frowned slightly, thinking about something. Kakuzu looked around and asked, "What should we do? Go up to help or just watch?" Before everyone could answer, the voices of others rang out in the air. "I think you should just take care of yourself first." The 4 of them were instantly alert, and their sharp eyes swept around, looking for the person who was talking. At this moment, Obito slowly rose from the ground. "Obito!" Haiden shouted in surprise, licking his lips with his tongue, and a hint of bloodthirstiness flashed in his eyes. He wanted to taste Obito's blood. This kid had fooled him several times when he was in Akatsuki. It seems that Pain's side is also your masterpiece. Kakuzu glanced at Pain's position and made some guesses. Deodara didn't say anything, but he had put his hands into the pockets filled with clay on both sides, ready to take action. "What are you doing here?" Kisame finally asked a useful question. While saying this, Kisame tightly grasped the big sword Samehada and approached the 3 people without making a sound. Several people noticed this subtle movement, including Deodara, but they didn't care. They thought it was Kisame's precaution before he took action. He was close to the 3 people and would not be killed by Obito alone. Of course. Obito dragged out a long tone, and the next second, his tone was cold, "Kill you." As soon as the voice fell, Kisame rushed to attack first. Swinging the big sword Samehada, the target was not Obito, but Deidara, who was closest to him. Deidara was shocked. His attention was on Obito, guarding against Obito's attack, and he didn't guard against Kisame as a teammate at all. Deidara was good at using explosive clay for blasting operations, and his physical skills were his weaknesses. He was not as good as Kisame. In addition, one was calculating and the other was not prepared. When Deidara reacted, the big sword Samehada was already in front of him. Bang! Samehada tore the muscles, blood splashed, and Deidara flew backwards in an instant, hitting the big tree behind him heavily. Kisame! Kakuzu shouted, he reacted the fastest. He didn't have time to think about why Kisame wanted to attack Deidara, and subconsciously controlled the black line in his body to fly out and grab Kisame. However, when he attacked, it was too late. Kisame chopped Deidara away, and swung the big sword Samehada to block the black line with his backhand. At the same time, his feet accelerated and quickly retreated. Asshole! Haydn cursed, his face was ashen, and he was furious. He also threw the bloody 3-month sickle and chopped at Kisame. Clang! There was a sound of metal collision, and fire flew everywhere. The 3-section sickle was blocked by the big sword Samehada, and Kisame used the force to retreat and distanced himself from the two. Just when Kakuzu stopped Kisame, Obito also moved, his figure flashed, and approached Kakuzu. The lightning flashed in his right hand, and the lightning chakra was condensed on his right hand, like a sharp blade piercing Kakuzu's heart. With a sizzle, Kakuzu exploded inside his body, black blood splashed. Countless black lines flew, and a strange masked monster with red lips flew out of Kakuzu's body and fell to the ground, turning into a black mud-like substance at a visible speed. My dear, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the latter is more exciting. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net, starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 134 Kisame assassinates Deidara _starting from Konoha to be a villain. Reikari. Obito slowly raised his head and looked at Kakuzu, with a smug smile on his lips. On the day when he went to Kakashi's house to find the truth about Rin's death, Obito found the scroll recording Reikari and took it. For some reason, Obito learned Reikari. Everything seemed long, but in fact it happened in an instant. Deidara was seriously injured and dying, and Kakuzu lost his life. In the blink of an eye, the situation that was originally 4-1 immediately became 2-2. Ahem! Deidara coughed twice, and blood came out of his mouth every time he coughed, which made Faden worried that this guy would cough to death in the next second. Why? Turning his head to look at Kisame not far away, Deidara asked unwillingly. Until now, he couldn't believe that Kisame attacked him by surprise, and it was a sure kill sneak attack. His chest was torn by the big sword Samehada, revealing white ribs and broken internal organs. Now he is just relying on chakra to maintain his last life. Kisame looked at Deidara, who was covered in blood, with a calm face, and said lightly, "There is no reason, I just followed Obito's orders. Before joining Akatsuki, I had already surrendered to Obito, and joining Akatsuki was also Obito's order. I have always been burying I am a hidden man in Akatsuki. Killing you is just completing the mission," Kisame said calmly and indifferently. Deidara was chilled to hear this. After a short silence, Deidara laughed at himself and said, "When I first joined Akatsuki, I thought it was a good organization. Everyone has their own art. I finally found my kind. I didn't expect that everything was a conspiracy. A Fei is a spy, Uchiha Itaki is a spy, and Zetsu is a spy. I didn't expect that even you, Kisame, are a spy. It's a pity that Brother Scorpion died. It's the same for you, Haydn and Kakuzu. We are the real fools." The two looked extremely ugly. Chapter 135 Art is Patrick _starting from Konoha to be a villain. In the valley, Feijuan and Kakuzu's faces were livid and red, and they were really angry to the extreme, and they were furious. They are the biggest idiots. Deidara is right, it is precisely because they are stupid, so they are the ones who should die now? The two were angry and aggrieved in their hearts. Ahem. Deidara coughed again, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was frighteningly pale. His life breath was low, like a weak flame in the wind, which would be blown away by the wind in the next second. Obito snorted coldly and said with disdain, "The weak have no right to choose, including the power of life and death. Blame this and that, maybe it's just that you are too weak. Yeah, if we are like that bastard Niji, even if you plot, we can still be fearless." At this point, Deidara laughed at himself, and suddenly remembered that day when Niji told him that if he wanted to survive in Akatsuki, he must not trust anyone. At that time, he mocked Niji when he heard this. Now think about it, he is really stupid. If he had listened to Niji's words at that time, how could today's incident happen? To be so stupid, who else should I die if I don't die? Deidara shook his head, both self-deprecating and ridiculous. Due to the large amplitude, Deidara's wound was affected and he coughed up blood again. Now he couldn't speak any more. The reason why he was not dead yet was because he used chakra to maintain his last vitality. Every minute and every second, a lot of chakra was consumed, and now his chakra was exhausted. Suddenly, Deidara looked up at Kisame, then looked at Obito in the distance, and smiled faintly. Seeing that Deidara was still smiling before his death, Kisame suddenly had a bad feeling. He used the instant body technique to disappear from the spot, appeared in front of Deidara, and swung the big knife Samehada to chop at Deidara. Even if Kisame reacted quickly, it was too late. Deidara used his remaining strength to tear open the tattered clothes near his heart, and quickly took out a ball of detonating clay from his pocket and stuffed it into the mouth on his left chest. "Kisame, you bastard, even if I die, I will drag you to be buried with me, and Obito, you both should be buried with me. Art is explosion, let me show you the final art." Before he died, Deidara used up his last strength to laugh wildly. When the detonating clay was swallowed by his mouth, Deidara emitted extremely dangerous chakra fluctuations. Deidara's body changed more than that. His body turned black and then transparent. In a blink of an eye, only the black meridians were left. Everything happened very quickly. In an instant, Deidara's body disappeared, leaving only a black sphere suspended in the air. The big knife Samehada did not chop down, but stopped in the air. Seeing the changes in Deidara's body, Kisame stopped immediately and put the big knife Samehada back on his back. Without saying a word, he ran away madly with his head down. At this moment, Kisame was very fast, his chakra condensed on his feet, and his speed exploded to the extreme. He didn't care about the consumption of chakra at all. He frantically performed the instant body technique and rushed out 100 meters away in a blink of an eye. Although he didn't know what Deidara did to leave only a black ball in his body, Kisame could sense the danger of death from the black ball. If he continued to stay with Deidara, he would die. He would definitely die. Seeing Kisame turn around and run away without saying a word, coupled with Deidara's roar before his death, several people immediately realized what had happened. Glancing at Kakuzu and Haiden in front of him, Obito hesitated a little, but seeing Kisame fleeing so hastily, it was as if his parents had died. Damn! Obito cursed in a low voice, unwilling in his heart, but still displayed his divine power. Crack! There was a sound like glass breaking. The black sphere cracked, and a dazzling light was released from the crack. The next second, the light enveloped the world. Boom! There was a loud noise that shook the earth and the sky, and the orange-yellow flames shot up into the sky, dyeing the blue sky bright red. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, and the shock was felt within hundreds of kilometers around. The visible explosion shock wave rolled up countless dust and smoke, like a sandstorm sweeping in all directions. The explosion swallowed everything. Looking from the sky, the emerald green forest disappeared with the naked eye. In the town dozens of kilometers away, the sudden explosion scared all the residents, and then the earth shook, the houses collapsed, and the residents in the city were pale, their hearts and galls were broken, and they hurriedly fled out of the town, only wishing that their parents had given them 2 less legs. Locke flew up from a collapsed tavern and looked in the direction of the explosion. A strong wind blew towards him. I saw a huge light and shadow appear in the sky, which was more dazzling than the sun. Seeing the light and shadow in the sky, Niji was stunned and muttered, "Art is Patrick." Speaking of this, Niji shook his head and smiled, but the light and shadow was just like Patrick, raising his hands high. The next moment, the smile on Niji's face disappeared, and he felt lost. There were not many people he was familiar with in the ninja world. Deidara was one of them, and the big-mouthed Deidara was also an interesting person. It's a pity that he died. This ninja world is really cannibalistic. However, not long after the battle, Deidara blew himself up. How tragic was the fight over there? Locke thought to himself, and his figure shot out and flew towards the explosion. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. When Ninkai arrived at the battlefield, the aftermath of the explosion had dissipated, and the rolling dust gradually fell. The originally green forest had disappeared for the most part, replaced by a large pit with a diameter of 10 kilometers, as if someone had taken a bite out of it, extremely ugly. Chapter 135 Art is Patrick starting to be a villain from Konoha. Deidara's self-destruction range reached 10 kilometers, of course that was what Deidara said, in fact, there was no 10 kilometers at all, and the destructive power was less than 9 kilometers. But it was still terrible. This power is comparable to the Fat Man in the previous life, and the explosive power is comparable to a nuclear bomb, and even in terms of explosive destructive power alone, it is greater than a nuclear bomb. Nuclear bombs cannot destroy everything within a 10-kilometer range. Of course, the lethality cannot match that of nuclear bombs. The most terrifying thing about nuclear bombs is not the explosive power, but the power of radiation. The core area of the explosion. The soil arched up, and Kakuzu came out in fear with a dusty face. There was another person crawling out of the soil next to him, Faden. Kakuzu sighed, I didn't expect Deidara to have such a method. Thinking of the explosion just now, Kakuzu was still in shock. If he didn't have 4 lives, he would have died. Even if he didn't die, he would have lost 2 lives. Faden shook the soil on his head and said angrily, Damn Deidara, you could have said something before the explosion. You almost killed me too. Kakuzu sneered, will you die? Faden pursed his lips and said nothing. Immortality is fake. How can there be immortal people in this world? It's just that the conditions for his death are too abnormal and almost impossible. Looking around, all the surroundings were flattened to the ground. Kakuzu said in a deep voice, Kisame should have died in the explosion just now. Even if he ran faster, he could not run more than 1 kilometer before the explosion. He was still in the core explosion area, so he must have died. As for Obito, it's hard to say. He can escape his body into another space to avoid damage. The explosion just now may not be able to kill him. Kakuzu, who was speaking, suddenly groaned. Puff! Black blood splattered, and Reikari pierced through Kakuzu's heart from behind, destroying Kakuzu's heart again. Chapter 136 The death of the immortal duo starting to be a villain from Konoha. Lightning flashes. The lightning chakra condensed in the palm of his hand, easily tore Kakuzu's back, shattered Kakuzu's heart, and stabbed out from his chest. Reikari. That is an S-level ninjutsu that can even cut off the thunder in the sky. Asshole! Haiden, who reacted, roared, swung the sickle in his hand, condensed wind attribute chakra on the blade, and instantly slashed at Obito who was attacking Kakuzu. The sickle was extremely fast and hit Obito's body, but the sharp sickle slowly passed through Obito's body, and the power did not decrease, splitting Kakuzu in front of Obito in half. Kakuzu's body was split into 2, with countless black lines entangled, and a blue masked monster slashed out from Kakuzu's body. It was precisely because he knew that Kakuzu would not die if he chopped it like this that Haiden dared to condense wind chakra to chop it out just now, but who knew that Obito's virtualization speed was so fast and avoided his attack. Dodging Haiden's attack, Obito materialized again, chopped with his palm, condensed lightning chakra, and the palm knife fell like thunder. The more he used Reikari, the more useful it was for Obito, and it was especially suitable for him. In the past, when he used Kamui to switch between the virtual and physical states to attack the enemy, he was always barehanded, either killing them or sucking them into the Kamui space, and using some ninja tools when he was in a good situation. Now, using Reikari is a perfect match with his Kamui. Get close to him and attack suddenly. Even the strongest ninja will be seriously injured if hit by Reikari. Kakashi has studied some useful things, Obito thought, and he is not as useless as he thought. Kakuzu's reaction was not slow. He guessed that Obito might take the opportunity to attack again, and quickly formed seals with both hands, and the lightning chakra condensed in his throat. While forming seals with both hands, Kakuzu also turned around. When he saw Obito, Obito's palm knife was already approaching him, and the dazzling blue light reflected on Kakuzu's solemn face. Thunder escape! Pseudo-darkness! In a flash, Kakuzu shouted, opened his mouth and spurted out a black lightning, which shot like a sharp arrow towards Obito's head. At such a close distance, Obito had no time to dodge. Seeing the black lightning arrow coming, Obito felt a little sorry, but he had to burst out his pupil power and use his divine power to make his body hollow. He was sure to win now. Only a fool would fight with Kakuzu. He just lost a chance to kill. He could attack again next time. The black lightning arrow passed through Obito's head. At the same time, Obito's Reikari passed through Kakuzu's body, and the two figures crossed each other. At the moment of crossing each other, Obito turned around suddenly and slashed Kakuzu with his right hand Reikari. In a flash, a sound of breaking air sounded next to him. Die, let me send you to see God! Feijuan shouted angrily and swung his bloody sickle to chop. The sickle condensed sharp wind escape chakra. Obito had to use the hollow again to avoid Feijuan's attack. Kakuzu took the opportunity to retreat more than 10 meters frantically, widening the distance between him and Obito before stopping. It seemed long, but it actually happened in an instant. Haiden, retreat! Kakuzu, who had steadied his steps, shouted, asking Haiden to leave. Obito's ability to switch between reality and illusion was very strange. He only had one heart now. If he died, he would really die. Although Haiden was impulsive and belligerent, he was not stupid. He knew that Obito was stronger than him. He stepped into the air with his right foot, burst his chakra, and shot backwards with the force. Don't you always want to die? Today I will let you die here. Obito slowly raised his head, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, and his hands quickly formed seals, Ususi, and 3 seals were formed in an instant. Wood release. Wood killing technique. With a light shout from his mouth, a bunch of wood suddenly emerged from the ground. The wood was extremely fast and flexible like a rope, grabbing Haiden's legs. Wood release. Kakuzu's face changed drastically, with a look of horror. It seemed as if the past appeared in front of him, when the first-generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, used wood release to fight Uchiha Madara, and the battle between the two was devastating. He was there that day, too. He originally wanted to assassinate the first Hokage, but he didn't even get within 10 kilometers of the two fighting. Before leaving, let's not talk about that incident. Who knows? Anyway, everyone only knows that he assassinated the first Hokage. I have also fought with the god of ninja. He drove away the random thoughts that arose in his mind, and when he came back to his senses, Feijuan was tightly entangled by the wooden strips and could not move. In this situation, Feijuan was not terrified, but laughed disdainfully, I am immortal, no one can kill me, only God can kill me. Then I am God. Obito shouted softly, and his voice spread all around. As soon as these words came out, Obito grasped the wood in the air, and countless sharp wooden thorns suddenly grew on the wood, which pierced Feijuan's body. It hurts so much. Feijuan screamed in pain, cursing Obito. Although he will not die, it does not mean that he will not feel pain. Humph! Obito snorted coldly, sneered, and said lightly, "These wooden strips will pull you down to the ground 1,000 meters underground. Even if the pressure doesn't kill you, you will be buried underground forever, not as good as the dead. The souls of the dead can return to the Pure Land." Feijuan panicked, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Even if Obito couldn't kill himself like this method was even more terrible than death. Staying in the dark underground 1,000 meters deep, there was only darkness and soil to accompany him. "Kill me, Obito! You bastard, you coward, kill me! Burying me underground is not a hero." Feijuan kept cursing, trying to anger Obito, but Obito's face was calm. He ignored Feijuan's curses, controlled the wooden strips to sink to the ground, and pulled Feijuan into the ground. Why should the winner care about the loser's abuse? Why should the living get angry because of the dying? Seeing Feijuan being pulled into the ground, Kakuzu turned around and ran without saying a word. Chapter 136 The Death of the Immortal Duo Starting from Konoha to be a villain. What the hell is going on? Faden is done for, it's worse than death. If he continues to stay, he will definitely die in the end. He doesn't want to die yet. If he dies, what will happen to the small treasury I have saved with all my heart? I am still thinking about leaving Akatsuki after world peace, taking my private treasury and becoming a rich man. How can I die here? Looking at the fleeing Kakuzu, Obito sneered, "You ran away, what ninja world can I dominate?" The figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, and appeared again, having caught up with Kakuzu. Kakuzu turned around and saw Obito catching up. He was unwilling to let him go. Kakuzu roared, turned around and stopped. He did not escape, and released the lightning release ninjutsu to fight with Obito. The two fought for several rounds. Obito seized the opportunity. The flashing lightning was extremely dazzling. The Reikari pierced Kakuzu's chest and shattered the last heart of Kakuzu. Obito pulled back his right hand, and the lightning flashed, burning the black blood on his hand. Kakuzu covered his heart with a big hole in it, and his feet retreated, hunched over, looked up at Obito in front of him, with resentful eyes, and cursed, "You will die more miserably than me." Tisk! Obito pursed his lips and sneered, "If curses work, there won't be any ninjas in this world. They might as well all learn to curse. You died just because you were weak. The weak were killed for no reason. If there is a reason, it's because you are too weak." With a thump, Kakuzu fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the scorching sun above his head, Kakuzu raised his hand and grabbed the air, grinning. Wipe a smile. "If I hadn't become a ninja back then, it would have been better." A whisper echoed slowly. Kakuzu, who had lived from the earliest days of the ninja village to the present day, was completely dead. Shohei Novel Network has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 137 Alien Orochimaru Starting from Konoha to become a villain. The edge of the core explosion. The soil rolled, and a black object was shaken out of the soil. It was covered with charred marks from the explosion. It was really hard to tell what this thing was before the explosion. Ka! The black thing suddenly split in the middle, and Kisame crawled out of it. Kisame sat down on the ground, looked around, and sighed, "I didn't expect Deidara to have such a trump card." The explosion at the moment of death was so powerful. Thanks to Samehada, otherwise he would have died. That was really dead. If it weren't for Samehada helping him resist 70% of the explosion, he would definitely not have survived. He is not Angle and Haiden, two immortal guys. Speaking of Samehada, Kisame looked at Samehada, which had turned into charcoal, and sighed, "Samehada is completely destroyed. More than destroyed, it has become charcoal." At the last moment of the explosion, Kisame hid in Samehada and escaped with his life, but Samehada was miserable. Same Hata has a great effect on Kisame. Kisame's powerful combat power of the 4th level is related to Same Hata, especially when dealing with the tailed beast Jinchuriki. He could fight the tailed beasts alone because of the sword Same Hata. Without the sword Same Hata, he could not fight the tailed beasts alone. At this moment, the sword Same Hata was destroyed, and his fighting power was reduced. Now the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more chaotic. Only strong strength can survive. Now his strength has not increased, but decreased. It's really troublesome. While Kisame was having a headache, on the other side, the edge of the explosion, Konan looked at the flattened forest with a dull look and muttered to himself, Deidara is dead. What happened? How could Deidara die? Konan was puzzled. As the butler of Akatsuki, Konan knew the personalities of many Akatsuki members very well. Deidara usually looked like a fool, similar to Phaeton. But when performing tasks, Deidara was very smart, calm, and wise, and had a smart fighting mind. Now Deidara actually blew himself up. Konan was not only shocked, but more anxious. What happened over there? Deidara is dead, and the other 3 are dead too. Are they dead too? Konan wants to go over and take a look, but Nagato needs her to protect him and can't leave. Anxious and angry, Konan looks at Orochimaru in front of her, and is furious. She raises her hand to control the white paper to fly towards Orochimaru. The white paper in the sky is covered with chakra, and it is extremely sharp, like shuriken. In an instant, thousands of shuriken are shot down. Orochimaru bursts chakra with his feet, and suddenly accelerates to avoid the flying paper shuriken. His body is as flexible as a snake, dodging the paper shuriken shot by Konan one by one. Seeing that the attack is useless, Konan is slightly angry, takes out the scroll she carries with her, and is about to start. Enough! Nagato stops Konan and says in a deep voice, "You are not his opponent, I will deal with him." Although Konan is unwilling, since Nagato said so, it is obviously the fact. Konan struggles twice and chooses to retreat and guard beside Nagato. Orochimaru has Pain's 6 paths to deal with it, and the safety of Nagato's body is the most important. Since the development of Pain's 6 paths, this is the first time that Nagato's body has appeared on the battlefield. Samsara Eye. Orochimaru's face was full of greed, and the purple eyes fascinated him. The eyes that transcended the Sharingan were the strongest eyes that Orochimaru wanted to obtain. With this pair of eyes, no one in the ninja world will be my opponent. I must get this pair of eyes no matter what. For today, he has prepared for a long time, and he will definitely get this pair of eyes. Orochimaru said in his heart, not knowing whether he was cheering himself up or building up confidence. Feeling Orochimaru's greedy eyes, Nagato frowned, and this feeling made him sick and disgusted. I had this feeling when I met Orochimaru that year, and now this feeling is getting stronger, which also means that Orochimaru has become stronger than before. Thinking of this, Nagato did not hesitate, and controlled the heavenly path Pain to kill first, and the other pains followed closely. 10,000 things attract. Tiendao Pain raised his hand and aimed at Orochimaru. Orochimaru immediately felt a force imprisoning his body, as if a pair of invisible hands grabbed him and flew towards Nagato. Orochimaru tried to struggle but could not get rid of this gravity. He did not resist and rushed straight towards Tiendao Pain. At the moment of approaching Tiendao Pain, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a sword, which was Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword quickly stretched out under the infusion of chakra and stabbed at Tiendao Pain. Tiendao Pain did not dodge and let the Kusanagi sword pierce his shoulder. Seeing this, Orochimaru was stunned. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air from his back. Orochimaru's face changed and he was extremely decisive and spit out the Kusanagi sword. Without even looking, Orochimaru turned his right hand and slapped behind him. His palm instantly turned into countless big snakes. These big snakes seemed to have wisdom and killed Pain behind him. Shuradu Pain's right hand turned into a chainsaw, cutting off the snakes. Blood splattered as the chainsaw slashed towards Orochimaru in a straight line. Puff! Orochimaru's body was cut off by Lan Yao. Nagato's face lit up with joy the next second. He frowned again. I saw a large number of black snakes densely emerging from the upper and lower parts of Orochimaru's body. These black snakes bit each other in the air and pulled Orochimaru's body to reunite. Disgusting! Konan cursed and quickly turned her head to look elsewhere. If she continued to watch, she was afraid that she would vomit. Not to mention Konan, even Nagato frowned. Orochimaru was really a pervert. No, perverted was not enough to describe it. It was an alien. Chapter 137, Alien Orochimaru starting from Konoha as a villain. Except for his human appearance, this guy is not human in other places. The cooling time is up, and Pain Tiandao once again uses Wangxiang Tianyan to attract Orochimaru to him. Shureidao Pain leaps and kills in front of Orochimaru. He punches Orochimaru in the back with his right fist. With a muffled bang, his fist smashes Orochimaru's body and penetrates Orochimaru's chest. There are not internal organs in Orochimaru's body, but countless white snakes. Most of the white snakes are smashed into mud by Shureidao's fist. But there are still many white snakes falling to the ground. Once these white snakes landed, they quickly fled to the distance, and then gathered together to form Orochimaru's body. Seeing this scene, Nagato frowned and said, "What on earth is this guy?" Nagato was not the only one who had the same idea, and there was also Niji who rushed to the battlefield and was hiding to watch the battle. He no longer used the word human to describe Orochimaru. If he was a human, he would have died long ago after being attacked by him like this. Let alone human, Niji felt that Orochimaru was not even an animal. This guy might be considered a species of human-animal hybrid. Human-animal hybrid? Thinking of that scene, Niji felt a little nauseous and shook his head to expel that scene. Physical attacks have limited effect on Orochimaru, so I can only think of other ways, Nagato thought to himself, and a new battle plan suddenly came up in his mind. This time, Shureidao Pain took the lead, opened his head, revealed a laser device, and shot a light-speed laser at Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Triple Rashomon. Orochimaru bit his hands, quickly formed a seal, and slammed the ground hard. Chakras surged out and turned into countless black runes all over the ground around him. The next second, the ground trembled, and 3 Rashomons from hell emerged from the ground, blocking Orochimaru. The laser instantly penetrated the first Rashomon, and then exhausted its last strength to penetrate the second Rashomon. The third Rashomon stood on the ground, and the ghost face on it laughed at Nagato in the distance. Chapter 138 Uchiha Madara appears starting from Konoha to be a villain. On the ground. The third Rashomon was maintained for a moment, retreated into the ground, and returned to hell. The animal path Pain condensed chakra in his palm, slapped the ground with both hands, and chakra emerged, turning into black runes all around. Summoning technique. With a puff, white smoke emerged, and a huge winged hellhound appeared on the ground. Roar! The moment the hellhound appeared, it roared to the sky, bared its teeth and looked at Orochimaru in the distance, saliva flowing from its mouth. Seeing that the other party summoned the summoned beast, Orochimaru was not to be outdone, bit his hands and summoned the summoned beast Wan Shi. As soon as Wan Shi came out, he looked up at Orochimaru above his head and said arrogantly, "You called me out again. Have you prepared 100 sacrifices?" "I won't do it without sacrifices." Orochimaru grinned and smiled slightly, "As long as you help me kill the guy in front of me, let alone 100 sacrifices, I will prepare a village sacrifice for you." Hearing this, Wan Shi's eyes flashed, looking at the hellhound in the distance and spitting out snake tongues. A village of sacrifices will definitely give it a full meal. For the sacrifice of a village, we have to be serious today. It's rare for Orochimaru to pay such a high price, but the guy in front of him should be very difficult to deal with, otherwise Orochimaru would not pay such a high price. Be careful next time, Wan Shi pondered slightly. No matter what, let's take action first and try this guy's strength. Having made up his mind, Wan Shi tightened his body and was about to kill the hellhound. However, when Wan Shi was about to take action, suddenly, an invisible rope entangled Wan Shi's body, and Wan Shi could not move. Not good. Orochimaru's face changed slightly. Without any hesitation, chakra burst out from his feet, and he performed the instant body technique to leave the top of the snake's head. The moment he left Wan Shi, a giant bird rushed down vertically from the sky in the distance, screaming, and its sharp mouth fell from the sky like a sword, stabbing at Wan Shi's head. At the same time, a chameleon appeared next to Wan Shi, and its long tongue bound Wan Shi tightly like a diamond chain. Sensing the attack from above, Wan Shi looked up, his eyes were bloodshot, he was trembling with fear, and immediately struggled desperately. But the chameleon's tongue looked soft, but its hardness was comparable to that of a diamond, and it was even tougher. In addition, Shuradu condensed chakra on his tongue, making it even tougher. At the same time, the hellhound rushed over, and its 3 heads bit at the snake at the same time. Its sharp teeth pierced through the snake's scales and penetrated deeply into the snake's body, causing blood to pour out. Whoosh! Crack! The sound of bones breaking, the sharp beak of the 8-foot bird pierced through the snake's skull, destroyed the brain, and killed the snake. The vitality was rapidly lost, and the snake's pupils showed a strong unwillingness and frustration. It just came out and died before it could show its power. It had participated in countless battles and survived to the end, but today it died so simply and so aggrievedly, it died with its eyes open. Bang! The huge body fell heavily to the ground, followed by another sound, and the 8-foot bird also fell to the ground with a muffled sound. The snake's skull was hard and full of fairy chakra. Even if the 8-foot bird swooped down from a high altitude, it would not be so easy for its sharp beak to pierce the snake's skull. At the end of the piercing of the man-snake's skull, the sharp beak broke. Under the control of the animal path pain, the Yatagarasu used its head as a hammer to hit the broken sharp beak, and then pierced the man-snake's head. At the same time, the Yatagarasu's head was also pierced, and it died completely. In the blink of an eye, the 2 summoned beasts died tragically. Waste! Orochimaru looked ugly and angrily cursed, "Beasts are beasts, no matter how smart they are still beasts, stupid." He didn't care about the death of Man-Snake, and even if he could kill a pain at the cost of sacrificing Man-Snake, Orochimaru would not hesitate. There are many snakes in the Ryokai cave, and there are also some that are not weaker than Man-Snake. If Man-Snake dies, he can always change a snake to sign a contract and become his summoned beast. But Man-Snake just came out and was killed before he took action. What a waste! Then, Orochimaru got a headache. Man-Snake was killed, and he had no powerful summoned beast. The snakes in Ryokai Cave are different from those in Miyaboku Mountain. Although both sides are militants, there are different types of militants. The ones in Miyaboku Mountain simply like to fight, while the snakes in Ryokai Cave like to destroy and have violent tempers. These snakes are in their own camps. If it weren't for the white snake immortal above, Ryokai Cave would have been destroyed by these snakes. Miyaboku Mountain is different. The toads get along very well. All the toads have a sense of belonging and honor to Miyaboku Mountain. For example, Gamabunta looks difficult to get along with on the surface, but he is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. In Miyaboku Mountain, if you have a good relationship with many toads, you can summon them, even 2 immortals. But Ryokai Cave is different. As long as you sign a contract with one snake as a summoning beast, you cannot sign a contract with other snakes as summoning beasts. Nagato frowned slightly when he saw the tragic death of Yatagarasu, but he was not as angry as Orochimaru. The animal path pain can summon a large number of summoning beasts. Even if he exchanges them, it doesn't matter if one summoning beast dies. He can afford it, but Orochimaru doesn't have this capital. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer cared about the dead Mandora. Although this guy had fought with him for many years, in Orochimaru's heart, Mandora was just a fighting tool. Similarly, in Mandora's heart, Orochimaru was just a tool to help him find sacrifices. Neither the man nor the snake regarded each other as partners. Their relationship was more of a use. Fascinating power. Seeing Nagato's purple Sharingan, Orochimaru's eyes were blurred, and his eyes were full of greed. From the fight just now, he saw that the 6 paths of pain had such a strong power from Nagato's Sharingan. Obito's information was correct. Each of the 6 paths of pain had a certain ability of the Samsara Eye. Just one pain was so difficult and powerful. The energy of these pains gathered in one person. How strong is that? His heart couldn't stop beating. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up, and he was really shining. The next second, Orochimaru retracted the light in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "No more playing, the temptation just now is enough, let you fight next." As soon as the voice sounded, Orochimaru formed seals with both hands and slapped the ground fiercely. As the ground trembled, a coffin rose up. Bang! A muffled sound came from the coffin, and the coffin broke open a hole. Bang! The coffin board flew and fell to the ground. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Uchiha Madara was extraordinary. He just activated his consciousness and took the initiative to smash the coffin. This was the first time he encountered such a situation since he performed the Impure World reincarnation. In the past, people summoned by the Impure World reincarnation did not have such strong power. The sound of armor shaking came out, and a big hand grasped the edge of the coffin. Uchiha Madara walked out of the coffin domineeringly. Finally waited for this day, Nagato that kid finally grew up. As he said, Madara felt something was wrong, raised his hand and looked, this was not a living body at all. Just when Madara was confused, Orochimaru stepped forward and said with a smile, Nagato has indeed grown up, but Obito has lost control of Nagato. I used the Impure World reincarnation to revive you. Immortal reincarnation. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect, m.shuhaige.net, has the fastest update speed on the entire network. Chapter 139 This is my I starting from Konoha to be a villain. Not far away. Seeing Madara kick open the coffin board and walk out domineeringly, Niji smiled slightly. After waiting for a long time, he finally came out. I saw Orochimaru being abused by pain in front, and I was still thinking that Orochimaru was really patient. He didn't resurrect Madara with the Impure World reincarnation. Orochimaru is very strong and extremely difficult to deal with. But it is still worse than Nagato, who has the Samsara Eye, a big section. Dare to kill Nagato here. Orochimaru's confidence is not his strength, but the strong man of the Impure World reincarnation in his hand, that is, Uchiha Madara. At the same time, in another corner, Obito looked at Uchiha Madara, who appeared in the field. Even if he tried his best to remain calm, his clenched hands still raged the anger and resentment in Obito's heart at the moment. Everything he has is ruined. The culprit is the person in front of him. No matter how strong Obito's willpower is, he can't really stay calm. He didn't explode, which is enough to show that Obito's willpower is super strong. If it were someone else, he would have rushed out and killed Uchiha Madara. Impure World reincarnation. Madara whispered, looked up at Orochimaru in front of him, and asked in confusion, "Who are you? Isn't this the ninjutsu of that guy Senjo Hashirama?" After the battle in the Valley of the End, although he had been hiding after faking his death, he knew a lot of information and intelligence about the ninja world through Ze, and he also knew about Senjo Hashirama's research on the Impure World reincarnation technique. At that time, he knew the principle of the Impure World reincarnation technique, and couldn't help scolding Senjo Hashirama for being an immoral guy. Unexpectedly, he was resurrected to the ninja world by the Impure World reincarnation at this moment. Orochimaru introduced himself, "My name is Orochimaru." Hearing this name, Madara immediately remembered that before his death, 3 young ninjas appeared in Konoha, and were called the 3 ninjas of Konoha by the ninja world. They were all disciples of the 3rd Hokage, that is, the grandchildren of Senjo Hashirama. Madara's face suddenly turned bad, and he frowned slightly and said, "So what do you do with my impure world reincarnation?" Orochimaru's eyes flashed, and he whispered, "Take back your eyes, the samsara eye." Madara looked at Orochimaru in front of him in surprise, and said, "I didn't expect you to know these things. It seems that Obito's plan has made a big mistake. According to the original plan, I should have been resurrected by the samsara reincarnation technique. It's not just a mistake, but the plan is ruined. What happened?" Hearing Madara's commanding tone, Orochimaru frowned slightly, but still said briefly, "This matter is very complicated, now is not the time to say this. In short, Obito's identity has been exposed, and the entire ninja world is in chaos. Everyone is dealing with Hyuga Niji, and no one cares about Obito's existence anymore." Hyuga. Madara was shocked and suspicious. He was very familiar with the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan, Sharingan, and Samsara Eye are known as the three major eye techniques in the ninja world. When he was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he fought with the Hyuga clan a lot. In the later period, the Uchiha clan and the Senjo clan actually shook hands with Hashirama and established Konoha. The Hyuga clan was the third clan to join Konoha. Although the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is known as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, Madara despises the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. In his heart, the Sharingan is stronger than the Byakugan. Now Orochimaru told him that the Hyuga clan had become the villains of the ninja world, and the entire ninja world was uniting forces to deal with the Hyuga clan. Even the genius he carefully selected was ignored. Madara felt that it was fake no matter how he heard it. If the Hyuga clan was really that strong, they would not have been suppressed by the Uchiha clan back then. He looked at Orochimaru suspiciously, wondering if this guy was fooling him. Seeing Madara's suspicion, Orochimaru did not explain too much, and said lightly, "When you kill Nagato and get the Samsara Eye, you will know how powerful Hyuga Niji is." He got the eye above the Byakugan. Oh! Madara was surprised. He only knew that the Rinnegan was above the Sharingan, but he had never heard that there was a stronger eye above the Byakugan. At this moment, Madara suddenly became interested and wanted to see Hyuga Niji in Orochimaru's mouth. Compared with the eye above the Byakugan, which one is stronger? But before that, let Nagato perform the Samsara natural technique to revive himself, and then seize the Samsara Eye. Tansei looked in the direction of Nagato in the distance. When he saw that Nagato's legs were crippled and he could only rely on machines for assistance, Madara frowned slightly, and then saw Pain 6 paths. Madara snorted coldly, he actually used the power of the Samsara Eye in such a ridiculous way. I really wasted the Samsara Eye by giving it to him, but it doesn't matter. These eyes will soon return to their original owner. Seeing Madara's disdain for Nagato, Orochimaru thought about it and reminded him, "Don't underestimate his power. Although your body is my special one, it can exert your power in your prime." Madara looked at Orochimaru sideways and said contemptuously, "Have you seen my power in my prime?" Orochimaru was not angry either, and said lightly, "Then let me see your power in your prime." After that, Orochimaru took 2 steps back and waved his hand to indicate please. Madara smiled coldly. He originally wanted to attack Orochimaru and kill this ignorant kid who dared to use him to fight. But feeling the restraining force in his body, Madara did not try to break free. He glanced at Orochimaru calmly without saying anything. At the same time, Nagato felt the chakra in Madara's body that was several times more terrifying than his own, and his face changed drastically, becoming more solemn than ever before. When she saw Uchiha Madara's face clearly, Konan was stunned. Uchiha Madara. After Obito's identity was revealed, Konan specially collected relevant information about Uchiha, and had also obtained photos of Uchiha Madara, so when she saw Uchiha Madara for the first time, Konan recognized him. Hearing that the other party was Uchiha Madara, Nagato was stunned and looked ugly. Orochimaru actually summoned Uchiha Madara, which was troublesome. Nagato. Konan, who reacted, looked at Nagato quickly, with a hint of pleading in her tone. She wanted Nagato to leave, but it was hard to say it out loud. But the pressure from Uchiha Madara was too strong. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, the oppressive feeling was like a mountain falling on my heart, and cold sweat dripped down my forehead. "Hi." Taking a deep breath, Nagato said solemnly, "Konan, you leave first and go to Kakuzu and the others to investigate the situation. I will deal with Uchiha Madara." It's called investigation, but in fact it's just to find a reason for Konan to escape. How could Konan not understand, but how could she leave Nagato here alone? Yahiko is dead. If Nagato dies, she will be the only one left. But what's the point of her living alone? Konan gritted her teeth and said firmly, "I'm here." "Hey!" Nagato sighed, "Why do you have to do this?" Konan didn't say anything, her face was calm. "Don't look at her as a woman, but she has made up her mind, even 9 bulls can't pull it back." The two talked quickly, and on the other side, Madara had already started to act. Ta. First he ran slightly, and then Madara sped up, leaped suddenly, and pounced on Pain, who was blocking the front like a tiger. Madara was extremely fast, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. Chapter 140 Madara vs 6 Paths Pain. Starting from Konoha to become a villain. So fast. Nagato was amazed at Madara's speed and quickly controlled 6 Paths Pain to attack. It was not Pain who launched the attack first, but the summoned beast controlled by the animal path. The hellhound roared and rushed towards Madara, and the other summoned beasts also rushed out at the same time. Seeing the summoned beast attacking, Madara snorted disdainfully, "A mere beast, also blocked my way." Before the voice fell, Madara jumped up, used yin-yang escape to create several black sticks, and holding the black sticks, he quickly appeared on the head of the summoned beast bull. The black stick fell and easily pierced the top of the bull's head. Blood splashed and flew towards Madara, but before it got close to Madara, it was evaporated by the chakra emitted by Madara. The bull had strong vitality and did not die for a while after being pierced by the black stick. At this moment, the summoned beast bull, who felt the approach of death, was furious and screamed shrilly. He used up his remaining strength and hit Madara with his horns. Madara snorted coldly, and his palm turned into a knife, condensing high-intensity chakra. The palm knife was sharper than a real knife. The palm knife fell and cut off the hard bull horns. A materialized chakra blade flew out of the palm knife, easily cutting off the bull's neck, and blood gushed like a column. After killing the bull, Madara stepped on the bull with both feet, disappeared from the spot, and appeared in front of Tendo Pain in an instant. Even though it was the first time they fought, with his understanding of the Samsara Eye and rich experience, Madara recognized Tendo Pain as the main body of the 6 dead puppets at a glance. "Shinra Tensei!" Tendo Pain shouted coldly, raised his hands, and released an unmatched repulsive force, trying to bounce Madara away. Feeling the unique power of the Samsara Eye, Madara smiled coldly, his eyes quickly transformed into the Samsara Eye, and his palms also released a repulsive force. The two repulsive forces collided, and Madara did not move at all. Instead, Tendo Pain flew dozens of meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Poof! Nagato, who was connected to Pain, was backlashed, his face turned pale instantly, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of bright red blood. Konan hurried forward and shouted worriedly, "Nagato! It's okay." Nagato gestured, raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Madara in the distance. His face was extremely shocked and he could hardly believe his eyes. Samsara Eye. Madara also has a Samsara Eye. The real Samsara Eye, not a pirated Samsara Eye. What made Nagato even more unbelievable was that Madara's Samsara Eye was even stronger than his. With the same Samsara Eye and the same moves, Madara suppressed him. As if seeing Nagato's shock, Madara said proudly, "Nagato, you really disappoint me. I gave you my eyes for so many years, but you can only exert this level of power." Nagato was shocked and couldn't believe it and said, "Your eyes." Hearing this, Zionan's face changed drastically, and she was shocked beyond words. Isn't the samsara eye Nagato's? Since knowing Nagato, Nagato has the samsara eye. Nagato also told Zionan that when his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas, he awakened his power and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he found that 2 Konoha ninjas had died, and his eyes also awakened to become samsara eyes. Looking at the shocked 2 people, Madara smiled faintly. These eyes have been mine from the beginning, but I am leaving this world and temporarily hosting these eyes in you. You should feel lucky to be able to use the power of these eyes. This is also thanks to the fact that you are the blood of the Uzumaki clan, born with a sage body and powerful chakra, and can barely withstand the power of the samsara eye. However, today these eyes will be returned to their original owner, back to his real owner. As soon as the words fell, Madara opened his hands, used the move of 10,000 things to grab human path pain in front of him, and smashed him with one punch. The next second, Madara disappeared out of thin air, extremely fast, and instantly appeared in front of Shura Path Pain. Seeing Madara coming, Nagato immediately controlled Shura Path Pain to open the mechanical armor, and all kinds of weapons appeared from all over his body, including missiles, shotguns, rockets, laser weapons. All weapons fired at the same time, and shells, missiles, and lasers shot at Madara. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, flames shot out, and black smoke spread in all directions. Before Nagato could breathe a sigh of relief, a blue skeleton arm flew out from the smoke and grabbed the Shurido Pain, then squeezed it hard, and the Shurido Pain broke into 2 pieces. In a blink of an eye, the 2 pains were destroyed, and Nagato's face was extremely ugly. At this speed, all the pains would be destroyed by Uchiha Madara in less than a minute. How can he be so strong? Nagato couldn't believe it. After getting the samsara eye, he devoted himself to studying the 6 paths pain, and even the powerful tailed beasts could be easily defeated. Nagato thought he had the power comparable to the legendary god of the ninja world, Hashirama Senju. But now Uchiha Madara, who was defeated by Hashirama Senju, can defeat the 6 paths pain so easily. How strong is the god of ninja, Hashirama Senju? Madara didn't feel like giving Nagato time to think about these. After destroying the Shurido Pain, Madara continued to attack, and Susanoo entered the second form. The skeleton was covered with meridians and flesh, and was wrapped in outer chakra. Susanoo swung the chakra sword and chopped it down. Seeing the chakra sword falling, Tendo Pain quickly used Shinra Tensei. At the moment when Shinra Tensei was used, Madara also used Shinra Tensei. The 2 repulsive forces offset each other and the chakra sword continued to chop down. After Tendo Pain used Shinra Tensei, there was a 5-second cooldown. It took only 1 second for the chakra sword to fall instead of 5 seconds. In a flash, Hungry Ghost Path appeared in front of Tendo Pain and raised his hands to absorb the chakra lightsaber. Susanoo is chakra after all, and the chakra sword is also condensed by chakra, which was easily swallowed by Hungry Ghost Path Shura. Uchiha Madara was surprised and said, "It's interesting." At this point in the battle, Uchiha Madara also understood that Nagato distributed the power of the Samsara Eye to the 6 corpse puppets. The idea was unique, but the power of the Samsara Eye could never be brought into play. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara said indifferently, "I won't play with you anymore." As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara's face was solemn, and he formed seals with his hands, splitting into 3 shadow clones, killing the other 3 pains respectively, and his main body killed the heavenly path pain. Nagato saw Uchiha Madara's intention to defeat them one by one, and immediately controlled the 4 pains to merge, but Nagato had no idea how strong Uchiha Madara's power was. The 4 Uchiha Madaras simultaneously activated the second form of Susanoo, and the 4 Susanoos attacked at the same time, swinging their swords. The animal path pain was cut into 2 halves, and the summoning beast chameleon standing at his feet was also split in half from the middle, and the blood gushed out like a spring, dyeing the earth red. Next was the hell path pain. Among the 6 great pains, the Hell Path pain was the weakest, and only played a supporting role. He was split in half with one sword. Next was the Hungry Ghost Path pain. Before his ability to absorb chakra was released, Madara seized the opportunity and cut off his neck with a knife. Even the strongest Tendo Pain could not escape the bad luck. Uchiha Madara grabbed Tendo Pain's neck with one hand, slowly lifted him up, looked at Nagato in the distance, shook his head and sighed. Too weak, not even exciting for me, the ninja world is really getting worse and worse. If you like starting from Konoha to be a villain, please collect it, m.shuhaige.net. Starting from Konoha to be a villain is the fastest update speed on the entire network.